This audiobook contains 14 censored sentences and 51 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The major one in Japan happened 6 months after the Eurasian Great Spacequake. Like an eraser wiping across the land, everything from southern Tokyo to northern Kanagawa was reduced to a circular wasteland. From across the table, Shiroisha leaned in to glance at the data. Her brows furrowed slightly. So many deaths. This is going to be tricky. Hearing this, Kurumi immediately asked, tricky? Is preventing the disaster going to be difficult? The disaster itself isn't a problem. A mere spacequake? I can wave a hand and erase it, Shiroisha said confidently, as if it was beneath her to even consider. Her real concern lay elsewhere. You two have seriously considered how to stop these disasters while keeping history intact, right? If these people don't die, the sheer weight of their collective fate will cause history to shift in unimaginable ways. That's something I haven't figured out yet. Kurumi pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly troubled. She had been struggling with this issue for a while, but no viable solution had come to mind. At that moment, Souta spoke up. Actually, you're both looking at this the wrong way. Shiroisha turned to him. So you got a solution? Let's hear it. Kurumi also perked up, focusing her attention on him. Meeting their expectant gazes, Souta slowly explained. The mission only requires that we prevent the tragedies caused by the Eurasian Great Spacequake and the deaths caused by Mio Takamiya's Sapphire crystals without affecting the spirit's existence. He raised a finger. That means we don't need to preserve history exactly as it was. As long as the key causal events that led to the spirit's births still happen, everything after that is up to us. A slight smirk formed on his lips as he proposed an outlandish solution. The simplest way to solve this problem? We rescue all 100 million people, then throw them 30 years into the future. Kurumi took several seconds to process that. You're saying take 100 million people and throw them 30 years forward in time? Across from him, Shiroisha twitched slightly, giving Souta an exasperated look. You brat, you're planning to solve this problem by flipping the entire chessboard, aren't you? As bizarre as it sounded, it was actually a viable solution. Souta chuckled and elaborated. We could do it like this. Shiroisha stores all 100 million people inside her game field. That way, their deaths are still technically recorded in history, meaning no butterfly effects to mess up causality. Then, once all the necessary events have played out, we release them back into the world 30 years later. Problem solved. 077 Shiroisha. The ultimate tool. Kurumi lowered her head and thought Souta's plan was highly feasible. However, there was one glaring issue. Shiroisha, do you actually have a way to transport over 100 million people? Kurumi asked. Of course. I've created planetary-scale game fields before multiple times. Actually, Shiroisha replied nonchalantly. Forget a mere 100 million. I could store this entire world population inside, if I wanted to. Kurumi forced a wry smile. That childlike appearance of hers was so deceptive it was far too easy to forget she was actually an absolute powerhouse. Souta, sitting beside her, didn't say anything, but he vaguely recalled that inside one of Shiroisha's game fields, there was a silver sun floating around. Was that truly just a planetary game field? Or was it stellar level? There's still another problem, Kurumi added after a moment. Dropping 100 million people into the modern era all at once. Are we really sure that won't cause major issues? Souta froze, carefully considering the implications. And then he realized, yeah, that was a huge issue. He muttered, you're right. Food shortages, employment concerns, housing crises, if all these things aren't addressed, it would be the equivalent of suddenly creating 100 million refugees. If that leads to riots, 100 million refugees. That was a truly insane number. Handled improperly, it could even ignite a war. In that case, Souta suggested, why don't we stagger their release? As long as it doesn't disrupt key historical events, we can release them in waves, maybe a few tens of thousands at a time. Also, we should avoid Japan, since it has too many connections to the birth of the spirits. If we space out their return, that does make things much easier. I imagine that after a few instances of this, the world governments will establish special institutions to handle the situation, Kurumi said, considering the idea. At the very least, this plan was far less reckless than dumping 100 million people all at once. As for providing them with food in the beginning, Souta turned toward Shiroyasha. Shiroyasha, if you can create entire planets, then producing a massive supply of food should be no problem. Right? Creating planets? You're talking about the game fields I made back when I was at full power. Right now, making planets isn't that easy, but Shiroyasha mentally calculated for a moment before saying, if it's just feeding 100 million people, that shouldn't be an issue. All right, then that takes care of the food problem, Souta said with a relieved smile. As for jobs post-disaster recovery, is bound to create tons of employment opportunities. Any remaining issues? Well, we'll just leave those to the modern governments to figure out. Of course, they weren't actually planning to wait 30 years before releasing those people. They'd obviously use time travel to fast forward and release them in batches. After all, waiting 3 whole decades just to complete a single mission? That'd be absurd. We have the ability to freely travel through time. Souta pointed out, we can afford to experiment a few times. If something goes wrong, we can just undo it and try again. Sooner or later, we'll figure out the most optimal solution. It's just that, he sighed, it's going to be a lot of work. Workload is an issue. As long as I get my points in the end, I really don't mind some extra effort, Shiroyasha said, far more relaxed than Souta was. That made sense. She had already been fulfilling her duties as a floor master, handling tons of responsibilities without a single complaint. Despite her eccentric personality, Shiroyasha might actually be the hardworking, diligent type when it came to her job. Well, since you're the main force behind this operation and you don't have a problem with it, then I've got no complaints either, Souta said, nodding in agreement. Let's move forward with this plan to solve the Eurasian Great Spacequake issue. With that settled, Souta moved on to the next topic. The only thing left is rescuing those girls who died due to Mio Takamiya refining the Sapphire crystal. That won't be a problem, Kurumi assured him. Even after their transformation into monsters, those girls didn't die immediately after Mio extracted the spirit crystals. There was a delay. I can take advantage of that window once Mio takes the crystal and leaves. I can secretly save them. Even if they do die, we should still be able to bring them back. Souta turned toward Shiroyasha again. Shiroyasha, you should have the ability to reconstruct souls, right? Soul manipulation. Huh, that's not really my area of expertise, Shiroyasha admitted. But if it's just retrieving the souls of recently deceased ordinary humans, that's totally doable. With that confirmation, everything was finally falling into place. Then that settles it. Souta exhaled deeply and smiled. Let's get to work. Near the China-Mongolia border, an endless grassland stretched to the horizon. Scattered shepherds watched over their flocks, while the air carried the scent of damp earth. The soil beneath their feet was soft, and the wind rustled through the prairie. After spending the entire night discussing details, the trio arrived at the ground zero of the soon-to-happen Eurasian Great Spacequake. Souta was currently being held in Kurumi's arms, floating in midair. Beside them, Shiroyasha walked through the sky as if it were solid ground. Souta glanced at her, a little envious. He did have a transformation ability like Shinobu's, but even if he sprouted bat wings, flight was impossible. At best, he could turn his hands into blades. Oh, right. He could also harden certain parts of his body. Kurumi held onto him tightly, as if afraid he might fall. Not that it would actually kill him. They're here. Those 3 magicians you mentioned, Shiroyasha suddenly announced, pointing eastward. Kurumi and Souta turned to look. Using his enhanced vampire vision, Souta barely made out 3 blurred figures in the distance. Isaac Ray Pelham Westcott, Elliot Baldwin Woodman, and Ellen Mira Mathers. These were the 3 magicians who created Mio Takamiya. They had all been born in a magician's village, a village that was ultimately destroyed by humans. So, in retaliation, they planned to create spirits to wage war against humanity and the world itself. From Souta's perspective, that was textbook insanity. If someone kills your loved ones, then you go after those responsible, dragging millions of innocent people into your revenge scheme? What the hell did they do to deserve that? Absolute lunatics. Of course, Souta had already grown numb to these kinds of villains in anime. So, when he spotted the three figures below, his expression barely changed. By the way, Kurumi, Souta suddenly remembered something. That Isaac guy, he's actually one of the biggest antagonists in your world. Kurumi blinked. He is, if you count from this moment onward, 25 years from now. Hell kidnapped the second spirit, Nia Hanju. Kurumi's expression stiffened. 4 or 5 years straight, Hell repeatedly torture her, gutting her open, drilling in her skull, slicing off her limbs piece by piece. Just full-on psychopathic madness. Kurumi's crimson and gold eyes narrowed dangerously. The second spirit. He kidnapped her and tortured her. 4 or 5 years? Yeah, so let's not waste any sympathy on him. Souta glanced down at the three figures. Of course, we can't touch him right now or well risk screwing up history. Be careful. A strange energy is beginning to gather. Shiroyasha suddenly warned. It's probably that Ryuryoka you mentioned. 078 Shiroyasha becomes a little puppy with her supreme perception. Shiroyasha detected an immense power gathering over the grasslands. It's definitely Ryuryoku, spiritual power, Kurumi confirmed. Looks like their spirit arts ritual was a success. Meanwhile, Souta stood there, completely oblivious to the energy shifts, feeling a bit embarrassed. I really need to work on improving my spiritual sense. It's reaching the critical point already. That was fast. Shiroyasha focused her senses on the energy flow, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. It wasn't that she was alarmed by the power itself, far from it. She was simply puzzled. How are three seemingly weak magicians able to manipulate such an enormous amount of energy? Be careful. You two should fly a little higher, she cautioned. Then, she expanded her spiritual sense, enveloping the entire Eurasian continent in her awareness. Her ability to sense things was beyond absurd. Once upon a time, while stationed in the third heaven of Little Garden, she had perceived a battle taking place in the fifth heaven, several layers away, and memorized every detail. Each outer gate was roughly equivalent to Earth's total surface area. Perceiving across multiple outer gates despite all the dimensional and hierarchical barriers was something even gods and Buddhas would struggle to accomplish. Compared to that, covering a single continent was child's play. The spirit energy is compressing. The space quake is coming. Kurumi tightened her grip on Souta and ascended even higher. Moments later, a crushing sensation swept across the central grasslands. The air itself groaned under the sheer weight of compressed spirit energy, releasing a high-pitched wailing noise. Souta suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. This must be the highest density of spirit energy ever recorded in this world. And then, the earth trembled. Space shook violently. A devastating shockwave spread across the entire Eurasian continent. Souta's vision darkened as an abyssal void began consuming the land. Wherever this darkness spread, mountains collapsed. Grasslands vanished like illusions. Everything on the surface was devoured without a trace, as if some invisible monster was devouring reality itself. Cities in the distance? Gone. Forests and rivers? Erased. Had Shiroyasha not prepared in advance. Marking countless spatial anchors across the three affected nations, there would have been no saving anyone. However, under her control, these spatial anchors interconnected, forming a vast network spanning across 3 countries. From this gigantic web, ripples of spatial energy surged outward. Every life form touched by these ripples was instantly warped into a different space, disappearing without a trace. And so, the Spirit Quake's devastation was completely neutralized wherever the ripples reached. Shiroyasha's godlike control over space-time was fully displayed. She even accelerated her own perception of time, allowing her to process everything at a hyper-accelerated rate. For her, the entire world slowed down. The spacequake's expansion seemed to move at a crawl, her mind working at maximum capacity. She quickly calculated all possible fatalities and extracted them into her game field. Meanwhile, anyone who would have only sustained injuries, she simply left them as they were. Of course, mistakes were inevitable, but when dealing with over 100 million people, a small margin of error didn't affect the overall success of the operation. Once the spacequake subsided, Shiroyasha finally exhaled in relief. The abyssal darkness faded. The world returned to calm. No living person remained in the disaster epicenter, though survivors at the periphery were still writhing in agony. Kurumi and Souta slowly descended to Shiroyasha's altitude. Souta swallowed hard, taking a moment to process the sheer, catastrophic power they had just witnessed. Then, he turned to Shiroyasha and asked, "Did you get everyone?" "There's always going to be some margin of error," she admitted, rubbing her temples as if mentally exhausted. She could shatter an entire continent with a single punch. That would be easy. But precise space-time manipulations on this scale, even for her, it was mentally exhausting. If she hadn't set up her spatial anchors ahead of time, she probably wouldn't have been able to pull off such an intricate rescue across 1,000 kilometers of disaster radius. All right, Souta nodded, flipping through Kurumi's documents. Next up, the Arctic Circle. There are a few Inuit settlements there, and in 10 days, a spacequake is going to wipe them out completely. It'll prepare the 11th bullet to send you both forward in time, Kurumi said, manifesting her angelic rifles. Shiroyasha, of course, could time travel on her own. She couldn't alter Little Garden's past or future, but external worlds weren't subject to those restrictions. Still, since Kurumi was offering, she saw no need to waste her own energy. Soon, Kurumi fired off an 11th bullet, sending Shiroyasha ahead in time. As soon as she vanished, Souta muttered, "Looks like the people inside her game field don't count toward the time travel head count." Yeah, my own time expenditure didn't increase at all. It only counted as sending one person, not 100 million. Kurumi had noticed it too, which was good news. Otherwise, if she had to send 100 million people through time, the sheer amount of time energy required would be astronomical. This makes things way easier. But if Shiroyasha follows me back to the real world, then her game field will count those people again. She probably wouldn't be able to bring them all with her, Souta speculated. This was why he hadn't suggested that he and Shiroyasha return to the real world first while waiting for Kurumi to finish her time jumps. The system was designed to prevent loopholes. By now, Kurumi had loaded another 11th bullet, aiming the barrel straight at Souta's forehead. "They'll send you next, Souta," she said. "Souta, why did this feel like an execution scene?" From that point on, the trio Kami, Souta, and Shiroyasha embarked on an endless cycle of time travel rescues. The Eurasian Great Spacequake wasn't the end. In its aftermath, over 50 smaller spacequakes erupted worldwide. This went on for 6 entire months. After repeating the same tedious task countless times, the 3 of them were starting to lose patience. Finally, the last spacequake arrived. This one struck Japan, obliterating an enormous circular region encompassing southern Tokyo and northern Kanagawa. Once Shiroyasha saved the survivors, she sensed a new presence, someone overflowing with immense energy. The trio hurried over, only to find Takamiya Mio, recently taken in by Takamiya Shinji. At long last, she had appeared. This meant the stage was finally set in Japan. Souta and Kurumi sighed in relief. At long last, the prime cause behind the spirit's existence was confirmed. "All right," Souta said, "now we start dropping people back into the world." He turned to the other 2. "Remember, don't send anyone to Japan. Everything here needs to unfold exactly as it did before." Kurumi hesitated, her expression darkening at the sight of Mio. "She deceived me. She turned me into a murderer." Cold rage flickered in her golden eyes, but she quickly forced herself to remain calm. Meanwhile, Shiroyasha was already hard at work. As the most overqualified delivery girl, she started yeeting refugees back into the timeline. 079 Shiroyasha declares, Black Rabbit, just you wait. Even after all these years, Kurumi still vividly remembered Yamauchi Sawa. That humble girl with chestnut-colored hair, always tied into 3 braids, was the only friend Kurumi had ever been able to speak to, openly a rare presence in her life as an isolated noble lady. Kurumi cherished those warm, everyday moments when she and Sawa would walk home after school, chatting as the sky turned a deep shade of orange. Sawa was always so welcoming, often inviting Kurumi over to her house. And Kurumi, well, she enjoyed their study sessions, but more than that, she was especially fond of Sawa's pet cat, a little American shorthair named Chestnut. Unlike most cats, Chestnut wasn't shy around strangers. On the contrary, it would eagerly snuggle up to just about anyone. Kurumi loved petting it. Unfortunately, someone in her household was allergic to cats, so she could never own one herself, a small regret that always lingered in her heart. Sawa's hospitality and frequent invitations had, in a way, fulfilled her dream of having a cat. However, that peaceful everyday life was short-lived. Humans imbued with camel sapphire crystal transformed into monsters, wreaking havoc across the city. A clueless Kurumi had unknowingly wandered into one such crisis. And just when her life was at risk, a mysterious woman appeared and saved her. A woman who introduced herself as Mio. From that day forward, Kurumi accepted Mio's sapphire crystal, became the Time Emperor, Angel, Zafkiel, and began hunting monsters alongside her. The job was dangerous and demanding, so she started visiting Sawa's house less and less. During their rare chats, she had noticed Sawa's lonely expression. Kurumi knew, but all she could do was silently apologize in her heart, because she wasn't just doing this for herself. She believed she was saving the world. Mio led Kurumi in hunting down and eliminating over 50 monsters across the city. Through these battles, they grew closer, and yet Kurumi had never spoken to Mio outside the battlefield. At times, she wondered if Mio ever met Chestnut. Would she finally smile? Kurumi had been waiting for the right moment to introduce them. But then, turning a street corner, she came to a sudden stop. Mio was exactly where she expected her to be, but the lifeless body at her feet wasn't a monster. It was a human girl. No, it wasn't just any girl. Kurumi's mind went blank, because the one lying motionless on the ground was Yamauchi Sawa, her dearest friend. The scene repeats this time. With witnesses once again, Kurumi was forced to relive the nightmare. Staring at Sawa's lifeless body, she clenched her teeth, nearly lunging out of Shiroyasha's concealment barrier to challenge Mio on the spot. But before she could, Souta grabbed her wrist, stopping her. Souta sighed. Didn't you just stop me earlier for the same reason? Now that your friend is the victim, you're ready to throw history away? Humans really are emotional creatures. Don't be reckless. Souta warned. Takamiya Mio could wipe the floor with you. Kurumi, her urge to attack instantly vanished. She turned her head away, giving Souta a resentful glare. Souta, if possible, can't you be a little more tactful? Souta chuckled, meeting her gaze. I was just joking, a little trick to cool your temper. How do you feel now? Feel better? You're dreaming. Kurumi twirled the antique flintlock pistol between her fingers. The barrel spun lazily in circles before suddenly pointing straight at Souta. Whether it was intentional or not, he couldn't tell. They'll be more careful next time. Souta calmly reached out and lowered the gun, continuing, with Shiroyasha here, we can deal with Mio anytime. But for now, we should let history unfold naturally. After this is over, we can bring your friend back to life. I know. Kurumi sighed, lowering her head. Still, I just can't let it go. Then be patient, Souta smirked. When you get stronger through the system, you can go after Rain Uramesa instead. At that point, you can hassle her however you want. Souta then added, or I don't know, maybe corner her and give her a hard time? Kurumi, throw her in a basement for correction? She suddenly imagined at least 10 different scenarios. A strange anticipation flickered in her eyes. You know, she mused, that actually doesn't sound too bad. This wicked woman deserves a lesson. Suta stared at her silently. Mio, this isn't my fault. You brought this upon yourself. Standing at the edge of the barrier, Shiroyasha remained completely silent and slightly distanced herself from the pair. She had made up her mind. Unless there were other people involved, she was never teaming up with Suta and Kurumi again. These two had zero self-awareness. They shamelessly flirted at full volume, without a care in the world. This was a complete waste of her time. That's it. I demand compensation from Black Rabbit when I get back. She swore to get her revenge. Meanwhile, Kurumi, her past self, finally stood face to face with Takamiya Mio. Her expression was twisted with despair and rage. Her dark emotions threatened to overtake her entirely, nearly triggering a spirit inversion. She barely managed to stabilize herself using her fourth bullet. And then, she confronted Mio. But instead of explaining herself, Mio simply expressed her gratitude for helping her. And then, she effortlessly defeated Kurumi, wiped her memories, and sealed her in an adjacent dimension. With that, Kurumi's origin was now fully established. As Mio disappeared, Kurumi rushed out of the barrier, cradling Sawa's lifeless body. Shiroyasha quickly followed, glancing over the girl. Her brows furrowed slightly. The fight took too long. The best revival window has already passed. She sighed. But fine. They'll do it anyway. With a flick of her hand, Shiroyasha froze time. Then, channeling her authority, she reassembled the scattered fragments of Sawa's soul. At the same time, Kurumi fired her fourth bullet, restoring Sawa's physical state. The reconstructed soul naturally merged with the revived body. Moments later, a girl with chestnut braids slowly opened her eyes. She looked startled. For a moment, her expression was tense, until she saw a familiar face. Her guard lowered instantly. With relief and joy, she smiled and softly called out, "Kurumi, it's me. It's really me. I came to save you." Kurumi's voice trembled, and then she broke into tears. 080 scamming for food and shelter after reviving Yamabuki Sawa. Kurumi stayed in the past era for nearly a full week. She slipped back into her old life, using her past identity. She spent time with her family, attended school, chatted with Sawa after class, and relaxed in a carefree routine, even making regular visits to Sawa's house just to pet the cat. Her parents, in fact, were still alive in the present era 28 years later. She would occasionally visit them in secret, but since DM was always hunting her, she never dared reveal herself, fearing she would drag them into danger. But now, for the first time in decades, she was able to openly live as their daughter again. It was pure happiness. Kurumi even brought Suta to meet her parents and boldly introduced him as her boyfriend. As expected, Kurumi's father was immediately skeptical of Suta and scrutinized him with intense suspicion. He even put him through several trials, clearly making things difficult for him. Meanwhile, Kurumi's mother was extremely welcoming, constantly defending Suta, pulling him aside, and treating him like a son-in-law already. Their opposite reactions left Suta both amused and exasperated. But, if he was being honest, that warm feeling of family was something he never knew he needed. For a moment, he almost didn't want to leave. Shiroyasha never once urged Kurumi to hurry up and get back to their mission. This level of patience and tolerance earned her Kurumi's deep gratitude. However, Kurumi was not the kind of person to selfishly delay things for her own desires. So, after spending a heartwarming week with her family and friends, she forced herself to say goodbye. Back to work, the remaining tasks were simple. Besides gradually returning small groups of displaced survivors to modern society, the only other thing left was cleaning up Mio's mess. Not literally, of course. Specifically, they had to rescue those who died due to her Sapphira crystal refinement process. In the end, 10 Sapphira crystals were successfully extracted. With that, their workload was greatly reduced. By this point, Shiroyasha was visibly annoyed from the tedium of repetition. Sure, governments had eventually caught on and formed an international aid organization to handle the mass influx of mysterious refugees. But that didn't make Shiroyasha any less irritated. And on top of that, she still had to clean up after Mio. So, one day, Shiroyasha snuck up on the origin spirit, threw a sack over her head, and proceeded to beat the living daylights out of her. Kurumi enthusiastically joined in, channeling her inner sadist, mercilessly stomping on Mio's head with her heel boots. Watching from the sidelines, Souda's eye twitched. At that moment, he made a firm decision. Never piss a woman off. After venting their frustration, Kurumi smirked, flicked her hair, and coolly remarked, "That's just interest on what you owe us." Then she walked away. Mio, meanwhile, lay twitching against a wall, struggling to stand up. When she finally removed the sack, her beautiful face was now covered in bruises and swelling, her legs barely able to support her weight. Who the hell? She pressed a trembling hand against her aching face. Someone had beaten her up so badly, she couldn't even fight back. Mio was in disbelief. In this world, who could possibly exist with such overwhelming power? She wouldn't get her answer today, because Souta and the others had already left. Mission complete. Multiplayer mission. Save the date, a live world completed. Distributing rewards. Rewards, Souta 1. 000 points Divine Spark X1. DD Ultimate Overhaul Edition. Kurumi, Tokisaki, 2,000 points. Shiroyasha, 7,000 points. After returning the last batch of 1 billion survivors, the system finally issued the completion notice, meaning the next 5 years were guaranteed to follow the correct timeline, leading to the birth of all spirits. We never even needed 30 years in the end, huh? Souta sighed in relief as he checked the system interface. Honestly, with Shiroyasha around, this mission was never truly difficult. It was just the sheer amount of planning and tedious labor had made it exhausting. Kurumi glanced at the reward screen, blinking in surprise. "Souta, you only got 1,000 points?" She found it odd. Even though Souta seemed to be slacking off, he had actually played the most crucial role. Just inviting Shiroyasha alone was worth 10,000 points. Without him, none of this would have even been possible. Kurumi hesitated for a moment. "Wanting to transfer some points to you?" "No need. No need." Souta smirked. "I'm actually the biggest winner here." Kurumi raised a brow. "You mean because of that divine spark?" At this moment, Shiroyasha suddenly stepped forward, looking confused. "Wait, that's what you're so happy about? A divine spark? In Box Garden, divinity isn't even that rare. If you wanted, I could just give you one myself. So what's so special about it?" In the Box Garden world, a divinity core was simply an authority that elevated a species to its highest potential. A serpent given divinity could become a god serpent. A demon given divinity could become a demon god. It was valuable, sure, but not legendary. So why was Souta so excited about it? Souta just grinned. No, this isn't Box Garden's divinity." He paused, then explained. "This is an entirely different system, one that can be trained and evolved infinitely. The growth potential is so ridiculous, it makes Box Garden's divinity look like trash." "Shiroyasha? Trash?" Shiroyasha's brow twitched. Souta coughed. "I mean, respectfully, of course. But don't take my word for it." He held up his system phone. "If you don't believe me, just check the shop. If this divine spark costs less than 500,000 points, it'll eat my phone screen right here, right now." Kurumi wanted to grab his sleeve and warn him not to jinx himself. But Shiroyasha had already opened the shop. She shot Souta a mocking look, as if saying, "Get ready to eat your phone, kid." And then her eyes widened in shock. 081, my divine duties are a bit much in the system shop. The price of the divine spark displayed was 1 followed by 6 zeros. 1 million. Shiroyasha's eyes widened in shock. That price was ridiculously high. Souta also showed a surprised expression upon hearing her exclamation. He had only made a random guess about the price earlier. He never expected it to be double his estimate of 500,000. What? You're asking if he was worried about eating his phone if he was wrong? Not at all. Worst case scenario, he'd just reach in his pocket, grab another one, and pretend nothing happened. Besides, with his vampire transformation abilities, swallowing the phone wouldn't even hurt. Scamming free food and drinks in the future? Easy. That price is kind of insane. Souta opened the system shop himself and was stunned. After all, a divine spark didn't directly grant overwhelming strength, only gave the qualification to cultivate a divine power system. Sure, the potential was limitless, but whether someone could actually reach that potential was another matter. How many people in fantasy novels ever reach the final realm of their cultivation techniques? Just because you practice a nascent soul, supreme deity, slayer, high venerable holy seeker of great Buddhi supremacy, of unholy penance destruction overlord's technique. Does that mean you'll automatically reach nascent soul, supreme deity, slayer, high venerable holy seeker of great Buddhi supremacy of unholy penance destruction overlord rank? Of course not. Could it be because it grants divine power right from the start, making it universally valuable? Souta speculated inwardly. 1,000,000 points. Kurumi stared at the price, astonished. Even if someone claimed the entire reward for a multiplayer mission every time, they'd still need to complete 100 missions to afford it, right? Not necessarily. Souta thought for a moment before replying. We don't know if the rewards for future missions will stay at 10,000 points. They could increase or decrease it, likely depends on the difficulty. I'm actually pretty curious about this divine spark now. Shiroyasha pulled her gaze from the phone, her expression thoughtful. If the system is assigning such a high value to it, then it must have some truly exceptional qualities. She turned her attention to Souta, a playful glint in her eyes. Brat, judging from how confident you were about its price earlier, you must know a lot about it, right? Care to enlighten me? Sure, no problem. It's not really a secret or anything. Souta recalled the details the system had provided when it awarded him the divine spark. This divine spark allows someone to ignite a divine flame and ascend as an immortal god. In simple terms, the divine flame acts as a converter that turns faith into divine power. Faith into divine power. Shiroyasha immediately caught onto the key point. So, does that mean after becoming a god, you'll need to collect faith to grow stronger? Is faith your primary power source? No, only in the early stages. Souta corrected her. Later on, things change. Once I've accumulated enough divine power, I can use it to cultivate and establish divine authorities. And once I possess authorities, I can absorb source energy to generate divine power. Source energy? Shiroyasha frowned. The term was unfamiliar to her. What's that? I don't fully understand it either. Souta admitted, but you can think of it as the fundamental energy that makes up the world. Shiroyasha's eye twitched. So you don't actually know, huh? She pressed on. And how exactly do you collect source energy through your divine authorities? It's simple. Souta grinned. As long as I perform actions aligned with my divine authority, I can absorb source energy. For example, if I had the authority of deception, I'd just need to tell lies to accumulate power. Well, Shiroyasha's interest was piqued. That sounds like a rather convenient way to gather strength. But she paused to think for a moment before raising another crucial question. Faith and source energy both convert into divine power, but divine power itself seems like a vague concept. What can it actually do? Anything. Souta answered without hesitation. Shiroyasha blinked in surprise. Even Kurumi looked over at him with skepticism. Anything? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Kurumi asked doubtfully. Not all. Divine power truly is omnipotent. However, using it directly to achieve results is extremely inefficient. That's a dumb way to use it. Seeing their confusion, Souta elaborated. Let's say I want to kill someone. If I just will it with divine power, it might cost me 10 units of divine power, something that could take days or even weeks to regenerate. But if I simply pick up a sword and stab them, the job is done instantly. Shiroyasha deadpanned. That makes divine power sound kind of useless? Sure, omnipotence sounded great, But if the energy consumption was so absurdly high, what was the point? Not when combined with divine authorities. Souta smirked and continued explaining. If I try to manipulate time using divine power alone, it might cost me 10 units. But if I possess the authority of time, then using divine power for time manipulation might cost less than 1 unit. Shiroyasha pondered this for a moment. She seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of this system. Eventually, she gave a nod of approval. When combined this way, it's actually a pretty solid power system. And with its limitless growth potential, Brat, you really hit the jackpot with this one. After hearing Souta's explanation, even Shiroyasha was tempted to get her hands on a divine spark. Want to trade your divine spark with me? She offered. I have plenty of good stuff too, you know. Not happening. Souta rejected her without hesitation. Don't even think about it. He wasn't about to let go of this treasure. After all, his system allowed him to extract abilities from friends once their relationship reached a certain threshold. This meant he could acquire an absurd number of divine authorities in the future. This divine spark was practically tailor-made for him. Shiroyasha pouted. TCH, fine, keep it. Not like I needed it that badly anyway. She then checked her system menu and reviewed her accumulated points. All right, since the mission's done, I'm heading back. There's a ton of work waiting for me in Little Garden. Brat, send me home. If she had come to this world using a traversal card, she could simply will herself back. But since she arrived via Souta's system, she first had to return to his world before she could leave. You're leaving already? Souta was surprised. Is it urgent? You still need me for something? Shiroyasha asked. Souta nodded. Kurumi and I are planning to rescue a spirit named Nyahanjo. She's currently imprisoned by this world's strongest magician, and I'm not sure if we can beat him. Okay, to be honest, Kurumi might not be able to beat him, and he'll probably just be there as backup. Also, I'm not sure if our fight will attract Mio Takamiya's attention. 082 flashing a pay while giving thanks is just common sense after hearing Souta's explanation. Shiroyasha immediately grasped his meaning. You wanted to hold the line? How long are we talking? That I don't know. We have to find Hanjo Nia first. Souta shook his head. Using a travel card would undoubtedly make things easier, but each one cost 500 points. If they could locate her themselves, there was no need to waste resources. Time uncertain. Shiroyasha furrowed her brow, then waved her hand dismissively. Then I want to go. The time flow between worlds is different, and I don't know how long has passed in Low Garden. I need to get back soon. However, she smiled, her tone warm with appreciation. You helped me out, after all. With 7,000 points, I have more than enough to use a travel card to locate the key members of Arcadia. So, I don't mind giving you two some helpful items in return. Items? Souta asked curiously. Something like Black Rabbit's Brahmastra? You really know how to ask for a lot. Of course not. Didn't you say earlier that the System Shop's upload product feature allows even attacks to be uploaded? Shiroyasha smirked, looking rather pleased with herself. I'll make you a few attack cards. She intended to follow Souta's example uploading attacks, then repurchasing them herself to create powerful consumable items. It didn't cost anything, and she could earn some goodwill. A win-win situation. Attack cards, huh? But you only have 7,000 points, which means you can only create attack cards worth that amount. They might not be enough. Souta pondered for a moment before making a suggestion. How about this? Kurumi and I will transfer our points to you. That way, you can create stronger attack cards, and once you're done, you just transfer the points back to us. You're really not shy about asking for favors, huh? Shiroyasha shot him a glance. Looking exasperated, he was the one asking for help, yet he was still negotiating terms? Kurumi, however, simply nodded. I have no objections. All right then, send them over. At Souta's word, he transferred his points to Shiroyasha. After 2 multiplayer missions, he had accumulated 6,500 points. Kurumi had 500 points. Adding Shiroyasha's 7,000 points, they had a total of 19,000 points to work with. Shiroyasha received the transfer and immediately snapped her fingers. Then she snapped them again and again. Each snap corresponded to a new item appearing in the system shop. She seemed to be testing the power-to-cost ratio, continuously adjusting the attack output. Watching her repeatedly snap her fingers, Suta couldn't help but feel speechless. Was she recreating Infinity War and Endgame? Before long, 3 cards appeared in Shiroyasha's hand. She tossed them to Suta. 3 attacked for me should be enough to solve your problem. Afterward, she refunded the points to Suta and Kurumi and removed most of the attack-related items she had uploaded. So, items can actually be removed from the shop? Suta mused. Curious, he decided to try it himself and delisted the bag of instant noodles he had uploaded earlier. A moment later, the snack appeared in his hand, completely intact. He tore it open, took a bite still as crispy as ever. Oh, that's a new feature unlocked. We can use the system shop as storage now. Kurumi's gaze towards Suta became subtly complicated. He was really pushing the system's functionalities to their limits. Shiroyasha, thanks again for everything this time. Ignoring Suta's newfound excitement, Kurumi stepped up to the silver-haired lowly and sincerely bowed in gratitude. Thank you for coming to help me fulfill my wish. I'll never forget this kindness. Oh, you're quite the polite child. Shiroyasha nodded in satisfaction before adding, but if you're going to thank me, showing your appreciation is common sense. Kurumi, Shiroyasha chuckled mischievously. If you really want to thank me, let me compliment you, since you're quite impressive for a 16-year-old. Kurumi took several steps back. Shiroyasha, was this the kind of person she was? Ahem. Suta stepped forward to rescue Kurumi. Shiroyasha, weren't you in a hurry? I'll send you back now. You sure know how to pick your timing. Shiroyasha didn't seem to mind. She had only been teasing Kurumi. She often did the same to Black Rabbit. Not that she wouldn't take the opportunity if she could, after all. They were really big. Let's go. Shiroyasha hopped into Suta's arms. I'll leave the rest of you guys. Oh, and when you have time, come visit Little Garden. I'll give you a proper welcome. Sure. I'll definitely drop by when I get the chance, Kurumi replied with a smile. Kurumi, wait for me here. I'll be back after sending Shiroyasha off. After reminding her, Suta held onto Shiroyasha and said to the system, return. In the real world. Inside a rented apartment, Suta placed Shiroyasha on the couch and went to the kitchen to make her some tea. Shiroyasha, thanks again for your help. You played the role of a respectful host, serving tea to the big shot. It's fine. This was mutually beneficial. I should be thanking you for sending me the invitation. Shiroyasha took a sip, but her brows furrowed clearly. The cheap tea leaves weren't to her liking. Still, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she asked, by the way, kid, when do you plan on using that divine spark of yours? Suta instantly became wary, stepping back. Why do you ask? I'm not trading it. Shiroyasha rolled her eyes. Relax. I'm not after it, at least not right now. I just thought of something that might benefit you. And what would that be? Suta slightly lowered his guard but remained cautious. Right now, he felt like someone who had just won $5 million in the lottery and was clutching the ticket tightly, afraid someone would snatch it. If it weren't for his trust in Shiroyasha's character and the fact that she had helped him a lot, he wouldn't have explained the function of divine status to her in the first place. After you use that divine spark and become a god, you'll need to gather a lot of faith, right? Yeah, in that case, Shiroyasha suggested, why not collect faith in Little Garden? Gods actually exist there, so people don't reject the concept of faith. Not to brag, but I have quite a number of followers myself. If you manage to build a reputation as a benevolent god, gathering faith will be a piece of cake. Suta considered her words. It did seem feasible, but then a thought struck him. Wait, Shiroyasha, are you suggesting this because you want me to join the struggling Arcadia and help out? Shiroyasha sighed. You're sharp. Yeah, that's part of it. But it's a win-win situation. Think about it. Arcadia is full of easy-to-fool kids. Doesn't that sound tempting? Shiroyasha, isn't it inappropriate to say that? Meh, I trust my judgment. Shiroyasha shrugged. If it's you, I'd be fine with you using Arcadia's kids to gather faith as long as you take good care of them. Suta pondered for a moment before responding. Not now. I'll think about it after I finish dealing with the day at a live world. All right, Let me know when you've decided. With that, Shiroisha stopped talking, pulled out Suta's phone, and started downloading Problem Children Are Coming from Another World. Aren't they? Tien, should I watch the anime again? So, I could translate better, lol. Once it was done, she exchanged a brief farewell and returned to Little Garden. After she left, Suta pulled out his system phone and tagged Kurumi in the group chat. Suta, Tokusaki Kurumi. I'm coming over. Are you free now? Kurumi, I'm still at the place where you left. Suta, all right. After setting his phone down, Suta muttered a name to himself. Hanjo Nia, a spirit who had been captured by Isaac and subjected to 5 years of inhumane torture. Since he had the power to do something, there was no way he would ignore it. 083 people who manipulate timelines are basically a bug. Just as Suta was about to traverse, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that Kurumi had tagged him in the group chat. Tokusaki Kurumi, Suta, I just received a solo mission related to saving Hanjo Nia. Seeing this message, Suta was momentarily stunned. Suta, huh? You got one too? Tokusaki Kurumi. 2? Wait, does that mean you received one as well? Suta, not me. Last time, Shinobu received a solo mission to help Hitagi Senjigahara. She's a character from the Monogatari series. Tokusaki Kurumi. Are you saying my mission is similar to hers? Suta, exactly. I suspect the system assigns solo missions based on your world's storyline or its characters. Suta, Shinobu. By the way, Shinobu, how's your mission going? Before long, Shinobu replied in the group chat. Shinobu, I haven't started yet. I just found that Hawaiian brat from last time. Suta, you mean Ashino meme? What do you need him for? Shinobu, my methods for dealing with oddity are too straightforward. Normally, that's fine, but when it comes to saving people, I can't be sure if my usual brute force approach will backfire. So, I'm seeking out that Hawaiian brat to brush up on aberration knowledge. Since he's an expert, he should know plenty. Suta was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Shinobu to take the initiative to study aberration lore. In the original work, she had the exact opposite attitude. Suta, Shinobu, didn't you watch the Monogatari series I gave you? The solutions are all in there. Shinobu, I watched it, but it's too vague. For example, when they perform a ritual, the scene just cuts away, leaving out all the details. And details are exactly what I need. Suta, he had completely overlooked that point. It made sense, though. Many works gloss over such details. For example, if a novel mentions performing a magic ritual, it rarely explains every step in detail after all. It's not like they're writing a lab report. With that in mind, novels weren't particularly useful references for people like Shinobu. Suta, all right, that was my oversight. Shinobu, I wasn't blaming you. Anyway, I'm busy studying oddity knowledge now, so we'll talk later. Tokusaki Kurumi, Suta, when are you coming over? Suta, wouldn't it be a bad idea for me to come now? Solo missions must be completed alone. If you get help from group members, you won't receive any rewards, meaning it's all for nothing. Suta, Kurumi, hold on. I'll ask the system about the specifics of solo mission restrictions. I want to clarify exactly what kind of help is prohibited. After sending the message, Suta shifted his gaze from the phone and began pondering. The rule stating that group members cannot help was quite vague. At what point does an action count as helping? What exactly would be considered a violation? The system hadn't specified any clear standards. Suta silently asked in his mind. System, regarding the restriction on group members helping in solo missions, were the exact conditions. Yes, once again, he was looking for loopholes in the system. The system really had it rough, being stuck with a host like him. Soon, the system responded. During the execution of a solo mission, no other group members may accompany the participant and directly intervene. So direct intervention isn't allowed. Suta thought for a moment before asking. What about indirect help? For example, providing a free one-time use attack card? That is allowed. What about sharing intel in the group chat? Does that count as a violation? It does not. What if I offer strategic advice or suggestions? Would that be against the rules? That is also allowed. If the system had human-like emotions, it would probably have jumped out by now and slashed Suta in frustration. With this newfound information, Suta sighed in relief. The system's restrictions on helping were surprisingly lenient, almost ridiculously so. As long as he didn't directly step in and assist on site, it was fine. Then again, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, how many people would be willing to give away attack cards for free? Without delay, do you have any intel on Hanjo Nia? Suta, I remember some things. Hanjo Nia debuted 10 years before the story began under the pen name Hanjo Suji and became a best-selling manga artist. 5 years ago, she was captured by DEM and imprisoned in an underground facility on Narrow Island in the Pacific, where she was subjected to cruel human experiments. Suta, actually, now that I think about it, rescuing Hanjo Nia is incredibly simple. Kurumi, you can time travel to before she gets captured and warn her. Or you could just take out Isaac Ray Pelham Westcott. If something happens to him, no one will order her capture, and the torture never happens in the first place. Back when he was in the Data Live world, Suta had overlooked this possibility. But it wasn't really his fault. After all, they had arrived 25 years after the Eurasian spacequake, which was when Hanjo Nia had already been captured and imprisoned. From that perspective, his first instinct had been to locate where she was being held and rescue her. That thought had been firmly ingrained in his mind, causing him to ignore the possibility of manipulating the timeline. Now that he reconsidered, people who could mess with timelines were practically invincible so long as they weren't up against someone who transcended time itself. Tokisaki Kurumi, traveling to before she was captured. I thought of that too, but I don't know where to find her. Suta, Hanjo Nia is a famous manga artist. Start from that angle, and you should be able to find her with a bit of effort. Of course, if you don't want to waste time, you could just buy a traversal card and specify the time and location. It should take you directly to her. Tokisaki Kurumi, no thanks on the traversal card. The reward for this mission isn't high, so buying one would mean doing the mission for free. We'll just go straight for Isaac Ray Pelham Westcott. One decisive move, and the problem is solved. Plus, this is a great chance to use the attack card Shiroisha gave me. Suta, was Kurumi choosing violence simply because she found looking for someone too troublesome? Her thought process was starting to resemble that of a brute force warrior. After settling the plan to save Hanjo Nia, Kurumi fell silent and stopped messaging. The group chat soon quieted down. 084, did I just hear someone call me handsome? After exiting the chat group, Suta turned his attention to the divine spark. His heart pounded with excitement, his eyes filled with anticipation and eagerness. After all, he was about to become a god. The temptation was simply too overwhelming. So overwhelming that an ordinary person might even be willing to eat dirt for it. Of course, compared to the average person, Suta had a much steadier mindset. After all, he was already immortal, capable of manipulating time, generating fire and ice, creating matter, regenerating his body, punching with a force of 4 or 5 tons, and sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds, just to name a few. Having accumulated so much power, his mentality had been tempered time and time again, allowing him to handle temptation with a bit more restraint. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Suta wasted no time and addressed the system. System, use the divine spark. No hosetashchen. The system immediately complied with his request. A radiant light shot out from his phone, merging into Suta's body. He felt as if a new organ had formed within him, a strange sensation, but not an uncomfortable one. Then, as if bathed in warm sunlight, a cozy, soothing warmth spread throughout his entire body. The warmth slowly seeped into his very soul, forming a space within it, a realm between the real and the illusory. As the space took shape, Suta suddenly felt as though his perception had become sharper, clearer. It was an indescribable feeling, but it was as if his mental awareness had surged dramatically. Or perhaps his spiritual strength had undergone a massive leap. Even with his eyes closed, Suta could now sense every detail of his small apartment. His body had developed a new organ one that could receive and process information before feeding it to his brain. and faintly, Suta heard someone calling his name. The voice echoed inside that illusory yet real space within his soul. Could this be what they call a divine realm? Suta closed his eyes and focused. Immediately, he became aware of a new, instinctive ability to immerse his consciousness into his soul space. Following this instinct, he took control of the space within himself. And suddenly, the voice calling his name grew louder. Suta sharpened his focus. Listening closely, a vivid image appeared in his mind. A stylishly dressed woman in her 20s stood outside an apartment door, glancing toward the security lock as she muttered, "Suta, that guy's turning into more and more of a shut-in. Hasn't stepped out in months. So sad." For plates of steamed goose heart, Suta, he immediately recognized her, was his neighbor. They were acquaintances, but their relationship was fairly indifferent. But hold on a second, was she really talking smack about him behind his back? How could she just casually roast him like that? Suta was so furious that he began to tremble. His entire body broke out in cold sweat in the middle of summer, his limbs turning ice cold. A moment later, he withdrew from the listening state and reopened his eyes. It seemed like he could disable this ability whenever he didn't want to hear anything. I can hear people calling my name, so this must be linked to faith? Suta suddenly felt intrigued. He immediately grabbed his system phone and tagged Kurumi. "Suta, Tokisaki Kurumi. Kurumi, try calling my name. Tokisaki Kurumi. Tokisaki Kurumi. Suta? Suta, not in the chat. I mean out loud, with your voice. Tokisaki Kurumi. Oh my Suta-kun, what a bold request. You wanted to call out to you? Tokisaki Kurumi. This kind of thing should be said in private, don't you think? Whatever voice you want to hear, I can do it. I'll make sure it tingles you to your very core, Suta. Altair, Rintosaka, Suta, you and the group members have this kind of relationship? Suta, don't misunderstand. Kurumi just likes to joke around. Suta, anyway, since you're all here, try calling my name. I just used the divine spark, and apparently, I can sense when someone calls me. Give it a shot, and let's see if I can hear it. Rin Tosaka, divine spark? Wait, you guys finished the mission? Suta blinked. Come to think of it, he and Kurumi had only discussed Hanjo Nia in the chat. They hadn't actually mentioned whether they had completed the mission. Suta, yeah, we finished it. Shiroyasha has already returned to her world. Altair, congratulations. Kurumi-san, your wish has finally been fulfilled. Tokisaki Kurumi, thank you. Tokisaki Kurumi, Altair. By the way, Altair, I have a request. Altair, what is it? Tokisaki Kurumi, I've received a solo rescue mission. To complete it, I need to deal with a guy named Isaac. He's the founder of DM Industries, which has been hunting spirits. Killing him alone won't change the bigger picture. So I'd rather just alter his memory and have him clean up DM from the inside. Tokisaki Kurumi, Altair, didn't you recently gain memory alteration abilities? Upload a few one-time use cards, and he'll buy them to test them out. Reading this, Suta felt speechless. He hadn't expected Kurumi to prioritize hunting down Isaac over finding Hanjo Nia. Had thought she was just joking before. But this decision was certainly efficient. DM's headquarters had a fixed location. Isaac's position was obvious. Compared to searching for Hanjo Nia, dealing with Isaac was much easier. It was the classic I can't solve the problem, so it'll just solve you instead approach. Suta silently mourned for Isaac. Not that he had any sympathy for the guy. Putting aside the 5 years of brutal torture Hanjo Nia endured, Isaac was also one of the masterminds responsible for over 100 million deaths. He could go to hell 1,000 times over, and it still wouldn't be enough. Altair, no problem. You've helped me before, Kurumi-san. So forget buying them, I'll just give you a few one-time use cards. Tokisaki Kurumi. No. If you personally hand them over, that counts as direct assistance, which violates the solo mission rules. Unless you had given them to me before the mission started, it won't work. Altair understood. Soon, Altair uploaded several memory alteration cards to the shop. Curious, Suta checked their price, 50 points per card. Kurumi bought 3. Tokisaki Kurumi, thanks. Oh, and Suta, I already called your name. Did you hear it? Rintosaka, I called 2. Altair, I called 3 times. Suta frowned slightly. 3 people had called him, yet he felt nothing. As expected, there were limitations. Suta, nothing. Looks like there's a range limit. I definitely can't sense calls from another world. Tokisaki Kurumi, my guess is that it's tied to your power level. You've only just obtained your divine spark, and haven't even gathered divine power yet. Your range is probably tiny, but this ability will likely evolve over time. Tokisaki Kurumi, anyway, I'm off to complete my mission. 085, did the villain just get taken out like that? Kurumi stopped messaging, and both Altair and Rin Tosaka also fell silent. The group chat went quiet once again. With only 7 members, it was normal for it to be a dead group most of the time. Suta put down his phone and sank in a deep thought. At this point, he had likely ignited his divine fire. That warm sensation in his body was probably the physical manifestation of it. Now, he had the ability to convert faith into divine power. To grow stronger, he needed to go out and gather faith. But using his real name while doing so, wouldn't that be way too embarrassing? For example, "Oh, Suta, who does not belong to this world. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray mist. You are the yellow-black king who governs fortune." Cough, cough. Suta borrowed from an existing example and imagined the scenario. Ultimately, he confirmed using his real name would indeed be ridiculously embarrassing. But if he used an alias, a secondary identity, system, if I create an alias, will I be able to hear people calling me by that name? Or if someone places their faith in my alias, will I still be able to collect that faith? Yes. As long as the identity has a direct causal link to you, whether it's an avatar or an alias, you will be able to receive the faith. What about listening to believers? Can I only hear them physically speaking? As your divine rank increases, your abilities as a deity will gradually strengthen. In the future, you will be able to directly perceive thoughts. If someone within your sensory range thinks about you, you will be able to sense it. Suta was slightly startled. This ability was broken. He could sense it whenever someone thought about him. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about enemies hiding from him. Does my sensing range also increase as my divine rank grows? Yes. What about my divine domain? Will it expand as my power grows? Yes. Through his conversation with the system, Suta gradually pieced together the finer details of his divine rank's abilities. This divine core, modified by the system, was completely different from the ones in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. It was basically just wearing a DD skin. Merging with the divine core hadn't instantly made Suta overpowered. Compared to before, his actual combat ability hadn't changed much. Since he wasn't a proper DD god, he didn't suddenly become omnipotent, looking down on mortals as ants. He had to start from scratch and slowly level up. Right now, he didn't even have a divine authority or any followers. Without these 2 essential methods of gathering divine power, it was obvious he wouldn't be strong anytime soon. With a rank 0 divine core, I guess I'm just a quasi-god at this point. Suta estimated his current level. Rank 0 divine spark quasi-god. Ranks 1 to 5 demigod, weak divine power. Ranks 6 to 10 lesser god, low divine power. Ranks 11 to 15 intermediate god, moderate divine power. Ranks 16 to 20 greater god, high divine power. As for anything beyond that, there was no reference. The system told him that if he ever managed to ascend past this scale, he could name his own rank, whether it be Supreme Divine Power or God of Gods. It was up to him. Beyond that? Well, that was way too distant a concern for now. Faith, huh? Suta imagined himself wandering through different worlds, playing the role of a fraudulent priest to trick people into worshiping him. For a modified god like him, who had neither divine power nor divine authority, he was basically a weakling. So he had to start gathering faith as soon as possible and get through this stealth growth phase quickly. Once he accumulated enough divine power to form his first divine authority, he would finally be able to stand out. Speaking of which, White Demon's proposal is actually worth considering. Suta suddenly remembered Shiroyashi's previous invitation asking him to join Arcadia and help take care of the struggling community. Well, more specifically, to help take care of the kids. Shiroyasha probably made the suggestion because she saw that he had a lot of free time and lacked opportunities to gather faith. My blood and saliva both have healing properties. If I pretend to be a god of healing and trick some kids into becoming my believers, that could work. Resting his chin on his hand, Souta began contemplating. Of course, he didn't have to collect faith in Little Garden. For example, in Black Bullet, there was an entire horde of little Lolas waiting to be saved. If he stepped in and took action, he could trick them into becoming his followers and establish a cult of lowly believers. Cough, cough, a religion of salvation. And besides Black Bullet, there was another viable option 6000 years ago in the world of Discord, aka the setting of No Game, No Life, 0. Various anime worlds flashed through Souta's mind. Thinking about it made him drowsy. Now that he considered it, aside from sleeping in the Monogatari world, he hadn't gotten any proper rest this whole time. Even though he was undying, immortal, some habits weren't so easily broken. Following his exhaustion, Souta returned to his long-neglected bedroom and lay down. The next day, noon Souta slept in until he woke up naturally. The moment he opened his eyes, his system phone vibrated, shaking off the last remnants of his drowsiness. After a quick wash in a bathroom, he picked up his phone and checked the group chat. But for some reason, Mio showed up. She seemed to recognize me as one of the people who knocked her out before and wanted to fight me. Altair, with Shiroyasha's attack cards. Mio Takamiya shouldn't have been able to do anything to you, right? Tokisaki Kurumi. Shiroyasha's attack cards don't work on Mio Takamiya. I used 2 of them, and she blocked both. I had to use a preloaded 12th bullet to escape while she was defending. Altair, huh? Why wouldn't Shiroyasha's attack cards work? Tokisaki Kurumi. I have no idea. I asked Shiroyasha about it this morning, but she seems busy and hasn't responded yet. Upon reading this, Souta's eyes widened in surprise. Shiroyasha's attack cards didn't work on Mio Takamiya? That didn't make sense. If they didn't work, then how had Shiroyasha managed to instantly subdue Mio before bagging her head and beating her senseless? Tokisaki Kurumi, Souta. Souta, do you have any combat data on Mio Takamiya? Souta, I don't remember exactly. Let me check. Tokisaki Kurumi, finally. What took you so long? Souta, I was sleeping and didn't see your messages. After briefly explaining, Souta set his phone down and prepared to look up Mio Takamiya's information again. But then, he suddenly froze. His iPhone had been given to Shiroyasha. His laptop had been lent to Shinobu. Souta was momentarily at a loss. For the first time, he realized he had no way to go online. 086. So, I guess building a Gundam is out of the question. Souta found himself in an unfortunate predicament. He had Wi-Fi, but no device to access the internet. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had the ability to create matter. Although he had obtained this ability from Shinobu, his version was actually more powerful in terms of versatility. For example, Shinobu couldn't create antimatter, but he could. Souta hadn't tested this himself, he had simply confirmed it with the system. Any conceptual ability he extracted from the members of the friend group would have a more complete version in his possession. Things the original user couldn't do, he could. Of course, this came with both advantages and disadvantages. For instance, Tokisaki Kurumi could manipulate time by spending time using her angel, Zafkiel. However, Souta had to consume energy in order to interfere with time. If I use my matter creation ability, I should be able to make a laptop or a phone, right? Souta muttered to himself, somewhat unsure. After all, he wasn't certain if creating such intricate tools required an understanding of their inner workings. Probably not. Shinobu had managed to create a Nintendo DS, and she was a goofy vampire who only cared about eating donuts. She definitely didn't understand how a gaming console was constructed. Forget construction, if you gave her a simple calculus problem, she'd probably scratch her head in frustration. Yet, she was still able to create a gaming console. It was probably based on her impression of it. If Souta recalled correctly, Koyomi Araragi had borrowed a Nintendo DS from Hideko Sengoku. Shinobu had likely played around with one during that time, and after forming a mental image of it, she was able to recreate it using her matter creation ability. Impression. Ooh, let's give it a try. Suda decided to test it out. He had a very clear impression of his old laptop after all. He had used it to write code for 2 years. Raising both hands, he focused his mind on recalling every detail of his laptop, its functions, its appearance, how it felt in his hands. His matter creation ability activated. The air between his hands rippled slightly. And then, nothing appeared. All right, it wasn't that simple after all. Suda could clearly feel that he didn't have enough energy to create a laptop. Wait a second, my energy capacity should be more than enough to create something of this mass. Could it be? A thought struck him: the more complex an object is, the more energy is required to create it. If that were the case, then maybe a portion of his energy was being used to draw upon the information of that object's existence within the world, which would explain why Shinobu was able to create a gaming console despite not knowing its internal structure. The world's information filled in the gaps for her. With this in mind, Suda decided to lower the difficulty and attempt to create a smartphone instead. This time, he succeeded. A brand new smartphone materialized in his hands. Suda then created a charging cable and a charger to go with it. It didn't have a SIM card, but with Wi-Fi at home, he had no issue accessing the internet. He connected to the router, quickly got assigned a private network address, and opened a browser to search for information on Mio Takamiya. When he first helped Kurumi, he had rushed through the later volumes of Date Alive to get familiar with the story. But at the time, he was speed reading to absorb the plot quickly. He hadn't paid much attention to the finer details. He knew Mio Takamiya was insanely strong, but he wasn't sure exactly how strong. After thoroughly researching her data this time, he finally understood. Mio Takamiya's second angel allowed her to unleash an arbitrary territory. An arbitrary territory was a special space where the rules of reality could be altered at will. The user could reshape its functions based on their own desires. To put it simply, it was basically a low-tier version of reality warping. Of course, it wasn't true reality warping. If she could truly alter reality however she wanted, she would have just resurrected Shinji Takamiya and made him immortal, which would have prevented all the chaos in the first place. At her full power before splitting off her Sapphire Crystal, Mio Takamiya could expand her arbitrary territory to cover the entire Earth. In other words, if she wanted to, she could destroy the Earth. What? No. Destroy the Earth's surface? Either way, she was ridiculously strong. Staring at the screen, Suda was genuinely shocked. Hold on. At full strength, wouldn't Mio Takamiya rank among the top-tier 4-digit beings in Little Garden? Even though she's weaker now, she's still insanely powerful. So how the hell did Shiroyasha manage to knock her out instantly with a sneak attack? Could it be that Mio Takamiya hadn't had time to activate her angel before getting hit? That was actually very likely. In Little Garden, 4-digit beings weren't that strong. For example, Saurian Demon King, one of the top-tier 4-digit beings, was already at the peak of his tier. Only monsters like Bull Demon King surpassed him. Saurian Demon King's attacks were roughly continent level. His punches could match a stellar breath capable of forming landmasses from ocean currents. Even then, it wasn't until he activated Host Master Authority, boosted his spirit rank, and used a lunar dragon skill that he reached the level of controlling a moon-sized celestial dragon. In that state, he probably had enough power to destroy the Earth. Comparing that to Mio Takamiya's ability to cover the Earth with her arbitrary territory, it was difficult to determine who was stronger. As for Shiroyasha, a 4-digit being herself, even if she was stronger than Saurian Demon King, it was likely due to her versatile abilities rather than raw power. After all, she had once been part of the authority of full rights. Based on this logic, Shiroyasha fighting a weakened Mio Takamiya would make sense, but instantly knocking her out? That probably happened because Mio didn't have time to react. Just like Kurumi, who had to summon her angel, absorb the time numbers from its clock, and then fire a bullet to manipulate time. In other words, it took way too long. Suda, Tokisaki Kurumi. I found a reason why the attack cards didn't work. Take a look. He uploaded the intel he found on Mio Takamiya to the group chat. Almost immediately, the chat became lively. Tokisaki Kurumi. Just avoid Mio Takamiya for now. You can time travel, she won't be able to track you. Rin Tosaka, wait. Destroying a planet. Isn't that a bit much? Altair. According to Souta's data, she might not be able to fully destroy a planet, but she could definitely wipe out the surface. Souta. Rin Tosaka. Your world has people like that too. Why are you so shocked? Rin Tosaka? Rin Tosaka. Who? Souta. The guy who spams photon ray. Great deity, Shiroyasha. That little girl could do all that? 087. Mio Takamiya. Go ahead and kill if you can change history. I'll admit defeat. Seeing Shiroyasha finally respond, Souta was a little surprised. Kurumi had tagged her earlier, but she hadn't replied. Souta had assumed she was busy rescuing Canaria. Souta, Shiroyasha, you're finally here. Were you busy earlier? Great deity Shiroyasha. Of course. Unlike you idle folks. I have tons of work to handle, every day. Souta, but whenever I see you teasing Black Rabbit, you always seem pretty free. Great deity Shiroyasha. That's a misunderstanding on your part. I have to patrol over 5,000 boundary gates weekly, suppress rogue monsters in various outer gates, process a massive number of land allocation documents for different communities, and review upgrade applications for many groups. On top of that, I'm constantly invited to gatherings and summits. Why get busy? I barely have time to breathe. Tokisaki Kurumi. Huh. So Shiroyasha is actually this competent? That's surprising. Great deity, Shiroyasha. What's with that doubting tone? Tokisaki Kurumi. I can't help it. The impression you give me is a little peculiar. Souta. By the way, Shiroyasha. Have you gone to save Canaria yet? Great deity Shiroyasha. Not yet. I haven't finished reading the novel I downloaded. Once I'm done and have all the details, I'll take action. Souta, wait a second. Aren't you worried that Azaoi might arrive in Little Garden soon and make Canaria's death an observed fact? If that happens, she can't be saved anymore. In Little Garden, once the Central Network observes the disappearance of spirit rank, it becomes a true death. If that happened, Little Garden would no longer be able to locate Canaria's existence in any timeline. Even using a traversal card to pinpoint her location wouldn't help because even if they found her, they wouldn't be able to bring her back to Little Garden. Since Little Garden had already recorded her as deceased, forcibly bringing her back might trigger a complete erasure by the Central Network. This was likely why Indra and the others had later found Canaria's location, but ultimately chose not to bring her back. Great deity, Shiroyasha. Those 3 humans won't be arriving anytime soon. Based on my calculations from the novel's timeline, we still have a few months left. Great deity, Shiroyasha. Oh, by the way, I skimmed through your chat logs and got the gist of what's going on. Since that little girl Mio Takamiya has such abilities, it makes sense why my attack cards didn't work on her. I didn't use much power when creating them, after all. Souta, then how did you subdue her before? Great deity, Shiroyasha. I didn't think she was all that strong back then. She was far from the level you described in your data. And since her ultimate move relies on an angel and isn't an inherent ability, it means she can't activate it instantly at will. That's why it was easy for me to take her down in a split second. Great deity, Shiroyasha. Crap. That annoying store clerk is nagging me to process more documents again. We'll talk later. Shiroyasha quickly fell silent again. At that moment, Souta finally realized she really was incredibly busy. Tokisaki Kurumi. Oh, right, Souta. I forgot to tell you something. Souta. What is it? Tokisaki Kurumi. Someone turned our timeline-hopping rescue missions into a manga and published it. And the worst part? The 3 main characters use our real names. Tokisaki Kurumi, Yumi, and Shiroyasha, and they turned it into some love triangle filled with absurdly dramatic romance. Souta, this has Hanjo Nia written all over it. Only her angel could investigate things so thoroughly. Hanjo Nia's angel had no combat ability, but its intelligence-gathering capabilities were extremely bizarre. In terms of information acquisition, it was essentially omniscient. Of course, this omniscience was just a metaphor, it wasn't true omniscience. After all, true omniscience would mean knowing how to achieve omnipotence. And omniscience and omnipotence are considered equivalent concepts. If Hanjo Nia truly had that kind of power, she wouldn't have been captured and tortured. Tokisaki Kurumi. I'm guessing Shiroyashi's habit of dumping tens of thousands of people into the world now and then must have piqued Nia's curiosity. She probably used her angel to look into the true history. Souta. Then she must know you saved her. She'll probably come find you to thank you sooner or later. Souta, by the way, is Mio Takamiya still after you? Tokisaki Kurumi. No. I traveled back to 5 years before the story began, and she was gone again. It seems like she only went after me on a whim. Souta. Then let's put Mio Takamiya aside for now. We'll confront her when we're strong enough. Souta wasn't in a hurry about this at all. After all, with Kurumi's time travel abilities, they could always go back in time and change history indefinitely. Under these conditions, Mio Takamiya would never be able to permanently kill a spirit and retrieve their sapphire crystal. Since the situation wasn't urgent, they could deal with it when they felt like it, like taking a vacation. Souta. Kurumi, are you free these days? Tokisaki Kurumi. Why do you ask? Souta. Since I fuse with the divine core, am planning to collect faith. I've picked out a few suitable worlds to establish followers. But since I'm not very strong yet, I need someone to back me up in case things go wrong. In terms of power, Souta was probably the weakest member in the chat group. He couldn't even beat Altair. Wait, no. Now that Rin Tosaka and Ilya had joined, Altair wasn't the weakest anymore. So now, his power ranking was third from the bottom. He was pretty sure he could beat Rin and Ilya as long as their servants weren't involved. Souta desperately wanted to level up his strength. Otherwise, he'd keep relying on others to carry him, and that was honestly kind of embarrassing. Souta, Kurumi, are you free? If so, help me out. If not, I'll ask Altair. Shinobu was busy with her mission otherwise. She would have been a good choice. Souta was certain that she wouldn't refuse him. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of closeness to Shinobu. Maybe it was a lingering effect from their past master-servant bond. Somewhere deep in his subconscious, he still saw Shinobu as family. Tokisaki Kurumi, of course. Souta, come pick me up. Altair is way too busy to help you. Altair? Actually, I'm not busy. I've already handled Setsuna's identity and housing. Her life is stable now, so I have nothing to do. Altair, Souta, I can back you up. When do we leave? Tokisaki Kurumi, Altair. No, you're very busy, Altair. I'll go instead. Altair, huh? But I'm not busy. Tokisaki Kurumi, you are very busy. Altair. Souta, putting his phone down. Souta twitched at the corner of his eye. He never expected Kurumi to be this assertive. 088. A date after finalizing his plans with Kurumi, Souta quickly set off for the date, a live world. As soon as he arrived, he looked around. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright reflections on the polished floor. The surface gleamed like a mirror, and the refracted light was a bit dazzling. A sense of familiarity struck Souta, and after thinking for a moment, he recognized the place. It was the same cafe where he first met Kurumi. Seriously, this place is basically turning into my fixed teleportation point. At that moment, he heard the sound of delicate footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Kurumi approaching from behind. The moment she spotted him, she naturally wrapped her arms around his and led him to a seat by the window. This is 30 years in the future, right? When did you come back? After pulling out his chair and sitting down, Souta casually asked Kurumi. After confirming that Mio Takamiya had disappeared again, I used Bullet 11 to return from 5 years ago. I couldn't stay in the past forever, after all. In that timeline, I had already left the neighboring world, and if I ran into myself, it might cause some unwanted consequences. Kurumi explained. The afternoon sunlight cast a warm glow on her face, the golden radiance making her skin appear almost translucent. Today, she wasn't wearing her usual ponytail. Her long, Silky hair cascaded naturally down her back, and her black and white Gothic dress gave her an air of elegance and nobility, like an untouchable flower on a high peak. Suta's gaze landed on the small red flower pinned to her hair by a ribbon. It was inexplicably cute. Sensing his stare, Kurumi smiled and asked, "I tried a different style today. Does it look good?" "Yeah, it suits you perfectly." Suta nodded appreciatively. "I picked this outfit just for you. It seems like you really enjoy seeing me in dresses." Kurumi added, "Well, it's not like I've ever seen you or anything else. Except for that school uniform from 28 years ago. How about wearing some lingerie for a change?" Kurumi turned her gaze outside the window, watching the pedestrians passing by. Then she suddenly said, "The people from Tokyo and Kanagawa, the ones we sent overseas, have all returned, with the help of support organizations." "They're back?" Suta instinctively glanced at the people walking by and murmured, "It's been 30 years. So much has changed. I wonder if they'll be able to adapt to this new city." "Suta, this is a good thing. That's how I've always seen it. Whether they can adapt or not is their concern, not ours." Kurumi's tone was serious as she continued. "The people whom Mio Takamiya used to refine sapphire crystals are now living well. The ones we saved from Eurasian sky disaster are also alive and well in this world. There was some unrest at first, but everything has been moving in a positive direction." Her golden eyes locked onto his, filled with sincerity. "Thank you, Suta. You helped me fulfill my long-standing wish." "No, nay, I'm not finished yet." Kurumi interrupted him, then continued, "But, Suta, you also indirectly caused a little problem for me." "Huh?" Suta was surprised. "What problem?" Kurumi rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with a slight pout and a teasing tone. "I've lost my purpose in life. I don't even know what to do next. Suta-kun, you have to take responsibility for this." Suta scratched his cheek. "Well, there's still the matter with Mio Takamiya." Kurumi smiled sweetly at him. "Now's not the time to bring up another woman's name. Fine. He'll take responsibility." Suta sighed, but rather than exasperation, his face held more amusement than anything else. "So, how do you want me to take responsibility?" "I want you to go on dates with me when I feel like it." Kurumi reached out her right hand to him and said, "Starting now, come take a walk with me." Suta looked at her delicate hand before taking it in his. Kurumi effortlessly laced her slender fingers through his, entwining them firmly. "This way feels more comfortable. You're not allowed to let go, okay?" she said playfully before pulling him along, walking out of the cafe and onto the bustling street. Kurumi held his hand tightly, as if her grip reflected her slightly nervous emotions. But Suta's cooperation eased her tension a little. As they strolled, they chatted casually. "By the way, now that you're back in this timeline, have you visited your friend Yamauchi Sawa?" "Sawa, huh?" Kurumi's expression turned somewhat melancholic. "What happened to her?" Suta asked. "She asked me to absorb the remaining lifespan she had gained from the life extension card she used back then." "Huh? You mean the card I gave her?" "Why?" Suta was surprised. Was there really someone who could be so indifferent to immortality? Because Kurumi's eyes held a complex emotion. She wanted to grow old with her family at a normal pace. If she didn't, she would eventually become isolated and alone. She spoke with a faint sadness in her voice. In the end, she chose her family and left me behind once again. She just chose to live as an ordinary person. She never said she was cutting ties with you. Suta reminded her. You can still visit her anytime, but it won't be the same as before. I guess I'm the only one whose time is stuck in the past. Kurumi was still conflicted about it. For her, 30 years had passed in an instant, while Yamauchi-sawa had experienced them all. It was natural that a gap had formed. Suta gently squeezed her hand and patted her shoulder with his other hand. This just means you're sentimental. That's a good thing, Kurumi. And actually, you don't need to be so sad. Think about it, you're different from normal people. You're the spirit of time, Time Emperor. Meeting her gaze, he continued, with the unlimited time I've given you, you can always go back and revisit the past. If you ever miss the days when you and Sawa were best friends, just time travel back 28 years and spend time with her again. For you, time isn't a barrier, doesn't have any real meaning, does it? Kurumi blinked in surprise, then let out a small, amused smile. Suta's way of thinking was as loophole-abusing and rule-breaking as ever. Shaking her head, she murmured, "No, clinging to the past too much isn't a good thing." Then, without warning, she leaned in and nestled her head against his chest. "Right now, having you is enough," she whispered softly. 089. What I mean is just, meaning Suta didn't immediately return to the real world. Instead, he stayed in the Data Live world for a few more days with Kurumi. Thanks to Isaac's memory modification, DEM Industries had completely abandoned its policy of hunting down spirits and was now functioning as a legitimate company. Aside from supplying manifestation devices to AST and military forces worldwide, DEM had even started expanding into construction and had founded the world's largest charity organization. Upon learning this, Suta couldn't help but feel both amused and speechless. Isaac, the great villain, has now gone so far down the path of virtue that there's no turning back. Since his personality had been fundamentally rewritten, it was practically the same as killing him once. But Suta didn't find this particularly difficult to accept. His sense of morality was that of an ordinary person, neither excessively kind nor needlessly cruel. For example, he would never feel compassion for bandits who pillaged, murdered, or committed heinous crimes. If he encountered such people, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Want redemption? Sure. But first, how about you die a few times, and then we'll talk? Isaac reminded Suta of a well-known character from the Fate universe, Kirai Kodomine. The two shared a very distinct similarity. They both had PhDs in human suffering. Watching people suffer and die genuinely brought them joy. 30 years ago, when a human military wiped out the village of magicians, the only ones who felt outrage were probably Elliot Baldwin Woodman and Ellen Mira Mathers. As for Isaac, not only was he not angry about his fellow villagers' deaths, he was delighted, because humanity had given him a reason for revenge, because he now had a righteous cause to justify his slaughter. He didn't actually care about revenge, he simply enjoyed killing. I have to admit, Altair's memory modification card really works wonders. Suta muttered while reviewing DEM's current status. There were other beings in this world who could manipulate memories, such as Mio Takamiya and Hashimiya Makuro. Mio could erase memories. Makuro could seal memories. But neither of them could freely rewrite them. This was a strange limitation in the power system. Spirits were strong enough to destroy worlds. Yet they lacked simple abilities to manipulate the minds of ordinary people. As for the arbitrary territory, Suta wasn't sure if it could alter memories. Hanjonia had her 5 years of torture sealed away, but it was only sealed, not rewritten. If memories could be rewritten, then reverting her back to normal would have been a trivial matter. For this reason, Suta wasn't worried about Ellen using arbitrary territory to restore Isaac's memories. With Isaac no longer a villain, no one was after Kurumi anymore. Now, she could freely reunite with her parents. Unlike Yamauchi Sawa, who chose to age normally, Kurumi's parents gladly accepted the lifespan card that Suta gifted them. Their reasoning was simple. Well, live for now, and when we no longer want to, we'll decide what to do then. Suta stayed at Kurumi's home for a few days, and their time together was surprisingly harmonious. After that, Kurumi reversed her parents' aging, turning them young again. And just like that, they quit their jobs and set off on a journey to travel the world. With nothing else holding them back, Suta and Kurumi returned to the real world. Back in the real world, inside his rented apartment, Suta sat on the sofa, browsing through information on his phone. Kurumi, after preparing some tea for him, asked, "So, Suta, have you decided which world you'll visit to gather faith?" "I've already picked a few worlds. I plan to visit them all, but I haven't decided which one to go to first." Suta handed his phone to Kurumi. During the 2 months she spent in the real world with Suta, she had attempted to learn it. But it was too difficult. "For example, what do you mean?" "Not enough meaning. Just a small gesture." "That's interesting." "Excuse me." And the ultimate headache. "What I mean is just to show some meaning." A single meaning joke was enough to make her give up. "Yeah, I guess it's a bit difficult. Suta pondered for a moment before saying, if we ever go to the Campione world and slay a god, we could gain Pandora's blessing and be reborn as a Campione. That would grant us the language of 1,000-tongue skill, making it possible to learn any language in minutes. Campione, gods can be killed? Kurumi immediately thought of Shiroyasha and was stunned. Going somewhere that dangerous, wouldn't that be risky? Noticing her expression, Suta smirked and reassured her, I'm not talking about gods like Shiroyasha. Different worlds have different power levels. Even if they're called gods, they can still be weak. Shiroyasha, for example, is quite powerful. And don't forget she calls herself a demon god because she lowered her own spirit rank. Her true nature is a star spirit. Kurumi thought for a moment and then asked, so, you're saying there's a world where slaying gods grants benefits? And the gods there aren't that strong? Well, strong depends on what you compare them to. Suta recalled the Campione, world's heretic gods, and explained, if you compare them to Shiroyasha or Mio Takamiya, then no, they're not strong at all. In fact, if we work together, we might even be able to kill one. And he wasn't exaggerating. It would be like fighting old Piccolo from Dragon Ball. If Kurumi prepared Bullet 7 in advance, Suta could land the first attack, and they could take turns using time-stop abilities to lock down a heretic god. After that, all they had to do was figure out a way to kill an immobilized god. Considering that in the Campione world, Sun Wukong was almost burned to death by atmospheric reentry, it was clear that gods there weren't invincible. A mere 1,000 to 2,000 degrees Celsius was enough to threaten them. And Suta could create antimatter. If I can generate antimatter, then I should be able to pull this off. Suddenly, he felt a strong temptation. Should I go to the Campione world and slay a god for some authorities? After all, authorities could be nurtured into divine authorities. God slaying, huh? Suta was genuinely interested now. Of course. For now, he still had to focus on gathering faith. If you can't read it, he'll explain. Suta told Kurumi, I've selected the worlds of Akame Ga Kill, Black Bullet, No Game No Life Zero, and FGO Absolute Demonic Front, Babylonia. I plan to visit them all, but I haven't decided which one to go to first. After introducing each world, Kurumi frowned slightly. Black Bullet. Isn't that a modern world? It doesn't seem suitable for faith gathering. She believed that modern societies weren't ideal for creating religions. After all, with today's information explosion, feudal superstitions had long since been debunked. If they tried establishing a religion, they might just get reported to the authorities and labeled as criminals. 090, Musin, afraid of the sun, a modern society won't work, right? Kurumi asked. No, Suta shook his head. You shouldn't overestimate the intelligence of modern people. Besides, he explained, Black Bullet is a post-apocalyptic world. The young girls there live in utter despair. In such conditions, faith is incredibly easy to manipulate. Young? Easy to manipulate? Kurumi picked up on the keywords and gave him a scrutinizing look. If Suta had any improper tendencies, she would personally correct him, and if that correction failed, she would simply use Bullet 8 to materialize a younger version of herself. No way was she letting him mess around with others. Cough. No, that's not what I meant. Suta quickly rephrased. I mean that the children in that world are discriminated against and live in constant suffering. They are truly pitiful. I want to use my power to help them, but since my strength is limited, I need to gather their faith to convert it into divine power. By helping each other, we can create a better environment for them to live in. Sometimes, how you phrase something completely changes how it is perceived. For example, if you say, the girl I like is lying in another man's arms, people will sympathize with you. But if you say, I like lying in the arms of another man's girl, you're just asking to get punched. Sure enough, Kurumi's expression softened, gathering faith while saving lives. That's actually a good plan. But for the initial phase, I'd recommend choosing Akame Ga Kill instead. After making her suggestion, she elaborated. In Akame Ga Kill, there's already an established path of peace religious organization. If we can take over, We won't have to start a new religion from scratch. That would make things a lot easier. That would indeed be more convenient. But there are pros and cons. Akame Ga Kill is far more dangerous than Black Bullet. So we need to factor that in. Suda fell in a deep thought. No Game No Life and FGO Absolute Demonic Front were best left for later when he had more power. Between Black Bullet and Akame Ga Kill, which one should he start with? Just then, his system phone vibrated. 7th friend invitation sent, 8th friend invitation sent. The system's voice rang in Suda's mind. Kurumi also received the notification. The two exchanged glances before picking up their phones to check the group. 2 new names had appeared on the friend group member list. Chelsea Tanjiro Kamadu, Tokusaki Kurumi. Chelsea Tanjiro Kamadu, welcome, newcomers. The system is explained in detail in the group announcement. Any questions you have will likely be answered there, so go take a look. Altair. Another 2 invitations at once, huh? Looks like this will be the pattern going forward. Altair. Suda, by the way, weren't you planning to gather faith? How's that going? I'm quite curious about the properties of the divine spark you're trying to convert. Suda. I was still deciding on a location, but now I've made up my mind. Coincidentally, it's related to our new members. Tokusaki Kurumi. A coincidence? Does this mean it's connected to the newcomers? Altairo, are you heading to the new members' worlds? Suda glanced at Kurumi, a little surprised at her sharp intuition. Sensing his gaze, Kurumi smiled. You recognize the newcomers' identities? Yes, Suda nodded. These 2 likely didn't provide nicknames to the system, so it used their real names. And I happen to recognize both of them. How can you be so sure? Well, how should I put it? Their worlds have low technological development, or rather, their technological trees are a bit skewed. They don't have mobile phones or similar communication tools. Suda explained. If something unfamiliar suddenly appeared and asked for their names, most people wouldn't respond. Tanjiro Kamadu was undoubtedly the protagonist of Demon Slayer. The idea that someone from another world just happened to have that name was way too much of a coincidence. Suda didn't believe in such odds. At this moment, he felt a little emotional. Finally, there's another male member in the group. Not that he ever had a problem with it, but it wasn't like he saw the chat group as his personal harem or anything. And Tanjiro was actually someone he respected. Becoming friends with him sounds pretty great, honestly. However, Suda was more focused on Chelsea. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the needle girl from Akame Ga Kill, the one whose severed head was impaled on a pole by Kiro. Of course, since she had been chosen by the system, it meant she was still alive. The only question was which point in time had she been taken from? Suda, Altair. Yep, the newcomer's worlds match my criteria perfectly. Now I won't have to spend points on a traversal card. Suda, Chelsea, have you read the announcement? If you have, please reply. No response. Neither Chelsea nor Tanjiro Kamadu said a word. Suda sighed inwardly, but quickly shrugged it off. They were probably wary of the system phone. After all, they came from eras without such technology. Being cautious and observing for now was a natural reaction. Rinto Saka. So we have more new members now, huh? Rinto Saka. By the way, do you know what's going to happen to me in the upcoming Holy Grail War? Suda, yes. I actually forgot to tell you the Greater Grail in Fuyuki City has been corrupted by humanity's malice. It's filled with dark magical energy that brings disaster rather than granting wishes. The massive fire that engulfed Fuyuki City? That was caused by the Grail. Rinto Saka. Rinto Saka, wait. That's extremely important information. Why didn't you say anything earlier? The Holy Grail War is about to start. Suda, I've been busy with missions and completely forgot about it. Rinto Saka, can you tell me everything that's going to happen? I'll owe you one. Suda, that's fine, but I don't remember every little detail. How about you come over and see for yourself? Suda, if you come here, I can make a phone for you and download all the information. You can take it back and study it at your own pace. Tokusaki Kurumi. Ilias Veal von Einsburn. I want one too. Ilias Veal von Einsburn. I want to know what happens in the future too. Suda, oh? Ilya, does that mean you finally believe in the system? Ilias Veal von Einsburn, dont underestimate me. After all this time, I've already figured out what's real and what's not. Suta. All right then. Why don't you both come together? ITLL. Be more convenient. Rinto Saka. No way. I refuse to work alongside an Einsburn. Suta. You don't need to be so guarded. Ilias summoned her servant 2 months early if she wanted to. She could come over and take you out right now. There's no point in being paranoid. Rin Tosaka. 091. You just want to hug them hentai. Rin Tosaka, wait. She summoned her servant 2 months early? That's totally cheating. At that moment, far away in Fuyuki City, Rin Tosaka suddenly felt the urge to run. The bounded field around the Tosaka residence couldn't block a servant. However, the Holy Grail War hadn't started yet. All the masters had yet to summon their servants. So logically speaking, no one would be stupid enough to eliminate a member of the 3 founding families before the war even began. Right? Suta, don't worry. Group members can't inflict lethal attacks on each other. Even if they have grudges, the worst they can do is annoy each other like slapping someone or stripping them and hanging them up for public humiliation or something. Iliasville, eh? That actually sounds kind of fun. Rinto Saka. Rinto Saka. Suta, if anything happens to me, it's definitely your fault. Suta, I was just joking. Rinto Saka. Yeah, but she's not taking it as a joke. I bet she's already drafting up a plan. Iliasville. As expected of you, Rin. You figured it out so quickly. Seeing this exchange, Suta scratched his cheek. Wait, is she actually planning something? But why? These two don't even have a grudge against each other. And why is this my fault again? Suta. So, when you two want to come over, let me know, and I'll pick you up. Just a heads up, the system requires female group members to hug the group leader in order to cross into the real world. If you don't believe me, ask the system yourself. I'm not making this up just to take advantage of you. Rinto Saka. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Iliasville. Big brother, Oni-chan. Do you want to hug me? Big brother? You're 18. Why are you still using such a cute voice? Suta roasted her in his mind, but of course, didn't say it out loud. Suta, it's just a rule for crossing worlds. If you're uncomfortable with it, that's fine. I'll look up the information you need and post it in the group chat. Iliasville. A hug is no problem. Big brother, come over now. Iliasville has invited you to her world. Accept? Suta blinked. Wow, this legal lowly really doesn't hesitate. Suta, Rinto Saka, when do you want to come over? If you're coming too, they'll pick up Ilya first, then head over to find you. Suta, wait. Actually, never mind. I should pick you up one at a time. Rinto Saka. Huh? Why? Suta, I just remembered Ilya's castle is really far from Fuyuki City's downtown area. Even by car. It takes an hour to get there. If I bring her with me to find you, would have to walk for hours. Nah, forget it. I'm too lazy to walk that far. Rinto Saka. Suta, when the time comes, just send me an invitation and it'll teleport directly to you. After sending the message, Suta suddenly realized something. If 2 group members were in the same world, who would he be teleported to when traveling there? He asked the system and quickly got an answer. Whoever you're thinking about at the time will determine your arrival point. Rinto Saka. Sending an invite is fine, but are you sure Iliasville won't attack me? She has a servant that's way too dangerous. Suta, don't worry. If anything happens, they'll protect you. Rinto Saka. I remember you're not that strong, right? Suta instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the energy coursing through his body. Wait, am I really seen as the weakest one in the group? That's not okay. I'm a group leader. How can I have no authority? That's just embarrassing. But then again, can I actually fight Ilya's servant, Berserker? According to early interviews, Berserker's strength was roughly on par with lifting a steamroller. But then Archer EMIYA, with just a D-rank strength stat, managed to obliterate the Matu residents in one punch. Frankly speaking, the power scaling was all over the place. Suta wasn't entirely sure if his immortality, time manipulation, antimatter creation, and ash-level regeneration would allow him to at least go even with one of the weaker servants. Suta, Kurumi is with me too. You don't have to worry at all. Rinto Saka, fine. I guess I'll have to meet her sooner or later, so I might as well get it over with. After some thought, Rin decided there was no point in running away. Ilya lived just outside Fuyuki City in that massive castle. If she really wanted to make a move, Rin couldn't escape anyway. She'd have to leave the entire city to avoid her. Rin Tosaka has invited you to her world. Accept? The system notification popped up. Unlike friend invitations, world invitations didn't expire, so Souta wasn't in a hurry to accept. Setting his phone down, he reached for his teacup, but then he noticed Kurumi staring at him intently. HM? Souta turned his head. What's wrong? I'm wondering about something. What is it? Kurumi gave him a puzzled look. Why don't you just make 2 phones, download all the information, and send them over? Wouldn't that save you the trouble of bringing them to the real world? Or could it be that you just want an excuse to hug them? Damn, why didn't he think of that? Wait a second. Was I subconsciously just looking for an excuse to hug them? Faced with Kurumi's piercing gaze, Souta felt a little awkward. He quickly said, I didn't think of that. They'll tell them now, so they don't have to come over. Forget it. Kurumi shook her head, no longer pressing the issue. With a soft smile, she said, we've already agreed on it, and they might want to see the real world anyway. It'd be awkward to change plans now. She was incredibly understanding, gracious, even. It's good for group members to meet in person. Besides, I'd like to see what they're like. All right, they'll go with your decision. Souta nodded. For some reason, Kurumi seemed especially radiant today. I really want to hug her. Arrival in Fuyuki City. This isn't the Einsburn Castle. After the teleportation ended, Souta glanced around. He was standing on an empty road beside a mountain slope covered in tall grass and scattered trees. Ilya isn't at the castle? He muttered to himself. He wasn't worried about danger, so he didn't bring Kurumi along, even though the Fate world had 2 major counterforces. The system's direct insertion method should be able to bypass them. And even if it couldn't, Souta had cellular-level regeneration, ash-level reconstruction, and antimatter manipulation. No matter who the counterforce sent after him, he was confident he could escape back to the real world. Just then, is it you, Big Brother? A small figure emerged from behind the trees, stepping over fallen leaves. 092. There are quite a lot of lollicons in the anime world. Souta turned toward the sound of dry leaves being crushed underfoot. A small figure appeared within his field of vision. It was a young girl with delicate, doll-like features, as if she had stepped out of a painting. She wore a purple dress, and her long silver hair cascaded down naturally. A deep violet hat rested atop her head, adding a sense of dignity to her youthful face. As Souta looked at this childlike figure, he immediately recognized her Iliasville von Einsburn. Her appearance was deceptive. No one would ever guess that this little girl was actually 18 years old. Due to numerous unnatural magical modifications made while she was still in the womb, her growth had been severely stunted. In fact, she had completely stopped developing before reaching puberty. As a result, despite being a young woman, her body and appearance had remained frozen at around 9 years old. Is that you, Big Brother? Ilya asked in a sweet, childlike voice. Yeah, Souta nodded, holding up his system phone. Just call me Souta. By the way, why aren't you at the castle? I was planning to go into town today, Ilya replied casually. Hearing this, Souta suddenly remembered Ilya did have a habit of wandering around Fuyuki City. Besides, Ilya continued, Lacerit and Sella are back at the castle. If you showed up there, they would definitely attack you. After explaining this, she lifted her skirt slightly with both hands and performed a graceful curtsy, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Her fair, delicate legs were momentarily exposed, drawing Souta's gaze for a few seconds. The young girl then spoke in a refined tone. Nice to meet you, Big Brother. My name is Iliasville von Einsburn. Since you already know about me, just call me Ilya. Souta nodded, then glanced behind the little girl but saw nothing. Ilya, did you bring your servant? Berserker is always with me. Why? Ilya instinctively turned to her left. In that instant, a towering 2-meter-tall, muscular giant suddenly materialized. His dark-toned skin was stretched over a body of chiseled muscle, each section radiating raw, explosive strength. His fierce expression and wildly flowing long hair gave him the aura of a rampaging beast. He was like a feral titan, sort of swallowed hard. This reminded him of the hulking vampire hunter, Dramaturgy, whom he had encountered in the Monogatari world. Both were massive, but this guy was in an entirely different league. "Big brother, are you scared?" Ilya took a step closer, studying Souta carefully. Ever since she confirmed the system was real, she had been curious about Souta as the group's leader. She wanted to learn more about her future from him. "I wouldn't say scared, just a little surprised by his size." Souta quickly calmed down and began examining Berserker curiously. For some reason, a few names suddenly popped into his mind accelerator. Kenpachi Zaraki, Gojo, Satoru. "Hey, can I ask you a question?" Ilya suddenly leaned in and asked seriously. Souta nodded. "What is it?" "You already know my wish for participating in the Holy Grail War, right?" "Yeah, you want revenge on your father." Souta recalled what he knew and continued. "But since Kiritsugu Amiya is already dead, you've shifted that hatred toward his adopted son Amiya Shiro. You want to kill him instead, right?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The girl standing before him had a tragic past. The Fourth Holy Grail War had taken her mother's life. At the time, Ilya had waited at home for her parents to return, only to learn that her father had betrayed their family, abandoned her, and taken in a different child. Over time, her longing for her father turned into hatred, and when she finally learned that Kiritsugu was dead, she redirected all that resentment and grief toward his adopted son, Amiya Shiro. "Wow, you really do know everything." Ilya's delicate features showed a hint of surprise. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, seeing Souta casually reveal her secrets still left her a little shaken. At this point, she had already dematerialized Berserker, and she now asked in a hopeful tone, "Then, big brother, do you know my fate? Did I fulfill my wish in the end?" Souta's expression turned awkward. "Once we reach the real world, you can see for yourself." "I see. So I failed." Ilya's expression went blank as she made that deduction. "Actually," Souta said, "you've been misunderstanding something." "What?" "Your father, Kiritsugu Amiya, never abandoned you." Souta took a moment to gather his thoughts before explaining. "He actually tried to return multiple times to take you away. But because his body had been severely weakened by the curse's erosion, he couldn't break through the Einsburn family's barriers. Your grandfather refused to let him see you, and in the end, Kiritsugu passed away with that regret in his heart." A shadow passed through Ilya's eyes. "What's the point of telling me this now? I just want to let you know that things aren't always as simple as they seem. You don't have to see everything in such an extreme light." "I don't want to hear it." Ilya suddenly raised her voice, her attitude turning a bit hostile. But Souta wasn't bothered. He had read about her personality before. She hated showing weakness and often used insults and harsh words to cover up her pain, pretending to be strong. "All right then." Souta chuckled, dropping the subject. "Let's head to the real world first." "Right now?" "Yeah." Souta tilted his head. "Or do you not want to go anymore?" Ilya shook her head and explained, "Let's find Rin first. We're really close to town. Once we meet up with her, we can all go together." Souta glanced into the distance. He could already see the outline of the city. "All right then, let's go." Blocking Rin's way after school eventually, the two of them arrived in front of the high school gates, waiting for Rin Tosaka to finish school. Both Souta and Ilya were very familiar with her. One had learned about her through media and fan discussions, while the other had gained knowledge from the Holy Grail itself. Wearing a red jacket, Rin Tosaka was walking out of the school building. Even among the crowd, she stood out with her striking beauty. As the reigning #1 beauty of Hamurahara Academy, Rin possessed graceful, well-proportioned features. Her slim yet curvy figure, coupled with her long, elegant legs wrapped in over-the-knee socks, exuded a charming and mature allure. Her outfit looked exactly like how Souta remembered it. Feeling a bit nostalgic, he turned to Ilya. "All right, let's go." Taking the little girl's hand, he walked toward Rin. 093, just hug me already. Why are you hesitating? As Rin Tosaka walked along the familiar streets toward her home, A young man suddenly stepped in front of her, blocking her way. She instinctively looked up at him, assuming he was trying to hit on her. Immediately, her expression turned cold, though she still maintained proper etiquette. "Can I help you?" The young man was fairly good-looking, but she despised frivolous guys like this. "It's me, Souta." Souta casually pulled out his system phone and waved it, revealing his identity. "Huh." Rin's cold expression froze, her eyes widening in shock. "Why you? How did you get here so fast? We weren't supposed to meet yet." Ilya happened to be nearby. "After picking her up, we decided to come find you together." As Souta spoke, he glanced sideways at Ilya, who was currently examining Rin with a calm, unreadable gaze. The doll-like girl stood on his right side, her expression indifferent. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at her. A girl as adorable as a porcelain doll was a rare sight. However, Rin wasn't in the mood to admire her beauty. She was on high alert and instinctively took several steps back. "Why did you bring her here directly? I thought she was your sister at first." "Wait, where's her servant? Is he with her?" "Yeah, he's following her." Souta nodded. Immediately, Rin felt the urge to run. "Hey, do you even have a sense of danger?" She scolded him, looking slightly annoyed. "You're worrying too much," Souta said casually. "At most, Ilya will just strip you naked and humiliate you in public. Anything beyond that, the system won't allow." Hearing this, Ilya's eyes sparkled with interest as she stared at Rin. Rin took a few more steps back, glaring at Souta with pure hostility. You're not actually here to mess with me, are you?" Relax. I was just joking." Souta laughed. "Come on, let's go to the real world. I'll give you the data you need. I've still got other things to do." Rin hesitated for a long time, but ultimately gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Souta first picked up Ilya, since her small stature made it awkward for her to initiate the hug herself. Once she was securely in his arms, the little girl didn't show any resistance, which reassured Souta. Then, he turned around and offered his back to Rin. "All right, your turn." "What?" "Hug me," Souta said matter-of-factly. "Didn't you notice I left my back open for you?" Rin felt an intense urge to punch him. 2 p.m. Reality. Inside the rented apartment, Souta sat at the dining table, surrounded by 3 girls. On the table were tea prepared earlier by Kurumi and an assortment of fruit and pastries that Souta had created using his materialization ability. Rin scrolled through the Apple phone Souta made for her, her expression filled with awe. "This ability of yours is ridiculously convenient." Seeing him casually produce 2 smartphones and various treats, she felt equal parts amazed and jealous. "By the way, doesn't the system store have an upload item function? How about selling me your ability?" she suggested casually. Souta shot her a side glance and responded flatly. "You think you can afford it? You don't even have a single point, you broke girl." "I can earn points eventually. We'll just join the next multiplayer mission, won't I? Even if you had points, I still wouldn't sell it. I'm collecting all 4 fundamental elements, so I can become an unstoppable one above all." Souta dismissed the topic with a nonsense excuse and quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, forget about my abilities. How's your progress with the data?" Rin shook her head. "There's too messy. No way I can process all of it in just a few days." "Same here." Across from Souta, Ilya sat on a chair. Having removed her boots, her bare little feet dangled in the air, unable to reach the floor due to her short stature. She swung them back and forth, occasionally kicking Souta's knee, though she seemed completely unconcerned. Berserker remained in spiritual form, standing silently in a corner of the apartment. Since the system counted him as Ilya's possession, he was able to travel with her to the real world. "So, both of you are taking the phones back to check later?" Souta asked. "Yeah." Rin nodded. "You're not having second thoughts, are you?" "Not at all. I just wanted to remind you to be careful with them, don't break them." Souta recalled Rin's background and added, "If I remember correctly, you're kind of a klutz when it comes to technology. Unlike the system phone, the ones I made aren't indestructible. If you break it, I won't have time to make another one for you. I'll be too busy gathering faith." "A klutz?" Rin's expression stiffened, but she quickly brushed it off. She then straightened up and spoke in a serious tone. Regardless, thanks for all of this. Big brother, thank you too, Ilya added. Once the Holy Grail War is over, he'll prepare a thank you gift for you. Her tone was sincere, making it clear that she truly meant it. However, Suta's expression turned strangely awkward. A thank you gift, huh? Well, after reading through the data, you might not feel so thankful anymore. Rin frowned. What do you mean? Suta just shook his head. He wasn't going to explain right now, after all. He had more pressing matters, like collecting faith. The situation with Sakura too, and everything else could wait. Besides, as long as Kurumi was around, any tragedies could be stopped before they even began. You'll understand after reading through it. Suta smirked and added, if you run into any trouble, just come find me. Once you've learned everything, you might even unlock a wish fulfillment quest. Then we could all earn points together. What exactly is in this data? Rin's curiosity only grew stronger. Meanwhile, Ilya simply stared at the phone screen, staring blankly at the anime version of her mother. After lingering in the apartment for a while, the two girls returned to their own world. Before leaving, Rin handed Suta a few gemstones, saying they were a temporary thank you gift. However, Suta wasn't particularly excited. After all, with his materialization ability, he could create these naturally occurring materials anytime. After Rin and Ilya left, Kurumi, who had been silent this whole time, finally looked up from Suta's Apple phone. She frowned slightly and commented, those two? What they've been through is a bit. You finished reading? Suta asked. Not all of it, but I got the gist. Don't worry, Suta smiled. With you here, anything can be changed. Then, he changed the topic, and planning to head to Akame GA Kills World now. But the new member hasn't responded yet, right? You can't go over yet. We'll just use a travel card, can't wait around forever. 500 points isn't exactly. Before Suta could finish speaking, his system phone suddenly vibrated. Someone had sent a message. Chelsea, what a magical device. It directly transmits knowledge into my brain. Suta, great. Now he could save his points. 094. Trust me, I'm not that kind of guy, Suta. Chelsea, you finally decided to show up. I was waiting so long, I nearly turned into a fossil. Chelsea. Tokishoki Kurumi. Chelsea, we need to take care of some business in your world. If you send us an invitation, we can save points instead of buying a travel card. Chelsea, wait. You're saying there really are other worlds? Suta, you already acknowledged the system phone, didn't you? You read the announcement, right? Chelsea, I did. But the text in the announcement is in my own language. That doesn't prove it's an otherworldly thing. Tokisaki Kurumi. The system has a translation function. It automatically translates everything we say into a language you understand. Chelsea, even if that's true, other worlds are still a ridiculous concept. Are you sure this isn't just the Empire's latest Taigu experiment? Suta rubbed his temples in frustration. In Chelsea's world, strange and dangerous creatures existed. When slain, their bodies were used to craft powerful Taigu, 48 kinds of specialized weapons, some capable of space manipulation. So when encountering bizarre occurrences, Chelsea's first instinct was to suspect a Taigu experiment rather than consider the existence of parallel worlds. Suta, the method for making new Taigu was lost ages ago. Where would a new one come from? Rin Tosaka. Suta, I have a suggestion for convincing new members to trust the system more quickly. Suta, you made it home already? Rin Tosaka, yeah, just got back. Rin Tosaka, hey, erase my idea, Suta. You probably have a lot of points, right? Try transferring a few to the newbie. Then upload a cheap item to the store and have them buy it. If they can actually purchase something, they won't have any reason to doubt the system anymore. Suta, oh, that's a solid idea. We could use this method to help future new members get over their doubts quickly. Altair, the idea is decent, but unnecessary for everyone. Points aren't free, after all. Since you specifically need Chelsea right now, it makes sense. But for others, just let time do its thing. Tokisaki Kurumi. Altair has a point. Use this method only when there's a real need. Souta, Chelsea. You've checked out the marketplace function, right? What do you think? Chelsea. Also, what's with the nickname Cut Girl? Suda, just a nickname, don't mind it. So, how about Rin's suggestion? Shall we test it? Chelsea, if you can really do that, then I won't have any choice but to believe you. He'll send the invitation after that. Seeing her agree. Apparently the minimum possible. Then, he transferred 1 point to Chelsea. Sitting nearby, Kurumi watched this unfold in stunned silence. Applauding instant noodles? She was honestly impressed by the sheer absurdity of it. Souta, Chelsea. I uploaded a type of food from my world. Use the point I sent you to buy it. If you want to eat it, just open it, add the seasoning packet, and pour in hot water. Wait a few minutes, and it's ready. Rin Tosaka. Altair. I doubt most people would trust random food appearing out of thin air. They probably won't eat it. Suda. Eating it isn't the point. As long as the noodles materialize in her world, the system will be proven real. Rin Tosaka. You could have uploaded literally anything. Why instant noodles? Suda. I was hungry and thought of instant noodles first. Just went with it. Rin Tosaka. Damn it. That ability of yours is too overpowered. If I had it, I'd save a fortune on buying gemstones. Ilya. Suda. Big brother. I've never had this kind of food before. Can you upload another one? Suda. Ilya, you don't have any points, right? If you want some, ask Rin to take you to a supermarket. Ilya, oh, right? I forgot about that. If Rin refuses, he'll have Berserker kill her. Rin Tosaka. Rin Tosaka, hold on. Suda, you bastard, don't push her onto me. She's got a servant. Are you trying to get me killed? Rin Tosaka. You could have just sent her 1 point. Was that so hard? Even through text, Suda could practically hear Rin freaking out. He smirked, starting to enjoy teasing her. But then, he noticed something. Kurumi was watching him. Her expression was playful, but her eyes held an amused glint, as if seeing through his antics. Suda coughed. Kurumi, are you hungry? Kurumi shook her head and then stood up. They'll go buy groceries and cook for you. No need. I can just create food with my ability. Suda, eating like that lacks soul. Kurumi gave him a knowing look and said, we have an eternity ahead of us. That's why life needs a sense of ritual, otherwise immortality would just be dull. With that, she walked into his bedroom, took some money from his wallet, and left. Judging by how skilled she was at it, this was definitely not the first time. Noodle delivery with accidental fan service. Suda. Ilya. Forget the upload. You'll just make a few and send them directly to you. After sending the message, Suda materialized several different flavors of instant noodles, then teleported to Ilya's side, dumped the noodles on her, and instantly teleported back. The two maids in Ilya's castle didn't even have time to react. However, the moment Suda returned to the real world, his expression suddenly stiffened with embarrassment. He had accidentally caught a glimpse of a small, delicate body, milky white skin as smooth as fresh cream, and a chest so flat it couldn't even be called undeveloped. Ilya was taking a bath. Ilya, huh? I think I just saw a shadow flash by. Suda, must been your imagination. Rin Tosaka. Now that I think about it, I realize something. Suda, since you've received invitation from our worlds, doesn't that mean you can visit whenever you want now? Suda, yeah, why? Rin Tosaka. That's the problem. What if you suddenly pop in while I'm bathing or using the bathroom? That'd be way too awkward. Suda felt a chill run down his spine. Rin didn't have clairvoyance or mind-reading abilities, did she? Suda, am not that kind of guy. Rin Tosaka. I know, I wasn't accusing you, I just think it's something we should be mindful of. Next time you visit, just give me a heads up first. Suda, got it. Just send me a message when you're about to shower or use the bathroom, and I'll make sure to avoid those times. Rin Tosaka. Sounds good. After sending that message, Rin suddenly froze. Something felt off about what she just agreed to. Suddenly, Suda's system phone vibrated. Chelsea has invited you to her world. Accept? You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy. Meme insert. 095. Should I just push Kurumi down? So, it's finally happening. Seeing the system notification, Suda picked up the Apple phone he had created and started searching for Akame GA kill information online. He had already gone through it once before, but to avoid any potential oversights, he decided to go over it again. Not long after, Kurumi returned from outside and went straight to the kitchen to prepare a meal. She had learned to cook during her time living in the real world. Since she couldn't stand how Souta constantly ordered takeout, she had self-taught herself through online tutorials. By the time the meal was ready, Souta had finished reviewing the background information. Dinner time, Souta. The food is ready. Coming. Souta sat down at the dining table, picking up his chopsticks while saying, Chelsea has sent the invitation. Let's head over once we finish eating. Kurumi nodded. She elegantly sipped her tea, her gentle gaze fixed on Souta, watching him eat with an affectionate smile. Her expression was full of warmth and contentment, as if she could never get enough of watching him. This actually made Souta feel a little self-conscious while eating. Aren't you eating, Kurumi? He asked. Kurumi smiled softly. I already had enough while tasting the food. You just enjoy your meal. Then, as if something suddenly crossed her mind, she gave him a teasing look and suggested, Souta, do you want me to feed you? No need. You already fed me yesterday at your place. Back in the Data Live world, Kurumi had done exactly that right in front of her father. It resulted in Souta getting death stared by the old man, who then proceeded to find various ways to make things difficult for him. Souta still wasn't sure if Kurumi had done it on purpose. Oh, Souta-kun, you're already getting tired of me? Since that's the case, how about we try something new instead? Kurumi suddenly leaned forward, pressing her hands on the table and bringing her face close to Souta's. Souta watched as her delicate tongue licked her lips before she slightly parted her mouth and softly uttered. It was as if she was waiting for him to feed her. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be the one feeding him? Kurumi gently hummed again, as if urging him on. Souta had no idea what she was trying to do, so he picked up some food and placed it in her mouth. Kurumi chewed a few times, then brushed her hair back behind her ear with her right hand. She didn't swallow the food immediately. Instead, she slowly leaned even closer, her lips inching toward his. Souta's heart skipped a beat. Was she really about to do this? The distance between their lips grew shorter and shorter. Just as they were about to touch, Kurumi suddenly stopped, swallowed the food, and smirked mischievously at him. Did that make your heart race? Souta scratched his head, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Should I have just leaned in? Souta-kun, if you had done that, the consequences would have been very serious. How serious? Serious enough that you wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Kurumi giggled playfully, her tone half joking, half serious. Souta suddenly felt a strong urge to test it out. But just then his phone vibrated. Chelsea, Souta, Tokisaki, Kurumi. When are you guys coming over? Chelsea, I just finished my mission and have some free time. After this, I can't guarantee my schedule. Kurumi saw the message as well and sighed softly in disappointment. Such a shame, she murmured, making Souta feel a little restless. Was she just teasing him? Or was she actually serious? Should he just push her down right now and find out? Souta shook off the thought and quickly replied to Chelsea. Souta, we'll be there soon. Wait a moment. Turning back to Kurumi, he asked, by the way, have you read up on Akame Ga Kill? Not yet, she replied. I was busy going through Rin and Ilya's background information. Then he'll download the necessary info to your phone before we leave. The Akame Ga Kill world is pretty dangerous, so we need to be careful. One particular name came to Souta's mind, Isteth. Though Isteth wasn't a direct threat to him, thanks to his immortal regeneration, he still didn't want to get caught up in unnecessary fights. Even if she froze him solid, he could easily thaw himself out thanks to his half-cold, half-hot constitution. And her time-freezing ability lasted only a few seconds, utterly useless against someone like him. In short, I can't beat you, but I can annoy you to death. However, what worried Souta the most was Kurumi's safety if they encountered his death. After all, Kurumi wasn't immortal like him. Thinking about this, he quickly searched for Isteth's information on his Apple phone and placed it in front of Kurumi. The biggest threat in the Akame Ga Kill world is this woman. Take a look at her profile and be on guard. Isteth? Yeah, our main goal is just to gather faith, so we might not run into her. But just in case, be careful of her abilities and avoid getting caught up in a direct fight. While Kurumi studied his death profile, Souta quickly finished his meal. Once both of them were ready, he held Kurumi in his arms and accepted Chelsea's invitation. In a modest hideout provided by the Revolutionary Army, Chelsea cleaned her blood-stained poison needle with a special solution and stored it inside her bee skin pouch. Then, the long-haired beauty in a British-style uniform pulled a lollipop from her pocket, placed it in her mouth, and smiled in satisfaction. She always ate candy after an assassination. It helped calm her nerves and wash away the lingering bloodlust. Outside, Imperial guards patrolled the streets, searching for an intruder. From a second-floor window, Chelsea could see their frantic expressions. They were probably terrified that their failure to protect their master would lead to execution by the Empire. Moments ago, Chelsea had assassinated a pig-like noble and escaped in the form of a cat. Once she found a safe hideout, she finally had time to examine the strange phone stuck to her body. She had no idea what it was, but somehow, knowledge of its functions had been implanted in her mind. To be honest, it scared the hell out of her. Back when she transformed into a cat, the phone had stuck to her fur no matter how hard she tried to shake it off. It wouldn't budge. And yet, no one else could see it. As soon as Souta and Kurumi appeared in the room, the lively and cheerful Chelsea immediately approached them with a friendly greeting. Of course, despite how naturally she acted, she was actually quite nervous inside. After all, anyone who could create such a mysterious friends group system must be an incredibly powerful figure, right? Being around someone like that who wouldn't be at least a little bit on edge. Souta turned his head toward the voice, and the moment he saw the girl dressed in a British-style uniform with headphones on, he instantly recognized her identity. "Hello, I'm Souta." He flashed a smile and held up his system phone, proving that he was the real deal. The calm and easygoing tone of his voice made Chelsea let out a small sigh of relief. At least he didn't act all high and mighty. He seemed like someone she could get along with easily. "I'm Chelsea." She then turned to Kurumi, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. "And this must be Tokisaki Kurumi, right?" Kurumi nodded with a warm smile and politely introduced herself. Since Chelsea had already familiarized herself with the nicknames in the group, it didn't take long for her to match their names to their faces. After a few exchanges of small talk, they had already started getting familiar with each other. Chelsea looked at Souta, then said with a bit of surprise, "The group leader is different from what I imagined. Not mysterious enough? Not imposing enough?" "Yeah, I've heard that one before." Souta let out a small sigh of helplessness. "Just to be clear, this system wasn't created by me. If anything, I'm in the same boat as you. I was just randomly chosen." "Huh?" Chelsea was a little surprised. "You didn't create this thing?" "Of course not." Hearing Souta's straightforward denial, Chelsea was caught off guard. So, she had miscalculated. Souta wasn't some powerful mastermind, just an ordinary person like her who happened to get dragged into this system. Chelsea glanced at the system phone, then suddenly asked, "By the way, can you actually see my system phone?" "Yeah, why?" Souta raised an eyebrow. "What makes you ask that?" "Well, I just finished an assassination mission before meeting you guys. You do know I'm an assassin, right? I remember reading in the group announcement that your world has information about us." At first, Chelsea wanted to hide her identity, but then she remembered that the group already knew everything about her, so she dropped the idea. Anyway, she continued, right after the assassination, "I transformed into a cat to escape, and this system phone just stuck to me. No matter how much I shook it off, it kept sticking back. But what's weird is the guards who saw me didn't react at all. So I was wondering, is the phone invisible to other people?" Souta was surprised by this detail. That was something he had never thought about before. Thinking about it, though, it made sense. Chelsea was an assassin, and if her phone suddenly vibrated or made a sound during a mission, it would be a death sentence. Surely the system wouldn't have such an obvious flaw. However, Souta suddenly recalled something back in the Monogatari world. He had thrown his phone at Dramaturgy, and the big guy had dodged it. That meant the phone was visible, which contradicted what Chelsea just said. Souta mentally asked the system, "System, can other people see the system phone?" If a friend's group member actively intends to show the phone, others can perceive its existence. Wait, so if I use it as a weapon to hit someone, does that count as intending to show it? Using the system phone as a weapon will automatically disable its concealment. What about using it as a hidden weapon? Hidden weapons are still weapons. Then what happens when we're using the phone normally, like when we're texting? How do others perceive it? It looks like you're poking at thin air and randomly laughing to yourself like a crazy person. Sort of scratched his cheek. That was one hell of a savage response. Luckily, he usually used his phone at home, so no one had ever thought he was crazy. He quickly relayed the system's answer to Chelsea. So that's how it works? Chelsea mused, curiously fiddling with her phone. But still, using it as a throwing weapon? That's actually a great idea. Thanks for the tip. That's the only thing you got out of this conversation. Meanwhile, Kurumi walked over to the window and peeked outside. The buildings in the city mostly had flat square bases with large domed roofs, somewhat reminiscent of Byzantine architecture. Now, this feels like a proper fantasy world, she murmured with mixed emotions. So far, she had traveled to 3 different worlds: Bakano, Dragon Ball, and Altair's world. But every time, her setting was either a ship, a plane, or a modern graveyard. That's not another world at all. Oh, Kurumi-san, are you interested in this world? Chelsea moved closer and naturally struck up a conversation. It seemed like she had a knack for getting along with anyone. Kurumi nodded. For me, this really is an alternate world. The architecture feels fresh and unique. This world isn't all that great, though. Chelsea glanced at the emaciated citizens wandering the streets and shook her head. Anyway, never mind that. So, what exactly did you guys come here for? To gather faith, Kurumi replied. Chelsea blinked in confusion. Faith? Yes. There's already an established religion here called Path of Peace. Our goal is to take control of it. Kurumi then looked at Chelsea and asked, Do you know where the Path of Peace is located? Oh, Path of Peace. Yeah, it's a pretty big religion that started growing recently. The Revolutionary Army has been trying to win them over. As for their location, Chelsea thought for a moment. I think it's somewhere in the western lands of Jellikrili, far from the Empire. Then, she tilted her head and asked, But why do you need faith? You guys are from another world. You can't just start a cult here, can you? Kurumi smiled. We're not creating a cult. We're literally collecting faith. Faith, for those who ignite the divine spark, is something tangible. It can be gathered and transformed into godly power. Suda followed up with a smirk. In other words, as you can see, I'm a god. Chelsea stared at him. You don't look like a god at all. Suda chuckled. Being a god and looking like one aren't the same thing. So, can you take us to Path of Peace? Chelsea shook her head. I have to report back to the Revolutionary Army first. Oh, wait. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Group leader, you know the future of this world, right? You can just call me Suda. You're asking if the Revolutionary Army wins? Yeah. Does the Empire get overthrown? It does. The Revolutionary Army takes over. Suda nodded. But unfortunately, you don't live to see it. Huh. Chelsea fronet. Why not? Because your head gets chopped off and put on a pike. Suda sighed. You died a horrible death. Chelsea. 097 keyboard warrior. Absolutely terrifying. Suda didn't bother explaining the entire Akame GA kill story to Chelsea. Too troublesome. Instead, he simply pulled out his iPhone, opened the manga he had downloaded, and handed the phone to her. Everything you want to know is right here. Chelsea took the phone and, upon seeing the cute, stylized artwork, was clearly a bit confused. What is this? She asked. Suda explained, the group announcement mentioned it before in my world. You guys are fictional characters. This is the series where you appear as a character. Am I the protagonist? You think the protagonist would get their head chopped off and stuck on a pike as a public warning? Chelsea suddenly felt like she'd taken a critical hit. So, her future was really that tragic? Am I really just a fictional character? No matter how she looked at it, she found the idea impossible to accept. You don't need to dwell on that too much, Suda reassured her. I asked the system before your world is real, and each of you are real people, not puppets. So, don't overthink it. Chelsea gazed at the manga on the phone, her emotions complicated. But as an assassin who had spent years taking lives, she quickly calmed herself down and began reading. Beside her, Kurumi, curious about the content, also leaned in to read. Since the manga was in its original language, she helped translate as they went along. Time passed. Before they knew it, night had fallen. By the time the iPhone displayed a low battery warning, Chelsea and Kurumi finally stopped reading, rubbing their dry, tired eyes. Kurumi glanced at Chelsea's head, as if mentally comparing something. That particular look made Chelsea feel extremely uneasy. The scene of her own severed head stuck on a pike just wouldn't leave her mind. She died way too horribly. Well, maybe not the worst death. At least she still had her head intact, unlike Shield, who got eaten alive and left with no corpse to bury. As Chelsea sat there, her expression a mix of emotions. Souta approached, setting down 2 steaming cups of tea and a few plates of pastries. "Here, have some snacks," he said. Chelsea looked surprised. "You went outside?" "No." "Then these snacks? I made them." Souta lifted his right hand, palm open. "Watch, I'll make you an apple." The moment he finished speaking, a bright red apple appeared in his hand. A magic trick? Chelsea looked stunned. That sleight of hand was insanely fast. "It's not magic." Souta shook his head. "It's my matter creation ability. Whatever I want, I can create." Chelsea's shock deepened. "Okay, I'm starting to believe you really are a god." Meanwhile, Kurumi took a sip of her tea, her brows furrowing. This world feels wrong. As someone who despised tragedies, it bothered her deeply. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have spent 30 years traveling through time to save people. And the world of Akame Ga Kill, so twisted and corrupt, made her feel a strong sense of disgust. Souta moved closer and gently massaged her forehead, slowly smoothing out her furrowed brows. Kurumi leaned into his palm, rubbing her face against his hand like a pampered cat, her voice soft and sweet. "Thank you." "No need to thank me." Souta chuckled. "Just don't frown so much." Kurumi nodded obediently. Chelsea, watching this unfold, suddenly felt like maybe she should step aside. Souta then turned back to Kurumi and agreed. This world really is twisted. Sure, the Revolutionary Army wins in the end, but they don't exactly seem like the good guys either. Chelsea, as someone working for the Revolutionary Army, she felt obligated to push back. "Hold on. The Revolutionary Army overthrew the corrupt empire and made life better for the people. Isn't that a good thing?" "That's not necessarily true," Souta countered. He tapped into his inner keyboard warrior mode and ripped into the Revolutionary Army strategy. They collaborated with foreign tribes, letting them into the empire that's no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. You know what those tribes are like, right? They raid the borders, slaughter civilians, and commit unspeakable crimes, and the Revolutionary Army thinks it's a good idea to ally with them. This isn't righteous strategy, it's sheer idiocy. They'll soon realize that inviting them in is easy, but getting them to leave will be impossible. Chelsea fell silent. Of course she knew this. She just chose to ignore it. Right now, overthrowing the empire was their top priority, and outside help was necessary. "All right," Souta suddenly smirked. "Let's drop this topic. We're here to gather faith, not argue politics." Chelsea nodded. "Night Raid is already formed," she remarked. "Based on the timeline, the story should be starting soon. Are you thinking about helping them?" Kurumi asked. "If possible, yeah," Chelsea admitted. "But," she sighed, frustrated, "even if I know what's going to happen, without the strength to change it, what can I do?" "Don't worry about that," Souta reassured her. "You're a part of the system now. You'll have plenty of chances to get stronger." Then he offered, "If you really want to save them, I can help, but I'll need your help first." "My help?" Chelsea was intrigued. "What do you need?" "Our destination is Path of Peace," Souta reminded her. "When we meet their leader, we'll try negotiating first. If he agrees to cooperate, great. But if he refuses, then I'll have to imprison him for a while. And that's where you come in." "Me?" Chelsea pointed at herself. "Yup. If negotiations fail, I need you to disguise yourself as their leader using your Gaia Foundation Taigu. That way, you can keep the believers in line while I handle the rest. Of course, The easiest solution would be to just buy a memory alteration card from Altair, use it on a leader, and brainwash him into submission. But Suda didn't like that idea. That guy was genuinely a good person. Messing with his memories and free would just felt wrong. He wasn't going to compromise his morals just to gain power. Chelsea stared at him. Why do I feel like you're already assuming the negotiations will fail? I'm just planning ahead. Suda smirked. I trust my negotiation skills. Suda Kurumi. She shot him a playful, doubtful look. Suda ignored her gaze and continued persuading Chelsea. Look, you're in the system now. You don't need to keep running errands for the Revolutionary Army. If you really want to change this world, you need to stand at the top. Chelsea hesitated. Suda was essentially asking her to abandon the Revolutionary Army. Give me some time to think about it. 098, be careful not to lose your head. Chelsea didn't take long to make her decision. By the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, she had already been successfully recruited by Suda. The conditions of his offer? Simple. He planned to gradually establish a divine kingdom on Earth, aggressively develop religious culture, and launch a crusade against the empire, essentially a religious takeover from within. Chelsea's eyes lit up at the idea, showing immense interest. She even suggested that once the time was right, Suda should recruit all of Night Raid, have them listen to the divine will, and become warriors of God. She herself might even end up as a saintess of the new church. With such a high status, shaping the world to make the people truly happy would become much easier. Sure, she didn't understand politics, but Suda said that in anime worlds, there were tons of brilliant strategists. The system's random selection process meant he couldn't directly choose them, but he could just buy invitation tickets and handpick the right people. Once he saved up enough points, he could invite a political genius to help with nation building. For example, Lelouch Vibritania. So, to hell with both the Revolutionary Army and the Empire. After reading the Akame ga Kill manga, Chelsea had realized the original way of saving the country was absolute garbage. In the end, only Akame and Nagenda survived. Everyone else, dead, crippled, or completely dehumanized. Suda's proposal was a much better alternative. So, after only a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to switch sides, leaving the Revolutionary Army behind. Only a fool would stick to the original, the bad end. After all, she died horribly in the original story. On the road to Jellic, the dry earth was cracked. Barren hills stretched far and wide, giving the entire landscape a desolate feel. A merchant caravan moved along the main road, the creaking of wooden wheels and the snorting of horses mixing in the air. At the center of the convoy was a luxurious-looking carriage. Inside it, Suda, Kurumi, and Chelsea sat comfortably. After Chelsea showed Suda the currency of this world, the three of them never had money problems again. With his matter creation ability, Suda could mint perfect replicas of the world's currency. As long as they didn't overdo it, small-scale money creation wouldn't cause inflation or draw suspicion. Hiring a high-class carriage? A piece of cake. Inside the carriage, Chelsea pulled back the curtains, sticking her head out to look. On the distant horizon, the silhouette of a large city was coming into view. Suda glanced at her and suddenly warned, Chelsea, be careful. If you stick your head out too far, you might lose it. Chelsea. Even with her usually cheerful personality, this comment made her face twitch in annoyance. Sitting beside Suda, Kurumi took one look at Chelsea's exposed neck, then covered her mouth and giggled softly. Suda is right, Chelsea-san. You should be more careful. You two are too much. Chelsea sighed in frustration, then yanked the curtain shut and instinctively touched her own neck. Honestly, getting reminded about her beheading so often was starting to mess with her head. She was beginning to develop paranoia, constantly thinking, could this person be planning to decapitate me? Could I get my head chopped off in my sleep? Should I start wearing a neck guard? If you had joined the group earlier, I could have taken you to the Bacchanal world to drink the immortality elixir. Then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Suda remarked. He pointed at his own head, smiling. For example, I'm completely immune to beheading. Even if I were reduced to dust, I'd still regenerate. You're immortal? Chelsea looked at him in surprise. Yup, ageless and immortal. Souta then casually suggested, once you save up enough points. 000 years. Yet in others, a random bystander could gain immortality just by drinking something. Truly, each world was a unique reality, governed by its own set of rules. By the way, Chelsea suddenly spoke up. We're almost at Jellic. At first, Kurumi had offered to use her shadow teleportation to reach the city faster. But Chelsea, unable to navigate within the shadows, would have gotten completely lost. So, they had no choice but to take a regular carriage. Since they weren't in a rush, they didn't mind the extra travel time. Chelsea reviewed her intelligence reports and explained, Path of Peace started in Jellic a few years ago and has completely infiltrated every aspect of the city. At this point, I don't think anyone here doesn't believe in it. A war-torn world is perfect for religious expansion, Souta mused. Of course, it also depends on the era's context. Chelsea glanced at him. Have you finalized your plan to take over this religion? Only a general outline for now, Souta admitted. He then elaborated. The overall doctrine will remain unchanged, but I will become the new divine figure. Once I successfully replace their god, the new faith will naturally flow toward me. Replace a god? Chelsea frowned slightly, analyzing the difficulty of such a task. That seems nearly impossible. Not really, Souta said confidently. All I need to do is display miracles occasionally and have Path of Peace's leader publicly endorse me. Once that happens, their belief will gradually shift. Thinking about it, Souta suddenly felt curious about Path of Peace's current leader. A half-human, half-danger beast hybrid? How exactly was he born? Considering that danger beasts in this world were all monstrous, he couldn't help but wonder. Just how did that reproduction process work? Well, Chelsea admitted, the leader of Path of Peace does have an insane level of influence over his followers. But she looked at Souta suspiciously. Do you really think you can convince him to go along with this? You're basically asking him to lie to his devoted followers. Souta smiled confidently. Don't worry. With my negotiation skills, there's no way he'll fail. Chelsea. Souta pulled open the curtain and gazed at the looming city ahead. Then, he turned to Chelsea and casually asked, By the way, how many people live in Jellic? Chelsea thought for a moment. I'm not sure of the exact number, but it's at least 200,000. 200,000, huh? Souta made a mental comparison. For a pre-industrial era, a city of 200,000 permanent residents was definitely large. Not as massive as the Empire's capital, but still an impressive urban center. His anticipation grew. 099 pink-haired characters are always dark inside. The caravan soon arrived at Jellic's capital. Unlike the imperial capital, Jellic's architectural style leaned toward Gothic design. Towering spires, pointed arches, flying buttresses, and slender columns stretched toward the heavens, giving the city a light, soaring aesthetic. Both Souta and Kurumi were fascinated by the architecture. After all, in a modern world, such buildings were merely tourist attractions, rarely places filled with life and history. Now, the three of them stood in front of a grand cathedral. The cathedral stood at the city center, surrounded by a half-circle of palace buildings that exuded an air of majesty. Large stained glass windows displayed religious imagery, shimmering under the sunlight. Chelsea, who had gathered intel from the Revolutionary Army's informants, began explaining. The Lord of Path of Peace spends some time in the cathedral every day. Then, accompanied by his guards and senior clergy, he travels around Jellic preaching, inspecting the city, and attending to the people's needs. Although Chelsea had already defected, the Revolutionary Army didn't know it yet. They assumed she was delayed due to mission complications. Since she still had proof of her identity, the Jellic informants remained unaware of her betrayal. Thus, she had smoothly transitioned into being a double agent. By evening, the Lord returns to the palace behind the cathedral to rest. Chelsea pointed toward one of the opulent palaces. According to our intel, that building over there is his residence. Souta glanced at the ornate palace, nodded, and said, Well, wait until nightfall. During the day, he's always surrounded by people making it difficult to arrange a private conversation. Then, as if something suddenly struck him, he turned to Chelsea. Wait, since you've read the manga, you should know that Path of Peace has a spy planted by the Imperial Minister, right? Chelsea's expression darkened. You mean, Balak, the Lord's most trusted assistant? Even Kurumi's face showed undisguised disgust. There was no helping it. This Balak guy was absolutely vile. Sent by Minister Honest, he abused his position to kidnap countless women from the faith, using them however he wanted for his own cruel amusement. He also brutally crushed most of the armed uprisings organized by Path of Peace. On top of that, he funneled most of the religion's money straight into Minister Honest's pockets. In the manga, he even tried to assault Leon, but was eventually executed by Akame. For Kurumi, someone who had dealt with plenty of scum in the data-live world, Balak was precisely the type of filth she loathed most. Yeah, that disgusting pig. Souta nodded at Chelsea. Has Balak been sent here yet? Souta didn't want his soon-to-be-acquired religion to be tainted by this perverted pig. After all, he planned to take over Path of Peace. He's already here. Chelsea's face twisted in disgust. But in the manga, didn't the Lord have mind-reading and future-seeing abilities? Why would he trust someone like Balak? Most likely because he feared Minister Honest. Souta thought for a moment and explained. Path of Peace may have a large following, but they're only a minor concern to the Empire, not a real threat yet. If the Lord eliminated Balak, the minister would immediately crush Path of Peace before it grew too strong. And don't forget, Balak has the 4 Rakshasa demons protecting him. The Lord probably doesn't dare to make a move. Chelsea's disdain deepened. So, he knows exactly what Balak is doing. Realizing this, her respect for the Lord plummeted. TCH puts on a righteous act, preaches about caring for his followers, but turns a blind eye while his female believers get defiled. What a hypocrite. She didn't care about the Lord's excuses. The fact that he let his followers suffer under Balak was unforgivable. There were plenty of ways he could have limited Balak's actions without outright killing him. Yet, he chose to do nothing. Some blessed he turned out to be. Souta shrugged. No surprise there. If he were a perfectly righteous person, he never would have climbed to power in the first place. Then he suddenly smirked. Just like how all pink-haired characters are secretly dark inside. Chelsea blinked. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. I just mean that the Lord is a politician, not a pure-hearted saint. Souta rested his chin on one hand, murmuring, if he's not truly righteous, then he probably won't be too resistant to deceiving his followers. Looking at the massive cathedral, Souta's eyes glowed with anticipation. All right, let's explore the city for now. We'll return tonight. Nightfall at the palace, the luxurious palace complex behind the cathedral shimmered with torchlight. Night had not dulled Jellic's lively atmosphere. A tall, long-haired man, dressed in pristine white priest robes, entered the palace with his guards. He was none other than the Lord of Path of Peace. Several stunning women approached, gracefully removing his robes to prepare his bath and clothing. These women were carefully chosen from among the most beautiful female followers. Only women of extraordinary beauty were worthy of serving a man who could hear the voice of God. After all, the Lord was the most revered figure in Jellic. His followers worshipped him like a divine being. His food, clothing, and lifestyle were as extravagant as an emperor's. Even the ground he walked on was kissed by his fanatical followers. Meanwhile, within the dimly lit corridors, deep in the shadows of the pillars, a pitch-black pool silently unfolded across the floor. Kurumi's shadow space. Inside it, Souta, Kurumi, and Chelsea waited patiently. What a cushy life. Chelsea muttered in disgust. I wonder how his followers would feel if they knew he let Balak run wild among them. Souta smirked. They'd probably just think, why isn't it me? Chelsea. Soon, the Lord entered his bedroom, his guards standing watch at the door while the maidservants left. Kurumi smirked. Time to go. Souta cracked his knuckles. Finally, a chance to test my negotiation skills. Kurumi cast him a knowing look, but remained silent. She didn't want to ruin his confidence. After all, if he couldn't convince the Lord, She could always beat the agreement out of him. 100 This lord is a lunatic. The beautiful handmaidens who had just been attending to the lord quietly exited the bedchamber. Only his guards remained, stationed at the doorway outside. But instead of immediately initiating negotiations, Souta pulled out his system phone and started chatting in the group. Souta, Altair. Altair, you there? I need a favor. A short while later, Altair responded. Altair. Souta? Are you in trouble? Souta, sort of. I remember that one of your holopsican abilities, representation exposition, can alter the structure of objects. Last time in the Dragon Ball world, you used it to create a vacuum soundproof barrier, right? Altair, yes. Do you need me to create another soundproof barrier? Souta, exactly. Upload a representation exposition usage instance to the shop, and I'll buy it. Altair, that's fine, but if I'm not actively maintaining the ability, the vacuum sound barrier will collapse instantly due to atmospheric pressure. It would be refilled with air in a millisecond. Souta, do you seriously not know this basic physics? Souta, could Altair be any more blunt? All right, fine. That was just common sense. Souta had been dealing with so many supernatural abilities lately that he forgot about real-world physics for a moment. Rin Tosaka, Souta, I know I make a soundproof barrier too. Why didn't you ask me? Souta, you? I wasn't sure if your world's magic would work in a different world. Rin Tosaka, excuse me? Are you looking down on me? Do you even know anything about magecraft? Souta, if I remember correctly, before Solomon established the thaumaturgical foundation, magecraft used to be powered by divine intervention. After that, it relied on the foundation, right? It was pretty straightforward. Magecraft in the Nasaverse wasn't like DD magic. It wasn't some omnipotent force that could do anything as long as you had mana. If magecraft depended on the planet's ley lines, then logically, it shouldn't function outside Earth. Rin Tosaka, that's true, but so what? Souta, well, doesn't that mean your magecraft only works on Earth? Outside of it, it shouldn't function. Rin Tosaka, I actually thought about that too. But remember, the system allows different world mechanics to merge. You brought this up in the chat multiple times yourself. Souta, damn, you forgot about that. Considering Kurumi could still use her spatial quakes in other worlds, it made sense that Rin's magecraft would still work in Akame Ga Kill's world. Souta, all right, Rin. I'll leave it to you then. Rin Tosaka, no problem. Consider it a thank you gift for before. Soon, Rin created a soundproof barrier and uploaded it to the system shop. The system set the price at 10 points. As expected from the Tosaka heir, such minor magecraft was child's play for her. Souta, by the way, Rin, how far have you gotten in the story? Have you finished the 4th Holy Grail War? Rin Tosaka, the 4th war? You mean the previous Holy Grail War? No, I'm still analyzing the 5th war. I haven't looked at the 4th yet. Souta, no wonder you seem so relaxed. You've still got time to chill in the chat. Rin Tosaka, what do you mean? Did something happen in the 4th war? Souta, it's complicated. You should see for yourself. I've got things to do, let's talk later. After sending that message, Souta switched to the shop interface and purchased the soundproof barrier Rin uploaded. A soft white light appeared in his hand, forming a mystic card. Kurumi, seeing this, asked, ready? Yeah, Souta nodded. Let's go. Kurumi then expanded her shadow space into the center of the Lord's chamber. The three of them emerged from the inky darkness, stepping onto the floor. The room was spacious, filled with the scent of soothing incense. The fragrance was designed to calm the mind and induce restful sleep. The Lord lay in his lavish bed, appearing to be asleep. However, the moment Souta and his group appeared, he immediately sat up, exclaiming, "Who's there?" Huh? Souta froze for a moment. This guy's detection ability was insane. Without hesitation, Souta threw the card and activated it mentally. Instantly, a mysterious force enveloped the chamber, forming an invisible soundproof barrier. Seeing the card vanish, Souta sighed in relief. Then, with a friendly smile, he looked at the Lord and said, "Relax. We mean you no harm. We came to discuss something with you." The Lord narrowed his sharp eyes, scrutinizing them. Souta wasn't worried. While the Lord had future vision, it was limited otherwise the main cast wouldn't have stood a chance in the story. He probably could only glimpse brief future fragments. Sitting up in bed, the Lord spoke calmly. "You haven't attacked me immediately. That means you want to talk. I assume you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves?" "Oh, this might work out after all." Souta maintained his smile. "Our identities are a bit complicated. It depends on whether you believe in the existence of other worlds." The Lord's eyes widened in astonishment. "Otherworldly visitors?" He murmured. "This is quite a surprise." Saying this, he reached toward the side of his bed, as if grabbing a robe to cover himself. "And what exactly do you want?" he asked. "A mutually beneficial deal," Souta replied. "We can help you resist pressure from the Empire's minister. In exchange, my apologies." The Lord suddenly interrupted him, smiling. "Regardless of your intentions, I do not appreciate being coerced into agreements." He then added, "You must have some means of blocking sound, or else my guard would have already rushed in." However, his hand, which had appeared to be reaching for a robe. "That's why I installed this little security mechanism." Around 10 elite guards surrounded Souta's group. The Lord, now dressed in his long robe, stood calmly before them. "I prefer to be in control," he declared, "not at the mercy of others." He waved his hand. "Seize them. Be careful not to harm them. I will personally interrogate them later." Souta's face was expressionless. What the hell? He hadn't even said anything threatening. Was this guy some kind of lunatic? 101, let me check what Jesus did besides Souta. Kurumi chuckled softly. Another failure. Huh. She gently squeezed Souta's hand and comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. Better luck next time. Is now really the time for this kind of talk?" Chelsea's voice was filled with urgency. She was really foolish, truly. She knew Souta might have been bluffing, but she didn't realize he was absolutely bluffing. "Don't panique." Souta patted Chelsea's shoulder, wearing an expression that screamed as expected, "Everything is under my control," and said in a relaxed manner. I already knew this guy wouldn't be convinced. Talking to him was just a formality. "Everything is going according to my plan. Time to initiate Kurumi plan." "Huh? Kurumi plan? Are you sure you actually planned for this?" While Chelsea was still in a daze, the guards had already rushed forward. But the next moment, they suddenly realized they couldn't move. The light from the torches around them dimmed ominously, and a barrier unfolded across the entire bedroom. City of Devouring Time. This was Kurumi's time-draining domain, used to absorb time and immobilize anyone who stepped into its range. The charging guards, along with the Path of Peace's Lord, instantly lost all ability to resist, collapsing to their knees. Their faces contorted in pain, their bodies paralyzed, unable to even cry out. The only thing they could do was glare at Souta and the others with anger. Facing their piercing stares, Souta shrugged and said mockingly, "Don't look at me. I was perfectly willing to have a civil conversation. Your dear lord just doesn't know how to read the room." As he spoke, he felt a little resigned. Sigh. Next time, I should just charge in first and talk later. Seems like no one in the anime world actually likes reasoning. It's literally like talking to a wall. Chelsea patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. We should have done this from the start. Would have saved us all the trouble. Since Kurumi had full control over the domain, she could selectively exclude her allies from its effects. So inside the barrier, Souta and Chelsea remained completely unaffected, free to move as they pleased. Souta, Kurumi gently tugged at his sleeve, tilting her head. What should we do with him next? Let me think. Souta tapped his chin thoughtfully before finally saying, "Erase the guard's memories from the last few minutes. That should be enough. As for the Lord, let's have him disappear for a while. We'll seal him away until the situation stabilizes. By then, he won't have a choice but to cooperate." Ultimately, Souta decided not to alter the Lord's memory, because tampering with someone's memory was essentially erasing their original personality and inserting a new one. That was way worse than outright killing them. If it were a true villain, he wouldn't hesitate, but this priest wasn't necessarily evil. "All right," Kurumi smiled softly, her gaze warm. "Then let's do it your way. I'll contact Tosaka Rin first." Souta took out his system phone and quickly sent a message. "To be honest, He wasn't completely sure if all mages in the Fate world were capable of erasing memories. After all, in The Witch on the Holy Night, when Aoko Aozaki and Alice Kwanji encountered Shizuki Sudru, their first instinct was to kill him, not to erase his memory. Would Rin Tosaka really be reliable for this? System chat Suda, Tosaka Rin, can you upload a memory erasing item? I need one. Tosaka Rin, again? Suda, can you just tell me everything you need at once? Suda, it's an emergency, my bad. Also, are you sure you can do it? Tosaka Rin, of course. This is basic protocol to prevent the exposure of mysteries. Suda, alright, then I'll leave it to you. Tosaka Rin, hold on a sec. Phew. Thank God Rin was reliable. Sure, she messes up at critical moments, but in practical magecraft, she's definitely better than Aoko Aozaki, who just goes boom 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 all day. Soon, Suda purchased the memory-wiping spell from a system shop. Then, along with Chelsea, he dragged the unconscious guards outside and erased the last few minutes of their memories. These guards would probably assume they just dozed off on duty. After that, Kurumi summoned her angel and loaded a special bullet into her gun's 7th bullet. With Suda's unlimited time supply, she overcharged the bullet with an enormous amount of frozen time. Enough to stop the Lord in time for an entire year. This should be fine. To him, ITLL feel like nothing more than blinking his eyes. Suda gazed at the completely frozen Lord and said, besides, collecting faith shouldn't take that long. Well, free him soon, and by then, he won't have a choice but to submit. Saying this, he let out a deep sigh. Judging by this priest's personality, even if he were freed, he'd probably resist behind the scenes and secretly stir up trouble. There's an old saying, you neither believe in God nor are willing to die. How troublesome. So for now, it was best to seal him away. They'll keep him locked up for now. Kurumi snapped her fingers, and a shadow portal swallowed up the Lord. Suda then turned to Chelsea and said, all right, they'll be counting on you next. No problem. Chelsea's eyes gleamed with excitement. Becoming the leader of a religious organization, I've never played such a noble role before. Oh, by the way, Chelsea suddenly asked eagerly, should we change the name of the Path of Peace? No need. Suda immediately rejected the idea. Religious names carry historical meaning. Changing it randomly might cause issues. What? You want me to rename it the Hammer and Sickle Church? If they successfully infiltrate the empire and establish divine right rule, would it end up as the Holy Hammer and Sickle Theocracy? That sounded insanely cursed. Kurumi then leaned in and asked, Suda, what's your plan for establishing yourself as this religion's divine figure? I already asked the system about this, Suda explained. As long as my divine identity has direct causal ties to me, all faith will naturally flow into me. Suta nodded to Kurumi, then turned to Chelsea and said, Chelsea, you'll use the Lord's identity to organize a large-scale religious gathering. Well, claim it's to hear divine revelation, gathering thousands of believers in one place. Then, when all eyes are on you, I'll descend in a disguise, display a few miracles, and establish my image as a god. Chelsea thought for a moment and said, sounds fine, but what kind of miracles will you show? Your material creation ability doesn't seem capable of anything too flashy. Should I try the 5 loaves and 2 fish miracle? Suda casually suggested, then quickly shook his head. Nah, imitating Jesus wasn't that easy. Oh, wait, I could spit into a cup and call it holy water. After all, his saliva had healing properties. My wife is so adorable. JPG 102 Shiroisha provided several terabytes of seeds. Suda's proposal to spit as holy water was firmly rejected by both Chelsea and Kurumi. Kurumi thought it was far too improper, while Chelsea simply found it disgusting. I was just joking, and you two actually took it seriously? Suda felt both amused and helpless at their reactions. There are at least 200,000 followers here. Even if I tried, I physically wouldn't be able to spit enough for everyone, even if he ate sour plums all day. If I dilute it with water and keep regenerating more, I should be able to mass-produce healing holy water. If we execute this well, I could easily be worshipped as a god of life. His blood's healing power was truly absurd. In Monogatari, Araragi Koyomi used just a single drop of his blood to heal Henkawa Tsubasa, whose stomach had been torn open, intestines exposed. It was basically miraculous resurrection. Naturally, Suta's blood had the same abilities. Your blood, huh? Healing is great, but Chelsea shook her head and said, it lacks impact. It doesn't have that oh my god, this is unbelievable level of drama. Kurumi, after imagining the scene in her mind, nodded in agreement. She added, yes, it doesn't feel shocking enough. Healing holy water could be used as a reward for the most devoted followers. But as a divine miracle, it feels underwhelming. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly suggested, Sir, how about I activate a spatial quake for them? Are you sure that won't make them think I'm some evil god and fear me instead? Suta rejected the idea immediately. Besides, in terms of destructive power, some imperial arms, Taigu, can do similar things. It won't have the kind of mind-blowing effect we need. Then how about we ask the group? Chelsea proposed. Good idea, Suta agreed. Taking out his system phone, he posted the issue in the chat. System chat Altair. So you need something extremely dramatic? Chelsea, yeah, but it can't just be destruction. This world already has a ton of powerful weapons. Causing destruction won't make people question reality. Tosaka Rin, Suta, don't you have matter creation? Why not wave your hand and create a mountain of gemstones? Suta, I don't have that much energy in my body to make a gemstone mountain. Also, why do I feel like you just want cheap gems? Tosaka Rin, what's the problem? You can make them for free, so why not help me get a good deal? Suta, we'll talk about that later. Stay on topic. Altair, how about reversing aging? Kurumi's fourth bullet should be able to do that, right? Tokisaki Kurumi, absolutely. That's actually a great idea. We could pick some elderly followers and, in front of thousands of believers, perform a youth restoration miracle. I'm sure they'd worship us after witnessing that. Chelsea, Kurumi, you can even do that? That's insane. Suta, Kurumi's ability is time manipulation. With me providing her infinite time, this is effortless. But we'll have to set some conditions, maybe only reward the most devoted followers. Otherwise, if everyone gets it, the entire religion will go insane. In a world where no one can live forever, showing this kind of miracle, there's no way the believers would remain rational. Suta wanted a stable religious order, not a chaotic cult. Shinobu Ashino, Suta, I read through Kurumi's abilities before. Doesn't she also have a bullet that makes things grow? Instead of focusing on humans, why not use it to instantly grow a tree from a seed? Shinobu Ashino, you've already used the upload system to extract ability cards before, right? Why not mass-produce that bullet and collect a huge amount of seeds? Then, when the time comes, you can literally create a forest with a wave of your hand. Suta, Shinobu, you're a genius. Shinobu Ashino. There's no need to call me Shinobu. Just use my proper name, Kiss Shot, Astral Orion Heart Underblade. Suta, it's been a while since we last talked. When are you visiting my world? Tokisaki Kurumi. Yes, it's been quite a while. I'd love to meet you too. Let's plan to get together sometime. Shinobu Ashino. Oh, you got quite the plans in mind, but I don't mind. Let's schedule it after I finish my mission. Shiroyasha joins the chat. Great benevolent god Shiroyasha. You guys seem to be having an interesting discussion. Suta paused. Wait, wasn't Shiroyasha busy? Suta, Shiroyasha, how's the rescue mission for Canaria going? Great benevolent god Shiroyasha. Just about to start. Otherwise, I'd come over to help you with your divine miracle show. It'd be effortless for me. Suta, better not. The flow of time between worlds is different. If you stay one day in my world, I have no idea how much time would pass in yours. If that delays your rescue mission, that'd be a disaster. Actually, Suta could have asked Shiroyasha to upload ability cards, but currently, none of them had enough points to extract anything useful. Just like how Shiroyasha's attack cards were useless against Takamiya Mio. Great benevolent god Shiroyasha. I figure as much. But hey, I like you, kid. I might not be able to help with the big stuff, but I can help with the small stuff. Great benevolent God, Shiroyasha. You guys are just talking about creating a forest, right? Hee hee. They'll send you a batch of plant seeds from my world. I guarantee your world doesn't have these. Suda, why don't send me something like rabbit-eating grass. Great benevolent God, Shiroyasha. Oh, you know about rabbit-eating grass? Don't worry, I won't send any weird stuff. These are just unsold goods from Thousand Eyes. Nobody wants them anyway, so they're all yours. Plan confirmed with youth restoration and forest creation. Convincing 200,000 believers would be a piece of cake. Suda was getting excited now. As long as he pulled this off, had instantly gained enough faith to convert into Divine Spark. And Divine Spark was the ultimate cheat code in any world. Suda turned to Chelsea and said, Chelsea, when you take over as the Lord tomorrow, announce the divine gathering to hear God's will. Let's organize the event within a few days. 103, I have a few too many wings the next day. Chelsea transformed into the Lord of the Path of Peace using Gaia Foundation and began carrying out her duties. The intel she had obtained from the Revolutionary Army's spies proved invaluable, helping her understand the Lord's mannerisms and avoiding any potential slip-ups. To prevent accidents, Suda and Kurumi stayed hidden within the shadow space, monitoring the situation at all times. Suda even purchased extra memory-altering spell card from Tosaka Rin, just in case. After all, Rin's level of magic was far more reliable than that of homunculi from the Fourth Holy Grail War, who had even struggled to erase memories from ordinary people. Fortunately, by the time evening arrived, they hadn't encountered any major issues requiring the spell cards. Chelsea had perfectly played the role of the Lord, remaining completely composed despite the overwhelming number of followers. As expected of a professional assassin who was used to high-pressure situations. Back at the private palace, Chelsea dismissed the maids and guards ahead of time. Then, she transformed back to her normal self, taking off her outer robes and collapsing onto the bed, exhausted. Wearing only a white shirt and a short skirt, she lay there panting, looking both tired and alluring. Phew, im exhausted. I take back what I said before. This guy actually works super hard. You have an entire kitchen staff dedicated to preparing your meals, and you still think it's exhausting? At some point, Suda and Kurumi had emerged from the shadows. Suda glanced at Chelsea's stretched out, slightly parted legs, and from this angle, he could faintly see the white fabric underneath her skirt. The snow-white thighs and pure white underwear were both in plain sight. Being a lord is basically like being treated as an emperor. The entire city of Jellic is serving you. And you're still complaining? If I made you work on a farm for a day, you'd probably collapse on the spot. Chelsea, still sprawled out on the bed, lazily replied, When you put it like that, being an assassin sounds way better. Finish a job, then relax for a while. Maybe I should just go back to assassination work. Did you already forget about your head? Chelsea sat up, looking visibly irritated. Can we stop bringing that up already? At this moment, Kurumi spoke up. How did the mass gathering preparations go? Though she had been following Chelsea through the shadow space, she had been busy extracting ability cards and hadn't kept track of the event's progress. I already informed the higher-ups of the church, but because there are so many followers, ITLL take about 4 days to organize. Chelsea then turned to Suda and asked, What about your preparations? Kurumi has already extracted a ton of ability cards, but since we spent all day ensuring your safety, we haven't had time to plant the seed Shiroyasha gave us. Suda pulled out his system phone and checked the store. Shiroyasha had already uploaded the seeds, but since they hadn't had time to plant them, Suda hadn't purchased them yet. We'll still have to stick close to you tomorrow, so I've scheduled the tree planting for tonight instead. Suda turned to Kurumi. That okay with you? Of course. If you're too tired then, Suda. Kurumi smiled, cutting him off. If I'm not there, how do you expect to plant that many seeds on your own? She gently scolded him. Stop saying things like that. You know we work best together. All right. Suda scratched his head. Let's head out then. Wait, what about me? Chelsea Benit. I'm not staying here alone. If I get found out, I'm screwed. Don't worry, he'll protect you. Before Chelsea could react, a voice spoke from behind her. Startled, She whipped around, only to see another Kurumi standing there, this one dressed in a different colored gothic dress. Chelsea's eyes widened in shock. Kurumi. Miss Kurumi? That's one of Kurumi's clones, Souta explained. Of course, she is Kurumi. She'll protect you for now. If anything goes wrong, we'll rush back immediately through the shadow space. Relax. Miss Chelsea, the Kurumi clone, dressed in deep crimson, spoke with a reassuring tone. Then, she glanced at Souta and flashed him a playful smile. Souta, don't take too long to come back. She then cast a meaningful glance at the bed. Her smile turned mischievous. They'll be waiting for you to sleep together. For a brief moment, Souta felt tempted. The real Kurumi. Kurumi watched her clone acting flirty, and for a second, she really wanted to punch herself. But since that was her past self, she sighed and let it slide. Let's go. The shadow space expanded, and Kurumi and Souta swiftly departed for the city outskirts. Kurumi's third bullet has the ability to accelerate time, allowing anything it hits to rapidly mature. When used on plants, it could grow an entire tree from a tiny seed in seconds. The necessary nutrients? Apparently, the bullet automatically extracts what it needs from the world itself. Much like how the fourth bullet could restore damaged bodies by summoning lost matter. And sure, don't think too hard about it. Hey, Souta, Kurumi asked as he purchased the seeds from the system. Are you sure Shiroisha's seeds aren't dangerous? They should be fine. The system price wasn't very high, so they can't be too rare or powerful. At best, they'll probably just be stronger and more resilient than regular plants. Souta stared at the large sack of seeds, his eyes filled with anticipation. According to the system description, most of these are fruit tree seeds from Little Garden. If they take root, they'll provide a new food source for Jellic's people. That should increase their loyalty to the church. The only problem is there's a lot of them. How many? Over 100,000 seeds. 100. 000. Kurumi was a little surprised, but quickly adjusted. With 4 days before the ceremony, we should be able to finish in time. She expanded her shadow space, and in an instant over 1,000 Kurumi clones emerged. The silent, desolate outskirts suddenly became lively. It looked like a scene from paradise. Era Souta. It's been a while, Souta. I finally get to see you. Are we going on a date tomorrow? Souta, I love you. A swarm of Kurumi clones rushed over, surrounding Souta, examining him from head to toe. 104, over 1,000 wives, more than 1,000 Kurumi clones surrounded Souta, their gazes sweeping up and down his body as they whispered and chatted among themselves. Their excited voices echoed through the night, filling the air with a chaotic yet strangely playful atmosphere. Some of the bolder clones had already reached out, touching and feeling him up. It seemed that the sheer number of them had given each one more courage than usual. The ones closest to Souta were getting increasingly bold, their hands wandering freely over his body. Some even started pulling at his clothes, looking as if they wanted to devour him whole. Ahem. All right, everyone, let's not rush. We have plenty of time to go on dates in the future one at a time, okay? Souta was both embarrassed and nervous. Then, a dangerous memory surfaced in his mind. Kurumi had once teased him by saying she could use her clones to drain him dry. If she ever actually did it, would he literally die at the hands of her clones? All right, that's enough. We need to get to work now. Thankfully, the real Kurumi finally stepped in, rescuing him from the sea of grabbing hands. She stood there, watching him with a knowing smile, her gaze carrying an unmistakable message. If you ever dare cheat on me, I'll make sure you're too weak to get out of bed for days. Souta quickly opened the sack of seeds, diverting his attention. All right, let's get to work. The clones reluctantly released him, sighing in disappointment. They began taking out seeds from the sack, attaching each one to a third bullet ability card. 1 seed per card. Meanwhile, Souta helped bury the cards in the ground. By his calculations, planting over 100,000 seeds at standard spacing would cover roughly 2,000 acres. That was about 1.2 million square meters, or nearly 200 full-size soccer fields. The numbers sounded crazy, but if you converted the units, It was actually just about 2 square kilometers of forest, more than enough to show off and impress people. Souta and Kurumi worked until dawn before returning to Jellic. Of course, there was no way they could finish the entire job in a single night. Even though they had enough manpower, the limit on how many ability cards they could extract per day slowed their progress. It took 3 full nights to finish planting all the seeds. 3 or 4 days without sleep wasn't an issue for Souta, thanks to his undying body and enhanced mental resilience. But Kurumi was starting to feel it. Her usually flawless face now had dark circles under her eyes. Souta suggested that she take a break, leaving the clones to finish the job while she rested. But Kurumi immediately shut that idea down. If I'm not around, who knows what my clones will do to you? Her playful gaze landed on Souta. They're very proactive when it comes to you, you know? They all love you very much. Then she smirked. Are you sure you want to take that risk? Souta instantly gave up on the idea. Meanwhile, Chelsea had finally arranged their public identities. From now on, they wouldn't need to hide in the shadow space during the day. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The only unexpected issue was Kurumi's beauty. Her presence quickly drew attention, and gossip about her began spreading among the followers of Path of Peace. Naturally, this information soon reached the ears of Balak, the imperial minister's spy. At that moment, in one of the luxurious palaces behind the church one that was nearly as extravagant as the Lord's own, Balak sat with his 4 elite guards, the 4 Rakshasa demons, discussing recent events. To ensure secrecy, Balak had dismissed all his personal slaves from the room. These followers were all women he had selected from among the faithful, using his position to deceive or pressure them into compliance. For example, he would mislead them by saying, "The Lord has chosen you, but you are unworthy. As his assistant, it is my duty to prepare you before you can serve him." With reasoning like that, many pious women would willingly offer themselves to him. Absurd? Impossible? Not really. In a world like this, there were plenty of people gullible enough to fall for it. And for the few who refused, Balak had other methods. His status alone was enough to force most of them into submission. He was nothing less than a parasitic cancer within Path of Peace. Balak, have you figured out why Path of Peace is hosting this massive gathering? The strongest of the Rakshasa, 4, Gazuki, directed a stern gaze at him. As personal enforcers of the Prime Minister, the 4 demons answered only to him, which meant they had no obligation to speak respectfully to a mere pawn like Balak. Balak, clearly uneasy, stole a glance at the man in the restraint suit, then answered, "I've already looked into it. Apparently, the gathering is meant for followers to hear divine revelations. Most likely just another faith-strengthening ritual." To Balak, the idea of divine revelation was obviously nonsense. Unlike the common folk, he wasn't some ignorant fool. There was no way he'd ever believe such ridiculous fairy tales. This was simply another tactic to reinforce control over the followers. You were sent here to suppress armed uprisings, not sit around. Gazuki let out a cold snort. Any large-scale movement must be prevented. This failure is on you. I will report it to the Prime Minister. W8. Balak panicked. The gathering was personally ordered by the Lord. He ignored all warnings. There was nothing I could do. Not my problem. I'm just a messenger. Gazuki dismissed his excuse. Then he asked, "When does the event begin?" "It's already started. The followers are gathering outside the city as we speak. I claim to be ill, so I wouldn't have to go." Balak sounded completely indifferent, as if he saw no real danger in this event. "There's nothing to worry about. The Lord organizes these kinds of faith ceremonies all the time. This one is just a bit bigger than usual." Thump. Suddenly, a massive pressure descended upon the room, cutting Balak off mid-sentence. His entire body became unbearably heavy, unable to muster an ounce of strength. Losing all support, he collapsed off his chair, falling to the floor. The Rakshasa 4 demons fared slightly better, managing to stay standing. But their faces were frozen in shock. The oppressive force came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. For a moment, it felt as if the entire palace had grown brighter, as if some dark veil had been lifted. What the hell just happened? Balak shouted in panic. Gazuki reacted immediately. Get outside. Now. He rushed to the balcony, leaped onto a higher vantage point, and gazed into the distance. What he saw left him completely speechless. 105 hugging Kurumi and rubbing against her a brilliant radiance shone over the plains outside Jellic City. That light engulfed the land beyond the city, bringing about an earth-shaking transformation. Towering trees sprouted from the ground, their canopies piercing the sky within seconds as fresh buds unfurled. A vast sea of green burst into view, crashing into people's vision with an overwhelming impact. The towering trees cast shadows over the land, instantly enveloping half of Jellic City in shade. It was as if a god was painting over the world, reshaping reality itself. Various plants appeared one after another. Flowers bloomed wildly. Grass spread across the land. Fruit trees emerged, and massive trees that required 10 people to encircle grew tall. There were even strange plants that seemed to move on their own. The parched, cracked earth was instantly nourished, as these unusual trees absorbed moisture from the air, revitalizing the soil. All of this was completed in just 5 seconds. 5 seconds. And a vast forest had appeared where there was once barren land. A deep silence fell over the crowd as all eyes turned to the figure in the sky. Bathed in soft, divine light, the being descended slowly onto the grand platform constructed outside the city, as if responding to the prayers of the faithful. Its face was shrouded in ethereal light, obscuring its features, allowing only its divine and noble presence to be felt. Below, tens of thousands of believers stood, awestruck. When the god stepped onto the platform, not a single person dared to meet its gaze. Instead, they all prostrated themselves, heads bowed in reverence. At the center of the platform, Lord fell to his knees, lowering his head to the ground. With a voice filled with passion, he declared, "Praise be to our Lord. O Lord, your miracle of life is beyond imagination." That single sentence ignited a wildfire. A wave of shouts and praises erupted, echoing across the plains outside Jellic City. A god truly existed. At that moment, nearly no one doubted the truth any longer. For this being had merely set foot upon the world, and life itself had revived in its wake. A forest had covered the plains. Greenery had filled the cracks in the parched earth. No mere human could perform such a feat within Jellic City. The 4 Rakshasa demons stood in utter disbelief as they watched the massive forest sprout from the ground. A simple faith-strengthening ritual actually summoned a true god. This must be a joke, right? Gazuki, the strongest among them, took a deep breath, his expression grim. We need to get to the site immediately. Without hesitation, the 4 figures sprinted toward the city outskirts. Their hearts were filled with doubts, but even more so, an insatiable hunger for answers. Upon reaching the gathering, they were greeted by a sight they would never forget. Atop the grand platform, a frail old man knelt before the radiant being. He was the most devout believer, and so he was granted a miracle. The god's glowing hand gently caressed the old man's head. It was as if the divine touch had pulled back the years. Under the fervent gazes of the onlookers, the old man's hair and beard lost their gray. His wrinkles vanished, his withered skin grew firm, and his hunched back straightened. He was growing younger. Time itself seemed to reverse upon his body. The years that had passed came rushing back to him. By the time the transformation was complete, the old man was gone. In his place stood a young man, no older than 20. Rejuvenation? The 4 Rakshasa demons stood frozen, their faces pale with shock. This was something no Taigu could achieve. If a Taigu could do this, the Empire's founding emperor would have never died. This mysterious being on the platform, was it truly a god? Just as the 4 Rakshasa demons tried to push through the crowd to approach the platform, a blinding light burst forth. Instinctively, everyone shut their eyes. The intense light lasted only a second before vanishing. The gathered believers eagerly opened their eyes once more, longing to witness the divine radiance. But the god was gone. That was a serious test of my nerves. Stepping out of Kurumi's shadow space, Souta peeled off the glowing devices attached to his body, exhaling deeply. These devices, created with his matter generation ability, were props to aid in his performance as a god. Kurumi followed, emerging from the shadows, curiosity and anticipation in her gaze. Did you collect the faith? Yeah, it's already flowing into me. Looks like I've successfully claimed this divine role. Souta closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness into the divine kingdom within his soul. By simply concentrating, he could hear waves of prayers crashing against his mind like an unending tide. Golden ripples of faith swirled throughout his divine kingdom, manifesting in a visible form. With a single thought, he could convert it into divine power. He exhaled, murmuring, "Now that I've taken over the faith, I don't have to keep up the act anymore. I just need to expand the religion and keep spreading the faith." At last, I've made it. For the first time since obtaining his divine spark, Souta felt like he had truly ascended. Kurumi smiled, clearly happy for him. "Still, I must say you really came up with an interesting way to use City of Devouring Time." Her voice held genuine admiration. During Souta's descent as a god, the entire city of Jellic had been suppressed by an overwhelming pressure. No one could move. No one could even lift their heads, as if the very presence of a divine being had crushed the city beneath its will. But in truth, this was Souta's plan. He had asked Kurumi to activate City of Devouring Time at the perfect moment, forcing everyone within Jellic to experience an inescapable pressure. Paired with the tens of thousands of growth bullets applied to seeds, a vast forest had instantly sprung forth. The final act, the miracle of rejuvenation, had been accomplished using Kurumi's fourth bullet. This was the true secret behind the so-called divine descent. "Thank you, Kurumi." As Kurumi stepped closer, Souta suddenly wrapped his arms around her. Kurumi blinked in surprise before letting out a soft chuckle. "Oh my, hugging me is one thing, but rubbing against me too?" Souta murmured, "I can't help it. You're just too reliable." Kurumi smirked, tapping his forehead lightly. "You're only allowed to say that to me, you know? With that, Souta buried his face in her hair and nuzzled against her, savoring the moment. 106 Kurumi. Help me cool down after hugging Kurumi. Souta felt like he didn't want to let go. Her body was soft, incredibly comfortable to hold. Her long, silky black hair carried a faint, elegant fragrance that was subtly intoxicating. He could feel two gentle mounds pressing against his chest. Kurumi seemed to be melting into his embrace. The sense of possession was exhilarating. "Seriously, thank you," Souta murmured softly. If it weren't for Kurumi holding things down today, he could have still accomplished his goal, but the cost and time required would have been multiple times greater. Kurumi didn't push him away. Instead, she pressed closer. She tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze with soft eyes, and said, "There's no need to be so formal. Compared to all the times you've helped me, this is nothing." Then, she playfully scolded, "Besides, didn't I tell you not to say things that make us feel like strangers?" A faint blush spread across her cheeks, and her amber eyes seemed misty, deeply alluring. Souta wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but her voice sounded sultry, like a cat's paw scratching at his heart. "This is the first time you've hugged me voluntarily, Souta, aside from when we traveled through dimensions together." Kurumi's lips curled into a teasing smile, her voice tinged with seduction. "Can I take this to mean that you've fallen for me?" Souta met her gaze head-on and admitted frankly, "At this point, I won't deny it anymore. Yes, I have. Any man would." He nodded firmly. "So, just let me hold you a little longer." Kurumi remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking her head, which was as good as approval. In truth, she was feeling a bit shy, but she had to maintain her mature woman image. So, she kept a composed expression. What a selfish request, but Kurumi's hands wrapped around Souta's back as she hugged him tightly. "Since you're being so bold today, I'll allow it, just for now." Her obedient demeanor made something stir inside Souta. As he held her, His hands began to roam a little more boldly. He wasn't entirely sure how much she would tolerate, so he slowly tested her boundaries. His hands, which were originally resting on her back, began to drift downward. His fingertips traced along her spine, caressing through the fabric of her dress. Kurumi shivered slightly, as if an electric current had just run through her body. Her thighs pressed together instinctively. Suta's hands slid lower, resting on her plump, perky backside. His fingers grasped her skirt slightly. The texture was simply divine. Suta felt his mind beginning to stray. Of course he stopped there. After all, it was broad daylight, and they were inside the Path of Peace, Lord's private palace. Guards patrolled regularly, and servants could enter at any moment to clean the room. If things got out of hand, it would be impossible to recover from. Kurumi gave him a knowing smirk. "You're stopping already? It'd be bad if someone saw us." That's true." Then Kurumi's half-lidded eyes gleamed with playful amusement as she whispered, "Let's continue where we left off when we get back to the real world." Right now, she looked absolutely intoxicating. She continued in a voice dripping with mischief. "They'll be waiting for your performance, Suta." Suta exhaled slowly. He felt like Kurumi had just lit a fire inside him. He needed to find something to do, anything to distract himself. So, he quickly suggested, "Chelsea's over there alone. She might be feeling uneasy. If she blows her cover, things could get messy. Let's go check on her." But before he could leave the hall, Kurumi stopped him. "Leave Chelsea to me," she said. "Suta, you've already gained faith. Shouldn't you test out your divine powers? Don't forget that part." Hearing this, Suta smacked his forehead. "Right? I totally forgot." Kurumi giggled. "Lust is clouding your mind." Then, without waiting for Suta's embarrassed reaction, she turned and left the grand hall. With Kurumi gone, Suta finally managed to calm himself. Once his fire had settled a bit, he focused his consciousness on his inner divine realm, the golden ripples of faith floating within his soul. These were the tangible forms of faith, appearing as mystical golden waves within his divine domain. All right, time to convert faith into divine spark using my divine flame. Divine flame, the source of a god's divine spark. It acted as a converter, transforming faith into usable divine energy. If divine spark was like electricity, then the divine flame was the power plant generating it. Only gods who ignited their divine flame could truly call themselves gods. Under Suta's will, the golden ripples gathered together, slowly melting away like or in a furnace. In its place, a new energy emerged, a golden light, as brilliant as the sun. Suta could feel it surging inside him. When he reached for it, he felt a thrilling sensation, a sense of absolute omnipotence. This was divine power, the legendary universal energy, said to be able to do anything. Resurrect the dead, reverse time, create and destroy worlds. There was nothing it couldn't do. Of course, wishing for miracles like that was an absurd waste of power. Wait, does divine power always have a color? Opening his eyes, a golden brilliance flashed within them. Even his entire aura shifted, exuding a holy and profound presence. This golden hue was likely a reflection of his personality. Let's test it out. Suta glanced up at the palace's ceiling. With a thought, his divine power pierced through the material. Allowing his vision to extend beyond, he could now see the sky above. Then, he made a simple wish teleport. Immediately, his body vanished. In the next instant, he appeared several kilometers away, floating high above the land. He stood on the air itself, as if it were solid ground. Of course, this was also divine power at work. Then, on a whim, he snapped his fingers. Crack dash! A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, splitting the clouds as it crashed to the ground. Deep within the newly grown forest, a bizarre, mouth-bearing flower was instantly reduced to ashes. Suta frowned. Seriously? Shiroisha? This is what you gave me? He glanced down at the charred crater left behind in the forest. Plants that could walk. That was way too ridiculous. Luckily, apart from that one aggressive plant, the rest of the mobile flora seemed docile, content to remain in the forest. Ugh. Using divine spark like this burns through it too fast. Seeing how half his newly converted divine spark had already vanished, Souta sighed. I need to cultivate a divine domain soon. That way, I can spend less power on miracles within my domain. 107, poor Lancer. Cry in the bathroom for now. Souta couldn't rush the process of establishing a divine authority, so he focused on testing other applications of divine spark. His primary goal? En sin combat effectiveness. Sure, divine spark could theoretically do anything, but directly manifesting an attack or wishing for someone to die was highly inefficient. Why waste divine spark to kill someone when a simple knife to the throat would do? Using divine spark directly in battle was stupidly wasteful. So, he needed a better way to integrate divine spark into combat. Then, an idea struck him. Could divine spark replace the stamina he used for his abilities? For instance, his time manipulation and matter creation normally consumed his physical energy. If divine spark could substitute for stamina, then his abilities would become exponentially more powerful. Back on the ground, Souta created a piece of parchment, then tore it to shreds and tossed the fragments into the air. Then, he shouted Dio's famous line, Zavarudo. In that instant, the paper fragments froze mid-air, completely suspended. They were locked in time, like insects trapped in amber. A large-scale time stop. Previously, Souta could only stop time for a single object. Kurumi had the same limitation. Sure, Kurumi could fire multiple time-stopping bullets at different targets, but since she needed to reload each shot manually, it was questionable whether she could freeze everything before the pieces of paper hit the ground. Unless she cheated by using store-bought ability cards. Pulling off something like this was nearly impossible. But now, Souta had stopped an entire field of floating objects all at once. His power had leveled up dramatically. Watching the motionless paper fragments, he grinned. Yup, this works. Sure. Burning divine spark this way was still costly, but compared to brute-forcing attacks using divine spark alone, the efficiency had improved by several times. Next test, matter creation. Previously, Souta's matter creation ability could only generate about 100 pounds worth of material at a time. This time, however, he created an entire steamroller and lifted it with one hand. Divine spark is really convenient. His grin widened. But what now? A new problem arose: what to do with the steamroller. Unlike game inventories, matter creation didn't allow him to delete objects at will. If he left the steamroller in the palace, the servants and guards would freak out, and it might cause a major commotion. Should I create a small, stable subspace for storage? The idea sounded good at first, but that would waste divine spark, and with his current level, he wasn't even sure if he had enough divine energy to pull it off. After a moment of thought, Souta found a simpler solution. He uploaded the steamroller to the system marketplace. Marketplace upload. Souta has uploaded a new item. Steamroller item description. Type, tool, weapon, function. Can be used to pave roads or crush people. Sa réaction, Tosaka? Altair. Kurumi Tokisaki. Souta. What's with the steamroller upload? Souta. I was testing my matter creation ability. The thing I made was too big to store, so I'm temporarily using the shop as a storage space. Kurumi. She suddenly remembered. Souta had talked about this before. When Shiroyasha had removed items from the store, Souta had a brainwave. If I can voluntarily take down my own listings, then I could technically use the store as storage, as long as no one buys the items. Kurumi felt speechless. This guy actually went and did it. Kurumi. If you need storage, I could just use my shadow dimension for you. Souta. But you won't always be around. This shop storage trick is actually really useful. Kurumi. Then why not just make me stay with you 24/7? Souta scratched his cheek awkwardly. Lately, Kurumi had become less reserved, growing increasingly forward. Rintosaka, wait. If we can use the store as storage, does that mean I can upload an entire mountain and drop it on my enemies? Does she not realize she'd probably crush herself too? Souta suddenly respected Rin's creativity. Souta, forget it. I already asked the system. You can only upload things you can physically lift. Rin, damn. That means no mountains. Suda, otherwise, I would have uploaded your entire moon and used it as a projectile. Rin, wait, why our moon? Why not yours? Suda, because if I took him why moon, my own world would get messed up. Rin, you didn't consider that our world would also be ruined? Suda, relax, Rin. I was joking. If I actually stole your moon, I might accidentally wake up Type Moon's Brunistud of the Crimson Moon, and that would be a disaster. Rin, wait. You said we can only upload things that belong to us. That's normal, right? Why are you emphasizing it? Suda shook his head. Rin was too young, she didn't see the bigger picture. Because of this restriction, Suda couldn't use some of his best trolling ideas. If this restriction didn't exist, he could have gone to Fate Stay Night's Fifth Holy Grail War and stolen Lancer and Gilgamesh's weapons. What could have been? Lancer, Kuchulaina Gai Gold. Ha, brat, do you even understand the true power of causality reversing? Huh. Where the hell is my spear? Gilgamesh. Mongrel, behold the true might of my treasure. Where the hell did my treasures go? What did you do, you filthy mongrel? Suda chuckled at the thought. If he could just tank their attacks using his immortality, had been able to loot Gilgamesh's entire treasury and steal Lancer's Gibalg. Then, he'd leave Lancer sobbing in the bathroom. Unfortunately, the system's restriction ruined his plan. Hey, system, since Divine Spark can basically do anything, why do gods have different divine ranks? Shouldn't everything just be determined by how much faith they have? Since this was a modified divine system, Suda couldn't assume it worked the same way as traditional mythology. He needed clarification. Higher divine ranks increase both the potency of divine spark and the amount of faith that can be converted into divine power at once. Suda, wait, so there's a limit to how much faith I can use at a time? He suddenly understood. If low-ranked gods could endlessly stockpile faith and wield it with full effectiveness, then divine rank wouldn't matter at all. Suda, then, how do I level on my divine rank? 108 if you have the guts. Try dressing as a goddess host can evolve their divinity to level 1 after accumulating a sufficient amount of faith. Advancing beyond weak divine spark is tied to the development of a divine authority. After receiving this answer, Suda stopped asking about divinity upgrades. After all, he hadn't even gathered enough faith to reach weak divine. Spark talking about divine authorities was still far off. With his doubts cleared, Suda continued experimenting with divine Spark's properties. Before long, the faith he had collected and converted into divine spark was completely exhausted. However, the aftermath of his divine descent was still spreading throughout the believers, continuously funneling new faith into his divine realm. As his converted divine spark increased, so too did the sacred aura surrounding him. A majestic pressure radiated from his body, carrying the weight of a mountain. The palace's patrolling guards and cleaning maids began subconsciously avoiding his area, unable to withstand his presence. When Kurumi and Chelsea returned to the palace and saw Suda in this state, they were shocked. Suda? Chelsea, now back in her original form, called out hesitantly. Suda, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. A golden glow flashed through his pupils. The moment Chelsea saw that golden radiance, she felt her breath catch and her heart tighten. An instinctual urge to bow in reverence overtook her. Oh, my bad. I didn't notice that. Suda quickly retracted his divine spark, pulling all of its pressure back into his divine realm, ensuring that not even a trace leaked out. In an instant, his intimidating aura vanished, and his demeanor returned to that of a friendly, easygoing young man. Phew, much better. Chelsea patted her chest in relief. Her chest bounced slightly with emotion, her shirt shifting in a way that was very distracting. Personally, I actually like your previous state. Kurumi approached, her face slightly flushed, and murmured in a barely audible whisper that forcefulness would probably be quite thrilling in bed. Suda turned to look at Kurumi. With his enhanced senses, he heard her words perfectly. What the hell are you thinking, Kurumi? Chelsea quickly shifted the conversation. Suda, how's your faith accumulation coming along? To answer, Souta raised his hand, allowing a divine glow to form at his fingertips. Faith is flowing in steadily. This is what faith converts into, divine spark. Then, without warning, he sent a surge of divine spark into Chelsea's body, baptizing her with its effects. Chelsea shuddered. A wave of comfort swept through her entire body. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized her strength had significantly increased. I feel way stronger all of a sudden. Souta smirked. I enhanced your physical capabilities. You can now use your Taigu continuously for an entire month without getting exhausted. Gaia Foundation isn't even a combat-type Taigu. It barely drains stamina to begin with. Despite her words, Chelsea's expression was filled with excitement. She eagerly approached Souta. Hey, give me more. You know I have weak combat ability if I get stronger. My survival rate will increase by a lot. You're afraid of losing your head, aren't you? Chelsea gritted her teeth. She really wanted to punch Souta in the face. However, she forced herself to smile and change her strategy. Let's just say that's the reason. Souta, I literally kneeled and prayed to you on that stage. If you don't help me, you're an ungrateful god. Relax, you've been a big help. Not only will I boost your strength if you want immortality, I can arrange that too. Chelsea's eyes widened. Kurumi, intrigued, asked, Souta, can you already grant people immortality? Eternal youth? That was easy. He could just purchase longevity cards from a store. But true immortality? That was much harder. Not through divine spark alone, not yet. Souta explained to Kurumi. Right now, my divine spark isn't strong enough to grant someone cellular-level immortality. Then how? Simple. There are plenty of immortality methods in the multiverse. Just go farm Bakano again and bring back some of their immortal liquor. Kurumi nodded in approval. That works too. Then, with a teasing smile, she added, this world isn't exactly peaceful. If Chelsea doesn't have self-defense abilities, she might lose her head again. Yeah, Souta agreed, nodding seriously. Chelsea helped me out a lot. I have to make sure her head stays where it belongs. Chelsea rolled her eyes. To prevent them from continuing to joke about her decapitation, she decided to strike back. Souta, consider yourself lucky. Souta raised an eyebrow. If the god of Path of Peace had been female, you would have been forced to cross-dress as a goddess. Her smirk deepened, like a mischievous little devil. Did you see the stained glass in the cathedral? Judging by its style, if the god had been a goddess, the outfit would have been extremely revealing. Maybe even nude. What a shame, huh? You missed out on a divine strip show. I would have loved to see that. Souta twitched slightly. Fine, you win. I won't mention your head anymore. Then he added, they'll hold off on upgrading your body for now. Once I level up my divinity, they'll head to Bakano and bring back some immortality elixir for you. Nodrus. Chelsea waved a hand casually. Suddenly, something came to her mind, and she became serious. By the way, Souta, what are we doing about Balak? Chelsea continued. Now that Faith is secured, we don't need him anymore, right? That disgusting pig came to see me at noon today. He kept hanging around me. I think he suspects something. Kurumi added. He also seemed interested in me. He was trying to probe my background, checking if I had some deep ties to the Lord. Oh, then let's just kill him. Souta's expression suddenly turned cold. They'll send him straight to meet God. Chelsea blinked in confusion. Wait, why are you so eager? Have you even killed anyone before? Kurumi smirked knowingly as she watched Souta's unusually aggressive attitude. That pig has been harming my followers, Souta stated flatly. As their god, how could I tolerate that? What about the imperial minister? Chelsea asked. Won't this escalate things too soon? Doesn't matter. Souta's tone was decisive. The only imperial forces here are the 4 Rakshasa demons. We don't need to show them mercy well, just erase their memories and turn them into double agents. His divine power had made him more decisive and no longer hesitated over such things. Even if we're exposed, the imperial minister isn't a threat to us right now. We move tonight. 109, what exactly is this Taigu-S ability? Night had fallen, and inside a lavish palace, the flickering lights cast shifting shadows. Balak took a deep sip of crimson wine as he pulled a scantily clad beauty closer. The grand hall was alive with music, and dance half-dressed women swayed their hips in a seductive rhythm, their movements enticing. This was Balak's nightly indulgence, one he never tired of. "Balak, you acted on your own again, didn't you?" Just as he was enjoying himself, a voice rang out from behind his seat. The speaker was Gizuki, the strongest among the 4 Rakshasa demons. "What do you mean?" Balak's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm expression. Gizuki didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "You sent that Taiga user under your command on a solo mission. What are you planning?" "What?" Balak was stunned. "You know about the Taiga user I recruited?" Among the countless believers of Path of Peace, there was indeed a Taiga user named Halamaka, whom Balak had secretly drawn to his side. Halamaka's Taigu was called the mysterious Adiusa. Balak had kept this a well-guarded secret, never revealing it to the Empire. It was his hidden trump card. Gizuki snorted. "Did you really think you could hide your little schemes from someone trained in the Imperial Fist Temple?" His tone carried a clear warning. "The Divine Descent event in Path of Peace hasn't been fully investigated yet. You'd better not stir up trouble. What exactly did you send that Taiga user to do?" "Relax." Balak casually gestured for a servant to refill his drink, took another sip, and smirked. "I just had him go fetch one of the new maids that the Lord recently took in. I checked. She has no background. It won't cause any problems." Gizuki thought for a moment and recalled the girl Balak was referring to. He allowed a mocking laugh. She seems capable enough, but you've got guts. I'll give you that. The Lord probably already knows I'm an Imperial spy. The fact that he hasn't exposed me means he's wary of the Empire." Balak set his wine glass down, chuckling. "It's just a maid. He won't care, and besides, he won't even know it was me. I'm really looking forward to tonight." Boom! A deafening crash shattered the air. The palace doors exploded inward, blasted apart by some immense force. The broken fragments scattered across the floor in large chunks. A black mass shot through the wreckage at terrifying speed, hurtling straight toward Balak. A sharp, slicing wind cut at his face like invisible blades. Gizuki, réacting instantly, sensait de létal danger. Without hesitation, he abandoned his mission and leapt aside to dodge. Balak, however, wasn't fast enough. Bam! The black mass slammed into his chest, the impact caving in his ribcage and crushing his organs. The sheer force of the blow sent him flying, embedding him into the palace wall. Blood trickled down from his gaping mouth. He was as good as dead. The entire event lasted less than 2 seconds. The stunned crowd turned to stare at Balak's limp body, now embedded in the wall. They quickly noticed something else stuck with him, another person. Screams erupted. The half-dressed dancers ran in all directions, their shrieks filling the palace as chaos unfolded. But before things could spiral completely out of control, a strange force swept through the palace. A hypnotic aura spread out, lulling the panicked people into unconsciousness. As the dust settled, 3 figures stepped through the wreckage, emerging into the palace. Souta, Kurumi, and Chelsea. The 4 Rakshasa demons immediately grouped together, their eyes locked onto the intruders, ready for battle. Chelsea glanced at Balak's corpse and showed no sympathy. She had no compassion for scum like him. Instead, she was just shocked at Souta's precision. "You hit him a little too perfectly, didn't you?" Souta replied casually. "I can see through walls." A small miracle like this barely consumed any divine spark. He hadn't just seen Balak through the walls, he had also overheard his conversation. And when this filthy pig dared to set his sights on Kurumi, Souta didn't even hesitate. He grabbed Halamaka and threw him like a human projectile. That's right. The so-called trump card Taiga user, Halamaka, had already been captured. Souta turned to look at the man stuck in the wall alongside Balak. In the original story, Halamaka was the most pathetic Taiga user. He had bragged about his abilities, confidently believing he had caught Akame in his trap only to be instantly decapitated. His existence was an embarrassment to all Taiga users. As for his weapon, Adiusu, no one ever learned what it actually did. The mystery of its ability remained unsolved even after the story ended. And now, history had repeated itself. He had snuck into Kurumi's quarters, thinking he could kidnap her in the dead of night. He had barely uttered a few threatening words before he was caught in Kurumi's time barrier and instantly sent to his death. You can see through walls. Chelsea suddenly took a step back, wrapping her arms around her chest. Suta rolled his eyes. What are you even worried about? Do I look like that kind of guy? Who are you people? Gazuki's furious voice rang out. The strongest of the 4 Rakshasa demons glared at Suta, Kurumi, and Chelsea. Balak was as good as dead, which meant their mission had failed. If they returned to the Empire empty-handed, they wouldn't be let off easily. At that moment, Gazuki wanted nothing more than to tear Suta apart. But Suta simply glanced at him, then charged forward. He didn't bother answering. Oof. Gazuki gritted his teeth and launched a counterattack. The 4 Rakshasa demons had undergone intense training at the Royal Martial Temple, achieving absolute mastery over their own bodies. Gazuki's hair suddenly bristled into razor-sharp spikes, transforming into steel-like needles capable of piercing solid walls. The other 3 members rushed in as well, surrounding Suta in a coordinated assault. But Suta didn't even move. He didn't dodge. He didn't block. He simply stood there. The attacks hit. Nothing happened. The gods possess an inherent defense divine protection. Divine Spark naturally absorbs all damage. Not even time-based attacks could bypass it. In DDS cosmology, legendary wizards all have time stop. If gods couldn't resist it, they wouldn't be worthy of divinity. And divine protection didn't even consume faith. It was an innate trait of godhood. The more faith a god had, the stronger their protection became, unless someone had a special countermeasure, or enough raw faith to shatter the barrier. A god couldn't even be scratched. So, as the 4 Rakshasa demons desperately attacked, Suta didn't even flinch. When they finally realized something was wrong and tried to run, Suta smiled. He lifted a single finger and golden light flashed at its tip. Time stopped. Feels kinda unfair using god powers against mortals. Suta shook his head, pulled out a memory-altering spell card from the shop, and casually slapped one onto each of their foreheads. At that moment, his system notification buzzed. Friend group mission triggered 110. I want to keep countless wives in my divine realm friend group. Quest triggered processing. Quest issuance. Solo quest. The salvation of Rin Tosaka and Ilya quest description. Your friends Rin Tosaka and Ilya have learned the tragic fates of their families. Overcome with grief and anger, they are determined to rewrite their destinies and create a happier future. As a friend, it is only natural to lend a hand, show the warmth of friendship, and help them save their loved ones. Quest reward. 1,000 points. Suta stared at the quest notification without much surprise. He already knew that friend group members' wishes could trigger quests, though whether they were solo or group quests was always random. So, it wasn't shocking that quests popped up. It was just unexpected that 2 people's wishes could merge into a single mission. What's wrong? Kurumi noticed Suta's slight change in expression and asked. A solo quest just came in. Take a look. Suta handed his phone to Kurumi. Kurumi read the details carefully, then blinked in surprise. 2 people issued 1 quest? Yeah, didn't see that coming. Suta clicked his tongue. The system sure knows how to save on points. What quest? Chelsea leaned in curiously. A solo quest helping some friend group members fulfill their wishes. Suta took the phone back from Kurumi and showed it to Chelsea. Ah, so it's not a group quest. Chelsea immediately lost interest. TCH, I was hoping to earn some points. Damn, Chelsea, you've got a pretty face, but you're greedy as hell. Suta smirked. What was she even thinking? Even if she could participate, did she even have the strength to handle it? His eyes drifted to the unconscious dancers lying around the palace. Then, he put his phone away. The quest can wait. Rin and Ilya already know we can travel through time, so they were bound to reach out sooner or later. For now, let's finish up here first. Suta then walked over to start gathering the unconscious women to prepare for a group memory wipe using Divine Spark. Since he was only erasing a few minutes of memory, the faith cost was negligible. But before he could start, Kurumi stopped him. She smiled sweetly, then summoned her clones to do the work for him. She clearly didn't want him touching all these half-dressed women. Once the memory wipe was complete, Souta freed the enslaved women who had been brainwashed by Balak. Most of them had been deceived. Some had been forcibly taken. Looking at these women, Souta sighed inwardly. Oddly enough, after killing someone for the first time, his discomfort was fading. He turned toward Balak and Halamaka's corpses. Lifting a hand, he summoned a roaring blaze, consuming the bodies entirely. Thanks to his half-cold, half-hot ability, now powered by divine energy, the flames burned thousands of degrees hotter. The intense fire melted their bodies in an instant, leaving behind nothing but ash. Souta exhaled slowly as he gazed at the ashes. With this, Path of Peace was finally under his complete control. Kurumi approached, gently tugging on his sleeve. When he turned to face her, she asked, "Are you all right? That was your first time killing someone." "I'm fine." Souta smiled and ruffled Kurumi's cheek. "I can't always let you handle the dirty work. Can I? I should take responsibility sometimes, too." Kurumi grinned, her golden and red eyes shimmering playfully. "Era, how reliable." She took Souta's hand and held it against her cheek, refusing to let go. She really seemed to enjoy being pampered. Chelsea watched their interaction, rolled her eyes, and quietly stepped away. 3 days later, for the next few days, Souta focused entirely on gathering faith. The divine descent had sparked a religious explosion among the believers. Every day, the cathedral was packed with worshippers. The rejuvenation miracle had left an overwhelming impact, and even the less devout believers were now praying before every meal. Because of this, the faith he collected was increasing in both quantity and quality. At first, the faith energy was a light gold, but now it had deepened into a rich golden hue. Higher quality faith meant stronger divine spark conversion. Finally, on the 3rd day, Souta ascended. His divine rank increased to level 1. Levels 1 to 5 represented weak divine power, also known as demigod status. At the exact moment of ascension, Souta felt his divine realm expand. His perception also multiplied several times over when looking at people. He could vaguely see their souls beneath their flesh. It made sense gods were inherently spiritual beings, and manipulating souls was standard practice for them. I finally leveled up. The sensation of evolution filled Souta with an indescribable sense of euphoria. Moreover, thanks to the modified divine system, he didn't suffer from mental corruption due to faith. His divine fire instantly burned away any emotional imprints in the prayers he received, allowing him to gain power without being influenced. Good. This means I won't turn into some faith-addicted maniac. At the moment, his divine spark reserves weren't that large, but it was finally time to start nurturing a divine domain. Once he established a divine domain, gathering divine spark would become far more efficient. However, just as he was contemplating his next steps, a sudden intrusion occurred within his divine realm. A faint, spectral soul had entered his domain. Souta's heart skipped a beat. Was he about to be possessed? But no. He quickly realized he was overreacting. This was a petitioning soul, a believer who had died with unwavering faith in him. In many mythologies, devout followers who perished were granted rebirth in their god's realm. As long as the god remained alive, these souls could enjoy eternal life, though they would never again be truly free. Petitioners continuously generated faith within the divine realm, acting as permanent worshippers for their deity. Didn't expect to get a petitioner this fast. I guess people really do die easily in Akame Ga Kill's world. Souta focused his consciousness into his divine realm and created a sanctuary for the petitioner to reside in. Since the divine realm existed in a state between reality and illusion, he could shape it at will. Thus, he constructed a peaceful paradise where petitioners could live without worries. Observing his own divine world from a god's eye view felt oddly like playing a simulation game. Then, Souta noticed another effect. Because the petitioner was now part of his divine realm, their strength was stacking onto his own. His physical capabilities had grown stronger. It felt like he had gained the strength of an additional human. It reminded him of the everlasting destruction system from the Day of Wrath, where a mage could steal the souls of others to increase their power. Unfortunately, the divine realm couldn't store physical objects yet. Otherwise, if he shoved a mountain inside, he could punch with the force of millions of tons. As Souta was finishing his ascension, his system phone buzzed. Tosaka Rin, Souta. Hey, can I ask for a favor? 111, today. I'm going to castrate Shinji Mato. Rin Tosaka. Souta, can I ask you for a favor? Before Rin's message even finished sending, Ilya followed up immediately. Ilya, big brother, Ilya also wants to ask for a favor. Altair, has something happened? I recall that Souta is currently busy gathering faith. If it's urgent, I can also help. Souta, Altair, I've already completed the first phase of faith collection. I do have some free time now. Altair, oh, so you've already mastered Divine Spark? Souta, yes, though it's still quite limited, I've only just leveled up my divinity. Souta, Rin Tosaka, Ilya. You both have seen the full storyline by now, right? Rin Tosaka. Yes, I've finished watching it. I never expected so much to have happened during the Fourth Holy Grail War. My mother's brain damage and paralysis was all caused by Uncle Korea. Rin felt conflicted. The uncle who had once doted on her as a child ended up as nothing more than a tragic, powerless human toyed with in the war, meeting a miserable end. After watching everything, she didn't harbor hatred toward Korea, only pity. But as for the man who orchestrated it all, Kirai Kodomine. Rin Tosaka. Kirai Kodomine, that bastard. I'm so furious my whole body is trembling. My hands and feet are freezing. I stomped on the sword he gave me a few times and threw it into the trash bin. But then I picked it back up. Souta. Hell is empty and all the devils are here. Rin Tosaka. Souta. Ahem, nothing. You're talking about that anti-master noble phantasm, right? Rin Tosaka. What anti-master noble phantasm? Souta. The dagger Kirai used to stab your dad, of course. Your father gave it to Kirai, then Kirai used it to kill him. After that, Kirai gifted it to you, and then he ended up getting stabbed. Honestly, this sword is seriously cursed. Rin Tosaka. Rin Tosaka. Yes, that's the one. That bastard Kirai had the audacity to gift me the very weapon he used to murder my father. I'm beyond furious. Souta. Then why did you pick it back up after throwing it away? Rin Tosaka. I decided to keep it so I can use it to stab him. Looks like this dagger is really going to live up to its anti-master reputation. If this story ever becomes legend, the sword might actually materialize as an official noble phantasm. Ilya. I also want to stab that bastard. He dared to hurt my mother ill. Make him pay. Rin Tosaka. And that decrepit, old, fossil Zoken Matu. How dare he do that to Sakura? I want to rush over and kill him right now. Souta. All right, you two need to calm down. Rin Tosaka, calm down. After knowing what Sakura has been through since childhood, how the hell do you expect me to stay calm? At this moment, Rin was overwhelmed by regret and guilt. She had always known that Shinji Matu bullied Sakura, but she thought it was just petty childhood squabbles, nothing serious. She never imagined the sheer cruelty her sister had endured. She also knew that being modified into a Matu Magus must have been painful for Sakura, but she never learned the details. After all magi endure the pain of their magic circuits. It was nothing out of the ordinary. But Sakura's suffering was on a completely different level, something utterly inhuman. Ilya. Sakura Matu really is pitiful. Ilya. I feel like we have a bit in common. Souta wasn't surprised to see Ilya's message. In the original story, Ilya struggled to deal with Sakura, someone who, like herself, possessed the Holy Grail's functions. However, because they shared similar pasts, Ilya naturally developed sympathy for her. In one timeline, the two even became very close friends. Rin Tosaka. Souta, can you do me a favor? Ilya. Me too. Big brother, I need your help as well. Suda, you want me to help rescue your family, right? Rintosaka, no, actually, I was hoping you could ask Miss Tokisaki Kurumi if she's available. She should be with you, right? Suda, staring at his system interface, suddenly felt a bit awkward. He had been so confident, expecting them to rely on him. But the first person they thought of was Kurumi. Well, it made sense she was the Time Emperor after all. Tokisaki Kurumi, I am available. You want me to help you return to the past and change a tragic history, correct? Rintosaka, yes. So, could we ask for your help, Miss Kurumi? Tokisaki Kurumi, no. Rintosaka, wait. Whatever compensation you want, I can provide it. Please, I'm begging you. Tokisaki Kurumi, it's not that I want help, it's that Suda has already received a solo mission to assist you. That means I shouldn't interfere. Rintosaka, a solo mission. Suda, yes. I've received a mission related to your and Ilya's wishes. Suda, Rin, you're worried about how to travel through time, right? That's actually not a problem. Even if Kurumi doesn't go personally, she can provide time travel item cards that will let you return to the past. Tokisaki Kurumi, since it's for Suda, he'll provide the item cards for free. Rin Tosaka. Thanks, but I can't just take them for free once I earn enough points. They'll definitely compensate you. Rin Tosaka, regardless, I'm really grateful to both of you. Ilya will provide a reward too. Big brother, will you come over now? Suda, I still have some things to take care of. Would you mind waiting a bit? Rintosaka, I don't mind. If time travel is possible, then whether it's done sooner or later makes no difference. But if possible, hurry up. Suda, what's wrong? Rintosaka, because I'm absolutely furious right now. Rintosaka, I can't take it. I'm going to school right now to break Shinji Maidus' legs. Suda, why not just teach him a harsher lesson instead? Rintosaka, that's actually a pretty good idea, but I don't want to do something that disgusting. He'll just blow it off with a gander. After sending that message, Rin went silent, which really made Suda uneasy. She wouldn't actually go through with it, right? His suggestion was just a joke. But then he remembered, Rintosaka is a magus. She's been trained as an elite since childhood. There's no way she'd show mercy. Shinji Matu, you're on your own now. May the gods have mercy on you. With that thought, Suda silently offered a few seconds of prayer for Shinji Maidus' doomed fate. 112, Kurumi, give me a hug. Suda recalled the events of the Fifth Holy Grail War. In that timeline, Rintosaka not only spared Shinji Matu, but even risked her life to save him from the Black Mud. She was willing to go that far because she considered the fact that Shinji was Sakura's brother. She didn't want Sakura to lose her only family. Of course, Shiro Amiya probably influenced her decision as well. But this time, things were different. Rin knew everything now. Under these circumstances, Suda could hardly imagine her being merciful toward Shinji. Shinji was doomed. Suda shook his head. Forget Rin, even he wanted to beat the crap out of Shinji. So, whether or not Shinji's life was in danger, frankly, he didn't care. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching outside the room. Suda looked up and saw Kurumi and Chelsea slowly walking in. Kurumi was carrying a tray with a cup of tea. After entering the room, she placed the tray on the table beside Suda. Clearly, the tea wasn't for herself. Lately, she was really starting to give off the aura of a devoted wife. You could have just used your ability. There's no need to brew tea manually, Suda pointed out. Suda, drinking tea like that would be soulless. Kurumi sighed in mild exasperation. You need to learn to enjoy life properly. As a former noble lady, it seems she had a deep love for tea. By the way, when do you plan on heading out for the mission? Kurumi handed him the cup of tea, her tone as considerate as ever. He'll wait a little longer. I want to finish arranging things with the cult first. Suda took a sip of the tea. The rich aroma filled his senses as he spoke. After all, once we leave, Chelsea will be here alone. If she gets exposed, it won't end well for her. But if we both leave, then all our efforts with the cult will be wasted. I haven't figured out how to handle this yet. Kurumi suddenly spoke up. I have a suggestion. HM? Suda blinked in curiosity. You have an idea? My idea is... Kurumi smiled softly. He'll stay behind in your place. No, no, that's unnecessary. Suda waved his hand. You don't have to go that far. It'd be too much trouble for you. This isn't just for you, Suda. Meeting his puzzled gaze, Kurumi let out a small sigh and explained. After reading the Akame ga Kill manga, I simply can't ignore what's happening in this world. Suda, you're not the only one who wants to change a tragic fate. Suda scratched his head. Okay, he had overlooked that. Kurumi was a person with real emotions and a kind heart. If she couldn't stand the tragedies of her world, then it made sense that she would feel the same toward other worlds as well. In terms of mindset, she was just like him now. You're not going back to the Date Alive world? Suda asked. There's nothing urgent for me to handle there right now, so I might as well stay here. Kurumi took Suda's empty teacup and said, besides, I can also help you oversee the growth of the cult and keep the Empire from interfering. All right then. I'll leave it to you. After considering for a moment, Suda accepted Kurumi's proposal. Still, he reminded her, if anything goes wrong, don't hesitate to message me. I'll come back immediately. Kurumi nodded. Understood. Now, Suda, transfer your points to me. You'll need them to purchase time travel item cards that can send us 10 years into the past. I don't think I have enough on my own. No problem. Suda quickly transferred his points and asked, would the 2 of ours be enough? Probably not, but I can extract multiple cards and stack them for continuous usage should work. Kurumi had already thought of a solution and immediately began executing it. Chelsea, watching from the side, looked incredibly envious. Time travel, she murmured wistfully. That would be amazing. If you could save anyone, who wouldn't want that? Suda raised an eyebrow. Do you also have someone you want to save? Oh, wait, I just remembered Akame ga Kill has a spin-off manga. You had a friend named Teiko, right? Teiko was essentially Chelsea's senior, someone who bore a strong resemblance to Akame. Both of them trained under an assassin group led by Barbara. Unfortunately, in that prequel manga, which depicted Akame's defection from the Empire, almost everyone died. Akame's companions and Chelsea's companions ultimately perished in their battles against each other. You know about Teiko? Chelsea was shocked. Yeah, Suda nodded and suggested, you could ask Kurumi to help you bring her back. The same goes for Akame's fallen comrades. Can we really save them? Chelsea whispered, seemingly lost in thought. Of course, but let's deal with our current mission first. There's no rush. No matter what, thank you. Chelsea's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, as if she were reminiscing about old friends. After lingering for a while, she eventually returned to her own palace. Suda glanced at Kurumi, who was sitting beside him. Behind her, a massive clock had materialized her angel. She was carefully preparing the 12th bullet and 11th bullet, getting them ready for upload to the system's marketplace to create the time travel item cards. Seeing the scene, Suda felt warm inside. Kurumi was sitting very close to him, unable to resist. He reached out and ran his fingers through her silky hair. Then he pinched her soft cheeks, feeling the smooth texture beneath his fingertips. Kurumi turned her head slightly and gave him a helpless look. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing, Suda chuckled. I just felt like hugging you. Before leaving, Suda encountered an unexpected issue. He had no way to collect faith across worlds. It was beyond his current abilities, which meant that once he left the Akame ga Kill world, the faith generated by over 200,000 followers in Angelic City would go to waste every single day. So, he turned to the system for a solution. Thankfully, the system had one. He could leave behind a small portion of his divine kingdom, embedding it into the void of this world. This fragment would act as a faith collector in his absence, gathering divine energy and accepting prayers. Once he returned, he could harvest everything in one go. Since his modified divinity had this function, this solved his problem perfectly. After receiving the time travel item card from Kurumi, Suda finally returned to the real world. However, he didn't go directly to Rin and Ilya. Instead, he first downloaded the spin-off manga of Akame ga Kill onto his phone. Then he made a quick stop back in the Akame ga Kill world and handed the phone to Chelsea and Kurumi. Only after that did he teleport to Rin Tosaka's house. To his surprise, Rin and Ilya were together. The moment he arrived, the two of them rushed up to him. Chapter 113. What is so great about a lowly-s body anyway? When Suta arrived at the Tosaka residence, he saw Ilya perched on a chair far too big for her petite frame, chatting with Rin about something serious. Her small legs swung back and forth adorably. As soon as they noticed him, both girls stood and walked over to greet him. "Big brother, welcome." Ilya curtsied politely, maintaining her usual calm, emotionless expression, clearly not the type to show feelings easily. "Sorry to trouble you again." Rin was much warmer in her greeting. She led Suta to a seat on the right and even served him tea. It looked like a guest room, spacious enough, but for some reason, it gave off a slightly dusty, neglected vibe. Noticing Suta's glance around the room, Rin coughed awkwardly and commented, "We don't really use this room much, so just bear with it." "No worries, I'm not that picky." Suta waved it off, took a sip of tea, and got straight to the point. "All right, let's hear your plan." "Huh? What plan?" Rin looked confused. "The plan to change the past." Suta gave her a suspicious look. "Don't tell me you've got nothing prepared?" "Well, you came over so fast, Ilya, and I didn't have time to finalize anything." Rin looked sheepish. Suta rubbed his forehead. "All right, let's all sit down and figure out together." They pulled their chairs close to talk more easily. Suddenly, Ilya chimed in. "Big brother, last time you peeked at me while I was bathing, didn't you?" PFF dash. Suta nearly choked on his tea. They were discussing plans. Why bring that up now? And worst of all, he couldn't even deny it. Last time, Ilya had asked for some cup noodles, and he created a few and teleported over to her castle to deliver them, only to find her naked in the bath at that exact moment. He had caught a glimpse of her delicate, undeveloped body. "You seriously did that?" Rin eyed him warily. "It was a misunderstanding. Just bad timing. I only dropped off the food and left immediately, no peeking involved. Besides," he glanced at Ilya, "what's even worth seeing on a 9-year-old? I treated her like a kid, that's all." Ilya huffed, clearly annoyed. Rin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, nothing worth seeing. Rin, he'll kill you." Ilya glared daggers at her, ready to summon Heracles on the spot. Sensing the surge of magical energy, Rin twitched and quickly said, "All right, let's stay on topic, shall we?" "Suta, stop sidetracking." Suta's face was expressionless. Was she seriously pinning this on him just because he's easygoing? He gave her a side eye, then got serious. "So, your goal is to save your families, right?" "Exactly. I want my parents to survive safely, and I want to save Sakura too." And Rin sighed and added, "Uncle Korea." "Matu Korea?" Suta was surprised. "You want to save him?" In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Rin's mother, Aoi Tosaka, had been manipulated by Kotomine Kirai into thinking that Korea had killed Tokiomi. When she confronted him, Korea lost control and strangled her into unconsciousness. Although Aoi survived, the oxygen deprivation caused severe brain damage. She became paralyzed and mentally impaired, dying before the Fifth War. Uncle Korea was just a pawn, a pitiful man who was manipulated. Rin shook her head. "I don't hate him. He only wanted to save Sakura, but lacked the power. The true culprit is Kotomine Kirai. So, for people on your end, your parents, Sakura, and Korea." Suta nodded. The system mission was to help them rebuild a happy family, so saving them, not fighting, was the real objective. Though realistically, some fighting was inevitable. Suta turned to Ilya. "Ilya, who do you want to save?" "My mother." Ilya answered instantly. "What about Kiritsugu?" "Whatever." Ilya turned away with a pout. Clearly, she hadn't forgiven her father. Suta scratched his head, unsure how to handle it. He had mixed feelings about Kiritsugu himself, a terminal case of Chinibu. "Suta, the system asked you to help us rebuild our families, right? Maybe you should save Kiritsugu anyway, just in case the system flags it as a failure." Rin made the pragmatic suggestion, then voiced another concern. "By the way, if we mess with the past this much, won't it cause major problems? Like completely changing the future?" Suta fell silent. Had often wondered if changing the past to save people was really saving them. Did Shido killing Origami's tragic past count as killing the original her? Saving someone from death was one thing, but changing their suffering could be like erasing the person they were. The altered version might share the same soul, but the memories would be different. It felt like a philosophical rabbit hole. Suda sighed and shared his thoughts. Rin and Ilya both fell silent. I once asked the system, when a new timeline replaces the old, as long as we friend group members aren't erased from existence, our memories will merge with the new timelines. We won't forget a thing, and we'll still have our phones. It's a perk from the system. But Suda shook his head. Everyone else's memories reset. Chapter 114. What exactly did you do to Shinji Matu? So basically, if we go back and save Sakura, the current Sakura would cease to exist, right? Rin's expression grew bitter upon hearing Suda's explanation. She had thought about this issue before but subconsciously avoided facing it. Now that Suda had brought it up, she could no longer ignore it. No matter how tragic Sakura's life had been, erasing her existence wasn't something they could take lightly. The three of them debated the dilemma for a while, but couldn't find a solution, so they turned to the group chat for ideas. Suda shared the core of the problem, and soon the chat was buzzing. Kurumi, yeah, this is a real headache. I never really considered this kind of problem before. Chelch, looks like time travel should only be used to save those who died in the past. Messing with the lives of the living better not. Altair, you're overthinking it. Suda, huh? What do you mean? Altair, even if the timeline changes, the soul remains the same. Only the memories are different. It's still the same person. If it really bothers you, why not just ask Sakura herself if she wants her past changed? You could even preserve her current memories. Kurumi, so you're suggesting we merge the two sets of memories? Altair, exactly. Preserve the current Sakura's memories. Once the timeline shifts, if the new Sakura agrees, you merge them. If not, let her live on as her new self. The past would be behind her. Rin, but would merging memories cause conflict? Like two personalities fighting for control? Altair, no. We create new memories every day. You don't wake up thinking you're a different person just because you remember yesterday, right? Last year's you and today's you are still you. The soul never changed. It's just one more set of memories. Rin, all right. Then let Sakura choose. One soul, two sets of memories, or a new life without the past, or keep things as they are. It's up to her. That was the best they could do. Offer Sakura 3 options and let her decide. After the discussion, they set their phones aside. So it's settled, Suda said. We asked Sakura whether she wants her past changed or not, and whether she'll accept her current memories in a new timeline. That's up to her. They'll take care of it, Rin agreed. Then Suda added, I have another suggestion about the Fourth War. What? Rin looked intrigued. Since we're going back in time anyway, why not just take the Holy Grail and complete the third magic? He turned to Ilya. If Ilya can achieve the third magic, not only will she become stronger, but she can also fix her health issues. Due to the unnatural magical alterations made to her before birth, Ilya's body had severe flaws. In the original story, Zokamatu estimated that even if she survived the 5th Holy Grail War, she wouldn't live more than a year. That needed fixing. Rin was visibly stunned. Take the Holy Grail? We can't even beat the servants. And we're not masters either. Leave the servants to me. I'm half a god now. I can handle a fight. As for becoming a master, we just steal Ryunosuke's command seals. Suda had it all thought out. He wasn't sure if someone not a master could use the Grail, so stealing a seal was the backup. But isn't the Grail corrupted? Rin asked. It can't grant wishes, right? The corruption is caused by humanity's evil, basically twisted faith. I can't absorb that as it's not linked to me, but Suda gave a confident grin. I'm a god now. I think I can burn the evil away with divine fire and restore the Grail. That's just your guess, right? What if it doesn't work? Then it doesn't work. No big deal. Suda shrugged. He had plenty of other ways to help Ilya. All right, if you say so, I don't mind. Rin stretched. I'm going to find Sakura. Let's go together. Suda stood up. If she agrees, they'll need to use divine power to preserve her memories. Oh, and one more thing. He turned sharply toward Rin. Shinji Matu. He didn't actually have something terrible happen to him, right? Rin glanced out the window. Who knows? Whether Shinji really had something terrible happen to him or not remain an unsolved mystery. Suda chose not to investigate further. After leaving, Rin went straight to the school and found Sakura. She had skipped class today to host Suda, but now it was mid-afternoon and school was still in session. Suda and Ilya waited at a nearby cafe. Is it good? Suda asked, watching Ilya delicately nibble a dessert. She nodded sweetly, visibly content. About your father, I've figured out a solution. Suda brought up Kiritsugu. I don't want to hear it. Ilya kept her head down, focused on her dessert. Suda knew she was sulking, so he kept his voice calm. He's a stubborn idealist, even with my negotiation skills. Convincing him to give up his save-the-world fantasy isn't easy. So, he trailed off. After a pause, Ilya glanced up. So what's the plan? Didn't you say you didn't want to hear it? Suda smirked. Ilya pouted and went back to her dessert, but under the table, her feet started playfully kicking his knee. Thanks to his divine shield, Suda didn't feel a thing. All right. He chuckled. 5 years after the Fourth War, Kiritsugu started to let go of his ideals. We can go back 5 years and save his memories from that time, then return to the Fourth War and merge them into the younger Kiritsugu. That should do the trick. He gently patted Ilya's head. Then you can all live together like a real family. Chapter 115. Rin and Sakura Tosaka Big Brother. Ilya suddenly looked up at Suda, her voice quiet. Why are you going so far for us? I can't give you anything in return. To complete the quest. Of course, Suda replied. The system will reward me, so this is mutual benefit. You don't need to think about repaying me. Ilya shook her head. It doesn't feel like that. You're lying, Big Brother. Then what do you think it is? You like me, don't you? Her sudden question caught Suda completely off guard. Suda scratched his head, giving a wry smile. I mean, yeah, I like you but not the way you think. It's more like, I like you as a character from a story, not in a lowly, like as like. Ilya began kicking Suda's knee under the table as she said, They'll remember everything you've done for me, Big Brother. Don't worry, he'll definitely repay you. So here you two are. At that moment, a voice reached them. Suda turned and saw Rin walking in through the cafe's entrance. As she approached, she handed Suda a special card one he had created using divine power to preserve memories. This holds Sakura's memories, Rin said. She agreed? Yeah, she agreed to have her past changed and she doesn't want to remember it. But just in case, I save her memories here. Rin nodded and added after all these years. Sakura finally called me Big Sister. She used to just call me Tosaka Senpai. That means she's finally accepted you as her sister. Suda took the card and sighed. Rin, if you hadn't clung so hard to your mage family's pride in Tsundere Act, and just gone to her sooner, she might have called you that a long time ago. Who's Tsundere? Whatever, let's not talk about this anymore. Rin changed the subject quickly. Let's get started, right? Suda reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick stack of magical item cards. Since he didn't have enough points to get a single card that could send him back 10 years, Kurumi had helped him prep several lower-tier ones. Following the timeline, we'll go back to 1 year before the Fourth War to save Sakura from Zoken-Matu. After that, we'll handle the Holy Grail War. And for Kiritsugu, we need to stop 5 years prior to store his memories. As he spoke, Suda pulled out 12 cards. These cards are weaker, so we'll need 4 jumps to reach the right time. You ready? Rin took a deep breath and calmed herself. Ready. Ilya, as always, gave a quiet nod. All right then, let's begin. Suda activated the card. A dark, damp stench of rot filled the air. They were now deep beneath the Matu mansion, in the underground worm pit. Disgusting insects squirmed across the floor, walls, and ceiling, a horror to anyone with a fear of creepy crawlies. The reek of rot and decay was overwhelming. Standing atop the stone steps was a decrepit old man. Bald, mummy-thin limbs, hollow eyes glowing with malevolence, and a hunched back exuding the stench of death. This was Zoken-Matu, patriarch of the Matu family. Sakura, go down, he ordered the little girl beside him. A 5-year-old girl with long black hair and delicate features trembled in fear. This was Sakura Tosaka, just adopted into the Matu family. Frozen on the steps, she stared in terror at the sea of writhing worms below. All thoughts of abandonment were drowned in sheer terror. Gee, Grandpa, I want to go home. It's so dark. Be good, go down. You'll get used to it, Zokin said coldly, pushing her down with his cane. Sakura stumbled and fell. Zokin, with no trace of sympathy, seemed to relish the scream she was about to make. I want to go home. Please let me go home. Sakura tried to flee. TCH, looks like I'll have to train her first. With a flick of his cane and a simple mental command, Zokin paralyzed her with magecraft. Her body froze against her will. Sakura, go down, he said with twisted delight. Her mind screamed in terror, but her body walked toward the pit. Just as she was about to give in to despair, the air shimmered. 3 figures appeared out of thin air. In the dim light, Souta, Rin, and Ilya stood atop the stairs. Heracles, in spirit form, stood protectively at Ilya's side. Zokin was stunned. The barriers outside hadn't triggered space-time teleportation. The second magic? Divine teleportation really is handy. Souta's voice echoed, startling the swarm. He reached down and tapped Sakura, immediately wiping away the mental command. The girl regained control, looking up at him in confusion. What a repulsive place, Rin muttered, nearly gagging at the squirming insects. Sakura lived like this? Tortured and warped day after day. She rushed over, scooped the girl into her arms, and examined her for injuries. Seeing the lingering fear on Sakura's face, Rin shot a deadly glare at Zokin. You're... Sakura stared at Rin, something about her face familiar. It's okay now. He'll protect you, Rin whispered, gently stroking her hair and cheek. Her soft smile eased Sakura's fear. Who are you? Zokin finally spoke. Just imagining Sakura suffering long-term body modifications here, being gnawed to pieces by worms until she couldn't even scream. Rin clenched her teeth, 2 words bursting out of her throat in a hiss. Bastard. Without hesitation, Rin threw 3 gemstones at Zokin's decayed body. Enfant beginning. The gems floated midair, radiating magical energy. She visualized a knife piercing her heart, a mental image to activate her magic circuits. As she chanted a few lines of what sounded like German, the gems released a violent magical surge. Dark red energy engulfed Zokin. Before he could even scream, his body was annihilated by the blast, filling the room with the stench of burning garbage. Ilya pinched her nose and complained, Rin, that was so rude. Something's off. That old man died way too easily. Rin frowned, confused. This was Zokin's magic workshop. If Souta hadn't vouched for their safety, she wouldn't have dared storm in alone. Could Zokin really be this weak? Oh, gem magic, heh. In Fuyuki, only the Tosaka family uses that. Girl, what's your connection to them? Zokin's voice echoed again. The body Rin had blasted apart dissolved into countless bugs, scattering in every direction, utterly nauseating. Knew it. He's not dead. Rin drew more gemstones, ready for another round. She wasn't overly worried with Souta and a heroic spirit like Heracles. Zokin was no real threat. Still, how to kill this guy for good. I see now. You're here for the little brat, aren't you? She was given to me by Tokiomi Tosaka himself. What's this? The Tosaka family backing out of our agreement. He didn't give you Sakura, so you could torture her. Rin snapped and raised her gems, ready to bombard the area and destroy the barriers. But Souta stopped her. Hold it. That's another 1.5 million yen down the drain. Souta remembered. Rin's combat gems averaged around 500,000 yen each. Her luxury magic kept her perpetually broke, forcing her to take shrine maiden jobs every winter and even try to scam money with Shiro's projected paintings. Where the hell did she get the guts to throw 3 at a time? Let me handle it. Souta stepped forward, scanning the worm nest. Zokin's creepy voice echoed again. A powerless brat playing hero? You're all going to be worm food. With that, the nest exploded into motion. Worms surged from every surface, ceiling, walls, floor flying toward them. Crawling bugs bared their fangs, flying ones unsheathed blade-like wings. Rin and the trembling Sakura shuddered at the sight. Ugh, this is disgusting. Souta, can you handle it? Souta didn't answer. He lifted his right foot and stomped. Freeze! Golden light burst from beneath his foot. Divine power converted into massive energy, pushing his quirk far beyond normal. Instantly, the entire chamber turned into an icy hell. Thick frost coated every surface. Moisture in the air froze, immobilizing the bugs midair. Frozen insects clattered to the ground with sharp cracks. The chilling air pierced to the bone. Souta exhaled a puff of white breath. With just one move, he had completely shut down Zukin's attack. Sea cold. Rin clutched Sakura tightly, legs squeezing together, shivering. Even Ilya looked visibly uncomfortable. Only Souta, protected by divine power, seemed completely at ease. Saw thee. Forgot about you guys. He hurried over, patting their shoulders. Warm divine energy flowed into them, raising their body temperature. Something hot just entered me. Feels so nice. Ilya moaned softly, cheeks flushed. Souta, she's doing that on purpose, isn't she? Big brother's amazing. Is the creepy old man dead? Feeling better, Ilya sprang to life, tapping her little boots against the ice. Probably not. Zukin's soul is housed in a special crestworm. Rin looked around the frozen pests, unsure. Looks like he's dead, but I doubt it. Souta confirmed. He's alive. I could still sense his soul. It's intact. He walked over the ice, scanning the area. With divine power flowing, his presence had changed. Golden light flickered in his eyes, his aura commanding attention, impossible to ignore. Rin and Ilya stared surprised by his sheer presence. He's alive? Then he's still hiding somewhere in the mansion. Rin scowled. Zokin was notoriously hard to kill. This is his workshop. No way he'd hide elsewhere. It's his safest place. Chapter 117. The financial affairs of the Tosaka family, the Mata residence, Souta pondered briefly, then turned his gaze to the floor. Placing his hand on the icy surface, he focused intently. Beneath, a faint trace of a soul's presence. Had he not been a god, he wouldn't have sensed it. Could it be an underground ley line? Souta speculated. He closed his eyes and swept his enhanced spiritual senses deep underground, inch by inch, until he locked onto the source of that soul's faint aura. Come out, with divine power. Souta invoked a miracle of object transference. Instantly, a grotesque, writhing worm appeared before them. The hideous thing squirmed violently, letting out a human-like shriek utterly horrifying. Rin forced herself to approach and glanced at the worm. This is Matu Zokin? Same soul signature. It's him. Souta had no intention of touching the thing, so he simply stomped it underfoot, preventing Zukin's escape. Ilya tried to step on it too, but found no space. It was too small for her foot. Who are you? Don't kill me. The revolting worm screeched, startling little Sakura in Rin's arms. It can still talk. This is beyond creepy. Rin patted Sakura's head reassuringly and shot the worm a glare of pure disgust. Zukin's lived like this for centuries. Being creepy is kind of his thing. Souta sighed at the cursed creature beneath his foot, eyes tinged with pity. Once a man who dreamed of saving the world, reduced to this. How ironic. Zokin hadn't always been a monster. He had once been a brilliant young magus, with noble ideals of saving humanity. But time had eroded his soul until he forgot his dream. Only survival remained, no matter how grotesque. He's used innocent people as breeding grounds for his bugs. Who knows how many he's killed? Rin spoke coldly, no matter his original goal. Now he's just an evil parasite. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The worm writhed, a faint human-like face flickering on its surface. Souta felt the sheer despair in Zukin's soul. Shaking his head, he dispelled his pity and conjured a flame at his fingertip. It struck the worm, engulfing it in fire. Zukin's screams echoed through the chamber as his soul and body burned to ash. Centuries of twisted obsession ended at last. Sakura stared in stunned silence. Let's get out of here. This place should be sealed. Suda turned to leave, Rin and Ilya following. On the icy floor, only ashes remained. Sakura, want some ice cream? Sakura, how about some sweets? Want some noodles? They'll make them for you. Inside the Matu residence, Suda used his matter creation powers to produce snacks of every kind, quickly cheering up the frightened little girl. Sakura beamed as she ate, laughing at Suda's silly stories, slowly forgetting her traumatic experience. When it came to calming children, Suda was a natural. Having grown up in an orphanage, he was used to caring for younger kids. He had at least 10 honorary siblings. 5-year-old Sakura took to him faster than she did to her actual sister, Rin, which left Rin feeling a bit conflicted. Since Zukin's death, Suda had more or less taken over the Matu estate. It was a good base for resolving Sakura's situation, so he planned to settle there for now. As for Matu Byakuya, Zukin's son, he was a mundane man without magic. Rin had implanted a suggestion in him, prompting him to leave town with his wife to manage the Matu family's other businesses. Suda, can we talk? While Suda entertained Sakura, Rin came over, tugging at his sleeve. HM? He glanced over. What is it? You're not lacking energy anymore, right? Since you've been collecting faith? Yeah, why? Rin smiled slyly, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. So you can use your matter creation as much as you want now, right? Ever thought about making something nice? Like jewels? You want me to make gems for you? Suda gave her a blank look. It's mutually beneficial. You can create them effortlessly, and I need them. She clung to him, her pushy side coming out now that they were close. Come on, think about it, be my supplier. Magically conductive gems and metals were rare and expensive. Suda vaguely remembered Rin in the original story, always scheming how to charm shopkeepers' daughters into giving her discounts. Rin, keep this up, and you'll end up starring in the Tosaka family's financial affairs. What's that supposed to mean? Rin frowned. She had a bad feeling about this. Nothing. Suda waved it off. Being your supplier isn't impossible, but what's in it for me? I can't make them for free. The system gives out missions, right? We'll pay you back in points. Deal. You're trying to scam me with IOUs? Whatever. Since you've helped me with cards before, they'll cut you some slack. Suda agreed. Bring me one of your gemstones as a reference. I need an image to replicate. You're the best. Suda. Rin found herself growing increasingly fond of him. He was easy to get along with. If I play my cards right, maybe I can get stuff for free, she schemed internally. Chapter 118. Mediocre. Mediocre third best in the world after agreeing to Tosaka Rin's proposal. Suda began studying the composition of gemstones in this world. His matter creation ability required a certain impression of an object to accurately create it. And the gemstones in this world weren't ordinary. They could easily store the will of their owners and were excellent conduits for magic. Stones that had slumbered deep underground often formed natural spirits and elemental attributes, functioning as simplified magic crests. For example, a gemstone imbued with a fire elemental spirit could unleash fire magic simply by channeling mana into it. Suda, of course, couldn't create gemstones with elemental spirits unless he consumed vast amounts of divine power. Even so, just the ordinary gemstones he created made Rin beam with joy. What Suda didn't know was that ever since Rin discovered his matter creation ability, she had made up her mind this guy was her friend for life. By the way, Rin, now that Sakura is safe, we need to talk about how to save everyone else. At dinner, Suda conjured up a feast, calling Ilya and little Sakura to join. Even Berserker sat at the table, silently eating under Ilya's command. If Kurumi were there, she'd probably sigh and say, "Suda, eating like this has no soul." Suda sipped some cola and asked Rin, "Got any plans?" "Simple," Rin replied casually. "All I need to do is take care of Kirai Kodo mine. He killed my father if he's gone. Dad should survive, right?" Naive. Suda shook his head. Even if Kyrie's out of the picture, the Holy Grail War continues. Given your father's personality, Amiya Kiritsugu will probably kill him, or Gilgamesh will take the chance to do it. Rin froze, unable to refute that. Yeah, that was very possible. Plus, Souta continued, Zukin's dead now, so Korea Maida's future is already altered. And that affects Lancelot too. Everything's connected. We can't rely on the original plot. Things are changing too fast. Acting based on it might cause us to miss something. He wasn't even sure if Tokiomi would still get stabbed by Kirai in his own home. One change could unravel everything. The butterfly effect, unpredictable and chaotic. True. Rin frowned. With so many changes, we can't count on the old timeline. Making a step-by-step rescue plan might be pointless. She sipped her tea, then glanced at Souta. So, what's your plan? We take the initiative, hunt down the other servants, and end the Holy Grail war ourselves. Souta's proposal stunned the room. Dash. Rin, that's rude. Ilias scolded with a frown. How is this my fault? Souta just said something insane. Rin stared at Souta, bewildered. You're serious? Why would I joke about this? Souta replied earnestly. But we're not strong enough. Rin trailed off, then looked at Souta curiously. By the way, I forgot to ask, now that you're a god, how strong are you? Me? Souta thought for a second. My divine rank is 1. So I can't store much divine power yet. No divine domain either, so I'm not that strong. How strong exactly? Well, if I use all my divine power and channel it into my half-cold, half-hot quirk, I could probably evaporate all of Fuyuki City and the surrounding mountains in one blast. Maybe leave behind a crater 7 or 8 kilometers wide. But I'd be totally drained. What? You call that not that strong? Rin nearly choked. That's way beyond any anti-city noble phantasm. Souta noticed Rin's stunned expression and misread it. I know, I'm underwhelming. It's just a rank 1 divine spark without a divine, domain-limited power. But my defense is amazing. With my current divine power, breaking through my divine shield would take 10 times that attack's force. Divine shield? Yeah, divine power is omnipotent, even when I'm not using it. It automatically absorbs all damage, physical or magical. That's the divine shield. If you can't break it, you can't hurt a god. Only divine power can pierce it. That's totally cheating. Rin exclaimed, envious. What about instant death attacks? Nope, doesn't work. Siyu Chulin could spear me all day, and I wouldn't feel a thing. Souta chuckled. Plus, I've got a trump card, my matter creation. I could make antimatter if I really wanted to, though that was something best done in outer space. He wasn't crazy enough to drop an antimatter bomb in Fuyuki and have the counterforce send heroic spirits to kill him. Rin stared in awe. If you're really that strong, then yeah, we can afford to change tactics and take the initiative. Exactly. Souta laid out his plan. Korea's got magecraft, so he'll likely become Maidus Master. Lancelot joins our side. You inherit Korea's command spells, provide mana, and keep him alive. Bruce. We've got Heracles, that's 2 servants already. Rin forgot her food, eyes shining. And next? Next, we confront Kiritsugu, and Irisville help her fix the Lesser Grail. Once that's settled, we can freely deal with the other servants. No need to kill them all. We can negotiate too. Once they're handled, we win. Your families are safe, and all that's left is to cleanse the Grail. Chapter 119. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford this. Tosaka Rin carefully considered Souta's plan, and in the end, she approved. With the butterfly effect at play, she wasn't confident that following the original timeline would allow her to save her family without mistakes. So instead, they'd eliminate the ones causing the problems. That was the most reliable method. Wipe out the troublemakers, and Fuyuki City's chaos would vanish with them. Rin suddenly realized she had found the perfect solution to everything. Of course, this plan only worked if you had overwhelming power. What about the corrupted Greater Grail? How do you plan to handle that? Rin raised the unavoidable question. Once we take out the other servants, the Grail will probably materialize, right? And then all that malice will start pouring out. Well, Souta rubbed his chin. We could do what they did in the 5th War, destroy the hole where the mana leaks out. But that's just a temporary fix. He proposed, let's stick with my original plan. I'll try burning away the malice using divine fire. If that doesn't work, I can always brute force it with divine power. But you don't have much divine power, right? Rin frowned. If you waste it like that, you might not have enough left for combat. That's too dangerous. If anything happened to Souta, she'd be racked with guilt. Safety was non-negotiable. Ah, you're thinking too rigidly. Souta laughed. If I run out divine power, they'll just go back to the Akame world and refill my faith. The system doesn't forbid world hopping during a mission, as long as I don't bring other group members along. Rin sighed in exasperation. Isn't that way too convenient? It gets better, Souta smirked. Once I have enough couriers in my divine realm, they'll get faith delivered daily without lifting a finger. Divine power will roll in on its own, and I won't even need to travel. Damn it. Rin couldn't help feeling jealous. Is it too late to ditch magecraft and become a god instead? Unfortunately, it was just a fantasy. The system store listed divine sparks at 1 million points. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford one. No time to waste. Let's visit Ryudu Temple after dinner. Souta finished his cola and stood. The Greater Grail lay deep beneath the temple, a massive magical construct, essentially a gigantic ritual array. Based on his calculations, purifying it wouldn't happen overnight, it would take time. Luckily, there was still 1 year before the Fourth Grail War. Oh, right. Souta suddenly remembered something. Rin, since we have a year before the war starts, how you plan to take care of Sakura? Beside him, little Sakura paused mid-bite, glancing nervously at her sister and Souta. She already knew her sister had come from the future, though at 5 years old. She didn't fully understand it. Souta ruffled her hair, smiling. Don't worry. Sakura relaxed slightly and resumed eating the mountain of sweets before her. Hopefully she doesn't get chubby. Well, if she does, it better be in the right places. No worries. They'll stay and take care of her for the year. You guys can jump back through time when the war begins. Rin looked at Sakura with a soft expression, then added, and based on the timeline, Uncle Korea should be back soon. He can help me look after her. Once the war ends and everything's settled, they'll take Sakura home. For now, it's not time to confront father yet. Korea was due to return 4 days after Sakura was adopted. Since they hadn't left the Mato residence, they hadn't altered that event. You're really going to stay here for a year? Souta asked. What choice do I have? I'm not leaving Sakura alone. Rin waved it off. Don't worry. They'll limit my activities to the Mato estate, no chance of early exposure. All right, that's fine then. Souta nodded. If you can handle the boredom. They'll drop by every few months to keep you company. I'm not a kid. Rin protested. I can take care of myself and Sakura. They finished dinner quickly. After a bit of prep, Rin led Souta to Ryudu Temple. Considering possible dangers, she didn't accompany him into the underground chamber. Souta's divine shield only protected him. Shielding others would cost extra divine power, and Rin couldn't just wade into the black mud like he could. Thankfully, Souta's guess was right. His divine fire could burn away the malice within the Grail. Indeed, gods were easily influenced by mortal faith. The thoughts and desires within faith subtly altered a deity's personality. Some even became wholly assimilated by their worshippers' beliefs. But the system's modded divine spark was different, burned away all mortal attachments, refining faith into pure divine power. With it, Souta slowly purified the Greater Grail. Unfortunately, the malice was overwhelming. One afternoon wasn't enough to burn much. So, over the next few days, Souta visited the temple regularly. Ungra menus will frequently resisted him. Too bad Souta, protected by divine shield, feared nothing. He even created a lounge chair, sprawled in it with soda and popcorn, watching movies on his iPhone with the sound on full blast. Ungra Mainu's mental corruption was useless. And the black mud? Please. Using his infuriating immunity, Souta chipped away at Ungra Mainu's will. He burned the Grail for 3 days straight. On the 4th day, he didn't go, because Korea Matu had returned. Sakura. Korea burst into the Matu residence, frantic. He had just learned from Aoi that Tokiomi had given Sakura to the Matus. It was like a nightmare. He knew what kind of monster Zoken was. He had left the Matu house precisely because of that. If Sakura fell into his hands, there was no hope. But then Korea froze. Waiting for him were a strange young man and a girl who looked like a grown-up Rin. The youth greeted him with one sentence: "Relax. We've already taken care of your father. It's safe now. Come in, we need to talk." Korea stepped back, terror in his eyes. "Ugh, can't you not say it like that?" Rin dragged Suda behind her, then said, "Uncle Korea, it's me, Rin. I've come from the future. Just come in. He'll explain everything." Chapter 120. I could play with these legs for a year inside the Matu residence. A conversation was unfolding that defied ordinary human understanding. This time, Suda refrained from speaking. It seemed Tosaka Rin was determined not to let him take the role of negotiator and instead personally explained everything to Korea Matu. Perhaps it was Rin's resemblance to her younger self that helped convince him, because the conversation went surprisingly smoothly. Although Korea found everything hard to believe, he ultimately chose to trust them after all. It was true that Sakura had been saved. "So, you want me to help you when the Holy Grail War?" Korea looked uneasy. He was just an ordinary man. Could he really summon a servant? Exactly. But don't worry about the summoning ritual. You're the only one in the Matu family with magic circuits right now. So the Greater Grail will definitely grant you command spells. Suda patted Rin on the shoulder and pushed her forward. "Besides, we have a professional mage right here. She'll help you with the ritual. No issues there." If Ryanosuk could summon a caster with some half-baked nonsense, Korea definitely wouldn't fail unless the Grail wanted him to fail. As for supplying mana, well, transfer your command seals to Rin, and she'll participate in the war in your place. Rin, can she really handle it? Korea still had doubts. Had just seen 6-year-old Rin at Aoi's house, and he couldn't reconcile that image with the teenage girl standing before him. "Uncle Korea, come on. Have a little faith in me." Rin sighed. "I am the heir to the Tosaka family, you know? When it comes to magecraft, I know way more than you." All right. Korea finally accepted the plan. From there, everything proceeded smoothly. Suda resumed his routine of commuting between Ryudu Temple and the Matu house, diligently purifying the Greater Grail a proper 9 to 9 job. Ilya wanted to go shopping with her servant, but Suda forbade it to avoid exposing her. Unless he accompanied her personally, no going out. Sakura, under Korea's care, quickly settled into a normal life, and she and Ilya became fast friends. Everything was going according to plan. Rin even dragged Suda out to visit a nearby town to sneak a peek at her younger self. Apparently, she found this incredibly entertaining. Suda could relate. He probably would have done the same. Who wouldn't want to see their childhood self? What he didn't know was that Kurumi often had similar thoughts, not about her own past, but about his. One day, he might remember being hugged and teased by a beautiful one he sent. "Young Rin is so adorable, I really want to hug her." Suda admired the grade school Rin and sighed with affection. "Don't get any funny ideas." Rin immediately pulled him back. "Wait, you're not actually into kids, are you? You do seem pretty into Ilya's body type." Whoa, don't just slander me out of nowhere. I just like kids in a pure way. Why does everyone assume I'm a Lullicon? To clear his name, Suda glanced at Rin's long, thigh-high sock-clad legs. "To be honest, I'm into UI like tall, long-legged beauties. I'm a leg man. You really don't hold back, do you?" Rin's face flushed, and she instinctively tugged at her skirt. Still, the praise made her a little smug. Suddenly, with a devilish smile, she tapped her skirt's hem. Every time it looked like she'd reveal her absolute territory, she'd press the fabric down, teasing Suda in his stealing glances. Where are you looking?" Rin leaned in, gazing straight into his eyes. "I've been wondering about that licking gaze lately. So was you. Am I that obvious? And licking? Bit much, don't you think?" Suda scratched his head. "You're not denying it, though." Rin gave him a disdainful look, mockingly. What a perv. She wasn't actually mad, just teasing him. Rin's nickname as the Red Devil in a model student's disguise wasn't for nothing. "ID say I'm just a normal guy." Suda defended himself. "Honestly, your outfit is a bit unfair. Showing off those legs like that makes it hard to not look. Pervert's still a pervert." Stop making excuses, you're such a scumbag. Whatever. Suda shrugged. I won't look anymore. Rin turned away and chuckled quietly. Suda noticed. Wait a second, he thought. The internet says Rin is a mischievous type who loves teasing people she likes. Could she like me? He glanced at her, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. What? Rin shot him a look. Why are you staring? Nothing. Suda turned away. Let's go. We've got Grail purification to finish. Yeah. You're such a workaholic. Rin sighed, hurrying after him. She had hoped to stroll around a bit longer. Hey, can you help me with my sit-ups again tonight? Sure. Suda nodded as they walked. Helping wasn't anything lewd. Rin had a nightly sit-up routine. She claimed it was the secret to maintaining her figure. At home she had equipment, but not at the Matu house, so she enlisted Suda's help. Why not ask Ilya or Sakura? Or Korea? Ilya? She had refuse outright. She looks down on me. Sakura's too weak. And Uncle Korea, he's a man, and I am a young maiden in her prime. There's a line, you know. You're saying I'm not a man? Suda narrowed his eyes. We're friends, Rin said with a smile. Helping with something small like this is totally normal, right? The way you dress. Letting me hold your feet while you do sit-ups? That's torture for me, never mind. Suda shook his head and dropped the topic. They returned to Fuyuki City. Suda resumed his work purifying the Grail. This slow grind continued for nearly 2 weeks. Finally, Ungra Mainyu could no longer hold out. Amid its desperate resistance, Suda purged all the world's evils. The Greater Grail was completely purified, which meant it was time to travel through time and join the Holy Grail War. Chapter 121. My mom, it's not as big as me series come forth from the ring of restraints. Protector of the Holy Balance. As a long incantation concluded, vibrant magical light flared from the magic circle in the repurposed basement of the Matu residence. Standing nearby, sweat trickling down his temples, Korea Matu couldn't help but let a slight smile curl at his lips. Berserker, fully armored, just as expected, looking at the towering, armored figure wrapped in ominous magical energy in the center of the magic circle, Korea let out a sigh of relief. The summoning was a success. Looks like it really is Lancelot. Suda approached, prompting Berserker to immediately emit raw hostility. But without a command from Korea, he didn't attack. Trailing behind Suda was Rin Tosaka, dressed casually in a loose top and short skirt, black tights hugging her legs. She appeared taller and more mature, radiating a cool, older sister vibe. It had been a year since Sakura was rescued from Zokanmatu. While Suda and Ilya had crossed through time multiple times over several months, Rin had spent the entire year living in the Matu mansion. Spending every day with Sakura had softened her demeanor significantly, and the changes were clear. Rin, you've changed again. Suda glanced at Rin, particularly her increasingly alluring legs. It's been 3 months. Of course your impression of me would change. Rin brushed a lock of hair behind her ear in an unexpectedly seductive gesture. But you, Suda, you look exactly the same. What can I say? Immortal, eternally young, still just as annoying. Rin rolled her eyes and turned to Ilya with a smile. Ilya too, still so tiny and cuter than ever. I'm oddly pissed off now. Ilya muttered, fiddling with her hair. All right, let's transfer the command seals. Korea can't handle the mana drain. Suda approached Korea, prompting an even stronger surge of hostility from Berserker. Suda, however, paid it no mind. Even if Berserker attacked him nonstop for a day, he wouldn't take a scratch. Berserker, stand down. Following Rin's approach, Korea issued the command, then asked Suda, are you sure the transfer will work? After a year of learning, Korea was no longer a novice. He knew transferring command seals wasn't supposed to be easy. Suda, however, casually wiped his hand across Korea's. The command seals vanished like pencil marks erased. Then he held Rin's hand, lightly brushing it. Bright red seals appeared on her hand. The entire process took 3 seconds, barely time to react. Why is divine spark so expensive? Rin muttered, staring at the seals. The so-called divine power was almost unfair even without knowing the exact method. Souta could just do things with it. Jealousy nearly twisted her face. Aren't you using your divine power, faith, too casually? Will you have enough left to fight? Don't worry. Using divine spark to achieve something depends on how difficult it is. Souta explained, transferring seals is basic, it barely used anything. Plus, I've already topped up by visiting the Akame world again. I'm divine rank 2 now. Already rank 2? Rin was surprised. It's not that fast. From rank 1 to 5 minor deity, demigod, tier it's just about stacking faith. The Akame world has over 200,000 believers. I should reach rank 5 there. So getting more believers means faster leveling? Exactly, but let's change the subject. Souta turned to Korea. Take Sakura and leave Fuyuki for now. Come back when we tell you it's safe. Got it. Be careful. Without Berserker's mana drain, Korea looked much more relaxed. They'll wait for your good news. After sending Korea and Sakura off at the station and ruffling Sakura's hair, Souta teleported back to the mansion. Inside, Rin was admiring her new servant like a kid with a shiny new toy. When Souta returned, she said, I found that serial killer's location. Ryunosuke Uryu? Yeah, him. Rin's face twisted in disgust. Saber's group isn't here yet. So let's take out Ryunosuke first. One servant's soul should be safe for Ilya's mom. No problem. Souta nodded. Better to end him before he and Caster team up. Who knows how many kids would suffer otherwise. Souta felt no guilt or hesitation about executing Ryunosuke. Call it justice or self-satisfaction. Such people had no place in society. Ilya, stay here. Rin and I will handle this. When your mom arrives, ITLL be your turn. Okay, he'll follow Big Brother's lead. Ilya summoned Heracles to guard the mansion. Despite her cold expression, Souta noticed a flicker of anticipation. She clearly cared deeply about her mother's arrival. Thinking about Ilya's mom, Souta felt a surge of uncontrollable need to mock. Ilya, 18 years old. Irisveal, 9 years old. The latter is the mother of the former. Chapter 122. By my command seal, I order you to kill yourself, Caster. Right now, Ilya and her mother represent an odd pair, a legal lowly and an illegal MILF. It all feels a bit spicy somehow. Me likey. Even putting aside the time-traveling Ilya, Irisveal is only a year older than the normal Ilya. A 1-year age gap between mother and daughter. Only in the Nasaverse. What's up? Rin glanced at Souta. Nothing. Let's go. We need to deal with the Caster pair ASAP. If we let them run loose, Fuyuki's kids are in danger. Souta pushed aside the impure thoughts. All right, he'll lead the way. Rin had Lancelot dematerialize, then led Souta to a typical suburban home in southeastern Fuyuki. Standing at the front door, Rin explained, this house had a family of 4 middle-aged couple, teenage daughter, and a grade school son. Ryunosuke Uryu broke in, killed the parents and daughter, painted a summoning circle in their blood, and saved the boy to offer to the demon he's calling. What? Souta froze. Relax, that's from the original plot. Rin smirked mischievously, clearly enjoying his startled reaction. I caught him when he snuck in. I used a suggestion spell to make him think he killed them. Right now, he's probably painting with chicken blood I provided. I swear, the longer we hang out, the more you mess with me. Souta sighed. He almost blurted, are you sure it's chicken blood and not your cough? Never mind. Come on, let's head in. Rin pushed open the door, continuing, once he summons his servant, it'll be time for him to exit stage left. They didn't plan to steal the command seals and summon a new servant. The timing of Ryunosuke's summoning in the original was tight. Seals and Gillis appeared almost simultaneously. Also, Souta didn't want to summon a new servant. The Holy Grail was now purified and usable, and he planned to kill servants to make a wish. If he summoned one he liked, it'd be awkward to kill them later. Ryunosuke Uryu was a twisted psychopath. He obsessed over death, the color of arterial spray, the warmth of internal organs, the screams of despair to him. It was all more real than low-budget horror movies. In the living room, Ryunosuke was artistically splashing chicken blood over the walls. He approached a bound and gagged little boy, enjoying the fear in his eyes as he stared at the imagined corpses of his family, all hallucinations crafted by Rin's magic. "Hey kid, do you think demons are real?" Ryunosuke, like a lunatic, spoke to the air. "They call me a demon in the papers. But really, isn't that weird? I've only killed a handful. One bomb could beat me in a second." Suda and Rin stood nearby, coldly watching his delusional monologue. Rin's eyes glowed faintly. She wasn't crafting illusions, but projecting Ryunosuke's own inner fantasies. "I want to slap him," Suda muttered. "Don't. Break the spell, and he'll have to start over," Rin warned. Ryunosuke, increasingly animated, rambled. "Now I'm summoning a demon. But if he really comes, I'm not prepared. What do I do? Have a tea party? Hey kid, if he shows up, want to be sacrificed? Maybe you'll get eaten or torn apart. Great experience, right? Definitely worth it, Ow." Pain suddenly struck Ryunosuke. A glowing red emblem appeared on his hand, the command seals. Immediately, the chicken blood sigil began to glow. From within, a robed figure emerged, bathed in eerie phosphorescence, a man with unervingly smooth skin and eyes full of madness, reminiscent of Munch's The Scream. Gilles de Rice, once a heroic French general, now utterly corrupted. Suda seized the chance, swiping Ryunosuke's seals away and transferring them to himself. Rin ended the spell, and Ryunosuke, regaining clarity, stared in confusion. "Summoner, who calls me to this world as Caster? State your name." Gilles scanned the room, eyes landing on Suda. "My name doesn't matter." Suda raised his hand, issuing a command. "Caster, by this command seal, I order you, summon your sea demon and kill this man." Gilles widened his eyes, startled. But command seals cannot be defied. He summoned a monstrous sea demon. A foul-smelling mass of tentacles and fangs appeared. Rin, holding her nose, stepped back. The sea demon ignored her, lunging at Ryunosuke, devouring him amid horrific screams. As silence returned, Gilles faced Suda. "Master, such a minor matter. There is no need to waste a command seal." "Well, I'm rich and reckless," Suda smirked. "And the sea demon's here for a reason." "What reason?" Gilles asked. "You'll see." Suda raised his hand again. "Caster, by this command seal, surrender and stand still. By this second seal, command your sea demon eat yourself." With both seals spent, Gilles froze in shock. The sea demon obeyed, tearing Gilles apart with tentacles and fangs. Through agonized screams, Gilles stared at Suda like he was insane. "You summon me just to kill me?" Moments later, Gilles de Rice was eliminated, the first servant to fall. Suda incinerated the sea demon with divine flame, leaving only ash and scorched air behind. Chapter 123. Bringing your own servant to get killed after Caster was eliminated. Rin lifted the sleep suggestion placed on the house's residence. Suda tidied up the living room, and the two returned to Matu residence. With that psychotic killer duo out of the way, the upcoming Holy Grail War was bound to be a lot smoother. Ilya remained in the main hall, with Hercules standing guard at the entrance, his sheer presence and berserker aura deterring any would-be intruders. Seeing Suda return, Ilya smiled and ran over. "Big brother, did everything go well?" "Yeah, the Caster duo's done. Now it's time to handle your mom's situation." Suda scooped up Ilya and spun her around. As they grew closer, Ilya gradually let down her guard, sometimes acting like a pure little girl, clinging to Suda playfully. Other times, she'd slip into a more mature demeanor befitting her 18-year-old psyche, treating Suda more like an older sister might. Suda found it all refreshingly novel. Off to the side, Rin sighed as she heard about the Caster resolution. "Suda, I really can't condone your method of dealing with Caster." "HM?" Suda put Ilya down, puzzled. "Didn't we already agree on this? Why the complaint now? We only agreed on eliminating them. You never said you'd use 3 command seals to make Caster commit suicide." Rin was clearly annoyed. "Come on, you could have just taken him out directly. Why waste command seals? If you didn't want them, you could have given them to me. What would you do with so many seals?" Suda shrugged indifferently. Well, guaranteed to win anyway. So who cares if I splurge a bit? His confidence was himself. That's why he never took servants or seals too seriously. Spending them didn't faze him. As for keeping Lancelot around, it wasn't because Souta needed him to win. He just didn't feel like killing an ally. And Lancelot's wish was to be punished by King Arthur. So he'd naturally seek Saber out for a duel eventually. Letting him serve Rin in the meantime was fine. Guaranteed win. Rin looked at him with a complex expression, unsure where his arrogance came from. And spouting guaranteed win constantly gave her a bad premonition. Relax. Souta patted her shoulder, then gave it a squeeze because it was soft and smiled. Leave it to me this time. Your family will be fine. I'm more worried about you getting reckless and into trouble. Rin didn't stop his antics, only giving him a helpless look. So, when are we meeting Ilia's mom? She asked. Did you find out when she and Saber arrive in Fuyuki? Souta replied. No, I'm not omniscient, you know. I just know they'll show up, no exact date. Souta turned to Ilia. Do you remember what day your mom left back then? Too long ago. Ilia shook her head. I've forgotten the exact date. Guess we wait then. Souta said. Irisveal and Saber arrived shortly before clashing with Lancer. Other servants gathered too, and Kiritsigis there. That part shouldn't change. Well, lie in wait. He could have used divine power to divine their arrival, but predicting the future would consume a lot of energy. No need for such extravagance. You two go handle that, Rin added. Lancelot will go berserk around Saber, and I might disrupt negotiations. Come with us. Leaving you alone here worries me. Souta glanced at the spirit form of Lancelot behind her. Being a god, he could see through spirit forms easily. As for his madness, he'll suppress it with divine power. He'll stay lucid for a while. Then what's your plan for Saber? Rin met his gaze. She's Ilia's mom's servant. It wouldn't be right to just attack her. She knew Souta's character just and kind. He'd kill when necessary, but not indiscriminately. In fact, Rin liked that about him. And as someone who'd read the original story, she didn't want Saber eliminated either. Don't worry about Saber, Souta replied. I plan to negotiate first. If it works out, we let her be. If not, we follow the war's rules. He continued, recalling the original plot. The Grail only needs 5 servant souls. We don't have to kill them all. 5 souls. So 2 can stay. Rin asked. Which 2? Saber and Ryder. Souta answered. Let me break it down. Hundred-Faced Hassan and Gilgamesh must be eliminated. They're problem makers. Sure, but with Castor gone, that's only 3. Add Diarmuid Lancer and your Lancelot. That's 5. Rin stared at him, speechless. You want to kill Lancelot? That's just wrong, killing your own ally. She glanced at Lancelot's spirit. It's not me killing him, Souta said. Remember his wish? To be punished by King Arthur. Hell fight Saber eventually and force her to slay him just like in the original. As for Diarmuid, Souta smiled. He wants to serve his lord with loyalty. If we kill him, it's like fulfilling his wish to die, protecting them. Right? Chapter 124. Becoming a simp can get you magic. Souta, with a very serious tone, laid out his reason for eliminating Diarmuid. His logic sounded ridiculous, but his expression was deadly earnest. Fulfilling Diarmuid's wish to die, protecting his master by killing him yourself? That bandit-like reasoning left Rin speechless. But thinking about it, maybe it really was the best for Diarmuid. Given his chivalric nature, there was no way he'd get along with Cainith. Diarmuid wanted a noble master to whom he could dedicate his life. Cainith, however, didn't give a damn about chivalry and would use dirty tactics if it meant winning. Their personalities were fundamentally incompatible. So, Diarmuid, just go die honorably with your chivalry intact. This setup works. Rin nodded, though her expression was complicated. It feels like we're just here to clean up after Fourth War's mess, fixing all the disasters others caused. Isn't that exactly what we're doing? Souta shrugged. Oh, right. He looked at the 2 girls across from him. Rin, Ilia, aside from saving your families. You don't have any other wishes, right? Just want my mom. Ilia answered instantly. I want a mountain of gems. Rin chimed in right after. A gem mountain? Souta gave her a look. I meant wishes for the Grail. The root, does that count? Rin asked hesitantly. As a mage, She wasn't obsessed with reaching the root, but did cross her mind. It counts. But if you want to reach the root, we need to change the plan. Souta recalled info about the Holy Grail war mechanics. To reach the root, the Grail must consume all 7 servant souls, meaning after defeating the others. You have to command your own servant to die, thus opening a hole to the root. But most normal wishes don't require such extreme steps. Even Kiritsuga's idealistic wish ending all wars was nothing compared to the miracle of reaching the root. To simply perform a miracle in the current world, 5 or 6 servant souls were plenty. No need to fully awaken the Great Grail. Souta laid all this out, then added, even if you wanted to reach the root, you'd have to fight off 2 counterforces. Their backed heroic spirits have basically infinite mana, and the root itself might assimilate you. Stop! Rin interrupted him, waving her hand frantically. I was just saying, okay? I'm not really trying to reach the root. Good. That'd be too much hassle. Souta exhaled. He had considered letting Ilya reach the root to achieve the 3rd magic. But he wasn't sure if his divine power could withstand the root's assimilation. He dropped the idea, then let Ilya use the Grail wish to fix her body. Souta glanced at her. There would be leftover mana, which we can let Iskandar and Saber Yusei favor for them. Why don't you make a wish to gain a massive following in this world? Rin was curious, because this world has 2 counterforces. Souta shook his head. If I transplant D&D's divine system here, Alea might throw a fit. Too risky. Other worlds are fine, I don't need this one. They'd already divided up the Grail's wish slots before the war even ended. Insanely arrogant. They didn't care about the other masters or servants at all. Rin sighed. Kinda shame the Grail's fixed, but we can't use it to reach the root. There's a better way to reach the root. Souta looked at her. What? Rin perked up. Become a simp for Ayaka Sagiu or Ryugi Shiki. Satisfy them, and boom root trip. Suta's voice was completely serious. Especially Ryugi. If she's in a good mood, she might let you visit the root for a day and toss you a 6th or 7th magic as a bonus. Rin pouted. I thought you had a real method. Got my hopes up. I'm serious. Enough with the jokes. She waved him off, clearly not buying it. Souta stared at her. These days, telling the truth gets you nothing. The next day, at Matu residence, Souta was holding down Rin's ankles as she did sit-ups. Despite her modest bust, her slender figure was captivating. Sweat soaked through her clothes, hinting at forbidden temptation. Didn't I create workout equipment for you? Why make me help? With someone helping, it's more motivating. Rin laughed playfully. Souta, you seem uncomfortable. Struggling to hold back? Rin, you're playing with fire. Souta smirked, tempted to tease her back. Just as he was about to act, Rin's expression changed. Strong magic signal. Location, Mayan River. Must be Saber and Lancer. Chapter 125, Kiritsugu. Trust me. I mean no-harm servants are essentially cluster of mana when they clash. The energy they release is as glaring to mages as a bonfire in the dead of night. Rin immediately sensed the disturbance. Let's move. Souta nodded. Had also felt the energy surge, though due to his different system. He couldn't tell it was mana as clearly as Rin. Wait, I need a change. Rin, drenched in sweat, was about to rush off. No need, I got you. With a snap of his fingers, Suta's divine power cleaned her body and changed her clothes in an instant. A spell to simulate a full shower. And his matter creation ability dressed her in stylish, appropriate attire complete with thigh-high black stockings hugging her slender legs. Rin looked amazed, running her fingers over the silky, high-end fabric. Her eyes lit up like stars as she latched onto Suta's arm. Souta, can you stay a bit longer after this Holy Grail war ends? Huh? Why? Life's just too convenient with you around. Cleaning the house. Just snap your fingers, right? Don't push it. Souta peeled her off. Get serious. We're about to go into battle. Battle? Aren't we going to negotiate? Rin blinked. Rin, talking only goes so far. Souta sighed. What I've learned from years of negotiations is, the more you try to reach an agreement, the less likely you'll get one, unless you beat them into submission first. Beat them into submission? Rin's eye twitched. Exactly. It's a valid negotiation technique. Some people are just stubborn until you hit them hard. There's no proper basis for discussion. That's threatening, not negotiating. Same thing. That night, darkness cloaked the city. Neon lights flickered, casting eerie glows over the deserted warehouse district by the harbor. A perfect battlefield. Kiritsugu Amiya crouched amidst stacked containers, sniper rifle at the ready, peering through his thermal scope. Saber, Lancer, Caneth, Irisveal, all their heat signatures were locked. He grinned. Magic concealment? Worthless against modern tech. Mia, can you see Lancer's master? He's on that warehouse roof northeast of Saber. Silence. Kiritsugu frowned. Suddenly, a reply. A man's voice. Can't see Caneth. Dead angle from here. Caneth? Kiritsugu froze. That's not Mia. Hold on, they'll come over and check. Just point it out to me. Panic. Kiritsugu's instinct screamed trap. He prepared to retreat immediately. Too late. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. He stabbed backward with a combat knife, hit something, but no scream. Don't waste your energy. Stab me all day, it won't matter. The voice belonged to Suda. In his other hand, Mia unconscious. Suda easily deflected the knife, then slapped Kiritsugu's face, sending him flying into the containers. No sound. The battle nearby remained undisturbed. You, who are you? Kiritsugu gritted through the pain, glaring at him. Relax. Suda waved me his limp body. I'm not here to hurt you. Kiritsugu's face. Utter disbelief. Sigh. Fine, I know you won't believe me. Suda pulled out a divine card, approaching the wary man. What are you? I know talking won't work, so let you talk to yourself. Suda slapped the card on Kiritsugu's forehead. This holds your next 5 years of memories. All the answers are in there. The card dissolved into light and burrowed into his mind. A flood of images overwhelming. Kiritsugu screamed, head pounding as if about to burst. His brain overloaded. White eyes. Lifeless. His consciousness snuffed out. The memory card had fried his brain. Suda froze, heart skipping a beat. Crap. I'm here to save people, not kill them. He stabilized Kiritsugu's soul with divine power, preventing it from returning to the root, then used one of Kurumi's time reversal cards to rewind his body. Once his body was restored, Kiritsugu's soul re-entered it, and he came back to life. Suda wiped cold sweat from his brow. Phew, good thingamagod. Chapter 126. Daily group chat bullying after resurrecting Kiritsugu. Suda felt a vibration in his pocket. He skillfully took out the system-issued phone a notification from the chat group. Rin Tosaka. Suda, did you finish handling Kiritsugu? Ilya, big brother, is Kiritsugu okay? Suda, he's fine. Handled it smoothly without any hiccups. Absolutely nothing went wrong. 100 guaranteed. You both can relax. Rin, we weren't worried. Why emphasize it so much? Ilya, big brother, did something go wrong? Suda, no. I'm a god, remember? With me around, what could go wrong? Rin, all right then. Ilya and I are off to gang up on Lord Elmeloy. Suda, yep, give him a good beating. He'll probably use a command seal to recall Lancer than you, Herc. And Lancelot can team up to help Lancer fulfill his wish. Don't forget to steal his command seals afterward. He had prepared a tool for transferring the command seals and given them to Rin. A master without a servant still retained participant status, so better to play it safe. Rin, no problem. By the way, can you handle Saber alone? Suda, don't worry, Saber's no match for me. We'll bring them back to the Mata house. But you, Rin, don't let Darmuid's mole distract you. Ilya's a lesser grail and magic resistant. It's you who's vulnerable. Use the magic resistance boost card I gave you. Rin, got it. Darmuid really is a Lady Master's bane. We're heading out. Rin went silent, clearly taking action. Suda was about to put away his phone when someone else pinged him. Kurumi Tokisaki. Suda, sounds like your mission's pretty troublesome. Hang in there. Suda, it's just tedious, not hard. How's the situation at Path of Peace? Kurumi, no worries. Faith is deeply rooted throughout Jellic City. We're gradually phasing out the cult leader's influence. We've also set Chelsea up as the saintess of the cult, thanks to your donated blood and spit. Her title as the healing saintess is overtaking the cult leaders. Soon, Chelsea will be the true power. Suda, Chelsea aiming for Pope status? Kurumi, exactly. Then shall be untouchable. Who'd dare behead the Pope? Suda, not necessarily. With that title, her head's worth more. Hiram wouldn't even qualify to decapitate her. Death would have to do it personally. Kurumi, Fufufi, you're always so thoughtful, Suda. Chelsea, Altair, why do you all keep obsessing over Chelsea's head? I'm curious about her story now. Kurumi, I'll upload the related manga to the store. Altair, you can buy it. Chelsea, stop bullying me. Is this ever going to end? Chelsea, also, Suda, we've finished the side story manga you gave us. Kurumi, yes. We're planning to travel back in time and save the people who were supposed to die, like Chelsea's senior, Teiko, and Akame's assassination partners, Tsukushi, Najasho, Cornelia, etc. Then convert them all to believers. Altair, wouldn't they resist? Kurumi, it's fine. If they won't willingly believe, we'll use Rin's hypnosis card to make them loyal to the faith. It's just a suggestion spell, not memory alteration, so not mind-wiping. Totally ethical. Suda, magic can't easily do permanent suggestions. It'll make divine suggestion cards for you. More reliable. In that moment, Suda had a sudden realization. Kurumi's really adapted to this cult life, embodying the adage, you won't believe, you won't die, I'm in a tight spot here. Suda, also, if you alter the timeline, we lose our info advantage in Akame GA kill. Be careful. Kurumi, relax. After rescuing them, he'll use the 11th bullet to send them to the future, preserving history. Suda, good. I've got things to handle. Signing off. Suda stored the phone, eyes on the riverbank battle between Saber and Diarmuid. Though far, his divine sight allowed him to see their pores if he wanted. The fight had just begun. Saber, still uninjured. To be honest, Suda found her tactics underwhelming. Hesitation is defeat. If it were him, he'd have blasted a city-level noble phantasm right away. Why hide your identity when using it once exposes it anyway? Rin's still not done. He grew anxious. In canon, Iskandar saved Saber just before defeat, triggering a chain of events including Gilgamesh's entrance. Suda wanted to avoid that mess. Iris' Lesser Grail issue wasn't resolved. This wasn't the time to clean house. Just as he prepared to intervene, Diarmuid glowed, then vanished. Command seal recall. Saber /missed. She stared in shock at the empty riverside. Saber, are you all right? IRI ran over. I'm fine. Saber nadif. That was a command seal's force summon. Lancer's master must be under attack. How despicable. Clearly, she was salty her opponent got stolen. Several spies watching in the shadows also withdrew. No fight tonight. Sighing, Saber and IRI left for the warehouse district's exit. Let's head to the castle, it's well defended. IRI suggested. Saber agreed. She drove Kiritsuga's luxury car into the forest outskirts. But Suda had teleported ahead, quietly waiting. 1 minute later, headlights illuminated him. Look out! Saber tensed. IRI couldn't brake in time. The car slammed into Suda metal, shrieking under pressure. Suda absorbed the damage with divine power. The car flipped over him. Saber grabbed IRI, kicked the door open, leapt to safety. The car crashed, raising dust. From the haze, Suda approached slowly, holding Mia in one hand, Kiritsugu in the other. Smiling gently, relax. I'm here to discuss something with you both. Chapter 127. First dominate with strength, then convince with reason. Kiritsu. As soon as Suda finished speaking, Iris Veal's gaze immediately locked onto the man he was holding. Her elegant, noble features twisted in shock and concern. She hadn't expected that she, exposed and vulnerable, would be safe, yet the carefully hidden Amiya Kiritsugu would be captured. No mana, a human. Artoria instantly assessed Suda's state. No detectable magical energy, a regular human. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, she gripped her wind-cloaked holy sword, dashed forward with inhuman speed, and slashed at Suda's hands, aiming not to kill, but to free her master. Yet, shock filled her eyes when her blade met no resistance. Her attack had done nothing. Before her stood a man, unharmed, casually watching her, utterly unfazed. She had misjudged, but it was too late to retreat. Souta dropped Kiritsugu and tapped the air with a glowing fingertip. Suddenly, a bizarre field engulfed Artoria, overwhelming her with suffocating pressure. Her thoughts slowed like drowning in a bog. Time magic? She couldn't resist her consciousness gradually freezing. She didn't know that the best way to fight Souta, a divine being, was long-range, high-damage bombardment. His time-stopping powers weakened with distance and drained immense energy over range. Not good. Despair crept in, but suddenly, Souta shook his head like annoyed with himself. No, no. Stopping you wastes too much divine energy. Might as well nuke you directly. As he spoke, the field dissipated and freedom returned to Artoria's body. Without hesitation, she leapt back, standing in front of Irisfield defensively. You're no servant. Who are you? Shock filled her eyes. A human, wielding time powers? Souta casually picked up Kiritsugu again, unfazed by their hostility. King of Knights, as you saw if I wanted to, I could have killed your master and eliminated you effortlessly. But I didn't. That's my sincerity. You know my identity? Artoria flinched. My identity's complicated. Let's talk somewhere more comfortable. Souta smiled power first, then diplomacy. This was the truth of the world. I have a base. Would you ladies accompany me? He pointed in a direction. We don't, saber, Kiritsugus in his hands. We can't bargain here. Irisveal interrupted. Artoria bit her lip, forcing herself to stay calm. Reality was clear. If this man wanted to kill their master, nothing could stop him. A servant without mana would soon fade, her soul claimed by the Lesser Grail. They had no leverage. Irisveal steadied herself. Where are you taking us? The Matu residence. You're the Matu master or servant? I'll introduce myself properly later. Souta tossed Kiritsugu aside, pulled out a card, and threw it at the wrecked car. The time reversal card activated, restoring the car to pristine condition. Artoria's expression hardened. You really do wield time, such terrifying power. Second magic? Irisveal murmured. Time manipulation fell under its domain. Souta didn't answer. He loaded Kiritsugu and Mia into the back seat. I'll guide. You two drive. He looked at them. And Saber, don't try attacking me. Even your noble phantasm can't scratch me. Don't waste your energy. Artoria's jaw tightened. Her pride stung her treasured sword dismissed as useless. But she held back. Her master was in his hands. Saber, he wouldn't set a trap knot with Kiritsugu here. Irisveal reassured her. They started the car, heading for the Matu residence. Matu Mansion, VIP room. Irisveal sat composed. Artoria stood vigilant behind her. So, Mr. Souta, you travel back from the future? Yes, ma'am. Thank you for understanding so quickly, it really helps. Ma'am? A respectful term. Strange. Irisveal brushed it off. What's your goal? I'm here to help Ilya save her family. Ilya? Irisveal gasped. Don't tell me? Yes, your daughter, Ilya. She'll be here soon, then you'll know I'm not lying. Man from the future, Artoria interjected. Do you know who won this Holy Grail war? Souta shook his head. No winner. Everyone lost. Everyone lost? That's impossible. Artoria frowned. It's true. A deep voice cut in Mia. Kiritsugu, awake, rubbing his temples. You're awake? Irisveal lit up. As he stirred on the couch, the door opened. Rin and Ilya walked in. Chapter 128. Amiya Kiritsugus, face-changing skills Ilyasveal, and Rin pushed open the door to the guest room and walked in. With Heracles and Lancelot manifested behind them. Big brother, you really are here. Ilyasveal smiled faintly upon seeing Souta. Since no one was in the main hall, she figured he must be here. Ilya? Across the room, Irisveal shot to her feet, eyes locked on the petite girl who had entered. Ilya, it's really you. Her words came out in a jumbled rush, betraying the storm of emotions within her. This was her daughter from the future. Ilya looked slightly older than she remembered, maybe by a year. The change wasn't much, but a mother knows Iris Veal sensed immediately that Ilia's demeanor had changed. Where once her child had been full of innocent joy, now there was a coldness to her, as if Shed sealed off her heart. "Mother," Ilia whispered, momentarily lost for words. She'd known this meeting was coming and thought herself prepared. But now, standing before her mother after 10 long years, the emotional weight was too much. Souta patted her head gently, speaking warmly. "This is a rare reunion. Go talk to your mom. Just smile." Ilia nodded, and just as she stepped forward, Iris Veal rushed in and hugged her tightly. Ilia, feeling the cool, distant aura from her daughter, Iris Veal's heart ached. 10 years alone in that cold, emotionless castle, her daughter must have suffered so much. Despite being only 9 years old, Iris Veal radiated pure maternal warmth. Ilia felt the heat of her mother's embrace. Her nose stung, and she took deep breaths, burying her face deeply. Ilia is still so small. Her body hasn't grown at all. Iris Veal's face twisted in guilt, softly stroking Ilia's hair. Because of magical alterations in the womb, Ilia's body had stopped growing at 9 years old. She'd never be able to live like a normal person. Iris Veal blamed herself. She had never truly fulfilled her role as a mother. "Mom, I'm fine." Ilia patted her back, quietly comforting her. "Don't cry." Compared to the emotional Iris Veal, Ilia was calm, perhaps because she was now 9 years older than her mother. The touching scene between mother and daughter moved everyone in the room. Souta sighed in relief, finally feeling validated he had done the right thing. Rin came over and patted his shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. "You fulfilled Lancer's wish?" Souta asked. "I feel like you're asking for a punch with how you phrased that." Rin's expression was complicated. "If Lancer were still alive, I think he'd spear you right now." No. If he knew his original fate, he'd be grateful to me," Souta grinned. "Besides, this time, he died with honor, fulfilling his wish." "I think I get why you always mess up negotiations," Rin sighed. "Anyway, yeah, Lancer's done. With Heracles, no one can stop us now except that golden jerk. Iskandar, the king of conquerors? I'm done talking to you." Rin glanced at Iris Veal and Ilia, her eyes filled with envy. Souta noticed and gently took her hand, reassuring, "Your mother will be fine too. You'll get to be spoiled as well." "TCH, I'm not some little girl like Ilia." Rin pouted, full of pride. "I'm not that childish." Even so, she was deeply moved. Even Artoria, standing guard, let a smile grace her stern face. But when she sensed 2 berserkers, she instantly tensed up again. Souta's intel had been spot on. Yet, why did one of them exude such hostility toward her, like he wanted to kill her on sight? Souta, Rin also noticed Lancelot's shift and warned, "Berserker's about to lose it." "I've got it." Souta approached Lancelot and used divine magic to soothe the raging madness in him. Instantly, the murderous aura faded, though Lancelot hadn't fully regained reason. "Excuse me, could I speak with you?" Kiritsugu suddenly approached, gesturing toward the window. He clearly wanted a private word. Souta nodded and followed. Kiritsugu pulled out a cigarette, trying to strike a cool pose, lighting it for dramatic effect. He tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle to look at the sky, about to puff out a smoke ring and play the mature man role. But it wouldn't light. Try as he might, the lighter failed repeatedly, turning his suave act into an awkward comedy routine. Kiritsugu looked sideways at Souta. "Sorry, I hate smoke, so I tinkered a bit." Souta shrugged, then scrutinized Kiritsugu. "Seems like you absorbed the memories I gave you." "Strange. I thought you'd be dead, you actually retained them? That's not normal." Though puzzled, Souta didn't overthink it. The time reversal card from Kurumi only healed the body. It didn't alter memory, just like she retained her injuries memory after healing. Maybe memories weren't stored in the brain after all? Kiritsugu, hearing the word dead, rubbed his head and put on a deadpan expression, his face comically dark. Chapter 129. Shouldn't it be fine? Remembering the agonizing pain of having his brain burned, Kiritsugu Amiya's expression turned somewhat grim. But at the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at Suta's terrifying power. Who would have thought that this seemingly easygoing, cheerful young man like a sunny older brother next door actually possessed the power to bring people back from the dead, bringing people back to life? This guy must be some kind of magus or something, right? Thank you for being willing to do this much for Ilya, Kiritsugu said, putting away his cigarette and returning to his usual calm demeanor. I'm friends with Ilya. Helping each other is normal. Suta waved it off casually. Besides, she promised to marry me in the future. Helping her out to win a bride is a pretty good deal for me. Kiritsugu suddenly locked eyes with Suta. Marry you? Of course, I'm kidding. You didn't really take that seriously, did you? Suta chuckled. You were looking too serious, so I just wanted to lighten the mood. Not serious, thank God. Kiritsugu let out a breath of relief. If anyone dared to have feelings for Ilya, he'd shoot them without hesitation. Not because he was an overprotective dad who couldn't stand someone taking his daughter, but Ilya was currently in a 9-year-old body. If someone could be attracted to that, they were definitely a pervert. I didn't think the future would end up that way. In the end, I failed, Kiritsugu muttered as he looked out the window, guilt written all over his face. Ilya, the Einsburn family still ended up using her as the lesser grail. That was my failure. I lacked the strength to take her away from them. Do you still want to save all of humanity? Suta asked. You gave me that memory, so I would give up, didn't you? Kiritsugu countered, his tone much calmer now, as if some burden had lifted. He seemed more like his future self, already weary with age. It appeared that the memory card had worked. It had helped him abandon that unrealistic dream. Good. That ideal you chased was nothing but a fantasy. Conflict is rooted in human nature. Absolute peace? That's only possible if you erase humanity itself. Suta shook his head, then launched into what he believed was an eloquent philosophical rant. Benevolence, demonic nature both are part of human nature. If you erase one side, how can humans still be called humans? They'd be nothing but obedient puppets. Benevolence, demonic nature both are part of human nature. Kiritsugu repeated softly, his eyes showing thoughtfulness. Seeing Kiritsugu pondering so deeply, Suta couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. That was just something he read in a novel, somewhere a random cool line to sound smart. He never expected Kiritsugu to take it so seriously. He really was a Chuyuni middle-aged man. Suta even considered dropping the famous line, lose your humanity, lose a lot. Lose your beastliness, lose everything. But that one didn't quite fit the situation, so he kept it to himself. Anyway, thank you for giving me that memory, Kiritsugu said with a faint smile, the kind of smile he wore often in his future. It helped me realize what I should do next. What will you do? Suta asked with curiosity. I'm going back to Germany. I'm going to rescue Ilya. Kiritsugu's expression darkened with sorrow. As for Irisville, as the lesser grail, she doesn't have much time left. All I can do is take her away from the Grail War and figure things out as we go. You don't need to worry about Irisville. Suta waved his hand. He'll take care of the lesser grail problem. Ilya asked me to. It's part of why I came back through time. You can solve the lesser grail issue? Kiritsugu was stunned. Was there anything this guy couldn't do? Haven't you already experienced resurrection firsthand? Why are you still surprised? Suta chuckled, then glanced at Irisville before turning back. Since our goals don't clash, we're allies now. Let's work together to take care of the remaining servants. If the lesser grail can be dealt with, then of course it'll help. Kiritsugu nodded. With that, their initial negotiations were a success. Suta was satisfied. His negotiation skills had improved. Had managed to persuade even a stubborn man like Kiritsugu. He was proud of himself. Oh, right. Kiritsugu suddenly brought up something that had been bothering him. If ID accepted the memory and still refused to abandon my ideals, what would you have done? Kill you, of course, Suta replied without hesitation. Ignoring Kiritsugu's darkened expression, Suta casually added salt to the wound. Ilya only wanted to save Irisville, her mother. 10 years later, she's not exactly fond of you. Saving you is just a bonus. Honestly, you were expendable. Suta shrugged. If you didn't cooperate, I'd have no choice but to take you out. Suta's conversation with Kiritsugu Amiya ended, and on Ilya's side, she had finally managed to calm Irisveel's emotions. During that time, Mia awoke and was informed of the situation by Kiritsugu. This capable female assistant had a thoroughly bewildered expression as she stared at Kiritsugu. After several rounds of explanation, she finally managed to accept the reality. At last, everyone sat down together in peace to begin their discussion. Suta sat in the main seat, with Rin Tosaka beside him. Everyone understands the issue about Irisveel and Ilya being lesser grails, right? Suta looked around at everyone present. Of course, his gaze mainly focused on Artoria, because, aside from this naive, sweet girl, everyone else had already understood the lesser grail issue like it was second nature. She was the only one who had earnestly declared a vow to protect Irisveel, completely oblivious to what was truly going on. I understand. Artoria nodded, though a bit nervously. Suta, do you have a way to solve it? Suta nodded. I'm planning to create a copy of the Lesser Grail. As for how I'll copy it, that's my secret, so I won't say more. But if you create a copy, there will be 2 Lesser Grails, Irisveel asked. Where will the servants' souls go? Her tone was quite gentle, and she seemed to find Suta quite agreeable. After witnessing the close and affectionate interaction between Suta and Ilya, she had developed some peculiar thoughts in her heart. She was thinking, if Ilya's physical condition could be improved, Suta wouldn't be a bad partner for her daughter. Of course, even if Ilya's body stayed the same, it probably wouldn't matter much. She just wasn't sure if Suta could accept Ilya's petite body type. Chapter 130. Kiritsugu's gaze sharpened. When 2 lesser holy grails exist at the same time, a servant's soul will flow to the one that's closer. As Suta spoke, his eyes turned to Ilya. She noticed his gaze and smiled sweetly at him. Suta continued, up to now we've already defeated 2 servants. Wait, Irisveel gasped, cutting him off mid-sentence, and asked urgently, 2 servants have been eliminated? Why haven't I felt anything at all? As the vessel of the Holy Grail, she was supposed to automatically collect the souls of fallen servants. And in doing so, she would gradually lose her sense of self, eventually becoming incapable of action. Each servant's soul she absorbed would be a burden on her body logically. She should have sensed their deaths. Suta, of course, was well aware of this. In fact, he had long wanted to complain about Tosaka Tokiomi's original plan sending assassin to die and faking his death afterward. What was the point of that strategy again? Shaking his head to rein in his wandering thoughts, Suta answered Irisveel's question. You didn't sense anything because the servants' souls all went to Ilya. Ilya? Yes. When we defeated Castor, you were still in Germany. When we took down Lancer, Ilya was right nearby, so the servants' souls went to her. Suta explained, that's why I said, the one closer absorbs the souls. He had only discovered this today after meeting Irisveel. Had fallen into a habitual way of thinking, assuming that in the Fourth War, the souls of defeated servants would automatically be absorbed by Irisveel. So today, after seeing her, he used divine power to enhance his perception and scanned her body to confirm whether the 2 servants' souls were within her. But he found nothing. Instead, he saw the servants' souls within Ilya's heart. Hearing this, Irisveel immediately turned her head to look at the petite girl beside her. Ilya, are you all right? It's just 2. I'm fine, Mummy. Ilya responded nonchalantly. As the Einsburn family's greatest creation, she was clearly superior in performance to Irisveel. Though the more souls she absorbed, the more of her human functions would need to be shut down. But just 2 souls weren't enough to affect her daily life. You don't need to worry. It'll replicate Ilya's heart as a new lesser grail and transfer the servants' souls. Suta's calm tone helped ease the tension. Thank you so much. Irisveel bowed deeply to Suta in gratitude. After thanking him, she asked curiously, Mr. Suta, what's your relationship with Ilya? We're friends. Big brother and I are engaged. I've already said he'll marry him, so we're fiancés. Ilya cut Suta off and gave the answer herself. Hearing that, Amiya Kiritsugu's gaze instantly turned sharp. So Suta's earlier words weren't a joke? Huh? Really? Unlike Kiritsugu, Iris Veal's face lit up with joy. You've been hiding this well, Suda? Rin Tosaka twisted Suda's thigh hard, glaring at him with a look that screamed, "You better explain this now." Suda was silent for a few seconds, then turned a questioning gaze toward Ilya. "Ilya, when did we agree on that?" Ilya said, "Shed, repay Big Brother." The girl replied seriously, and Big Brother said he liked Ilya, so naturally this is how he'll repay you. Neither of us refused, so it's agreed. No, when I said I like you, I meant I like your character, like means like. Ilya wasn't giving him any chance to argue. Iris Veal chuckled behind her hand, ruffling her daughter's hair. "Ilya, Mommy supports you. Mr. Suda traveled through time to save us, which shows he truly cares about you. He's a man worth entrusting your future to." Beside them, Amiya Kiritsugu wanted to pull out his gun and fire an origin bullet. But recalling Suda's strength and his still aching head, he wisely dropped the idea. To shift the topic before things escalated further, he took the initiative. "With our current lineup of 3 servants and Mr. Suda, who is even stronger than Saber, the Holy Grail is practically in our grasp. So, have you thought about your wish?" Hearing this, Artoria looked displeased, but recalling Suda's time-stop ability, she sighed inwardly and said nothing. "Rin, and I don't have any wishes." Suda laid out his plan. "When the time comes, we can give the Holy Grail to Iris Veal and Ilya to restore their bodies. Suda, you can call me Aunt, you know." Iris Veal suddenly interjected, feeling it odd for Suda to call her by name. Wasn't that breaking seniority? Suda ignored her and continued. "Restoring their bodies won't use up all the Grail's magic. The remaining magic can be used for Saber's wish." "For me?" Artoria looked surprised and asked, "What about your own servant?" She had planned to team up with Suda to eliminate the others, then compete fairly. She didn't expect Suda to just give it to her. "I don't have a servant. I'm not a master. As for Rin, her servant's wish is special. It doesn't require the Holy Grail. As for Heracles," Suda rested his chin on his hand, falling into thought. "Now that I think about it, what is Heracles' wish?" He was forcibly summoned under irregular conditions. His wish is probably to protect Ilya. Hearing Suda's murmurs, Artoria and Iris Veal both shot to their feet. "Heracles?" They instantly turned to the burly man in the room, shocked. Even Amiya Kiritsugu was moved. There's no denying it, a man's name carries weight. The greatest hero of Greek mythology, his name alone brought immense pressure. Suda also glanced at Heracles. He was thinking if the Einsburn family had summoned Archer-class Emiya, even against Gilgamesh, the outcome wouldn't be certain. Anyway, Suda's voice brought them back. "Our servants don't need the Grail to fulfill their wishes. The only one who needs it is you, Saber. But your wish is complicated, so I need to warn you." "HM?" Artoria asked suspiciously. "You know my wish?" "I came from the future, so knowing a few things is normal." Suda brushed it off, then said, "Your wish is to have the sword and the stone, choose a new king to spare England from war and division, right?" "Yes." Artoria froze, surprised he really knew. "Hey, erase the bottom line," Suda said bluntly. "Your wish is impossible." Chapter 131. You really have the guts to go head-to-head with Aleya? Huh. The fall of Britain was a critical turning point in the history of the Type Moon world. It was the blade that severed the age of gods from the physical world. Britain was the heart of the age of gods. If it hadn't fallen, the modern world governed by physical laws wouldn't exist. Because the age of gods and the physical world cannot coexist. If Britain had survived, the entire foundation of human history would have been burned to ash. In that case, only Britain would remain, standing alone amidst the ruins of time. Thus, Britain's demise was inevitable. It was the will of the times, or rather, the direction in which the world had to turn. Any force that dared to resist would be slapped in the face by the wheels of history. Even an iron-headed fool would be crushed into iron-headed paste. The counterforce had no choice but to grind you down to the end. Hearing Suda's words, Artoria fell silent for a few seconds, as if lost in memories, a shadow passing through her eyes. But she quickly pulled herself together and shook her head at Souta. I never wanted my country to last forever. The moment I drew that sword, I already knew it was doomed. But a flicker of sorrow and helplessness crossed Artoria's eyes. I only wished it could pass away quietly, like falling asleep, not be destroyed by war and famine. Souta looked genuinely surprised. He had known Artoria's general wish, but never paid much attention to the details. So, basically, you want your country to have a peaceful death instead of being forcibly wiped out by the counterforce, right? Artoria almost choked on his words. Couldn't this guy be a little more tactful? She didn't even know whether to nod or not. She really wanted to slice him with her sword. Let's just say that's what I meant. Artoria sighed softly. Well, let me think. Souta muttered as he recalled the relevant lore. The quantum record tape only goes as far as the fall of Britain. According to Archimedes, as long as that fact isn't violated, small-scale changes are possible. But the exact year of the fall can't be altered. After sorting through the information in his head, Souta said directly, "Bottom line, your wish can't come true. Merlin tampered with the sword of selection. No one but you can draw it. You're not going to find some bodybuilder to grab the hilt, lift the stone with the sword still in it, and use it like a hammer, right?" Artoria's face was blank. Or you could find a mage more skilled than Merlin, like Solomon or someone, to help out. Then maybe someone else could pull the sword. Souta concluded bluntly. In short, reselecting a king is basically impossible. You're the only candidate. It has to be you preordained. But, after a pause, he continued, I can give you some advice. Think about your round table knights. Each of them is a monster in their own right, wielding a holy sword. With that much age of God's residue, who else would the counterforce target if not you guys? If they're all gone, maybe Britain wouldn't be such a problem anymore. All gone. That's impossible. Artoria frowned slightly. Her goal was to save people, to save the country, and here Souta was suggesting she go back and kill them. Was he joking? There's no other way. The round table is a fundamental problem, Souta said plainly. Either they die, or they go into reverse side of the world. Those are the only two options. The reverse side of the world. Artoria pondered. If everything Souta said was true, she really couldn't choose a new king. That bastard Merlin had rigged the holy sword, so only she could draw it. Had planned to trap her from the start. To let Britain die peacefully, all remnants of the Age of Gods had to be erased. From that angle, the Round Table really did need to disappear from that era. Otherwise, the counterforce would never stop hunting them down. Artoria rubbed her brow, feeling a wave of frustration. But no matter how vexed she was, she still had to see her wish through. Thank you, Souta. After taking a moment to compose herself, Artoria showed a sincere expression and thanked him earnestly. Your information has been incredibly helpful to me. If I ever get the chance, I will repay this favor. It's just a bit of intel, no need to make such a big deal out of it. Souta waved it off. As for your wish, that's for you to handle. Now let me tell you my plan. He held up 2 fingers. We'll split into 2 groups. Rin and I will take care of the archer duo and the assassin duo. On your end, Ilya will assist you in dealing with the rider duo. Oh, Right Rider's true identity is Iskandar, the king of conquerors. He's a decent guy. You could try to win him over. His wish is just to get a physical body, which won't drain much of the Grail's mana. There should be enough left for everyone's wish, so there's no need for conflict. This was a plan Souta had carefully thought through. He figured if he went to negotiate with Iskandar, things might end in a brawl. So, he'd stick to the fighting, and leave the negotiations to Irisveal and the others. A perfect plan. Souta nodded to himself, satisfied. The King of Conquerors, it's really him? Irisveal looked surprised. This Holy Grail War really had an all-star lineup. And, Assassin's not dead. The assassin's fake death was part of Tosaka Tokiomi's plan, Souta explained. Artoria looked at him with a bit of suspicion. Souta, if we even recruit the King of Conquerors, will there really be enough chances to make wishes? There should be. You just want to body your wish is the one that requires a ton of mana. Souta did a quick calculation in his head. In the original Fourth War, Irisveal had believed that both Kiritsigis and Saber's wishes could be granted as long as the Lesser Grail manifested. One wanted to save the world and stop war. The other wanted to return to the past and choose a different king. If both of those could be fulfilled, the Grail's mana reserves must be immense. So adding Iskandar's wish for a body shouldn't be a problem. Everyone wins, that's the best outcome. Fighting's such a hassle. Are you sure you'll be okay? 2 servants are no joke. Irisville looked at Souta with concern. Amiya Karitsuga added, assassin shouldn't be hard to handle, judging from his strength when he raided the Tosako state. But that archer won't be easy. You'd better be careful. I know what I'm doing. Souta nodded. To avoid dragging this out, we move at midnight. Let's end the Holy Grail war tonight. And so, everything was decided. Everyone began preparing for battle. First, the Lesser Grail Issue Souta directly used Divine Spark to replicate Ilya's heart. Then, using his divine perception of souls, he transferred the spirits of Castor and Lancer into the new Lesser Grail, which he carried with him, sustaining it with divine power. At 2 a.m., they split into 2 groups, heading in different directions. Souta didn't know where Iskandar was, but with that kind of personality, as long as someone released their servant's presence to provoke him, he'd definitely show up, so it wouldn't be hard to find him. Of course, to avoid Gilgamesh and Assassin being drawn in two, Souta had to tie them down first. So, Souta brought Tosaka Rin to the church in Fuyuki City. 132. Taking care of the little lowly at 2 a.m. The chirping of insects broke the silence of the night. Souta and Rin arrived at the Fuyuki branch of the Holy Church. In the dark, the church looked like a haunted house. Even though it was a place of worship, it couldn't dispel the eerie atmosphere created by nature. Rin, you figured out how to deal with Kodo Mine Kiryai, right? Before entering, Souta asked the girl walking beside him. I guess, stab him with a dagger? Stab to wound, or stab to kill? Stab to kill. Rin gripped her anti-teacher, noble phantasm, her tone uncertain. She truly hated Kodo Mine Kiryai. But after so many years together, there were still lingering feelings. So now, she hesitated. Should she really kill the man in the church who hadn't even done anything yet? Souta saw through the emotions on Rin's face. After a moment, he pulled her aside and said, I've got a plan, want to hear it? Huh? Rin looked puzzled. Don't tell me you've already planned out how to deal with Kiryai? Yep, I have. But he's your father's killer and the one who ruined your mother's life. I figured you'd want revenge, so I didn't bring it up. Souta didn't hide anything and told her plainly. He hadn't experienced the tragedy of losing both parents like Rin, so he couldn't truly empathize. Naturally, he wouldn't preach about forgiveness or tell her to let go of her hate. Lots of people talk about forgiveness so easily because they don't understand hatred. Wait, who said that again? Anyway, Souta continued, if you want to personally take him down, I won't interfere. But you seem hesitant? Am I that easy to read? Rin rubbed her cheeks, almost wanting a mirror to check her face. She glanced at Souta and sighed softly. My feelings right now are a bit complicated. If it were the future Kodo Mine Kiryai, I could probably stab him to death without hesitation. But the Kiryai now hasn't done anything yet. If I just kill him like this, Souta, you won't blame me for not being able to go through with it, right? Of course not. You didn't go after young Matu Shinji either. And I didn't say anything about that, did I? Souta smiled, and using his height advantage, gently ruffled Rin's hair. That just shows you have principles, that you have a moral line you want cross. That's a good thing. Far from disliking it, I actually admire it. Rin's cheeks turned a little red, but she didn't push away his hand. She glanced at the church's front door and said softly, I haven't decided how to deal with Kodo Mine Kiryai yet. What was that plan of yours, the one you were going to shelve? Can you tell me? Kiryai has a daughter named Karen, Souta sighed. Her life is similar to Sakura's, in some ways tragic, really. So I was planning to implant a suggestion in Kiryai, make him protect and care for his daughter, and stop him from stirring up trouble. In a way, that's like erasing the sadistic personality he's about to awaken. Karen? Yeah, Karen Hortensia. Souta recalled, as he explained. When she was 9, She awakened to a special constitution, a spirit medium with a unique affinity. The church turned her into a weapon to combat demons. The method? She lures people possessed by demons into attacking her, and uses her Bodhi's special properties to purify or expel the demons. Rin's expression twisted with disgust. The Holy Church? That's absolutely revolting. Karen isn't even 9 yet. If Kirai can protect her, the future won't turn out that way. Souta looked her in the eyes and asked, "What do you think of that plan? Make him become a good father?" "Let's go with your idea." Rin didn't hesitate for long before agreeing. With the matter settled, they didn't delay any longer and walked straight toward the church's front doors. Clearly, neither of them had any intention of sneaking around. They were ready to bulldoze their way in. After all, Assassin Hunter-faced Hassan wasn't King Hassan or anything. He wasn't that strong. The only problem was that head split into too many copies, which made it hard to take them all out at once. And with his rank presence concealment, tracking him was difficult. The only way to flush him out was to threaten his master's life. Rin didn't hesitate. She had Lancelot kick the church doors wide open. With a deafening crash, the noise woke the sleeping occupants inside. She had always wanted to do this at least once, and now, in this timeline, she finally got her wish. "Follow me." Souta used his spiritual sense to detect the souls inside the church. He couldn't tell which one was Kirai, but searching each one wouldn't take long. As luck would have it, the very first one they checked was the right one. "Who's there?" Whooshed the sound of blades slicing through the air. Startled by the noise, Kotomine Kirai kicked open the door to his bedroom. In an instant, he hurled 3 black keys toward the approaching Rin. Clang! Metal clashed as Lancelot materialized, easily blocking the keys with his armored hand. "Who are you? Why are you attacking the neutral church?" Kiria's father, Kodomine Risei, arrived just then and shouted at Souta and the others. Souta glanced at him, then casually raised a hand and used divine power to cast a sleep spell, knocking him out cold. Watching his father collapse, Kiria's expression flickered. He abandoned Tokiomi's orders on the spot and called forth the assassin, who had been hiding beside him under presence concealment. "Assassin, hold them off." With that, he ran toward Risei, apparently trying to escape with his father. At the same time, several shadowy figures wearing skull masks rushed at Souta and Rin, knives silently targeting their vital points. Their assassination technique was so refined, their blades made no sound at all, a true art form of silent death. Unfortunately, they were up against the worst possible enemy. "Zavarudo." Souta spoke softly, activating a special domain within the church basement. Instantly, all 5 assassins attempting to attack froze like insects trapped in amber, unable to move. Only Souta and the berserk Lancelot remained in motion. It wasn't true time stop, but rather an energy-created zone of warp time. If your energy level was high enough, you could resist its effects. Souta hadn't bothered to freeze Lancelot. It wasn't necessary. He glanced at the 5 immobilized shadows and smiled knowingly. 133. If it's for my daughter, I'd even defeat a demon lord as expected. Once assassin splits up, their strength drops significantly compared to an ordinary servant. Stopping them isn't too difficult. While feeling relieved at how little effort it took, Souta closed in on the dark figures. He raised his hand, fingers straight like a blade, and with immense strength, stabbed into each skull-masked assassin, crushing their hearts one by one. With the task complete, Souta snapped his fingers, lifting the time stop. A chorus of strangled groans rang out as the assassins, who had been mid-attack just moments ago, collapsed onto the ground. Their bodies dissolved into flickering motes of mana. What just happened? Rin Tosaka blinked, bewildered as she glanced around. Why had all the assassins attacking them suddenly dropped dead and dissolve into light? "I told you before, it's a time-stop ability." Souta activated his divine spark again, casting another hypnosis spell. This time, he targeted Kodomine Kirai, who had just hoisted Kodomine Risei onto his back. Kirai stumbled and fell onto the basement steps, instantly losing consciousness. A time stop? That's such a broken ability. Rin groaned, but quickly became curious. Wait a minute, if time was stopped. How did you kill them? You shouldn't have been able to move either, right? This ability works based on my subjective perception. If I had to explain, it's more like energy simulating the effect of a time freeze as humans understand it. Suta's explanation was vague. Truthfully, he didn't fully understand the mechanics himself, he simply knew how to use it. Maybe once he cultivated his time abilities into a divine authority, Head gained deeper insight. You can move. Rin's expression suddenly shifted. Hugging her arms protectively, she took a few steps back. You didn't do anything weird to me while time was stopped, did you? Rin, you're worried about the wrong thing. Suta sighed, exasperated. Even if I were going to mess with you, I'd pick a target more worth my time. Your modest figure doesn't interest me. Oh, so that's how you see me? Flat? Rin slowly lowered her arms, her expression completely blank. Her eyes seemed to lose their shine. If she had a hatchet in hand, this would have been a classic murder scene. Suta sighed. Hey, you were the one who brought it up. Don't go making me out to be the villain here. Oomph. Only a scumbag would care so much about a woman's chest. Rin snorted and turned to walk toward Kodo Mine Kirai. Suta chuckled. He knew she was just trying to save face, so he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he followed along. Kirai was still unconscious on the ground, his command seals clearly visible on the back of his hand. Suta crouched down and made a swift motion with his fingers. Divine energy surged as the command seals transferred from Kirai's hand to his own. Is Assassin dead? Rin asked. Not yet. Suta pulled out the heart he had replicated with his divine Powerilia's heart, now a new lesser grail. After examining it for a moment, he remarked, there are no new servant souls inside. The ones who died earlier must just been fragments of hundred-faced Hassan's split personalities. His ability makes him a real pain to kill completely. But with these command seals, things are different. Suta smirked mischievously. Without further delay, he brought his hand, the one now covered in command seals, close to his lips and issued an order. Assassin, by my command seal, I order you kill yourself. At that moment, in a place out of sight, the remaining assassins who had been gathering intelligence each plunged their daggers into their own hearts. Since hundred-faced Hassan's personalities didn't share memories, the ones outside had no idea what had happened here. They probably died in utter confusion. They never even understood why Kodo Mine Kirai had betrayed them. In that sense, they would have a lot to talk about with Tokiomi Tosaka. Suta sighed, somewhat sentimental. Command seals really are all-powerful when it comes to ordering servants around. There are actually a lot of interesting ways you could use them. Rin was intrigued. Like what? Well, for example, in the original timeline, Amiya Kiritsugu used a command seal to instantly teleport Saber from one place to another. Suta shared his thought process. So if you timed it right, say, when a servant was separated from their master, you could teleport your servant directly to the enemy master's side and have them take them out in one strike. Take your dad, for instance. Gilgamesh used to wander off on his own every night. If you ordered Lancelot to teleport to your father's location, he could beat him to a pulp before leaving unharmed. Rin. She stared at Suta, speechless. She hadn't expected him to encourage her to attack her own father. So, Suta must really not like him. Rin let out a small sigh. To be honest, ever since she learned the truth about Sakura, her feelings toward her father had become complicated. Looking back, wasn't he the root cause of everything? If she had once been a secret daddy's girl, now she was more like a disappointed daughter. What's wrong? Suta asked, noticing her silence. Nothing. Rin shook her head. Let's hypnotize Kodo Mine Kirai. We still have to deal with that golden guy next. Yeah, that's the plan. Suta reached into his divine domain and drew out a portion of divine power, which he infused into Kirai's mind, creating an unbreakable suggestion. The suggestion? To devote himself to being the best father possible, to the point where, for his daughter's sake, he'd even defeat a demon lord. Of course, Suta didn't forget to erase Kirai's twisted enjoyment of suffering. That personality trait was nothing but a hazard. Best to snuff it out entirely. Before long, the process was complete. Suda put away the lesser grail. He could sense that another soul had been added inside. That's 3 servants down. Just 2 more, and the grail will manifest. He felt a rising sense of anticipation. In every Holy Grail war, whether it was the 4th, the 5th, or any other iteration, the wish-granting opportunity at the end always went unused. Frankly, Suda had always found that a shame. This time, he would make sure there was a real wish at the end. As he was thinking this, his phone suddenly vibrated. He and Rin exchanged a glance before both took out their phones to check the group chat. The sender was Ilya. Her message carried an unmistakable urgency. Ilya, Suda, Oni-chan, bad news. The Golden Guy is fighting us. The Golden Guy? Gilgamesh? Rin stared at her phone in shock. Why is he fighting them? Suda frowned. Could it be that your father made the first move? 134. Rebellion against my Tucson? Take the initiative? Given my father's personality, I doubt he'd resort to such an aggressive strategy. Rin Tosaka shook her head, dismissing the idea. Forget it, why it happened doesn't matter. They're in danger. Supporting them comes first. Suda closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on detecting any energy fluctuations within Fuyuki City. He wasn't a magus, so he wasn't particularly sensitive to shifts in magical energy. Scanning the entire city to locate a battle was far from easy. After all, Fuyuki City was modeled after Kobe, spanning over 500 square kilometers. Detecting a precise location in such a vast area wasn't a simple task. Soon, Suda frowned. I can't sense any battle happening. What about you, Rin? I don't feel anything either. Rin shook her head. The mana in the surroundings is completely stable, no disturbances at all. No disturbances. Suda glanced at his system phone in confusion. Could Ilya have been joking? No, that wasn't like her. Which meant they might be inside a reality marble. Suda suddenly recalled Ryder's X-rank, anti-army, noble phantasmionioi hitoroi. If the battle was taking place inside a reality marble, then it made sense that they couldn't sense anything from the outside. A reality marble? If that's the case, then this is bad. We have no way of entering to help them. Rin's expression grew tense. It looks like the cause of this fight is between Ryder and Gilgamesh. It has nothing to do with Ilya's group. Suda thought back to events from the original story, piecing together what might have happened. Earlier, when Artoria fought Darmuid, she hadn't injured her hand, but Guy Dirge had still dispelled the Wind King's barrier from her Excalibur, revealing her identity as the King of Knights. Ryder must have noticed that, and, just like in the original, wanted to host a banquet of kings. Even though Gilgamesh hadn't arrogantly proclaimed his kingship from atop a street lamp this time, the butterfly effect meant that he and Ryder could have encountered each other elsewhere. Suda guessed that the two had indeed crossed paths and that they had mutually acknowledged each other as kings. So Ryder likely invited Gilgamesh to the Einsburn castle for a banquet. But with the castle completely deserted, how could a banquet even take place? Gilgamesh had probably gone there excitedly, only to be left hanging. Given his personality, he wouldn't have taken that well. He most likely started fighting Ryder on the spot. One on his chariot, the other on Vimana. They must have torn through the skies, battling their way from the Einsburn castle to Fuyuki City. And right then, they must have run into Ilya's group, leading to an all-out fight against Gilgamesh. Ryder, unwilling to let his opponent be taken from him, would have activated his reality marble, seizing control of the battlefield. After hearing Suda's deduction, Rin's eyes widened. How do you make it sound so convincing? The level of detail is insane. I'm just making an educated guess based on what we know. I might be right, or I might be completely off. It doesn't really matter. Suda stepped out of the church and glanced up at the winter moon, his expression darkening. I didn't expect things to take this turn. We need to move. There's no way they can handle Gilgamesh on their own. But the reality marble, how do we get in? Rin was just as anxious, but she couldn't think of a solution. Maybe a sudden idea struck her. What if we go to my house, beat my father into submission, and force him to use a command seal to summon Gilgamesh back? Suda gave Rin a strange look. She immediately realized what Shed just suggested and quickly clapped her hands over her mouth. But the urgency of the situation made her rethink it. No, this was the best plan. That's actually a pretty good idea. Souta, for once, didn't tease her about it. But Gilgamesh isn't an ordinary servant. Even his golden armor might be enough to resist a command seal's effect. And with all the treasures in his vault, including extra command seals, Tokiomi's authority over him might not be reliable. Let's go with my plan instead. Your plan? What plan? Did you forget about the system's world travel function? Souta shook his phone in front of her. It'll return to my world first. You stay in contact with me via chat to synchronize time between both worlds. Then it'll teleport directly to Ilia's side. When traveling from my world to a friend's world, he would always appear right beside them. This was the method he wanted to use to break through. Technically, he could also teleport there by consuming divine power, faith, but without knowing the precise coordinates, it would require an enormous amount of energy. He could have topped it up from the shop whenever he needed. This plan might actually work. Rin thought it over and approved. But then her expression turned serious again. Still, Gilgamesh is no joke. Are you confident you can beat him? Of course, Souta said with a grin. I could tank EA to the face and walk it off. Souta, I'm serious. This isn't a joke. Rin scowled. Alright, don't worry. Souta reassured her. I really do have a way to handle him. He'll choose to believe you for now. Suddenly, Rin grabbed Souta's hand, squeezing it tightly. Just be careful. Don't overdo it. Yeah, I got it. But hey, what's with you today? You're worrying way more than usual. Souta chuckled, gently squeezing her hand in return. I promise he'll be fine. Just wait for my good news. With that, he silently activated the world travel function and returned to home. The moment Souta disappeared, Rin quickly picked up her phone and began repeatedly tagging him in the chat, making sure the time in both worlds remained synchronized. If she wasn't careful, a few seconds in his world could mean minutes or even hours passing here. And by then, it might already be too late. Thankfully, after the 5th time she pinged him, Souta responded. Souta, I've arrived inside the reality marble. Things are urgent here. They'll talk later. Rin let out a sigh of relief. Rin, they'll be waiting for your good news. After sending the message, she put away her phone and glanced at the church, standing quietly in the darkness. The stillness of the scene helped ease some of her anxiety. I got my own job to do as well. Regaining her composure, Rin turned away and began walking. Her destination, the Tosaka estate. A flicker of complicated emotion passed through her eyes, crushing her father's ambitions so ruthlessly, trampling his dreams into the dirt. Would anything good truly come from this? Shaking her head, Rin quickly pushed the thought aside. Compared to the original timeline, where so many people suffered or died, keeping everyone alive was the best possible outcome. Her gaze sharpened with resolve. Father, it's time to put an end to your foolish obsession with the root. Just be a proper dad for once. Behind her, sensing his master's intent, Lancelot suddenly let out a feral roar. Dark aura surging wildly around him. 135. If life isn't about showing off, then what's the point? When Souta opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a scorching sun beating down upon an endless plain of golden sand. Hot winds lashed against his face, and the relentless sunlight seared his skin. Before him, an army of tens of thousands of heroic spirits moved in a tightly packed phalanx, advancing with an unstoppable momentum in a single direction. The sheer scale of it was awe-inspiring. This was Ryder's mental world, a reality marble shaped by the memories of his army, the land they once galloped across together, forever engraved into their hearts. Ilia, are you guys okay? Spotting Ilia and her group positioned at the rear of the army, Souta quickly made his way over. At the sound of his voice, Kiritsugu Amiya, Irisveal, and Artoria all turned around. When they saw him, their eyes widened in disbelief. Irisveal even parted her lips in sheer shock. How'd he even get in here? Was there anything this man couldn't do? You all look surprised, Souta commented, feeling slightly uncomfortable under their incredulous gazes. He felt like some kind of exotic specimen on display. This is Ryder's reality marble. How did you get inside? Artoria asked bluntly. Just think of it as a teleportation ability. I won't go into details, Suda replied casually. If he had to explain, he'd have to start from the very beginning and go over the entire system's mechanics. It wasn't like he had to keep the system a secret. He was just too lazy to bother explaining. By the way, how did you all end up running into Archer? Suda asked. It was a coincidence, Irisville explained. Archer and Ryder were already fighting when we stumbled upon them. Since Archer is one of our enemies, we decided to intervene. But then Ryder activated his reality marble. To keep us out, he wanted to fight Archer one-on-one. Though, there's one thing I don't quite understand. What's that? Suda prompted. If Ryder wanted a duel, why did he drag us into his reality marble too? He probably just wanted you all to witness the grandeur of a battle between kings. Suda thought for a moment before offering his take. Having an audience is important. Without spectators, what's the point of showing off? Irisville was momentarily speechless. It's that simple. It's that simple. Suda nodded firmly. Just as he finished speaking, a massive surge of magical energy crashed toward them. From the skies, more than a dozen golden flashes rained down, exuding an overwhelming pressure, each one a noble phantasm radiating blinding magical brilliance. Artoria's eyes widened. She instinctively raised her holy sword, intercepting an incoming projectile. Beside her, Heracles swung his colossal axe like a storm, smashing aside spears and swords with raw, monstrous power. Only Suda remained motionless, watching as the noble phantasms slammed into him. A moment later, boom, a colossal explosion rocked the desert. The impact sent golden sand flying in all directions. Compressed air burst outward in rippling shockwaves, spreading like waves across a lake's surface. At the center of the blast, heat and blinding light engulfed everything. It was less an attack and more a barrage of rocket missiles. Yet, as the smoke and dust cleared, Suda stood there completely unscathed. His expression remained as calm as ever, unchanged in the slightest. At one point, this might have seemed impossible to him. But ever since he started collecting faith and converting it into divine power, something in him had shifted. It was as if nothing in the world could impress him anymore. He wasn't sure if he was simply getting arrogant or if this was just the natural mindset of a god. Are you all right, Suda? Artoria's voice carried genuine concern. She had just watched him take a barrage of noble phantasms to the face. Even with all the battles she had experienced, she still couldn't help but worry. I'm fine. This level of attack can't even break through my defenses. Suda reassured her. His divine shield could absorb all forms of damage, physical, magical, instant death, causality-based, even temporal and spatial distortions. Unless someone had a method specifically designed to counter gods, or an attack on a colossal scale, how could a mere mortal possibly harm a deity? This wasn't a DD universe, where divine beings had strict limitations. Here, the only way to hurt him was through raw, overwhelming firepower. At full strength, Suda could unleash an attack powerful enough to wipe Fuyuki City off the map. For someone to break his shield, their attack would have to be at least 10 times stronger than that. He had even calculated it an attack capable of obliterating 3 entire Tokyos would be the bare minimum required to damage him. And Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon? Not even close. I counted earlier. 9 noble phantasms were aimed directly at me. Seems like Gilgamesh's main target is me. And you guys just got caught in the crossfire. Suda took a few steps forward, gazing into the distance. With his divine-enhanced vision, he peered through the ranks of thousands locking onto Gilgamesh, whose expression twisted in clear disdain. Which made sense. Gilgamesh always looked at people as if they owed him money and refused to pay up. But what really caught Suda off guard was why this guy was targeting him specifically. Oh well, not that it mattered. He was here to fight anyway. King of Heroes, do you dare to sully this sacred duel? From the front lines, Iskandar bellowed in fury. Attacking unrelated spectators mid-battle? That was outright disrespectful. Do not misunderstand, Conqueror King. I did not look down on you. Draped in his golden armor, Gilgamesh chuckled. I simply saw the most repulsive mongrel before my eyes. and could not resist striking him down. Then, flashing a sharp grin, he added, "But very well I acknowledge your path as a ruler. Tonight, I shall return your sincerity with my greatest honor." He raised his right hand. A bizarre-looking sword gleamed in his grasp. An EX rank, anti-world, noble phantasm Nima Elish. Awakin, yeah, your grand stage has been set, but just as Gilgamesh was about to activate it, his vision shifted. Souta's figure suddenly appeared right in front of him, hovering in midair as if standing on the sky itself. The glow of divine energy pulsed at his fingertips, flickering like a miniature sun. The next instant, Gilgamesh felt an intense, pulling force around him. The space surrounding him distorted. It was as if the entire world was spinning around him. "Mongrel Dash, you dare disrupt my moment of grandeur!" Gilgamesh roared in fury. But the spinning sensation did not stop. By the time he regained his bearings, he was no longer standing at the battlefield's edge. Instead, he now stood in the center of Ryder's vast army, surrounded by tens of thousands of heroic spirits. Ye was still raised in his hand, but before he could even swing it down, spears, warhammers, and long swords all came crashing toward him from every direction. His face twisted in fury. In that moment, Gilgamesh, king of heroes, was forced into the most humiliating of evasive maneuvers. He almost had to roll on the ground like a damn peasant. He lacked the skill of a close combat warrior. That damn mongrel in the sky had just used some insane ability to teleport him directly into the heart of Ryder's army. Now, he was trapped with thousands of bloodthirsty spirits closing in. "Damn it, 136. You really are an interesting mongrel." Souta found Gilgamesh's attitude toward him rather inexplicable. He knew the king of heroes despised the gods, but the deities of DD and those of the Nasaverse were two completely different things, weren't they? They had nothing to do with each other. Yet Gilgamesh still held a grudge. After thinking it over, Souta could only blame it on the concept of faith. In the Nasaverse, gods were categorized into different types, including conceptual deities akin to nature worship divine spirits born from the personification of natural forces, sustained by faith. Gilgamesh had probably mistaken him for that kind of existence. After all, the scent of faith clung to him thickly. If it didn't completely withdraw his divine power into his domain, then for those with keen perception, he would shine like a beacon in the dark. So this is what they call getting dragged into trouble for no reason? Souta chuckled to himself. Not that he cared. He had intended to take down Goldie from the start, not make friends with him. So why should he care about Gilgamesh's attitude? With that mindset, Souta soared into the sky and teleported the king of heroes who was about to unleash Erite into the center of his Kondar's army. A purely malicious tactic meant to disgust his opponent. Damn it! Gilgamesh barely managed to dodge the incoming barrage of long weapons. The enemies were too close, restricting his movements. If he activated EA at this range, the shockwave might drag him into the destruction as well. "Gate of Babylon Dash," Gilgamesh shouted as he evaded another strike. With his call, dozens of golden portals materialized. Swords, axes, spears, and halberds treasures gleaming with magical light poured out in a massive bombardment, clearing a 50-meter radius around him in an instant. However, Iskandar's army was not so easily subdued. Those positioned further back raised their spears, turning them into throwing weapons, and hurled them toward Gilgamesh. The sky filled with hundreds of whistling projectiles, roaring like thunder through the air. Ajax Dash. Sensing the overwhelming threat, Gilgamesh immediately deployed the legendary shield used in the Trojan War, the original Ajax. 7 layers of translucent, petal-like barriers materialized, overlapping into a solid defense. A conceptual armament with absolute resistance against thrown weapons. Each petal was as sturdy as an ancient city wall. Weapons rained down from every direction. Gilgamesh had no choice but to spin rapidly, using the shield's coverage to deflect the incoming projectiles. Ugh, mongrels! Even so, some spears still struck him, though they failed to pierce through his golden armor. The sheer force of impact twisted his expression in pain. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Before the second volley arrived, he lifted EA with all his might, preparing to annihilate the entire reality marble in one strike. Enuma Zavarudo. Suda acted first, stopping time. It wasn't a wide-area time freeze, but a targeted one freezing only the objects within his sight. In an instant, Gilgamesh was immobilized. His furious expression remained frozen in place, the swirling energy of his weapon silenced in an eerie stillness. Suda simply stood there, watching the motionless king of heroes, patiently waiting for his Kandhar's army to unleash their second wave and turn him into a pincushion. But unfortunately, the attack never came. Floating midair, Suda glanced toward his Kandhar. Across the battlefield, their gazes met. Seated atop his warhorse, the Conqueror King regarded Suda with a stern, unreadable expression. He had no intention of assisting in the kill. Yet he also wasn't angry at Suda. After all, Gilgamesh had initiated the attack. From his Kandhar's perspective, Suda was merely retaliating in kind. Though slightly displeased at having his opponent taken away, his Kandhar chose to remain a spectator, observing Suda's battle against a fellow king. These people are so stubborn. Can't they adapt, even a little? Suda sighed, sensing his divine power depleting rapidly, and immediately released the time stop on Gilgamesh. Time stop was indeed a broken ability, but using it against an enemy of this level consumed an absurd amount of divine energy. Mongrel. The moment he regained his freedom, Gilgamesh instantly realized what had happened. Suda's strength had caught him off guard. Yet Suda didn't press the attack. Instead, he descended from the sky, landing 5 meters away from Gilgamesh. Looks like the Conqueror King has left you to me. Suda gazed at Gilgamesh with curiosity. Can I ask why you attacked me in the first place? Gilgamesh stared at him coldly, instantly perceiving the indifference in Suda's eyes. It was the same kind of disdain a god would hold for a struggling mortal, a sheer, unshakable arrogance. How utterly insolent! Gilgamesh scoffed. As expected, you're no different from those other mongrels. His expression remained regal, hardened with authority. Though I did not expect to encounter a god in this era. The age of gods has long since faded. Are you merely clinging to existence? A god? Suda raised a brow. What makes you think that? At least have some self-awareness, mongrel. The stench of faith on you is so strong, it makes me want to pinch my nose. Gilgamesh made a disgusted expression. Others might not notice it, but he who had spent his life dealing with gods certainly could. You're overthinking it. With a single thought, Suda completely withdrew his divine presence. All at once, he no longer radiated the overwhelming presence of a god, instead appearing like an ordinary young man from next door. He shrugged. Am nothing like the gods from your world. Look, do I still seem like one now? Pathetic. Gilgamesh sneered. Mongrel, your arrogant demeanor alone gives you away. No, if we're talking about arrogance, I could never compare to you. Suda refuted without hesitation. No matter how you look at it, I'm far better than someone who treats other people's tragedies as entertainment. You exist just to make life miserable for others. Oh, Gilgamesh's eyes glinted with amusement. Good or evil, it makes no difference to me. Their suffering brings me joy, and that is their honor. Gilgamesh suddenly found himself re-evaluating Suda. For a god, you are surprisingly naive. Sully, I'm a modern man. I don't care for your outdated kingly philosophies. Suda shot back without hesitation. If you treat people like playthings, don't be surprised when someone treats you the same way. Huh? Gilgamesh's lips curled into a scornful smirk. A god who insists on masquerading as a common man. You really are an interesting mongrel. His tone shifted, filled with utter disdain. A king must act as a king. A god must act as a god. You, an existence caught between, are an insult to both. Allow me to correct that mistake myself. 137. Kono Dio da. At this moment, Gilgamesh suddenly found Suda not as detestable as before. A god shackled by human values? To him, that was downright pathetic, someone who failed to recognize their true identity. Gods and humans were worlds apart, existing on entirely different levels. It was like comparing humans to insects. Could they ever be treated the same? Of course not. On the other hand, Sutta had nothing but disdain for Gilgamesh. Just because he possessed divine power, he had to sever all ties with humanity. If he wanted to be a god, he'd be a god. If he wanted to be human, he'd be human. Whatever role he played was entirely up to his own whims. Did he care about Gilgamesh's approval? Not in the slightest. The two of them simply looked down on each other, with zero chance of reconciliation. Realizing this, Gilgamesh lost all interest in Sutta, his gaze turning icy. Enkidu dash. From the golden portals that had yet to close, chains shot out at bullet speed, binding Sutta instantly. Enkidu, the greatest of Gilgamesh's treasures, a divine chain capable of restraining even the bull of heaven. Sutta's limbs and neck were completely shackled, his movements utterly sealed. Gilgamesh sneered triumphantly. Mongrel, you dare to approach me? How unfortunate for you. It seems you didn't listen to a single word I said. Bound by the chains, Sutta's expression remained indifferent. I already told you I'm not the same as the gods from your world. Different system, different rules. Do you get it or not? Oof. Enjoy your last words while you can. Once you're caught in my prized treasure, even a god has no chance of escape. You don't believe me? Then watch closely. With that, Sutta simply teleported out of the chains, reappearing a few steps ahead. Gilgamesh's pupils shrank, shock flickering across his face for the first time. His most trusted treasure had no effect at all? Compared to Gilgamesh's astonishment, Sutta remained calm. The divine nature of Anasaverse's gods and the gods of DD were fundamentally different, so divinity as a concept also worked differently. To Sutta, Enkidu was nothing more than an ordinary chain. And even if it could actually restrain him, so what? His divine power, a force capable of achieving any wish, formed a shield that absorbed all damage. Even Enkidu's ability to suppress divine beings was, at its core, just another form of magical or conceptual damage, and all of it fell within the absorption range of his shield. To bypass his divine protection, one would need an equally omnipotent force. Gate of Babylon. Gilgamesh quickly regained his composure. Holding Ea in his right hand, he pulled a glowing longsword from his treasury with his left. A chilling gust swept across the battlefield as he swung. In an instant, the space before him froze solid, attempting to immobilize Sutta. Yet, not even a trace of frost appeared on him, let alone any injuries. The freezing effect was completely absorbed. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh discarded the sword and summoned a massive scythe, its shape akin to the Grim Reaper's weapon. This was a treasure capable of bypassing all defenses, directly ripping out the bones of whatever it struck, while simultaneously draining magical energy. But just like before, it accomplished nothing. Stop wasting your energy, Sutta said flatly. Your so-called treasures have no effect on me. Then try this. Furious at Sutta's dismissive attitude, Gilgamesh raised Ea high. Enuma Elish, all of his magical power, surged into the sword, targeting Sutta at the very center. Gilgamesh unleashed the full force of Ea. A crimson sphere expanded between them. The three rotating layers of Ea's blade responded in kind, grinding against one another with the weight and force of shifting tectonic plates. The unleashed magical surge was beyond imagination. The very atmosphere screamed in agony. A colossal torrent of destruction erupted forth, striking Sutta head-on. The sheer shock wave tore the land apart, opening a bottomless chasm. The fissures spread rapidly, swallowing both the surrounding terrain and cavalry. Watch out! Iskandar quickly shielded Waver as they retreated. Elsewhere, Heracles and Artoria protected their respective masters from the devastating pressure. The single swing of Gilgamesh's sword had shattered the entire reality marble. Cracks extended from the ground up into the void itself, consuming the brave army within. The air currents reversed, a spiraling vortex dragging everything toward oblivion. By the time the chaos subsided, everyone realized they were back in the real world. Day had abruptly turned to night, the cold moonlight of Fuyuki casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. So reality marbles are even more fragile than the real world. Huh? From within the fading storm, Souta emerged. Golden light shimmered and flowed around him, making his presence feel more vast than mountains and oceans. His divine power roared to life, devouring all negative effects. Excitement coursed through his body. Taking EA head-on, this had been a bold experiment. Before actually attempting it, everything had only been theoretical. Even he hadn't been completely certain. But now, the results were clear. His divine shield was just as impenetrable as he had anticipated. Without an attack capable of obliterating 3 entire Tokyo districts in one strike, his defenses simply wouldn't break. And the EA wielded by Gilgamesh clearly wasn't at that level. Mongrel, you actually... Seeing Souta emerge completely unscathed, Gilgamesh was overcome with a sense of absurdity. His strongest treasure had been taken head-on, yet not even a single thread of Souta's clothing was damaged. This was an insult to his pride, his very existence. Souta casually approached the golden servant, smiling lightly. My offensive power isn't my strong suit, but when it comes to defense, I'm pretty confident. He raised a single finger. Golden light flickered at his fingertip, divine energy shaping itself into a force that manipulated reality. In an instant, a domain expanded, enveloping a 10-meter radius. Time stopped. Gilgamesh, mid-motion, froze completely. His mind halted, his expression locked in place. The golden portals behind him, deprived of magical energy, all vanished. Souta focused his thoughts and retrieved something he had once uploaded to the system's marketplace back in the Akame GA kill world. A massive steamroller materialized in his grip, weighing several dozen tons. Road Roller DA. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Souta slammed the heavy machine down on Gilgamesh. Then, he lifted it only to slam it down again. And again. For over 10 successive strikes, the ground cracked open into a massive crater. Gilgamesh's golden armor shattered, revealing the crushed, bloodied remains beneath. He was dead. Well, and truly dead. Souta released the steamroller and lifted time stop, exhaling lightly. Even holding time still for just 10 seconds had drained nearly half of his divine energy. Stopping a high-tier existence like a servant consumed an absurd amount of power. I really need to refine my direct combat techniques. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out the Lesser Grail now, containing a 4th soul. That makes 4. 138. Do none of you have any respect for Heracles? For down. Just one more, and the Grail will manifest. After saying this, Souta turned to the nearby Iskandar and called out directly, Iskandar, it's just us now. Want to talk? Iskandar silently unsheathed the sword of the Cypriotes. Waver, standing beside him, looked downright terrified as he stared at Souta. Both of them had already recognized him as a major threat. Souta sighed. He withdrew his divine power, restoring the aura of an ordinary young man. And only then did he start walking toward them. He figured this would make him seem more approachable and help them lower their guard. As he walked, he spoke calmly. There's no need for us to fight. You two don't have to be so on edge. Hold it right there, lad. Iskandar raised his sword slightly. Take another step, and I won't hold back. The steamroller that had flattened the King of Heroes was still sitting there on the ground. Why on earth would he let Souta get any closer, let alone talk things over? Don't misunderstand, I really mean no harm. Souta stopped in place, looking helpless. Fortunately, this was when Artoria and the others arrived. That was an anti-world noble phantasm, wasn't it? Artoria still hadn't fully recovered from the sheer destruction she had just witnessed. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. I never imagined we'd face a monster like that in this Holy Grail war. Kiritsuga's tone was grim. He was feeling a bit shaken. Had it not been for Souta turning the tide, all of them combined wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single swing of EA. Souta, how did you block an anti-world noble phantasm? Irisveal asked curiously. Secret, Souta replied with a grin. You guys are acting way too surprised. If you gave Artoria Avalon, she'd be able to block it too. Avalon, you have it. Artoria's eyes widened in shock as she turned to Irisveal. Her lost scabbard had been within reach this whole time? I'm sorry, Zaba. We kept it from you, Irisveal admitted apologetically. But don't worry, the Grail War is nearly over. Avalon has no use for us anymore. Returning it to you is the best choice. It's fine, Irisveal. I'm just surprised, that's all. Artoria shook her head, signaling that she didn't mind. Let's focus on getting the Grail to manifest first. Souta lifted Ilia's replica heart in his hand and said, now that the King of Heroes is gone, the plan is in its final stage. At his side, Ilia's expression turned slightly unnatural. Seeing the heart in Souta's hand had forced her to remember how Gilgamesh had slashed her eyes and ripped her heart out. Oni-chan. Thank you. Ilia's voice was unexpectedly soft. What for? Souta glanced at her, puzzled. Thank you for avenging me. Ilia cast a satisfied glance at the steamroller, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Ilia, Irisveal, sensing something in her daughter's gaze, looked puzzled. Does that mean you and the King of Heroes had a grudge in the future? You could say that, but now it won't happen anymore. Ilia approached Souta and, without warning, hugged him from behind her hands, a sweet, alluring smile on her face. I'm liking you more and more, Oni-chan. Kiritsugu sighed at the sight. If EA, at full power, couldn't kill Souta, there was no point in drawing his gun head, just be embarrassing himself. Ilia, let go for now. We're in the middle of a serious discussion. Souta, feeling the soft, small frame clinging to his back, looked helpless. Great now, everyone was going to think he was a lolicon. Hurrying to steer the conversation back on track, he said, Rin is handling Tosaka Tokiomi. At this point, there's no need to fight anymore. Once I convince Iskandar, we should be able to use the Grail for a wish. Wait, Ilia quickly interrupted him. Oni-chan, leave the negotiations to me. You just mess it up. You think you can handle it? Souta was skeptical. What negotiation skills did Ilia even have? In the original story, she just brute forced her way through everything with Heracles, didn't she? And she was looking down on him? Let me handle it. Artoria suddenly volunteered. As a fellow king, I have a better chance of persuading him. You modern people won't be able to relate to him properly. You guys are ridiculously confident. Souta rolled his eyes. Did Artoria not remember that in the original Three Kings meeting, Iskandar had completely dismantled her worldview with just a few words? With that level of persuasion, she wanted to negotiate? Was she not worried about biting her tongue? He'll do it. Irisveal, watching the three of them argue, suddenly had a strange realization. Ilia was out of the question. Artoria was too straightforward. She wouldn't be effective. And Souta, definitely not. The way he had dragged Kiritsugu and Mia to negotiate with her, and Saber showed that he had a rather unique approach. Kiritsugu was a poor choice too. He and Iskandar were polar opposites. Iskandar probably wouldn't even take him seriously. After considering everyone, it seemed like she was the only remotely reasonable candidate. That realization made her chuckle wryly. A homunculus was the most normal person here. Saber, come with me, Irisveal decided. You'll be my bodyguard. He'll handle the negotiations. Souta, you stay here. Without waiting for his opinion, she turned and walked toward Iskandar. 5 minutes later, a deep, hearty laugh rang out. Iskandar was grinning as he strode back towards Souta. When he reached him, he gave Souta a firm pat on the back. Lad, I never expected you to be doing something so romantic. He glanced at Ilia behind Souta and continued, but your tastes are a little hard to accept. Cough. You might want to be careful. Waver, following behind Iskandar, gave Souta a look that was a mix of admiration and something complicated. Souta stood there, expressionless. So, Irisveal, what the hell did you say to them? Speaking of which, lad, your battle against the King of Heroes was truly impressive. A sight to behold. Iskandar suddenly looked at him with excitement and extended an invitation. Would you like to join my army? You said the same thing to Saber, didn't you? Indeed. But she refused. A real shame. What about you? Join your army, huh? Souta rested his chin on one hand, pretending to ponder before replying. If I get to laze around all day, have food delivered to my mouth, clothes laid out for me, and receive a generous monthly salary with a wife assigned to me, too, then sure, they'll join. What do you say? On second thought, never mind. Iskandar scratched his head and cleared his throat. I've got enough people in my army already. Forget I said anything. 139. Parental love and filial piety. When Souta and the others arrived at the Tosaka residence, they were greeted by the sight of a thoroughly bound and beaten Tokiomi Tosaka. His face was bruised and swollen, a patchwork of blue and purple. He lay unconscious, his command seals already stripped away, no longer master. Souta stared at the pitiful sight of Tokiomi, feeling a deep sense of confusion. Father-in-law. Was this really necessary? The man's face was a mess, bruises, black eyes, the works. There was no doubt he had been given a proper thrashing. Souta pulled Rin aside by the window and whispered, Rin, what the hell happened here? What do you mean? Your dad. Why does he look like this? Oh, that. Rin shrugged. He pissed me off, so I had Lancelot beat him up. Are you insane? Souta looked at her like she had grown a second head. He simply couldn't understand what could have possibly led to such an outcome. What do you mean he pissed you off? He asked directly. I told him we should bring Sakura back home. He scolded me for interfering with her bright future and even had the nerve to ask why I killed Zokamatsu. Said I was just causing trouble. Then he got so angry he tried to attack me. Rin huffed, her chest rising and falling in frustration. Tell me that isn't asking for a beating. Yeah, that does sound like he had it coming, Souta admitted, nodding. But he probably didn't know what Sakura went through. If he had any idea what kind of monster Zoken was, he'd have saved her himself. I get that, but it's just so infuriating. Rin fumed, her temper flaring. Sakura went through so much, and he dash. All right, don't get worked up. Souta ruffled her hair, calming her down a little before asking, did you explain everything to him afterward? Yeah, after the beating. But I didn't reveal who I was. I spoke as an outsider. Rin's expression softened, becoming a little complicated. He didn't recognize me. That's normal, isn't it? Souta pointed out. Who would expect a 7-year-old girl to grow into a 17-year-old young woman? Why does that sound so weird? Rin muttered, narrowing her eyes. What, was I supposed to grow into a boy instead? As expected of you, Rin. Always ready with a comeback, Souta chuckled. Just then, Artoria called out. Souta, come here for a moment. He and Rin walked over to where everyone had gathered. As soon as he arrived, Artoria got straight to the point. Aside from Heracles, who does not belong to this war, we have 3 servants remaining on our side. The Holy Grail requires 5 servants' souls to manifest. What should we do now? She had wanted to ask this question for a while. But since Souta had kept saying he had a plan, she had held back her doubts until now. Souta glanced at Lancelot, standing behind Rin, then sighed. So, the time has finally come. He turned to Artoria. From here on out, you'll have to take care of things. Me? What do you mean? I can't explain it myself. It's better if you hear it from the one involved. With that, Souta placed his hand over Lancelot's shoulder and began suppressing the berserker's madness. A golden light flickered briefly in Souta's palm before vanishing, as if something had been consumed. At the same time, the ominous aura surrounding Lancelot began to dissipate. Everyone could feel it. The wild, raging madness that had clung to the night was fading, his presence growing calm and composed. It's done, Souta said suddenly. Lancelot is back to normal. The rest is up to you. What did you just say? The name alone sent a visible shock through Artoria, her body trembling slightly. Berserker, was Lancelot? How could such a coincidence be possible? At last, I can see you again, my king. As Artoria stood frozen in disbelief, an unfamiliar voice filled the room. Berserkerno. Lancelot, who had now shed his madness, slowly knelt on one knee before her. Removing his helmet, he revealed a handsome yet deeply guilt-ridden face. It's really, Artoria murmured, stunned. Lancelot, it is I, my king. Lancelot lowered his head in shame, as if unable to meet her gaze. Souta walked over and clapped him on the shoulder. There, you got your chance now. Whether or not you can fulfill your wish is up to you. Thank you, my master's friend. Lancelot's voice carried genuine gratitude. Had he remained in his berserker state, he would have missed this one-in-a-million opportunity. For that, he was truly thankful. Souta nodded before turning to the others. Let's give them some space. They need to talk. Understanding the situation, everyone quietly left the room. Rin even took the unconscious Tokiomi with her. Just before leaving, Souta leaned in close to Artoria and whispered in her ear. One last piece of advice as a king. You must reward and punish fairly. If you keep indulging and forgiving those who have wronged you, it may torment them more than any punishment ever could. If you want to make Lancelot suffer, then just keep acting like this. But if you never truly hated him, he trailed off, leaving the last part unsaid before stepping out of the room. Outside, Rin sighed. Do you think they'll make peace? She asked Souta. No idea, he replied, shaking his head. This is beyond the original plot now. What happens next? Nobody can say for sure. I just hope they don't start fighting and wreck the house, Rin grumbled. This is precious Tosaka property, you know? Souta shot her a blank stare. So that's what you're worried about? You've really been traumatized by being broke, huh? He patted her back. Relax. You've still got me. If they really destroy the house, they'll give you free gems for life. That's a promise. Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was unclear whether she was more excited about the gems or the promise of for life. Just then, Ilya approached, tugging at Souta's sleeve. Big brother, she said sweetly. I have a question. What is it? Souta met her gaze. You don't like mature bodies, do you? Souta nearly coughed up blood. Ilya's expression was one of genuine curiosity. Where had she even gotten that idea? I'm going to use the Holy Grail to fix my body and grow up a little, she continued with a sly smile. But not too much. Otherwise, you wouldn't like me anymore, would you? Shameless. Rin suddenly shot Souta a look of utter contempt. Souta's face remained completely expressionless. What the hell did I even do? Anyway, Ilya, he said, suddenly remembering something. You need to be careful when you make your wish. Why? She asked. If you change your body right now, it might mess with the timeline. You should wish for the past you in Germany to be healed instead. Otherwise, the wish might go to waste. Ilya frowned slightly, realizing she hadn't considered that. Meanwhile, Rin could no longer hold back. Souta, you're not seriously letting her make that wish, are you? Enough already. Souta groaned. I swear, that's not my thing at all. Will you all give it a rest? 140, come on. Everyone line up to make a wish, hearing Souta deny it. Ilya, who was holding his hand, pouted, while Rin Tosaka, standing nearby, gave him a disdainful look. Further away, Irisville secretly thought Souta was being dishonest, while Kiritsugu Amiya exhaled a smoke ring with a grim expression. Iskandar and Waver were gazing out the window in silence, while Tokiomi Tosaka remained unconscious on the floor. The atmosphere in the room was filled with an awkward silence that made Souta feel uncomfortable. He felt like the whole world was against him. Fortunately, the silence was broken when Artoria walked out, her footsteps disrupting the heavy atmosphere. Souta suddenly froze because he could feel an abnormal movement from the little Holy Grail in his arms. A servant's soul had entered the little Holy Grail, and a storm of immense magical energy surged outward. Saber, where's Lancelot? Souta immediately asked. I have given him the punishment he deserved. Artoria lowered her head and spoke in a heavy tone. She seemed a bit down. Are you okay, Saber? Irisville walked over with a face full of concern. You don't look like yourself. I'm fine, it's just, I feel like I've let down a lot of people. Artoria thought about the look of relief in Lancelot's eyes in his final moments. That knight had longed to be pierced through the chest by her holy sword, dying peacefully in her arms. Lancelot and Guinevere had shared the same ideals as their king, but because they were too weak to uphold them, they chose betrayal and escape instead. They had blamed themselves deeply for betraying the one most important to them, carrying that guilt for a lifetime. Even in death, they had not found redemption. Artoria had wanted to tell Lancelot, "You are not a sinner." But to Lancelot, those words probably meant nothing. Even if others denied his guilt, the one most tormented by it was himself. Artoria felt a deep sense of remorse. Why hadn't she noticed Lancelot's loneliness back then? What she should have done was not tolerate him, but punish him, freeing his noble soul from the torment of his overwhelming guilt. The king does not understand the hearts of people. That statement was more fitting for her past self than anything. No time for sentimentality. Souta interrupted Artoria's thoughts and said, "The Holy Grail is about to appear. If you have regrets, use your wish to make up for them. But first, we need to go to Ryudu Temple. This is not the right place for the Holy Grail to manifest. Isn't it too late to go there now? The Holy Grail is about to emerge." Rin glanced at the heart in Souta's hand, which was beginning to dissolve, looking a little concerned. "No worries, since we're at the final stretch. They'll let you all indulge in a bit of luxury." Souta looked at everyone and smiled. "He'll handle the teleportation." With that, divine power surged from him, and a golden radiance filled the room, enveloping everyone present. Of course, Tokiomi Tosaka was left out. He had nothing to do with making wishes, so he could just continue lying there. "It's starting." Souta gave him a heads up, then activated his power, instantly teleporting the 5 people and 3 servants out of the room. In the blink of an eye, they appeared above the vast underground cavern behind Ryuda Temple. Souta tossed the heart in his hand outward. The sealing magic on the heart had vanished. It was now being refined into the Holy Grail's vessel. As it absorbed immense magical energy, waves of heat radiated from it, scorching the surrounding area. Soon, the heart was completely burned away, turning to ashes, and the golden chalice emerged. The moment it came into contact with the outside air, the golden chalice scorched the ground, and flickering flames of mystical energy floated above it. As if lifted by invisible hands, the Holy Grail hovered in the air. The long-awaited Holy Grail ritual, which the founding 3 families had dreamed of, began silently without even a single officiating priest. The Holy Grail. Everyone present looked at the golden chalice with excitement, their eyes filled with longing. As the magical energy stabilized, an opening appeared at the top of the Holy Grail, a passage leading to the Greater Grail. Needless to say, there was no black, tar-like substance inside. The evil of this world had long been incinerated by Souta's divine fire. Now, the passage contained only pure, boundless magical energy. The accumulated magic from 60 years of Fuyuki City's ley lines, combined with the energy converted from burning 5 servants' souls, this was the foundation upon which the Holy Grail could grant wishes. The original goal of the founding 3 families was to carve open a passage to the root, the ultimate truth beyond the world. To achieve this, the ritual required 7 servant souls. That's why the last surviving master was always forced to command their servant to commit suicide. However, if the goal was simply to fulfill a wish within the world, there was no need to open a path beyond it. As long as the Holy Grail could manifest, the energy from the ley lines and the burned servant souls was enough to grant a wish. Of course, that was assuming the wish wasn't too absurd. For example, wishing for Earth to be destroyed, that definitely wouldn't work. Will the magical energy be enough? Rin eyed the golden Holy Grail skeptically. We need to grant 4 people's wishes. It should be enough. Ilya and Irisveal only need to restore their bodies, which doesn't require much energy. Iskandar's wish is to obtain a human body. He might just need to touch the Grail. The only concern is Saber. Souta wasn't entirely sure either, so he said, let's have the most energy-consuming wish go first. If the smaller wishes run out of power, I'll supplement it with my divine energy. And if even that's not enough, in that case, they'll take a quick trip back to Akame Ga Kill, recharge my divine power, and then use it to summon 2 different versions of Gilgamesh from different time periods, kill them twice, and replenish the Holy Grail with 7 servant souls. That way, we can carve open a passage to the outside and tap into its near-infinite energy to grant our wishes. Souta laid out his plan logically and methodically. As long as we make our wishes quickly and destroy the passage immediately afterward, the counterforce shouldn't hunt you down. Rin's eye twitched. If Gilgamesh heard this plan, he would probably jump up and start cursing. She asked skeptically, "Shouldn't it be hunt us down? You're included too." "Nope, I'm not making a wish, so we'll just run away." Souta teased Rin with a grin. At that point, the counterforce will probably see you guys as a threat and be ready to backstab you at any moment. You'd better start living cautiously. Oof. And they'll just go to your world and leech off you. Rin huffed, kicking Souta's knee. After that, she turned to Artoria and waved her over. "Saber, you go first. Then Irisveal and Ilia, and finally Iskandar." 141. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. The people called out by Rin Tosaka all showed somewhat subtle expressions, lining up in order to make wishes. Why does that sound so weird? Where did the cruelty of the Holy Grail war go? I understand. Artoria quickly composed herself and responded to Rin. She stepped forward, gently holding the golden vessel in her hands. "By the way, Saber, have you thought of a specific way to realize your wish?" Seeing Artoria with the Grail, Souta suddenly asked. Using the Grail to make a wish doesn't require understanding the principles behind it, but a specific plan must be provided. For example, if one wished to be wealthy, the method had to be specified whether they wanted a lump sum of money or an elevation in social status to amass wealth. The Grail needed a clear process to directly skip the effort and reach the result. Take world peace as an example. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada's method was to turn all human souls into materialized energy. If he had obtained the Grail, the wish would have been fulfilled in that way. On the other hand, if Kiritsugu Amiya had won, nothing would have been realized, because he didn't know how to achieve world peace. He wished for an idealized world, but no known method could accomplish that. He assumed the Grail could do it for him, but in reality, the Grail required him to provide a method. Without a method, the wish was impossible to grant. Sort of, Artoria replied, looking at Souta. "I will retain only my consciousness and return to my past body, becoming a king once more. Using my knowledge of the future, I will guide my kingdom toward a stable demise. Perhaps this is just self-satisfaction, but I must do it." Her eyes were unwavering. "That sounds kind of weird," Rin Tosaka muttered before Souta could comment. Becoming king again, just to destroy her own country. To someone uninformed, this would sound utterly insane. "Have you thought about how to handle the Knights of the Round Table?" Souta asked next. "They all contain elements of the Age of Gods. And since the Age of Gods is destined to fade, the counterforce will inevitably target them. If not dealt with properly, the country will still fall into chaos. I will find the right moment to have them exit the stage of history, one by one, and return to the inner sea of the planet." Artoria replied after some thought. "In a way, I suppose it's like deceiving history. If that's the case, I have a suggestion." Souta pointed at Artoria's small frame. "A person's body subtly influences their mind. Look at Ilia. She's already 18, but because her body is still that of a child, she often acts like one." Cough, cough. Noticing Ilia suddenly looking at him, Souta quickly skipped over that topic and continued. "Anyway, you should consider abandoning Excalibur and using Rongaminiad as your primary weapon. Without Avalon to keep your body frozen in time, you'll be able to grow. Going through the process of aging might make you more mature in your thinking." "Are you sure that will make me more mature?" Artoria eyed him doubtfully. After her conversation with Lancelot, she had indeed realized that she was somewhat immature. If Souta's suggestion could help, she was willing to try. "I'm not sure, it's just a guess. But trying won't hurt. Rongaminiad is on par with Excalibur, so ITLL still be strong enough to help you maintain order." Souta imagined Lancer Artoria riding her steed and smirked. "You know what they say, a king's bloodline must end by the sword. So maybe just use a lance instead. Is that really how the phrase is supposed to be understood?" Artoria looked exasperated. Souta shrugged. "As long as it gets the point across. All right, they'll consider it." "Well then," she looked at the group, mainly at Souta and Iris Vilan gave a gentle smile. I won't say anything too sentimental. If we meet again, I will repay this kindness. Farewell. With those words, she closed her eyes. Souta felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy rippling through the portal above. The density was suffocating. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden-haired girl gradually dissolved into particles of light, vanishing into the air. Once the magic stabilized, there was no trace of Artoria left. Only the golden holy grail remained, floating in midair. It seems the grail won't disappear until its magic is fully depleted, Souta remarked. He turned toward Irisveal and Ilya, gesturing for them to proceed. Your turn. Saber is really gone. Irisveal showed reluctance on her face, but she quickly composed herself, took Ilya's hand, and approached the grail. Irisveal was the first to touch it. The grail's glow enveloped her, healing all the hidden ailments in her body. A few seconds later, a relaxed expression appeared on her face. Ilya, your turn. Ilya reached out and touched the grail. The remaining magic was instantly drained to the last drop. The grail vanished. The portal in the sky also disappeared. The magical aura in the cavern had thinned, like a bottle of wine diluted with several buckets of water. Iskandar. He had something to say, but he really didn't know if he should say it. Irisveal blinked, looking at her daughter's unchanged body with uncertainty. Did it really take that much mana just to restore her body? Ilya, what exactly did you wish for? My wish was granted in the castle in Germany, Ilya said, glancing at Souta before answering. As for what I wished for, it's a secret. Scumbag. Rin Tosaka glared at Souta and mercilessly insulted him. Souta looked confused. You don't even know what she wished for. You don't. Then why are you insulting me? Intuition. Ignoring Rin, Souta walked over to Iskandar. He wanted to pat the king of conquerors on the shoulder to comfort him, but given the height difference, he just said, Sorry, the grail ran out of mana. But don't worry, I still have some divine power left. It'll help you reincarnate as a human. Haha, much appreciated. You'll remember this favor. Iskandar laughed heartily. When I conquer the world, you're welcome to join my ranks and be a lazy, well-fed lord. Conquering the world isn't really feasible anymore. Monarchs don't have much of a place in modern society. Times have changed, that much I know, but conquest isn't that narrow of a concept. To conquer is, all right, stop right there. I have no interest in world domination, so don't bother explaining. Souta interrupted him, then released a large mass of divine power, condensing it into a transparent sphere and handing it over. This should be enough to grant your wish for a human body. The Greater Grail is empty now, and I doubt your current form will last much longer. You should use it quickly. Iskandar examined the orb curiously and muttered, Your power is truly mysterious. This alone is practically a holy grail. No, in terms of nature, it's actually more advanced than the grail, Souta smirked. But I'm not quite at that level yet. By the way, are you all heading back to the future soon? Iskandar suddenly asked. Once we wrap up everything here, yeah? I see. Then, see you in the future. Iskandar clapped Souta on the shoulder and grinned boldly. When that time comes, he'll treat you to a drink. With that, he left Ryudu Temple alongside Waver. 142. Letting Souta play with legs after the King of Conquerors left, Souta and his group also departed from Ryudu Temple. As they descended the mountain, the constant chirping of insects filled the air. The cold moonlight of winter cast a chilling glow upon them. Upon reaching the roadside at the foot of the mountain, Souta used his material creation ability to materialize a sedan. Irisveal immediately took the driver's seat, and the group set off toward the Matu residence. Amiya Karitsugu sat in the front passenger seat, while in the back, Tosaka Rin and Ilyasveal squeezed Souta in between them, forming a scene where he was embraced for both sides. Ilya took off her little boots, leaned against the car window, and placed her small feet on the seat, pressing right against Souta. She occasionally nudged his waist with her foot, as if she were teasing him. Souta only needed to tilt his head slightly to see the girl's pale, slender legs, her delicate, arching feet, and her pearl-like toes. It was almost criminally enticing. Ilya? Souta looked at her in confusion. Why do you keep kicking me? Big brother, do you like it? Ilya asked. Like what? This, she said, wiggling her little foot. Ilya continued. Big brother, you often stare at Rin's legs. You must like them a lot, right? Ahem. I wasn't staring. Dans ce non-sens. Being exposed by a little girl, Souta felt somewhat embarrassed. Were these people watching his every move? Were they that bored? Ilya had a small, adorable smile on her lips. Her combination of innocence and mischief made her look both angelic and devilish. Beside them, Tosaka Rin glanced at the interaction between the two and, unable to hold back, stomped on Souta's foot hard. What now? Souta looked at her. Nothing. Just wanted to ask, what are you planning to do with that road roller you left in the lower stream of the Mayan River? Rin came up with an excuse to cover up her feelings of annoyance. What's so great about Ilya's short legs? Are they more beautiful than my long ones? The road roller? Just leave it there, Souta said. Going back to retrieve it is too much trouble. If I ever need one again, I can just create another. That road roller did crush the king of heroes to death, though, Rin said, suddenly curious. Do you think it could become a noble phantasm? Noble phantasms are physical manifestations of legends, right? What kind of legend would that thing even have? It only killed a servant. Nobody even knows about it. Souta immediately saw through Rin's attempt to take advantage and shook his head. Forget it. It's impossible. And even if it did become one, could you even lift it? Rin fell silent. By the way, Souta continued, tonight, we'll stay at the Mata residence. Tomorrow morning, you should go notify Korea to come back. Sakura can be brought home now. Sakura. Yeah, it's time to bring her back. Thinking about her gentle little sister, Rin's heart suddenly felt warm. It was only now that she realized their mission of saving their loved ones was finally complete. She didn't even know how to properly thank Souta. Maybe she should let him play with her legs for a bit. He did seem to like them a lot. Souta, we're leaving for Germany tomorrow. Irisville suddenly said from the driver's seat. Germany? Souta quickly understood their plan. He asked, have you booked the plane tickets? Mew will take care of it, Amiya Kiritsugu answered. Iris and I have decided that after we rescue Ilya, we'll settle down in Fuyuki City. You two are going alone to save her. Souta wasn't convinced. I should go with you. You two might not be able to handle the Einsburn family. Big brother, Ilya will go too, Ilya said from beside him. She stretched out her legs, resting her calves on Souta's thighs. We have Berserker, so there won't be any problems. All right then. Souta instinctively glanced toward the rear car window. He had completely forgotten about Heracles. Wait, was Berserker running behind their car right now? How exactly did servants move while in spirit form? But have you guys thought about the aftermath? Souta suddenly realized that simply rescuing Ilya might not be enough. The Einsburn family won't just let Ilya go so easily. At this, Amiya Kiritsugu furrowed his brows. Knowing Old Man Axe character, once he learned that the Greater Grail had been completely drained of mana and that the next Holy Grail War wouldn't be possible for at least 60 years, he would probably lose interest in Ilya. After all, Ilya's body had undergone unnatural magical modifications, significantly shortening her lifespan. There was no way she'd live long enough to participate in the next war. Moreover, the Holy Grail's ability to restore the body was still a secret that had not been exposed. Under these circumstances, if they took Ilya away, the old man should let it slide. Their side was not to be underestimated, and after weighing the risks, the old man would probably give up. Kiritsugu explained his reasoning. However, Souta shook his head. Looks like the past 5 years made you too soft. Even with your memories, your judgment has gotten too passive. We can't gamble our lives on the enemy's mercy. Kiritsugu asked, then what do you suggest? Simple. Just directly him? Rin, why are you pinching me? Souta turned to look at Rin, who was gripping his thigh and twisting it hard. Since he usually kept his divine energy shield retracted for daily life, he could actually feel the pain. Please, can you not be so extreme all the time? Rin said in an exasperated tone. saying stuff like, just eliminate him. Don't you think that's a bit too ruthless? Eliminate him? What did I say that? Suda looked puzzled. I was saying we should directly alter Old Man Axe's memory so he forgets about Ilya. That way, we won't have to worry about any future problems. After explaining, he gave her a weird look. Rin, I hate to say this, but your thought process is way too violent. You immediately jumped to killing the guy. You might want to do some self-reflection before you go down the wrong path. Then, he subtly pointed toward Irisville in the driver's seat and whispered, Irisville is still here. You know, Jubstachite is her father in name. Try to be a little more considerate of her feelings. If you must talk about killing someone, at least wait until we're in private. Rin. She was completely speechless. Was this her fault? Thinking back, her first instinct had been to kill Old Man Act. Wait a minute. Had her mentality actually gotten more violent lately? 143. Is this the legendary chapter 143? Suda, I must have been influenced by you. Out of nowhere, Tosaka Rin shouted. Then she leaned against the car window, falling into deep self-reflection. She started questioning when exactly she had begun thinking about problems with violence as the first solution. And then, Rin recalled a particular phrase, if I can't solve the problem, why not just solve you? That's it. This was the reason. Suda was the one who taught her this mindset. Because of him, she now had the tendency to approach situations by eliminating their root causes. Thinking about this, Rin suddenly felt complicated emotions welling up inside her. On the other side, Suda looked at the ever-changing expressions on the twin-tailed girl's face, feeling puzzled, unable to resist. He reached out and pinched her cheek. Stop it, I'm thinking. Rin batted his hand away. All right, take your time thinking. Suda quickly stopped dwelling on it. Glancing at Ilyasville, he reached into his clothes and pulled out a stack of 11 bullets item cards. Taking out 4, he handed them to Ilya. Ilya, keep these. Once you rescue your past self, use them to travel back to the future. You'll probably return to the real world right away and won't be going with you. Ilya accepted the item cards, curiously examining them. The last time she traveled back, Suda had directly sent her there. She had never used the item cards herself before. Oh, and take these too. Suda released his divine power, condensing it into 2 beads, 1 black, 1 white. He handed them to Ilya. The black one is for modifying Axe's memory. The white one is for suppressing Berserker's madness. Once you return to the Matu residence, you should use it to restore him. Berserker. Ilya suddenly looked reluctant. He'll disappear, won't he? Disappear, more or less. Once the timeline changes, Heracles will likely return to the throne of heroes. Suda reached out, ruffling the little girl's hair. His voice was gentle. Parting is inevitable. He's a heroic spirit. You can't keep it by your side forever. So, try to accept it. Before you go back to the future, make sure to thank him properly and say goodbye. Ilya lowered her head, feeling down. I will. Suda sighed softly. Ilya had developed a strong attachment to Heracles. Hopefully, she wouldn't end up crying when the time came. Before long, the car arrived at the Mata residence. It was already past 3 a.m. Tosaka Rin stepped out of the car and looked at the familiar house where she had lived for a year. She couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In less than a single night, the Holy Grail War had ended in a completely absurd and dramatic way. What was supposed to be a tragic ending had turned into an outright farce. It made her want to laugh and cry at the same time. But this was fine. This was really fine. Rin turned to look at Suda's side profile and smiled softly, murmuring, "Thank you." The next day at noon, Suda was woken up by Rin constantly nudging and shaking him. Stop being lazy. You're a god, aren't you? This is embarrassing. Suda opened his eyes, sat up in bed, and stretched. As he turned slightly, he noticed Rin standing beside him in casual clothes. His gaze lingered for 2 seconds on her slender legs wrapped in black tights. Then he asked, "What time is it?" "Almost 2 in the afternoon." "You really can sleep." Rin placed 1 foot on the edge of the bed, causing her skirt to lift slightly, highlighting her perfectly shaped legs. She smirked like a mischievous little devil. "Suda, your eyes have been wandering since the morning." "What?" Do you really like these legs that much? I recall you were going to pick up Sakura today. Suta scratched his head. What time are you leaving? Right now. I saw you still sleeping and came to wake you up. Rin glanced at her system phone, checking the time. I'm leaving in 5 minutes. Then I should return to my world too. Suta got out of bed and, with a mere thought, used his divine power to instantly switch his sleepwear into regular clothes. As for washing up, an immortal divine body didn't need such things. Honestly, at this point, even his saliva would probably be considered some kind of divine elixir. All right, I almost forgot your item cards. Suta suddenly remembered Rin's set of cards. Quickly pulling 4 out of his pocket and handing them to the now more mature-looking twin-tailed girl. You should be 18 by now, right? He asked. Yeah, I've lived here for a year after all. That's a shame. Once you return to the future, you'll be back to your younger self. Suta showed a regretful expression. What do you mean by that? Rin gave him a sidelong glance. Cough, nothing. Suta changed the subject. Where's Ilya and the others? They left at 10 a.m. all right. Then I should go too. See you in the future. Rin walked to the mirror, adjusted her outfit slightly, and then headed toward the door. Halfway through, she turned back and smiled at Suta. Suta, see you in the future. Yeah, see you in the future. Suta nodded and waved goodbye. This kind of scene felt strangely refreshing. After Rin left, he didn't delay any longer. With a thought, he activated his return ability and left the Fate universe. Inside a rented apartment with a flash of white light, Suta reappeared in his room. Looking around, he noticed a layer of dust had accumulated. It seemed at least a week had passed here. But this time, cleaning was much easier. Suta simply waved his hand, expending a bit of divine power, and in an instant, the entire apartment became spotless. If the gods and Dungeons Dragons saw him using divine power to clean, they'd probably form a team just to come and beat him up. Satisfied, Suta nodded at his clean room, then collapsed onto the couch and pulled out his system phone. Entering the chat group, he sent a message. Suta, Tosaka Rin Ilya. Let me know when you get back to the future. I'm really curious to see what your world looks like 10 years later. Neither of them responded. They were probably still busy. But someone else in the group replied. Tokisaki Kurumi, Suta, mission complete? Suta, not yet. I've done everything I needed to, but the mission probably won't finish until Ilya returns to the future. Suta, by the way, didn't you also go back to save someone? How's that going? Tokisaki Kurumi. We just rescued Cornelia. As for Akame's other teammates, they aren't dead yet, so we have to wait a bit. Hopefully they die faster. Chelsea. Suta. Reading Kurumi's message, Suta couldn't help but laugh. If he didn't already know what she meant, he'd probably think she had gone completely off the rails. Suta, don't you have 11 bullets? Can't you just jump to their time of death? Tokisaki Kurumi. Nope. The manga never specified the exact timing of their deaths, so I have to wait and watch. Suta, alright. They'll come over after you finish rescuing everyone. I need to deal with the religious issues. The Path of Peace's mythology about their god is poorly written. I need to refine it. Tokisaki Kurumi, got it. They'll let you know when we're done. After some more casual chatting, Kurumi left, saying she had things to do. Suta spent the rest of the day in his apartment, reading up on Fate's lore. Then, later that night, the system finally notified him that the mission was complete. 144A bowl of Mappo Tofu Suta opened the task system interface, which displayed a notification of receiving 1,000 points. The mission is complete. So does that mean Rin and the others have already gone back? Suta stared at his phone, lost in thought. He wasn't particularly concerned about these points. He was just curious about how the future would change now that he had intervened in the Fourth Holy Grail War. And also, what exactly had Ilya wished for at the time? Did she really wish for the ability to control her physical age? Just as Suta's curiosity piqued, and he was about to ask, someone in the group chat tagged him. Ilya, Suta, big brother, I've already returned to the future. Do you want to come see me here? Suta, you're back. Does that mean the rescue plan was a success? Ilya, yes, Grandpa's memories were altered, and he never harassed me or Mom again after that. We're living in Fuyuki City now. I've been back for a week. Suta, a week? The time difference is huge. Less than a day has passed on my end. Rin Tosaka. Well, you did travel back from the past, and the flow of time between our worlds was never the same to begin with. This kind of discrepancy is normal. Suda. Rin, you're back too? Rin Tosaka. Yeah, Ilya and I returned to the same point in time. Sorry, I was adjusting to my new circumstances, so I didn't notify you right away. Suda. No need to apologize. But it seems my guess was wrong. Rin Tosaka. What guess? Suda. About the mission. I originally thought the task would only complete once you all returned to the future. But now it seems it was considered complete once you settled Sakura and Ilya rescued her past self. Otherwise, if it were the former, there wouldn't be a week-long time gap. Ilya, that stuff doesn't matter. Big brother, come to Ilya's side now. Rin Tosaka. No, come to my side first, Suda. There's a shop I want to recommend to you. I guarantee it'll blow your mind. Suda, what kind of shop? Don't tell me Kodo Mine Kirai open a restaurant in Fuyuki, switching from being a priest to a chef specializing in mapo tofu? Rin Tosaka. Rin Tosaka. Wait, how'd you know? That's impossible. The storyline should have completely changed by now. Suda touched his lips in disbelief. No way. He had just been joking. Did he actually guess right? Kodo Mine Kirai actually went into the mapo tofu business, but he only knew how to eat it, right? How did he learn to make it? Suda, I was just talking nonsense. Don't tell me it's actually true. Rin Tosaka, it is true. Ilya and I have eaten there a few times. It's really spicy, but the taste is undeniably good. Rin Tosaka. Also, Kiri's daughter, Karen, transferred to our school. She's a really nice junior, completely the opposite of Kirai. Sakura and I have been looking out for her. Suda. Rin Tosaka, what? Did I say something wrong? Suda, no, it's just... I'm a little moved that you were able to let go of your hatred for Kirai and build a friendly relationship with his daughter. Suda sighed inwardly. Sometimes, ignorance really was bliss. He remembered very clearly that in the original story, after Karen arrived in Fuyuki, she pretended to admire Rin and Sakura as her seniors. But it was all an act. She just wanted to mess with them for fun. Now, it was probably the same. Rin Tosaka. That's all in the past. Holding on to grudges would only hold me back. I've moved on. Suda. By the way, Rin, how's your sister doing? Rin Tosaka. Sakura? She's doing great. She's still a bit shy like before, but she's much more cheerful now. Suda. That's good. We'll try to find time to visit her. Rin Tosaka. Sure. If you come, they'll bring Sakura along and we can all hang out. Rin Tosaka, wait. Forget I said that. Actually, forget the hangout, just don't visit Sakura. Come see me instead. Suda. Rin Tosaka. Anyway, you can't visit Sakura. Suda, why not? Ilya. Because little Sakura keeps thinking about the big brother who made snacks for her back then. Rin, you're being really obvious, you know? Rin Tosaka. Shut up. You don't have a servant protecting you anymore. Don't think I'm still scared of you. Ilya. Rin. That's no way to talk to your senior. And even without Berserker, you're no match for me. Suda. Senior? You two are in the same school now. Rin Tosaka. Yeah, she's in the same high school as me. Rin Tosaka. Suda. Fine, you can visit Sakura, but you have to promise not to make a move on her. Suda. What are you even thinking? From my perspective, only a day has passed. My impression of Sakura is still that of a child. Your worries are completely unfounded. Ilya. Big brother, ignore Rin. Weren't you curious about how things have changed here? Come to Ilya's side first. Rin Tosaka. No, come to me first. Suda. I can take you to eat curious mapo tofu. Doesn't that sound fun? Suda. Now that Rin mentioned it, he was kind of tempted to try it. After a brief moment of consideration, Suda decided to visit Ilya first. He was more curious about what wish she had made and what her current physical condition was like. If Rin called her senior, then she must have grown to match her actual age of 18. Right? He really wanted to see that. Suda. Rin, he'll visit Ilya first. I'm curious about her wish. He'll come find you later. Rin Tosaka. You scum. Ilya's body is already grown up. Too bad for you, she's no longer in your preferred age range. Bet you're disappointed. Suda. Suda didn't bother responding. He was used to being misunderstood. It didn't bother him anymore. Rin would eventually learn that he was a leg man. Ilya, big brother, Rin's just jealous. Ignore her and come to Ilya's side now. Suda, just a sec. Without further delay, Suda used the system's teleportation function to travel to the Type Moon world. Since he had been thinking about Ilya, he was directly transported to her side. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a spacious bedroom decorated in an overwhelmingly cute style. In front of him was a princess bed, on which sat a silver-haired girl who seemed to glow like moonlight. Her familiar face confirmed that this was indeed Ilya. However, Ilya's body wasn't as curvaceous as Suda had imagined. Compared to Iris Veal's mature figure, the current Ilya was still in a youthful, budding stage. She looked about 12 years old. Big brother. The moment she saw the flash of white light in her room, Ilya jumped off the bed. Her slender legs were clad in pure white stockings. Her skin as smooth and fair as a freshly peeled egg. Paired with her delicate, porcelain-like face, she looked like an angel descended to earth, evoking an overwhelming urge to protect her. Suda felt a slight stir in his heart. Welcome to my home. Ilya ran up to Suda and hugged him tightly, nuzzling against his chest as if savoring his scent. Suda smiled and gently ruffled her silvery hair. Rin said you were her senpai, so I thought you'd grown up completely. Guess I was wrong. I did grow up. I became all curvy like mommy. Ilya looked up at Suda with a sweet smile. But Ilya was afraid big brother wouldn't like that, so I made myself small again just now. Suda froze. Made yourself small again? Don't tell me you actually wished for the ability to control your physical age? Yep. Now Ilya can be whatever size big brother likes. Ilya let go of Suda and twirled in place, her short skirt fluttering as she spun. She hopped back onto the bed, swinging her legs playfully. Big brother, Ilya is feeling playful now. Do you want to play a game with me? Try it out right here. Chapter 145. A day's return with Rin across 1,000 miles because Suda was standing very close to the princess bed. After Ilya finished speaking, her little foot stretched out past the edge of the bed and lightly hooked onto the corner of Suda's clothes, as if subtly conveying an invitation. Ilya still remembered that Suda often stared at Rin Tosaka's legs. She suspected that Suda had a thing for legs, so today she deliberately wore pure white stockings. After all, he was the benefactor who had given her a new life, and Ilya wanted to do her best for him. On the other side, after hearing Ilya's words, Suda fell into contemplation. He hesitated for 2 seconds before rejecting Ilya's somewhat improper invitation. Doing something like that to a 12-year-old girl, it would feel like a complete beast. Besides, it was broad daylight, and there were definitely other people in the house. If someone walked in on them, it would be a disaster. All right, stop messing around. Get up now. Suda reached out and grabbed Ilya's slender foot wrapped in white stockings, pressing down her restless legs that had been posed so suggestively. The delicate texture of the stockings and the warmth of Ilya's soul transmitted through his hand, causing Suda to hurriedly suppress the sudden surge of temptation with his divine power. With a helpless expression, he said, Ilya, the reason I helped you wasn't so that you'd do something like this for me. Big brother, you worry too much. Ilya doesn't mind at all. Ilya got out of the princess bed and slipped on her indoor slippers, which had a cute bunny design at the front, making her look even more adorable. She showed a slightly regretful expression. Suda could only use the ultimate head pat technique, sighing as he stroked her head. Right now, you're in a state of gratitude towards me, so you might not be thinking rationally. If you still feel this way after some time. At this point, he suddenly stopped. If Ilya still felt the same way, what was he supposed to do? Should he let her help him out? Or be bold and just go for it? If I still feel this way, what will Big Brother do? Ilya, seeing that Suda had stopped mid-sentence, prompted him. Then I guess he'll just go with the flow. Suda thought about it and gave such an answer. Hearing this, Ilya's face blossomed into a sweet smile. Then it's a promise. I've already told my mom it'll be Big Brother's bride. What about my opinion? Big Brother, You're not being honest, so Ilya has to take the initiative. Ilya grabbed Suta's hand and started pulling him toward the door, bouncing slightly as she walked. Her personality seemed to have brightened considerably, no longer carrying the cold detachment that used to only be surface level. Noticing this, Suta felt a sense of relief. Just as he was feeling pleased, the long-unheard system notification sounded in his mind. Ilya's affection for the host has reached the required level. The host will randomly acquire one of Ilya's abilities. Random ability extraction in progress. Congratulations! The host has obtained the ability, Acting Cute. Suta stopped in his tracks, stunned. After about 2 seconds of shock, he turned to the silver-haired girl, holding his hand with a strange expression. He had always suspected that Ilya had a tendency to act younger than she really was, but that was just a hunch. Maybe it was just her personality? It wasn't certain. But now, even the system had officially recognized that Ilya had the Acting Cute ability and had even let him acquire it. Suta felt a bit conflicted. No wonder she was already 18, yet her behavior still carried traces of childishness. What's wrong? Seeing Suta suddenly stop, Ilya turned her head in confusion. It's nothing, Suta replied calmly with a smile. Let's go. Some things were better left unsaid. As for the ability he had just acquired, Suta didn't feel particularly disappointed. Ilya's abilities, magic aptitude, lesser grail, acupuncture, magic, none of these were of any real use to him now that he was a god. They didn't even have value in cultivating a divine role. So from the beginning, he had never considered farming Ilya's affection just to acquire abilities. Acting cute, huh? Suta thought this was probably the most useless ability he could have gotten. However, this extraction did remind him of something important. The system didn't just pull supernatural abilities. It could also extract ordinary skills. Suta started wondering if he later became good friends with Chelsea and her affection for him reached the threshold. Would he gain her makeup skill? Acting cute and makeup were fine after all. They were active skills and wouldn't affect him much. But he definitely didn't want to accidentally extract something like Tsundere from Rinto Saka. That would be a complete disaster. Are you, Suta? When Suta and Ilya arrived at the living room of the mansion, they ran into Irisveal, who was reading a book. Irisveal stared at Suta for 5 or 6 seconds before finally recognizing him. Her face showed extreme surprise. How did you? I teleported here, Suta explained. Irisveal got up from the sofa, her face filled with warmth. It's been 10 years since we last met, hasn't it? But you haven't changed a bit. For me, it's only been a day, Suta chuckled. But you, ma'am, have only gotten more beautiful. Oh my. Irisveal covered her mouth and laughed gently, her mature charm subtly radiating. Your words have gotten sweeter, Suta. But you should say that to Ilya, otherwise she'll get jealous. Then she turned to Ilya and asked curiously, why are you small again? Because Suta is here. I need to show him the version of me he likes best. Ilya answered instantly. Suta's preferences haven't changed. I see. Irisveal sighed internally but showed no sign of disapproval. Instead, she agreed, a tiny Ilya is indeed adorable. I love her too. Seeing the conversation go further off track, Suta quickly changed the subject. By the way, where's Kiritsugu? I don't see him. Kiritsugu is out handling business deals. He's very busy. The one who answered was Ilya. She grabbed Suta's hand and started leading him toward the front door, saying as she walked, Mom, I'm taking Suta out for a bit. We'll be back later. All right, take your time. You don't even have to come back if you don't want to, Irisveal said with a knowing smile. Although she felt a bit regretful that she didn't get to talk much with Suta, she wasn't too worried after all. He was finally back. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Her daughter's beloved had returned. Once Kiritsugu found out, he'd probably be quite happy as well. Irisveal wore a gentle, happy smile. Ilya led Suta out of the luxurious mansion. With the Einsburn family cutting off financial support, Kiritsugu had used his savings from his mercenary days to start business. Over the years, he had become quite wealthy. As a result, Ilya's family didn't lack money, and they had bought multiple properties in Fuyuki City. This mansion was Ilya's favorite place to live. After hearing this, Suta was deeply moved. Everyone's life paths had been completely derailed. Suta used his system's phone to contact Rin Tosaka and asked her to come out. Then, he and Ilya waited outside the Tosaka residence. Before long, Rin stepped out, having put a little effort into her appearance. Behind her was a shy-looking Sakura. The moment Rin saw Suta, her face showed a hint of joy. At that instant, Suta received a system notification. Skill extracted from Rin Tosaka. Bajiquan. Suta sighed in relief. Phew, as long as it's not Sundara. If it were Sundara, he'd have no choice but to upload it to the system marketplace. Relieved, Suta also felt a bit happy inside. His relationship with Rin had taken another step forward. What did you get here? Rin asked. Not too long ago. Suta glanced at the system phone's time. At that moment, Sakura, wearing a fitted knee-length skirt, approached. She looked at Suta nervously, carefully overlapping his current appearance with the one in her memory before softly saying, Suta and I, it's really nice to see you again. Suta looked at the somewhat anxious Sakura and replied gently, Yeah, I feel the same. It's really nice to see you again. Then, as if sighing to himself, he murmured, You've changed a lot. Yeah, and it's all thanks to you, Rin said with a smile. Come on, to show my gratitude, they'll treat you to a meal. So, the group headed to the restaurant owned by Kodo Mine Kiryai. Once they found a seat, Rin finally turned to Ilya with a puzzled look. I forgot to ask earlier, why are you so small now? Huh? Suta was confused. Rin, you didn't know Ilya has the ability to change her age? Rin shook her head. Nope. In front of me, she's always been, well, she always pretended to be the cool older sister type. She suddenly bit her lip, as if unwilling to recall Ilya's 18-year-old form. After all, that would be too damaging to her self-confidence. And then there was Sakura, her younger sister, who had developed better than her. Too unfair. Right now, the only advantage she had left was her long legs. This ability came from Ilya's wish to the Holy Grail back then. Suta explained, then asked, By the way, Rin, has your family been doing okay these past 10 years? Don't worry, everything's fine, Rin said as she recalled. After waking up 10 years ago, my father was in a deep slump for a while, but he got over it. After that, he became much easier to get along with. Once he realized the Holy Grail War wouldn't happen for another 60 years, he focused all his energy on training in air. It's just that. Well, I think my cover from before might be blown. Rin suddenly forced a smile. Lately, my father's been giving me these weird looks. I think he's finally figured out that I was the mysterious beauty who gave him a beating 10 years ago. Such shameless self-praise. Ilya critiqued. Ignoring her, Rin continued. So yeah, it's kind of awkward at home now. That's what you get for not wearing a mask back then, Suta reminded her. Whatever you do, don't admit it. The memory from 10 years ago isn't that clear, so he's probably just suspicious. As a magus, he'd absolutely hate the person who cut off his path to the root, so you need to act like you know nothing. Then Suta turned to Sakura. Sakura, you two help your sister cover for this. Don't let anything slip. Sakura nodded firmly. Not long after, Kodo Mine Kiryai arrived, bringing a plate of mappo tofu. He didn't recognize Suta, only nodding slightly to Rin and Sakura before walking away. Kodo Mine Kiryai. He's changed a lot too, Suta murmured, watching him leave. He hadn't altered the man's memories, just replaced his natural sadistic tendencies with fatherly love. The guy's been getting pretty close to Kiritsugu these past few years, Ilya suddenly mentioned. Huh, what are those two even up to? Suta was baffled. He suddenly remembered how, in the original story, Irisville had once wondered if Kodo Mine Kiryai's obsession with Kiritsugu was rooted in something more romantic. No way, right? Ilya, does Kiritsugu eat here often? Yeah, all the time, Ilya answered confused. Why? Nothing. Suta shook his head, cutting off that train of thought. No way they're like that, right? After finishing their meal, they left the restaurant. Now that Suta had confirmed that this world's future was on the right track, he felt completely at ease. His mission was complete, so he planned to return to the real world soon. After all, He still had religious matters to handle in Akame Ga Kill. He wasn't exactly a free man. However, he didn't leave immediately. First, he escorted Ilya home. Then he walked Rin back. Suda and please come visit often, Sakura suddenly said before entering the house. She hesitated, then gathered her courage, tugged at his sleeve, and spoke in a small voice. Then she quickly ran inside, as if too embarrassed to wait for his response. Rin stared at Suda, her gaze sharp as needles. Don't look at me like that, Suda gave a wry smile. You're making me feel like I did something wrong. I shouldn't have brought Sakura along today, but whatever, this isn't something I can control, Rin muttered. She glanced at the beautifully maintained Tosaka mansion garden, where vibrant flowers were in full bloom. A warm smile spread across her face. Meeting you is the best thing that ever happened to me. The soft murmur reached Suda's ears. Huh? Suda scratched his cheek. Didn't expect you to say something so cheesy. Don't ruin the moment. Rin stomped on his foot, annoyed. Remember to visit often. If not, it'll chase you to your world and never leave. Then, as if making up her mind, she suddenly stepped forward and hugged Suda around the waist, resting her head against his chest. Suda froze, about to say something, but Rin spoke first. Thank you. You've already thanked me so many times. It'll never be enough. I can't be as straightforward as Ilya, so just understand it yourself. Okay. After a light snort, Rin let go and turned towards the house. But halfway there, she suddenly spun back around, stretching out her hand with a you-know-what-to-do look on her face. What? Suda was confused. Gems. The 10-year supply of gems you promised me back at the Matu house. Rin, I think you're the one ruining the moment. Suda sighed in exasperation. Still, he didn't blame her. In fact, he found Rin's money-grubbing side kind of cute. In the end, after conjuring a hefty stash of gems for her, Suda finally returned to the real world. Since he had been thinking about Ilya, he was directly transported to her side. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a spacious bedroom decorated in an overwhelmingly cute style. In front of him was a princess bed, on which sat a silver-haired girl who seemed to glow like moonlight. Her familiar face confirmed that this was indeed Ilya. However, Ilya's body wasn't as curvaceous as Suda had imagined. Compared to Iris Veal's mature figure, the current Ilya was still in a youthful, budding stage. She looked about 1x years old. Big brother. The moment she saw the flash of white light in her room, Ilya jumped off the bed. Her slender legs were clad in pure white stockings, her skin as smooth and fair as a freshly peeled egg. Paired with her delicate, porcelain-like face, she looked like an angel descended to earth, evoking an overwhelming urge to protect her. Suda felt a slight stir in his heart. Welcome to my home. Ilya ran up to Suda and hugged him tightly, nuzzling against his chest as if savoring his scent. Suda smiled and gently ruffled her silvery hair. Rin said you were a senpai, so I thought you'd grown up completely. Guess I was wrong. I did grow up. I became all curvy like mommy. Ilya looked up at Suda with a sweet smile. But Ilya was afraid Big Brother wouldn't like that, so I made myself small again just now. Suda froze. Made yourself small again? Don't tell me you actually wished for the ability to control your physical age? Yep. Now Ilya can be whatever size Big Brother likes. Ilya let go of Suda and twirled in place, her short skirt fluttering as if to show off her figure. As she spun, she hopped back onto the bed, swinging her stocking-clad legs playfully almost as if she were teasing him. Big Brother, Ilya's body is ready for naughty things now. Do you want to try it out right here? As Suda stood in the heart of the cozy room, Ilya's playful antics only grew bolder. She giggled and grew slightly taller, her figure subtly filling out before his eyes. Her movements were fluid, like a dance of temptation, and she leaned in closer, the warmth of her breath brushing against his skin. Big Brother, don't you find me irresistible? She whispered, her voice dripping with a coy confidence that was both new and utterly enchanting. Suda's chest tightened, his mind a whirlwind of doubt and longing. Yet, The allure of her youthful innocence mixed with her surprising figure was a heady cocktail that tested the limits of his self-control. He swallowed hard, trying to formulate a response that didn't betray his growing interest. I'm just surprised, that's all, he stuttered, his hand hovering near her cheek, the urge to touch her growing stronger. Her eyes gleamed with a knowing smile as she took a step back, allowing the full extent of her newfound curves to be on display. She twirled around, the skirt of her dress fluttering around her hips, her legs now longer and more alluring in their white stockings. "You don't have to be surprised, big brother," she said, her tone playfully seductive. "I'm still the same Ilya, just a little more fun size for you to handle." The way she emphasized the word fun size sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't ignore the way she had shifted the atmosphere, the way she had turned the tables on him. Souta took a deep breath, his hand brushing against the soft fabric of the bedspread, the tension in the air palpable. He knew that if he didn't tread carefully, he could end up losing himself in her allure. Yet, something about her gaze, the way it searched his, filled with hope and anticipation, was too much to resist. I guess we could, try something," he murmured, his voice thick with hesitation. Ilya's eyes lit up like stars, and she clapped her hands together in excitement. "But only if it's what you really want, and if it's something that won't change us too much." Her smile grew, and she nodded eagerly. "It's exactly what I want, big brother, and it won't change us. I promise. It'll just bring us closer. That's all." She reached up and took his hand, her touch sending electric jolts through his veins. As she led him to the bed, Souta felt his resolve crumbling like a sandcastle against the tide of her enthusiasm. They sat together, her legs drawn up to her chest, the snowfall outside casting a soft, romantic glow on her face. The room was silent, save for the occasional crackle of the fireplace and the sound of their hearts beating in sync. Souta felt the warmth of her palm in his, and the scent of lavender grew stronger, enveloping them in a comforting blanket of intimacy. He looked at her, really looked at her, and realized that she wasn't just a girl anymore. She was a woman with desires and feelings, and she had chosen to share them with him. Leaning in, he gently brushed a stray strand of silver hair from her cheek, his thumb lingering to trace the line of her jaw. She leaned into his touch, her eyes fluttering shut. It was then that he knew this moment was more than just physical. It was a bond forged through shared experiences, through the depths of pain and the heights of joy, through the magic of a wish that had brought them here, to this quiet, snow-covered sanctum of passion and understanding. And as he leaned in to kiss her, the softness of her lips against his was a revelation. It was sweet and innocent, yet filled with a promise of something much more profound. It was the kiss of a girl who had grown up too fast, yet still had the heart of an angel. It was the kiss of a woman who knew what she wanted and was ready to claim it. As their kiss deepened, Souta's hand found its way to her hip, his fingers tracing the smooth line of her stockings up to the edge of her skirt. The warmth of his touch sent butterflies fluttering through her stomach, a sensation she hadn't felt in the longest time. It was as if the soap opera she had watched played out right in her own life, but with a script she had written herself. Ilya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she felt his hand slide up her thigh, her own hands fumbling with the hem of his shirt. She was eager to explore, to feel the warmth of his skin against hers. Their kiss grew more fervent, their tongues dancing together in a silent symphony of desire. She could feel her cheeks growing hotter, her heart racing faster, every sensation a testament to their growing bond. With a giggle, she pulled away, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "I guess Big Brother really does like my legs after all," she murmured, her voice a soft purr. She watched him, her chest heaving slightly, as she slid off the bed and onto her knees before him. The plush carpet was cool against her bare legs, the softness a stark contrast to the heat of the moment. "Let me show you how much I've missed you," she whispered, her breath hot against his skin as she leaned in to kiss his neck. She felt his pulse quicken beneath her lips, and a thrill of power surged through her. It was a power she had always had. But now she knew how to wield it, how to make him want her just as much as she wanted him. Confidence guided her every move as she drew closer, the space between them charged with anticipation. A wicked smile played on her lips as she leaned in close to him, her presence bold yet playful. "Looks like someone's happy to see me," she said, her voice filled with teasing delight. Souta's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and anticipation playing across his features. He hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly, but the way she looked at him, so hungry, so sure of herself, was impossible to resist. He leaned back on the bed, his hands tangling her hair as she began to kiss a trail down his chest. The room seemed to spin around them as they lost themselves in each other. The sound of the snowfall outside grew muffled. Souta lay back on the bed, his mind overwhelmed by a sudden rush of sensation he had never experienced before. Her eyes stayed locked on his the entire time, watching every shift in his expression. They were filled with a love that was more than just physical. It was a love born of shared battles, of hearts intertwined by fate. And as she felt him grow closer to the edge, she knew that this was just the beginning of a new chapter in their story, a chapter filled with love, passion, and the promise of forever. Souta's breath hitched as he stared down at Ilya, her small form somehow making her even more striking. Her expression was focused and intent, her eyes bright with emotion, and she looked up at him with a mix of innocence and raw hunger that made his pulse quicken. The expression on her face was one of pure adoration, as if she had been born to serve him in this way, to bring him pleasure beyond his wildest dreams. It was wrong, oh so wrong, to be doing this with a girl who looked so much younger than she truly was. "Ilya, you're amazing," he gasped, his voice shaky with emotion. She looked up at him, a pleased smile playing on her lips as she continued what she was doing. He knew she enjoyed his reaction, enjoyed pushing his boundaries, and it only served to make him more eager. Her eyes never left his, her gaze locked onto his as she moved with a confidence that belied her age. The way her cheeks flushed, the way she held his attention so completely, the way her expression shifted with the effort, it was all so mesmerizing. And as she leaned in closer, her expression softening as she looked up at him, he couldn't help but feel a strange mix of pride and protectiveness. He reached down, his hand resting gently on her shoulder, guiding her slightly. Her eyes brightened at his touch, her movements growing more steady and assured. It was clear she was enjoying this just as much as he was, if not more. Souta felt the tension building in his lower stomach like a coiled spring. He tightened his grip on her hair, pulling her closer to him. The sensation was almost too much to bear, and he knew he couldn't hold out much longer. With a final, desperate movement, he finished, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. He watched her struggle, her eyes watering more, but she never broke eye contact. Instead, she took a breath and steadied herself, her expression intense and focused, her eyes never leaving his. The moment felt powerful, almost primal in its rawness. She slowly pulled back and licked her lips, a satisfied smile playing on her face as she watched him visibly react with the aftershocks of an intense release. Souta felt amazing, his body buzzing with pleasure, yet his excitement didn't wane. If anything, it grew stronger, fueled by the sight of her kneeling before him, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shining with joy. It was a heady mix of emotions, lust, love, and a strange sense of awe that she would do this for him. He reached down, his hand cupping her chin gently, as he pulled her up to meet his gaze. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice thick with feeling. Ilya's smile grew even wider, and she leaned in to kiss him softly, sharing the taste of him with him. The room was filled with the scent of their passion, the air thick with the promise of what was to come. And as they broke apart, panting and trembling, Souta knew that this was just the beginning of a journey that would change them both in ways they could never have imagined. Souta's gaze searched Ilya's, seeking permission and understanding. How? How do you want to take it, Ilya?" His voice was a whisper, a blend of anticipation and concern. He didn't want to rush her, despite the overwhelming emotion welling inside him. Her eyes grew soft, and she reached up to cup his cheek. "Stay close to me," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "I want to look into your eyes." Their connection was palpable, a silent promise that this act would be more than just physical. It would be a declaration of trust and love that transcended the boundaries of their unconventional relationship. Souta nodded, his heart swelling with a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire crackling in the hearth. He gently laid her back on the bed, her white stockings and red eyes the only stark reminders of the power she held. He moved closer, taking a moment to appreciate her, the way the soft light painted her skin with a warm glow, the way her chest rose and fell with each breath, the way her eyes searched his for reassurance. Souta took one more lingering touch of her white stockings, the silky material gliding against his fingertips, sending a thrill of excitement through his body. He couldn't explain the sudden urge, but he found himself leaning down to take in the faint scent of vanilla and something uniquely Ilya. He was surprised by his own reaction, but he didn't question it. Instead, he paused in a quiet moment, the thrill of discovering new facets of his attraction to her. With a knowing smile, Souta moved closer to her, the anticipation building between them. He interlocked their hands, their fingers entwining in a silent pact of mutual desire. And with a gentle, yet firm motion, they came together. She clung to him tightly, and he gasped at the intensity of the moment. Her playful demeanor remained unchanged, even as her face scrunched up with a mix of emotions. "More," she urged, her voice muffled by a giggle. Her eyes never left his, and he could see the mischief dancing in their depths. This was a game to her, a dance of power and desire, and she was enjoying every second of it. He complied, drawing closer, their bodies moving together in a rhythm that was as old as time itself. She pulled him nearer, her arms wrapping around him to hold him close. The warmth between them filled the room, a testament to their growing intimacy. And as he watched her, Souta knew that she was right. She was more than a homunculi, she was a woman, a being of passion and love, and she had chosen him. Their bond deepened with each passing moment, her breaths coming in short, sharp gasps, and he knew that she was close. With a final push, she went over, her body trembling as she caught her breath. The sight was breathtaking, her eyes squeezed shut, her mouth open, and as she collapsed against him, her body spent and trembling. "Big brother, you're so much." Ilya's voice was a breathy whisper, her body still trembling. Her arms remained tight around his neck. "Don't go," she begged, her eyes fluttering open to meet his gaze. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was making the silliest face he had ever seen, half pleasure, half concentration, as she tried to keep up with his rhythm. She was beautiful in her vulnerability, and it made his chest ache with affection. Without breaking eye contact, she silently cast a reinforcement magic spell, her eyes briefly flickering with power. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but he felt the difference immediately, her grip on him tightening, her energy surging to meet his with renewed vigor. "Oh, she cried, her voice rising higher with each exchange. "Yes, big brother like that." Her words grew incoherent as she lost herself in the sensation, her eyes rolling back in her head. Her body was a symphony of sensations, each movement a crescendo of pleasure. And then she was overcome again, her body gripping him tightly in a wave of release that left them both breathless. He could feel her pleasure radiating through him, a warmth that spread through his entire being. Ilya," he groaned, his own climax building, the tension growing unbearable. As the wave of pleasure grew, Souta moved his hips harder, feeling the pressure build within him. His left hand rested against her, his thumb brushing gently over her skin, while his right hand held her close, pulling her nearer. The sight of her surrendering to him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright with emotion, was almost too much to handle. Ilya's own hands roamed over his body, her nails digging into his skin, leaving a trail of warmth wherever she touched. She was full of energy, her enthusiasm a living, breathing force that surrounded them both. And as they moved together, the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them and the sound of their deep breaths. Their lips found each other. Their kiss grew deeper, their tongues tangling as they shared breath, their hearts beating in a frantic rhythm. Souta could feel himself getting swept away, the moment building around him until it threatened to overwhelm him. And then, with a powerful, overwhelming release, he held her close, their bodies pressed together in a deeply intimate embrace. It was a moment of pure joy and connection, a culmination of their love and passion that left them both trembling in the aftermath. As they lay there, entwined in each other's arms, the snowfall outside painted a serene picture of white on the window. But in this room, the air was thick with the scent of passion, their hearts beating as one. They had crossed a line, but it didn't feel wrong. It felt right, as natural as breathing. And as they shared one last, lingering kiss, their eyes locked in silent understanding, they knew that their lives would never be the same again. This was the start of something new, something beautiful and terrifying all at once. And as they drifted into a contented silence, the only sound in the room was the gentle whisper of the snowfall, a soft lullaby to their newfound love. As the quiet moments settled over them, Souta felt his body begin to relax. He held her close, the warmth between them lingering as a tender reminder of what they shared. Ilya looked up at him with a soft smile, her eyes glowing with satisfaction. "Can we just stay like this for a bit?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Souta nodded, too lost in the moment to speak, and leaned down to kiss her forehead, her cheeks, her nose, and finally her lips. Her smile grew even wider as she transformed before his eyes, her youthful features morphing into those of a voluptuous, adult woman. Her chest swelled, her hips widened, and her legs grew longer, all without losing an ounce of the grace and beauty that defined her. She was a goddess, a MILF queen, and she was his. He took a moment to admire her, his eyes roving over her new form with a mix of awe and desire. She offered him a lap pillow, and he gratefully took it, nestling his head between her ample breasts. She leaned forward, offering them to him like a delicious treat, and he couldn't resist. He leaned close to her, his hands gently exploring her sensitive skin as she gasped and squirmed beneath him. Her skin was soft and warm, a sweet scent surrounding them like a cloud. "And more," she whispered, her voice thick with desire. Souta didn't need any further encouragement. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her skin. She let out a soft sound, her back arching, her fingers resting in his hair. The moment felt electric, and he found himself. The Yindi 146. "You thought it was Tanjiro?" "No, it's Dio." Upon returning to the My World from the Type Moon universe, Souta felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Frowning slightly, he took a moment to assess his condition and immediately pinpointed the cause. Divine power, it's almost depleted. Souta exhaled, feeling somewhat uneasy. Due to his lack of a divine authority, his strength was entirely tied to the amount of divine power stored within his divine domain. Now that his divine power had been severely drained, a profound sense of weakness took hold of him. The Holy Grail War alone had consumed the majority of his power. On top of that, he had been recklessly wasting divine power on various trivial matters, leaving his reserves nearly empty. When Souta focused his consciousness into his divine domain, he found that the golden radiance that once filled it had faded significantly, almost to the point of vanishing entirely. A handful of believers lived peacefully within a designated area, quietly offering their faith. But their numbers were too small. The daily influx of faith energy was pitifully low. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for his divine power to replenish at a meaningful rate. Kurumi and the others are still stuck in the past, and if I head to the Akame GA Kill World now, I won't be able to collect faith energy in Path of Peace either. Sitting on the couch, Souta muttered to himself. It suddenly dawned on him that his strength had a glaring weakness once depleted. It couldn't be replenished on demand. If an emergency were to arise, he would be left completely powerless. There were only 3 possible solutions to this problem. Stockpile a massive amount of divine power in advance and upload it to the system marketplace, so he could retrieve it whenever needed. Gather a large number of believers within his divine domain to ensure a steady influx of faith energy. Acquire a divine authority. A divine authority was essentially an infinite power generator far more effective than the other 2 methods. It looks like I need to hurry up and cultivate a divine authority. Thinking back to how he had wasted divine power on cleaning his room, Souta couldn't help but curse himself. What a waste. He didn't even know how much divine power it would take to cultivate a divine authority, yet he had been using it so carelessly. His lack of crisis awareness was appalling. With that in mind, Souta silently asked the system, "System, how much divine power is required to cultivate a divine authority?" Based on the host's current demigod-level divine power, approximately 100 million units. Souta pondered for a moment, but still had no clear concept of what that number truly meant. He wasn't accustomed to thinking in terms of numerical units of divine power. He preferred to measure it in terms of destructive power, such as how many cities he could obliterate with a full-force attack. Currently, at his demigod level, gods ranked 1 to 5 were classified as city-busting level, ranging from the ability to destroy a small city to wiping out a large metropolis. If he had a divine authority, his destructive capacity would likely increase several times over. Wait a minute. Did this mean he was secretly a violence enthusiast at heart? Shaking off that thought, Souta asked the system again, "If I convert all 100 million units of divine power into a single attack, how much damage could it cause?" "You would erase Earth from existence." "Wait, that much?" Hearing the system's response, Souta was utterly shocked. The divine power required to cultivate a divine authority was astronomical. At full capacity, his strongest attack could only erase Fuyuki City and the surrounding mountain range. How many Fuyuki cities would it take to match the mass of Earth? Souta wasn't sure, but he knew the number was beyond comprehension. With just 200,000 believers in the Akame GA kill world, it would take thousands of years to accumulate that much divine power. Of course, divine power didn't always have to be used in raw destructive attacks. For instance, if he used divine power to disrupt Coulomb forces, a planet could be self-destructed with far less energy. Is there a shortcut? Souta rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Fortunately, the system provided an answer. Yes. The host can directly comprehend the laws corresponding to a divine authority. The deeper the host's understanding, the less divine power is required. For example, if the host wishes to cultivate a time authority, the more profound the host's understanding of time, the exponentially lower the divine power cost. Understanding the laws. Souta murmured. It sounded simple, but he had no clue how to actually do it. How exactly do you comprehend a law? The best way is to actively engage in activities related to the law. The depth of comprehension depends on individual talent. Additionally, the system can provide assisted comprehension. The system can assist? Souta immediately asked, "How does that work?" The feature will unlock once the friends group reaches 10 members. Hearing this, Souta let out a sigh of relief. A shortcut existed. After all, comprehending laws on his own sounded way too mystical. It wasn't something he could just brute force. 10 members, huh? He pulled out his system phone, opened a friends group, and checked the member list. Kurumi, Shinobu, Altoir, Rin Toshoko, Iyo, Shuroyosho, Chelsea, Komodo Toniro. Including himself, that made 9 members. That meant the assisted comprehension feature would be unlocked soon. With that, he no longer needed to worry about the insane divine power cost of cultivating a divine authority. Speaking of which, what is Kamadu Tanjiro even doing? Souta stared at his phone, deep in thought. It had been so long, and Tanjiro hadn't spoken a single word in the chat. Even if he was terrible with technology, The system had transmitted operational knowledge to him. He should have at least figured out how to use the phone by now. For him to remain completely silent for this long, that's suspicious. Could it be that the one who received the invite wasn't Tanjiro, but his sister, Kamadu Nezuko? A sudden bold hypothesis emerged in Suta's mind. He recalled that after turning into a demon, Nezuko's intelligence regressed to that of a young child. If she was the one who got the phone, it would make sense why she hadn't spoken in the chat. As for the nickname, the system likely asked for her name, and her first thought was of her brother, so it automatically registered as Kamadu Tanjiro. Wait, why did this theory sound so shockingly plausible? Could it actually be true? Did he just lose his only male friend in the group? No, this was just speculation. It wasn't necessarily true. Shaking his head, Suta forced down his curiosity and set the matter aside. He could investigate later. Right now, the divine authority issue was more urgent. Refocusing, an idea suddenly struck him. A loophole. Yes, he was about to exploit another loophole. With a trace of excitement in his voice, he asked, "System, is there a limit to what abilities can be cultivated into a divine authority? For example, if I use divine power to wish for a simple supernatural ability, could I then cultivate it into a divine authority? If that was possible, once the assisted comprehension feature unlocked, wouldn't he be able to pick and choose whatever divine authority he wanted?" 147. Kurumi's warning of revenge, lore. Right after Suta asked his question, the system immediately slapped him with a harsh reality check. No, an ability created with divine power is just a simple ability. Its strength is directly proportional to the divine power consumed, but without the foundational support of a corresponding worldview, it has no growth potential. Oh, are there specific requirements for abilities? Suta asked, intrigued. The abilities you possess now are either obtained through the lottery system from different anime worlds, like Half Cold Half Hot, or extracted from anime characters, like time manipulation. These abilities are supported by their respective worldviews, which means they carry the foundation of an entire world. Because of this, they have an extremely high potential for growth. Not only can they be nurtured into a divine authority, but they can even evolve into a universal principle. A universal principle? Suta frowned. What does that mean? A principle is a supreme power above divine authority. For example, in the D&D worldview, deities are immune to time-based abilities, so no matter how much divine power you use, you cannot apply time-stopping effects on them. However, if you wield the principle of time, interfering with gods, using time would be effortless, just a mere thought would suffice. Suta's eyes widened. That much of a difference? A divine authority is just a world's rule, while a principle dictates world rules. A principle has the essence to determine the form of existence in the multiverse. At its initial stage, a principle can already forcefully influence an entire universe. You can think of the principle of emanation from Dai's E-ray as an example. The system's explanation made Suta even more astonished. If a principle could interfere with an entire universe from the get-go, wouldn't the principle of time allow him to freeze an entire universe's time instantly? That sounded absurd, but then he recalled the system's example and realized it wasn't that surprising. In Dai's E-ray, the eternal recurrence principle wielded by the Mercurius, supported by the throne, could rewind the entire multiverse to its initial state countless times, making it eternally repeat itself. So, in that context, a principle having such power didn't seem that far-fetched. If that's the case, Suta pondered, does that mean the only way I can obtain new divine authorities in the future is through the lottery system or by making new friends? Correct. Suta sighed. It seemed that if he wanted to grow stronger, he would have to make more close friends. For now, though, he needed to find a way to replenish his divine power. Running low felt incredibly uncomfortable. With that decision, he immediately opened the friends' chat group and checked on Kurumi's progress. Suta, Kurumi. Cześć. How's the rescue mission going? Not long after, a response came. Cześć. We only managed to save Cornelia. Suta, huh? Wasn't Cornelia already rescued last time? You mean you haven't made any progress at all? Kurumi Tokisaki, it's not that we're not making progress. We have to wait until the right moments when these people naturally exit the stage in history before we can save them. That takes time. Kurumi Tokisaki. Suda, you finished your mission? Suda, yeah, I already received the rewards. I checked on the Fate World Rin, and Ilya's futures have improved. So this matter is settled. Ilya, how can it be settled, big brother? You have to come back often. Ilya misses you. Rin Tosaka. Suda, you bastard. Sakura keeps asking about you every day. When are you going to visit her? She's driving me crazy. Suda, Sakura, why is she asking about me? Rin Tosaka, just come and see for yourself. Ilya, Rin, using your sister as an excuse? You're so shameless. Rin Tosaka, nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Sakura really wants to see him. Ilya, lame excuse. No dignity at all. Kurumi Tokisaki. Kurumi Tokisaki, Suda, care to explain? Suda sighed. He knew this situation was unavoidable. Could these people at least learn to keep such things private instead of posting them in the group chat? He wasn't sure how to respond, but at that moment, Kurumi suddenly sent him a private message. Kurumi Tokisaki, never mind. No need to explain. I can already guess, and I was mentally prepared for this. After all, I can't stop you from doing your missions. Suda, are you mad? Kurumi Tokisaki, a little, but it's fine. I won't lose to them. Kurumi Tokisaki, by the way, Suda, you better watch out for my clones. They've been really looking forward to seeing you again. When we return to your world, they'll make sure they properly entertain you. Suda, his mind conjured up a scenario, and suddenly his back felt weak. Kurumi hadn't increased her clone count recently, had she? The last time he checked, there were already over 1,000 of them. If there were even more now, no, he definitely didn't want to find out. Chelsea, by the way, Suda, did you need something from us? Chelsea's message in the group chat snapped Suda and Kurumi out of their private conversation. Suda, am almost out of divine power and wanted to return to the path of peace to replenish it. But since you guys are still rescuing people, they'll have to wait. Chelsea, you can go to the path of peace and collect faith by yourself, though. Suda, no, remember? If I travel to the Akame GA Kill world, will be sent directly to you. Chelsea, I can just return to the future for a while. Once you replenish your divine power, I can go back to the past. Suda, forget it. Just hearing that sound like a hassle. I don't have anything urgent to do, so I can wait. Kurumi Tokisaki, Suda, why don't you gather faith in my world instead? Suda, the date a live world? I don't have a religious following there. Kurumi Tokisaki, did you forget about Hanjo Nias manga? That series is wildly popular worldwide. If admiration for a character in a manga counts as faith, you should be able to collect a considerable amount. Suda, he had to admit, Kurumi's perspective was impressive. He hadn't even considered that. The manga Hanjo Nia created was based on his savior deeds, making its protagonist a sort of avatar for him. If audience admiration for the protagonist counted as faith, then this could be an incredibly lucrative source of divine power. Suda quickly asked the system for confirmation and received a reply. It can be classified as faith, albeit a highly diluted version, about 1/10 the potency of real worship. A tenth? But it's a numbers game, Suda thought, excitement rising. A globally popular manga, how many readers did that mean? And how many of them would revere the protagonist? This could be huge. Could this boost my divine rank straight to level 5? Suda was suddenly full of anticipation. 148. ISNT it normal for villains to be the most popular? Before Suda could process his thoughts, the first person to reply in the group chat was unexpectedly Altair. Altair, viewers of a manga, can actually be considered believers? Suda, no, they don't count as true believers. Only a small percentage of readers who deeply resonate with the protagonist can provide a diluted form of faith energy. Altair, but if a manga becomes explosively popular, the sheer number of readers can stack up that faith. This concept feels somewhat similar to how it works in my world. Suda, there are some similarities. Faith energy shares traits with your world's recognition power if enough of it accumulates. It can allow for all kinds of self-imposed modifications. It's essentially an omnipotent power, but unfortunately, it's not easy to collect, and its interference capabilities are somewhat weak. Altair, if you want to gather faith, you could also come to my world and try. Meteora and the others are working on something called the Birdcage Plan recently. From what I've gathered, it might be helpful to you. Souta, wait, I almost forgot about that. The Birdcage Plan is actually a great method for collecting faith. Kurumi Tokisaki. The Birdcage Plan? What's that? Shinobu Ashino. You all seem to be discussing something very interesting. Souta, Kiss Shot Acerolo Orion Heart Underblade. Long time no see. Shinobu Ashino. I've told you before there's no need to use the name from that work. Souta, got it. I just find it nostalgic. Let me explain the Birdcage Plan. The Birdcage Plan is essentially a strategy where a confined battlefield is set up and filled with cameras. The battles inside are filmed and then broadcasted to an audience through filters, making them believe they are watching an animated show. This, in turn, generates recognition power. The number of viewers outside the birdcage is massive. As the Japanese government is backing the project, it's no exaggeration to say they're using the entire nation's resources for it. This plan was initially proposed by Meteora and her group, hoping to gather enough recognition power to defeat Altair using stories to end a story. However, in the end, Altair turned the plan to her advantage, directing all the recognition power toward herself. Souta, that's the general idea. Altair, the number of external spectators will be enormous. That's why I suggest you take on a role inside the birdcage this way. You can collect faith energy. Kurumi Tokisaki. That plan is feasible, but the role you play has to be striking. Otherwise, if the audience doesn't find you appealing, you won't collect much faith. Chelsea, how about playing the Demon Lord? Kurumi Tokisaki. The Demon Lord? Why? Chelsea. Kurumi, after reading the Akame ga Kill manga. Which character left the strongest impression on you? Kurumi Tokisaki. Is death. Chelsea, exactly. She's powerful, imposing, and incredibly attractive. From the moment she appears until her last scene, she exudes an aura of dominance. A character like that is the most unforgettable. Rin Tosaka. I agree. Souta. Rin, you haven't even read Akame ga Kill. What are you agreeing with? Rin Tosaka. I agree with Chelsea's point. After watching the 4th Holy Grail Wars events, as much as I hate to admit it, Gilgamesh left the biggest impression on me. That line, the king permits, the king acknowledges. The king shall bear the weight of the world is so over the top, but undeniably cool. I have to respect him for it. Villains really do have the most charisma. Ilya. I think Riders King's Way was really cool too. Souta. It seems that being overly dramatic is actually a charisma-boosting trait in fiction. Of course, it depends on the person if done wrong. You end up like Kiritsugu Amiya. Ilya. Souta. Ahem, just kidding, Ilya. Don't take it personally. Altair. So, in your eyes, I'm actually pretty cool? Souta, of course. Out of all the characters in creators, you left the deepest impression on me. The second most memorable would be Magain Chikujuin. Altair. It seems villains are truly beloved. Perhaps deep down, people yearn for that unrestrained, chaotic nature. Souta. Then it's decided it'll take on the role of the Demon Lord when the time comes. Altair. Make sure to call me when the birdcage event happens. Altair. No problem. You'll have Setsuna create some stylish concept art for your Demon Lord persona and spread it online. You can use it as a reference for your appearance. Shinobu Ashino. He'll participate as well. Shinobu Ashino. Souta, you lack the proper aura of a Demon Lord. I need to teach you how to carry yourself properly. Kurumi Tokisaki. Oh my, a villainous presence? That's something I excel at as well. Shinobu, you wouldn't mind if I join in on teaching Souta, would you? Shinobu Ashino. You're quite the schemer, but I don't mind. Souta sighed slightly at the subtle tension between Kurumi and Shinobu. Kurumi seemed wary of Shinobu, but the latter's composed demeanor made it difficult for Kurumi to gain any ground against her. Souta, Altair. It's settled then. I still need to head to the data live world, so we'll be logging off for now. After sending that message, Souta set his phone down. The birdcage event was still a while away. Though he was excited to play the Demon Lord, for now, his main focus was on the data live world. I wonder where he'll be teleported this time. When teleporting to a friend's world, he would usually appear directly beside them. However, if that friend wasn't in their own world at the moment, the teleportation would be randomized. Would it be random in space only, or also in time? The system hadn't provided a clear answer. Feeling a surge of curiosity, Souta couldn't wait any longer. Taking a deep breath, he spoke to the system. System, teleport me. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Souta vanished from his apartment, where he felt solid ground beneath his feet again. An overwhelmingly pleasant sensation washed over him. It was as if every pore in his body was breathing freely. Faith. He was surrounded by a warm, abundant stream of faith energy. His unconscious divine realm seemed to react excitedly, as a vast amount of faith energy continuously flowed into it. Even though each individual fragment was weak, the sheer volume was staggering. So, saving those tens of millions of people wasn't in vain after all. Souta's face lit up with joy. His awareness sank into his divine realm, where he saw the faith energy fueling his divine fire, rapidly converting into divine power. His previously depleted reserves were filling up at an incredible pace. At that moment, Souta felt deep gratitude towards Setsuna, someone he had never even met. What great person! She's helped me so much. Just as he was about to exit his divine realm, he suddenly heard a powerful voice calling his name. 149. Those who call my true name shall see eternal life in reincarnation HM. Souta was momentarily stunned. Due to the connection between deities and their believers, whenever someone within his range called his name or even the name of one of his avatars, he would sense it. But this time, the call was unusually intense. It felt like a person on the verge of despair, clutching at their final lifeline, struggling with every ounce of their strength. A desperate plea to a god. Wait, my divine avatar in this world is a manga character, right? Who the hell is this dumb? Praying to a comic book character as if they were a real god. Souta was at a loss for words. The manga illustrated by Honjo Nia was never publicly confirmed as fact. Readers naturally assumed it was fiction, well, not entirely fiction. Souta recalled Kurumi mentioning that Nia had added an absurdly dramatic love triangle between him, Kurumi, and Shiroyasha. For a hot-blooded action series to be packed with that kind of romantic drama and still sell like crazy, yeah, something about that fell off. In any case, the general public had no way of knowing whether the manga story was true or not. Most just saw it as entertainment. But for someone to actually believe it, to think the protagonist was real and capable of saving them, did such a ridiculous person really exist? Souta found his curiosity piqued. He focused on the voice calling out to him, and suddenly, through the medium of faith, a vision from the other end of the prayer unfolded before him. Sunlight filtered through a window, casting golden hues across a pristine white hospital room. A simple bed stood in the center, where a girl clutched a manga volume. Her eyes damp with tears, her dull, lifeless gaze lingered on the pages, but within the depths of her pupils, a faint glimmer flickered fragile, like a delicate flame on the verge of being extinguished. If no one answered her call, that flicker of hope would vanish like smoke in the wind. Souta's breath hitched. She looked familiar. Silver lavender hair, matching violet eyes, an elegant and beautiful face, a strikingly ample bosom. Given the data live setting, she looked suspiciously like Izaoi Miku? No way, right? Souta withdrew his consciousness from his divine domain, resting his chin in his palm. Deep in thought, a hospitalized Izaoi Miku. Did I get randomly transported half a year into the past? No. Wait. When I first met Kurumi, the main data live storyline hadn't even started. Maybe I was always in this timeline to begin with. He glanced around. He was standing beside a park bench, where a homeless man lay sprawled out, casting wary glances in his direction. He had probably been standing still for too long, making the vagrant uneasy. Souta paid him no mind. This wasn't America. There was no need to be wary of homeless people here. Instead, he sifted through his memories, recalling everything he knew about Miku. The spirit Divazoi Miku had first appeared half a year before the official date a live story began. That meant that around this time, Mio Takamiya had probably already granted her a sapphire crystal. In other words, even if he didn't intervene, Miku would eventually crawl out of despair on her own. But her personality would take a sharp turn for the extreme. Souta hesitated, debating whether to make contact with her. If he interfered now, it might change the course of her becoming a spirit. Or it might not matter at all. After all, not just anyone could become a spirit. The fact that Mio chose Miku suggested there was some level of inevitability to it. And looking at the names alone, Tabichi Origami, Hanjo Nia, Tokisaki Kurumi, Himkawa Yoshino, Itsuka Kodori, Hashimiya Mukuro, each name corresponded to the 10 Sephiroth in the Kabbalah's Tree of Life. Wait a second, did I just stumble upon the truth by accident? Souta recalled the vision he had seen through faith and turned his gaze to the left. Beyond the park, about 300 meters away, stood a hospital. That was where the call had come from. The girl who was most likely Izaoi Mika was inside that building. Ugh, she's crying out this desperately. I'd feel guilty if I ignored her. After a brief hesitation, Souta made his decision. After all, this girl was offering him her faith. A god responding to their believers' prayers was, in a way, an unspoken duty. As long as he was careful, he shouldn't interfere with Mika's destined transformation into a spirit. Izaoi Miku. The songstress kissed by angels. Izaoi Miku was a girl blessed with an angelic voice, a voice that could rival heaven's choirs. At the age of 15, she debuted as a singer under the stage name Tsukino Yamachi. With her enchanting voice and celestial beauty, her career flourished. Fans adored her, and her future seemed limitless. But the entertainment industry was never pure. Mika was no exception. A television producer took an interest in her. Using his status and influence, he tried to exploit her. She was only 15. Of course, she refused. She thought that would be the end of it. She was wrong. The adult world was filthy. After failing to take advantage of her, the producer retaliated, spreading a scandal, fabricating rumors that Miku had willingly slept her way to success. Her reputation plummeted overnight. Her once loyal fans turned on her in an instant. At first glance, their betrayal seemed sudden, but in reality, it wasn't. Otaku from the Heisei era held impossibly strict, almost delusional standards for their idols. To put it simply, cute girls don't poop. And if a girl who doesn't even poop was suddenly accused of sleeping around for fame, that struck at the fragile pride of Heisei-era fanboys. They lost their minds. The flood of venomous insults shattered Miku. She was devastated, exhausted, on the verge of breaking. But she refused to give up. She still had her voice. She believed that if she sang, people would understand. That she could reclaim her reputation. That she could prove the scandals were lies. But the pressure was too much. Her mind collapsed under the weight. She developed psychogenic aphonia, a condition that robbed her of her voice. Now bedridden, drowning in despair, Miku had lost everything. She even began contemplating suicide. Of course, no one's going to save me. She tossed the manga in her hands aside, staring blankly out the window. She couldn't even cry out in pain anymore. Her own mental barriers blocked her from expressing anything. Even a hero who saved the world wouldn't reach out to me. Believing in manga felt foolish now. People were selfish creatures. Why would anyone save her for no reason? Especially a man, yo. A sudden voice shattered her thoughts. Startled, Miku turned toward the window. A young man stood there, silhouetted against the sunlight. She couldn't see his face at first, but his presence was warm. When his features finally came into view, her breath hitched. He looked just like. She snapped her gaze to the manga she had tossed aside. The protagonist on the cover was identical to the young man before her. Even the clothes matched. Mika's shock melted into pure disbelief. Had she really summoned him from the manga? She tried to speak, but no matter how hard she tried, no sound escaped. Her face twisted with frustration. Her wide, disbelieving eyes seemed to ask, "Are you here to save me?" Souta saw the plea hidden in her gaze. Smiling warmly, he murmured, "I can't believe someone was actually dumb enough to pray to a manga character. You're Izaoi Miku, aren't you?" 150. I'm really not a lullicon. As Izaoi Miku relaxed a little, a sense of confusion arose in her heart. Why did Souta know her real name? Even if by some chance he was a fan of hers, he should only know her stage name, Tsukino Yamachi. You don't seem surprised at all. Souta pointed to the chair beneath him, sharing the same sense of confusion as Miku. At this point, Miku had never encountered anything supernatural like spirits or spirit power. Yet, when she saw him create an object out of thin air, she didn't even flinch strange. Miku shook her head at Souta and pointed to the manga book she had thrown on the floor. She hesitated slightly while making this gesture, as if afraid that Souta would scold her for throwing the book carelessly. This cautious state of living had been her norm ever since she lost her voice. It had already been a year. "It's okay. No need to be afraid." Souta noticed her unease and quickly reassured her. Keeping a gentle expression, he said, "You're lucky. When I pass by here, I happen to hear your call. Since I've come, of course, it'll help you fulfill your wish." Hearing his warm and friendly voice, Mika's nervousness eased slightly. He noticed my fear and comforted me on purpose, just like in a manga. What a kind person, Mika thought, feeling a bit happy. "Manga recorded my abilities?" Souta asked. Mika nodded lightly. Souta reached out, and the manga book on the floor floated into his hand. Since he was in a hurry, he didn't flip through it page by page. Instead, he used his divine power to instantly absorb the book's knowledge. As soon as he did, he froze for a moment and inwardly cursed himself. What a waste of divine power. He had just said he needed to conserve divine power for godhood. Yet here he was squandering it. Breaking a habit of luxury was tough. Sighing inwardly, he quickly stopped dwelling on it and processed the new information in his mind. The manga's protagonist had the ability of material creation. No wonder Izaoi Miku hadn't been surprised when he conjured a chair out of thin air. Souta thought back. He had indeed used this ability in the Data Live world about 28 years ago. That was when Kurumi had stayed in the past to accompany her friend, and he had visited her home, using this ability to create a gift for Kurumi's parents. Hanjo Nia must have found that record and used it as inspiration for the manga's protagonist's abilities. He had to admit, Hanjo Nia's angel ability was terrifying. Aside from information about Mio Takamiya, she could basically retrieve past, present, and future knowledge at will. Souta even saw the manga had accurately depicted his first encounter with Kurumi word for word. The way he initially caved to Kurumi's overwhelming presence was also perfectly illustrated. Pretty funny in hindsight. But at least the information retrieval was limited to this world. Hanjo Nia couldn't see beyond the Date Alive universe. Thank goodness. If someone were constantly spying on every detail of his life, that would be too uncomfortable. Now, Souta wasn't worried about being watched anymore. After ascending to godhood, his divine power shield could block even time-space abilities naturally. Clairvoyance-type skills wouldn't work either. Hanjo Nia couldn't see his current state, so he had no more concerns when visiting the Data Live world. So it's all been turned into a manga. Hanjo Nia is such a voyeur. Souta sighed helplessly. It was one thing to spy and make a manga, but at least get the facts right. What's with this love triangle nonsense? With Shiroyashi's lowly figure, people would seriously mistake me for a lullicon. From Type Moon to Data Live, I keep getting slandered. Hearing Souta's comment, Izaoi Miku looked at him with curiosity. Hanjo Nia, is that the real name of Tsuji Hanjo, the manga artist? Ah, sorry, I forgot about your situation. Noticing Mika's gaze, Souta shifted his attention away from the manga and looked into her eyes. What is the reason you called me? Upon hearing his words, Mika's expression suddenly lit up with hope. She was so excited that she momentarily forgot about her condition. She opened her mouth to speak only for no sound to come out, leaving her with a blank, dazed expression. Her face fell into disappointment as she pointed to her mouth, looking at him with a pleading gaze. She must cherish her voice like it's her very life. Or rather, more than life itself. I see. You're hungry, right? Souta asked. I am. Don't panique. I was just joking to lighten the mood. Seeing the urgency in her eyes, Souta coughed lightly and continued. Restoring your voice is easy for me. But, let me put it this way. You actually have two choices. You can let me help you right now, or you can wait a little while someone else will come and help you soon. Miku closed her mouth, looking at him in confusion. Someone will help me. Souta didn't keep her in suspense and explained. As you read in the manga, I can travel through time, so I know what will happen in the future. In this world, there exist spirits, for example, Kurumi, the Time Emperor in the manga. There's also something called a Sapphira crystalline item that can turn a human into a spirit. Izeoi Miku. In the near future, you will meet someone who will give you a spirit crystal, transforming you into a spirit. You will gain the ability to control sound, and your psychogenic aphonia will be automatically cured at that time. Mika's beautiful face showed shock. She stayed silent for a while, processing his words. I will become a spirit? Souta waited, and when he judged that she had mostly understood, he continued. Of course, if you can't wait, I can cure you now. But I don't know if that would make you miss the chance to become a spirit. There's a bit of a risk. So what will you choose? Mika didn't hesitate at all. She immediately pointed at Souta. Her answer was clear. Having finally found hope to escape this desperate situation, how could she gamble it on an uncertain future? At that moment, she looked at Souta with both expectation and anxiety, unable to calm down. All right, I get it. Don't be so nervous, it'll definitely help you. Souta could only use a gentle voice to soothe her. Instinctively, he reached out, wanted to pat her head just like he did to comfort Kurumi. But then he remembered that she had an aversion to men. He quickly restrained the impulse. Come to think of it, why do guys like to pat girls' heads? Too scared to touch their chests, too perverted to hug their waists, too obscene to grab their butts, too intimate to hold hands. So the head is the safest option? 151. Other than singing, I'm just beautiful inside the hospital room, Izeoi Mika lay on the bed. Even the loose hospital gown couldn't fully conceal her ample curves, as the fabric around her chest was noticeably stretched. She looked at Souta, who was sitting on a chair beside the bed, her gaze filled with anticipation. Souta didn't keep her in suspense. Under her slightly nervous and curious gaze, he clapped his hands. "Ha!" a crisp sound echoed. Then he said, "Done." Mika looked at him, confused. "You're already healed," Souta repeated, then encouraged her, "Try speaking." Miku froze for a moment, then instinctively opened her mouth to make a sound. Ah! A sweet and melodious voice echoed in the spacious hospital room. Miku covered her mouth in shock, and then overwhelming joy spread across her face. I, having suddenly regained her voice. She was momentarily unaccustomed to it, and couldn't form a complete sentence. You've recovered. Congratulations. Souta smiled warmly. I can talk. Miku kept trying to form words, her own voice ringing in her ears. The long-lost familiarity of it overwhelmed her with emotions, and tears began streaming down her face. This isn't right. I should be happy. Miku covered her face, unable to stop sobbing. Her entire face was a mess of tears, making her look utterly disheveled. As if afraid that Souta would find her unsightly, she quickly buried her face in the blanket. At that moment, Souta's voice reached her ears. There's nothing embarrassing about this. If you've been holding it in, just cry it out. Souta used his ability to create a pack of tissues, tore it open, and placed it on Mika's bedside table. Then he stood up and walked to the window, gazing outside, giving the girl some space to let out her emotions. Dungu! Hearing the sound of footsteps, Miku quickly lifted the blanket and cried out in a panic, please, don't leave. I'm not leaving. I'm just looking at the view. Suta turned back with a helpless tone. Go ahead and let it all out first. Once you're done, we'll have a proper talk. Okay. Mika let out a relieved sigh. She noticed the tissues on the bedside table and picked them up to wipe her tears. Even though her face was a complete mess, she didn't feel sad anymore. On the contrary, she was so overwhelmed with happiness that she couldn't help but smile. Her voice had finally returned. So, she cried and smiled at the same time, an odd but genuine mix of emotions. This continued for nearly 10 minutes. Once her tears had nearly dried up, Miku finally regained her composure. She wiped the tear stains from her face and then beamed a radiant, flower-like smile. Despite her previously messy appearance, her dazzling smile shone through. Suta, thank you. You could turn around now. Miku called out to Suta, who was still by the window. He turned around, and their eyes met. Suta noticed that the gloom in Mika's eyes had completely disappeared. Just by regaining her voice, she had transformed into a completely different person, more cheerful and lively than before. Suta found this quite surprising. To be honest, he couldn't fully understand why Miku valued her voice so much. Are you feeling better now? Suta pulled out a chair and sat down, asking. Yes, I feel much better. Sorry for showing you such an embarrassing side of me. Miku sincerely lowered her head and thanked him. Thank you so much. She bowed deeply, as if trying to express her gratitude as strongly as possible. It was just a small favor. Suta smiled. You should thank your luck, Izoi-san. If I hadn't happened to pass by, no matter how much you called, I wouldn't have heard you. Just call me Miku. Miku smiled sweetly and said, For you, it might have been just a small favor, but for me, my voice was my only hope. You've given me a second life. Suta remained silent. Was it really that dramatic? Seeing his doubt, Miku explained, apart from singing, I'm useless. Compared to other people, my voice is the only thing I have. It means everything to me. Suta's expression went blank. What's wrong? Nothing, I just thought. Suta couldn't help but tease. If an average-looking girl heard you say that, she might get so mad she'd beat you to death. Mika was momentarily stunned. Her previously good mood froze for a second. Suppressing her frustration, she asked Suta, Has anyone ever told you that you're really bad at talking? Nope. Suta thought about it and shook his head. But I've been told that my negotiation skills suck. Negotiation? Huh? That makes sense. Mika looked as if she suddenly understood something. What's with that look? Suta was immediately dissatisfied. All of my negotiations have always ended with results favorable to me. Pardon me for asking, but how exactly do you negotiate? I use my fists first, then my words. Suta, I'm feeling much better now, Mika smiled. You really don't have to keep cracking jokes, just to make me laugh. Jokes? Fine, you can think of it that way. Suta didn't bother correcting her misunderstanding and instead changed the topic. Oh, right. There's something I need to remind you about. What is it? Miku asked curiously. Feeling you just now actually altered history, Suta said seriously. I don't know if this will prevent you from becoming a spirit, so you should pretend that you haven't recovered yet. After you receive the Sapphire Crystal, you can drop the act. Just call me Miku. She reminded him again, seemingly wanting to get closer to him. Then, with a hint of surprise, she asked, So, it'll really become a spirit, like Kurumi? Yes, Suta nodded. But your power will be related to sound, not time. A spirit. Miku shook her head. For me, just having my voice back is enough. No, you should actually look forward to it. Your spirit ability is quite useful. Getting a supernatural power for free, why not take it? Plus. Suta chose his words carefully and persuaded her. With the power of a spirit, you won't have to go through something like this again. Even if you do, you'll have the strength to deal with it easily, instead of ending up withdrawn and broken like now. Mika sighed quietly, looking at him with a slightly resentful gaze. Suta really had no tact when it came to talking, but knowing that he was actually a kind person, she found this contrast kind of endearing. So, you know everything I've been through. Mika lowered her head, her expression full of disgust. Men really are disgusting creatures, even worse than cockroaches. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean you. Suta shook his head. I understand. But actually, with a helpless expression, he continued. That producer who slandered you is a scumbag, even from a man's perspective. He doesn't represent all men. I know you hold a grudge, but I hope you can let go of your bias. If you want revenge, I can help you teach him a lesson. 152. Actually, I'm also a keyboard warrior revenge. A shadow crossed Mika's usually cheerful face, her expression darkening with uncertainty. She hesitated. Killing someone doesn't seem right, does it? If Souta had been drinking tea, he would have spat it all over Mika's face. What was she thinking? When did he ever say anything about murder? No, not killing, just teaching them a lesson. But of course, it depends on what you want. Souta asked, Miku, do you want revenge? Miku fell silent. Her voice had been everything to her, and now that she had it back, she didn't want to dwell on the filth of the past. It made her sick. But the wounds left behind by the past didn't just fade away. She had done nothing wrong, yet her life was nearly ruined because she refused to submit to that man's demands. Saying she held no resentment would be a lie. If she let it go, who would be held accountable for nearly destroying her life? Who would take responsibility for the disgrace her parents suffered, dragged through the mud simply because they were related to her? Seeing her hesitate, Souta asked again, do you want revenge or not? It's not that. Mika shook her head. I just don't want to trouble you with something like this. She looked at Souta and asked, they'll be getting the power of a spirit in the future, right? Yes. Then I'll deal with those two myself. There was suppressed anger in her voice, but she made an effort not to show it in front of Souta. I can't rely on you for everything. That would be too selfish. That's not a problem. I hate people like that too. But, Souta frowned. Did you say those two? So the one who framed you wasn't just that TV producer? He had only heard about a TV producer attempting to coerce Miku, and after being rejected, he retaliated by smearing her reputation. But he didn't know the details. The producer was just the instigator, Miku said with disgust. The real one who destroyed me was the president of my agency. He was good friend with that producer. Souta felt a pang of sympathy, betrayed by her own boss. And also, Mika's expression became even more sorrowful. She looked at Souta as if finally finding someone she could confide in. She explained that the media had fabricated stories about her having multiple boyfriends, undergoing abortions, and even being addicted to drugs, things that never happened. But the most painful thing wasn't just being slandered, it was the betrayal of her fans. Those who once professed, I'll love you more than anything, I'd die for you, were the same ones who turned against her the moment the rumors spread. Instead of defending her, they now said, so, how many times have you done it with your ex? What a slut. Abortion? That's basically killing a child, right? You're a murderer. How do you still have a nerve to be an idol? Her blog was flooded with insults and malicious gossip. The online hate was so overwhelming that she developed a fear of even touching her phone. Even at handshake events, fans would curse her to her face. Rather than listening to her side of the story, they chose to believe the rumors. Souta's expression turned complicated. He suddenly realized he himself was also guilty of being a keyboard warrior. The internet often spread sensationalized stories even about him. Of course, he wasn't as extreme as those rabid fans. But he, too, had participated in online bandwagon hate. Nobody really fact-checks anything when some scandal breaks out. People just join in for fun, leaving a snide comment here and there. It's a common phenomenon. The book The Crowd, a study of the popular mind, described it perfectly. When individuals become part of a crowd, they lose their personal judgment and are swept away by the emotions of the group. Souta felt a bit ashamed when he saw Miku looking at him with trust. Everyone does it to some extent who can truly say they've never been misled by the media. Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to start arguing with her about this now. Miku had suffered enough. The least he could do was acknowledge her pain. Miku, it's over now. Don't think about it anymore, Souta comforted her. Just remember this, you're going to be a spirit soon. No one will be able to bully you ever again. If anything, you'll be the one doing the bullying. Miku blinked in surprise, then chuckled. Souta's words didn't sound like comfort at all, yet somehow they warmed her heart. Thank you, she whispered. You're welcome. But you're really sure you want to handle this yourself? Yes. All right, then Then I won't interfere. Suta thought for a moment, then suggested, since that producer and agency president used their status and wealth to ruin you, why not flip the script? Make them suffer a social death. Get them to donate all their money, resign from their positions, publicly apologize to Tsukino Yamachi, confess all their crimes, and then streak through Tengu City for a few weeks to atone. Mika stared at him, speechless. Would they really do that? Of course not. But, Suta smirked, you're going to get a spirit's power soon, one that lets you control people through your voice. With just a few words, they'll do whatever you tell them. Miku found his plan intriguing. She was suddenly tempted to try it, but she was also surprised by how intense Suta's attitude was. You really hate those people, don't you? She asked. It felt like Suta wanted revenge even more than she did. That's right. Scumbags like them don't just stop at one victim. Who knows how many people they've already driven to suicide. Suta's face darkened. In this world, everyone should be equal. If you commit a crime, you should pay the price. If someone could do evil without consequences, then why should anyone still believe in justice? He paused. Huh. Who said that again? It felt oddly fitting. 153. Getting caught by Miku's parents. Not really. While doing serious business that would be nice. Hearing Suta's words, Mika suddenly smiled sweetly. She knew Suta said such things because of his strong sense of justice. But in this situation, she couldn't help but feel like he was angry and standing up for her, wanting to fight against the injustice she had suffered and punish the world on her behalf. This made her feel both touched and a little romantic. What's nice? Suta asked, confused. Nothing. Miku dodged the question. She picked up the manga book Suta had placed back on the bedside table, looking at the male and female protagonists on the cover with a warm smile. The young man sitting before her had once saved the world for a girl. Miku envied Kurumi from the manga. Why hadn't she been as lucky? You and Kurumi must have a really good relationship. Mika's tone was half a question, half a sigh. Kurumi. Suta's face showed a look of fond remembrance, accompanied by a smile. Yeah, we're close. Then, recalling the messy love triangle depicted in the manga, he quickly added, oh right, the chaotic romance in the manga is all fake. That was just Hanjo Nia making things up, so don't take it seriously. Huh? Mika blinked. She made it up? But isn't Shiroyashi's Lolita figure your favorite type? The fact that you could give up your natural preferences for Kurumi is really touching. Suta facepalmed. How the hell is that touching? That just makes me sound like a total creep. Miku, I have to correct you, I don't have that kind of relationship with Shiroyasha. Suta said seriously. That's just Hanjo Nia's nonsense. Really? Miku tilted her head. Come to think of it, how does Hanjo Nia even know your stories? Are you actually acquaintances? No. Suta shook his head and explained. Hanjo Nia is a spirit. She has the ability to access any recorded information past, present, and future. She used this ability to take the events involving me, Kurumi, and Shiroyasha, exaggerated them, and turned them into manga. Her power is incredibly versatile. For example, if she wanted to, she could check what you're saying and doing right now with just a thought. Upon hearing this, Miku instinctively looked around, as if checking for hidden surveillance. Suta chuckled. No need to worry, you can't stop her from seeing if she really wants to. Mika sighed helplessly. Does Hanjo Nia often spy on people's records? Not really, Suta thought for a moment and said, I think she's actually pretty lazy and wouldn't bother checking random things. This was just his own guess. After all, Angel, Raziel had the power to see the future. Yet Nia had still been captured and tortured for 5 years by Isaac. Suta could only assume she was too lazy to check her own future. Hearing this, Miku breathed a sigh of relief. Having her privacy constantly spied on would be a nightmare. So a lot of the things in the manga are fake. Miku asked. Yes. Suta nodded. Those are just Nia's personal tastes, nothing to do with the real me. Then, can you tell me the real story between you and Kurumi? Miku looked at him with curiosity and anticipation. Sure, it's not really a secret. Suta nodded and began recounting his past with Kurumi. Mika's emotions were unstable right now, so he didn't mind indulging her a little. Meanwhile, Miku listened with fascination. This kind of pure and beautiful love story completely captivated her. Her fan base had been 90 male, and the betrayal of those fans had made her lose all faith in men to the point of developing a fear of them. But for that very reason, she longed to see true, sincere love. Even just once. Kurumi is so lucky to have someone willing to save the world for her. Mika sighed inwardly. If only she had met Suda earlier, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much. As Suda was in the middle of his story, the hospital room door suddenly opened. Miku jumped in surprise and turned toward the entrance, only to see her parents coming in to visit. She immediately tensed up, unsure how to explain Suda's presence. Suda simply put a finger to his lips, signaling for Miku to stay quiet. Miku instinctively obeyed. The people who entered the room completely ignored Suda. After checking on Miku and talking for a bit, they soon left. Suda took out his system phone and checked the time. It was past 8 p.m. The light outside had already dimmed. He stopped telling the story and looked at Miku, asking, "By the way, Miku, how long until you turn 17? Around 6 months. Why?" Miku asked curiously. 6 months, huh? Suda muttered, calculating. The story begins when you're 17, and you became a spirit half a year before that, which means it should be happening right about now. Understanding this, Suda quickly turned to Miku and instructed, "For the next few days, don't speak. Act more despairing. No, actually, you'll use divine power to create a layer of despair around you. Don't worry, it won't affect you. Just keep up the act until the first spirit finds you and gives you a sapphire crystal, then you can drop the disguise. Okay, you'll be careful." Miku obediently nodded. Suda nodded back, then reached out and cast his divine power, forming a layer of dark, negative energy around Miku's surface consciousness. Although he wasn't as strong as Mio Takamiya in pure power, his versatility was far superior, so fooling her wouldn't be a problem. All done. He'll be leaving now. Suda bid Miku farewell and walked toward the window, clearly planning to leave that way. Wait. Miku quickly threw off her blanket, got out of bed, and grabbed Suda's sleeve. The moment her fingers touched his arm, her expression turned extremely unnatural, like she was suppressing some deep discomfort. Suda gently pulled his arm back, putting some distance between them, and sighed helplessly. "You have androphobia, fear of men, right? Don't force yourself." "Sorry, Mika scolded herself inwardly for being so weak. Right now, just touching a man's skin with her fingertips made her feel nauseous, like she was about to throw up, although touching Suda wasn't as unbearable as others.